Chapter 001. In the vast expanse of space, a circular mini spaceship streaked through it. Silk, it hurts. I actually crossed into Bardock. Is this the world of Dragon Ball? A moment ago, Bardock was still at home watching Dragon Ball's latest 20th theatrical version of The Origin of the Saiyans. The primeval Saiyans inside once unified the universe. Everyone is a supernatural state, and with the accumulation of time, the Saiyan bloodline has degraded, that is, the blonde state, and only a very small part has inherited the supernatural bloodline. It also tells about the rise and fall of the Saiyan nation, the glory and decline of the Saiyan nation, and also details the ancestor of the Saiyan god, Yamosi. In a word, the Saiyan people were really brilliant in the primeval era. When Bardock saw it, he felt unworthy for the current Saiyan clan, and would actually be exterminated by a small Freesia, and then Goku and Vegeta also succumbed to the shock of God, without the domineering power of the ancient Saiyans of the past. However, at this moment, a sentence appeared on Bardock's computer. Are you willing to revive the Saiyan splendor? Yes/no. I do. The ghostly Bardock clicked the yes button on the top of the screen. The computer suddenly emitted a strong light, and the next time I opened my eyes, it was now. Crossed, Bardock knew that he had now crossed. A long tail on the back highlights Bardock's identity as a Saiyan at this time. Not bad. The protagonist Goku in Dragon Ball is a Saiyan family. Don't look at the early stage of cultivation speed. But as the plot of Dragon Ball arrives at the Namex chapter, the cultivation speed of each Saiyan is like opening the plug-in, and the one that rises is called a fast. And the most terrifying thing about the Saiyans is that they can become stronger and stronger in battle. Just as Bardock was satisfied with the race he had crossed over, a large number of memories flooded into his mind. With the constant synchronization of memories, Bardock's control of his body gradually became more and more comfortable. After the memory is synchronized, Bardock finds that the plot of the current timeline Dragon Ball has not yet begun, and his son Goku has not yet been born, and he is also a single Wang. The time is now that the original Saiyan planet is scarce due to the lack of resources, and the Saiyans have to find a habitable planet again. Vegeta found a new planet suitable for all Saiyans to live on Zebul Star, and brought all Saiyans to Zebul Star en masse. Prepare to use Zebul Star as a new place for Saiyans to live. Bardock, who returned from a mission, naturally received this summons from Vegeta, and immediately rushed to Zebul Star after completing the mission. When he was about to reach Zebul Star, he crossed over. Since he had crossed over, Bardock naturally knew the fate of the Saiyans next. Although the environment of Zebul Star is suitable for Saiyans to live in, and the combat effectiveness of the Zebul Star people above is not very high, otherwise it would not be possible for Vegeta to choose as the new residence of Saiyans. Although the Zebul Starman is not very effective in combat, it has extremely high technology, not only is not afraid of the Saiyans, but also easily suppresses the Saiyans and begins to enslave the Saiyans. Then, on the night of the full moon, Vegeta led the Saiyans to transform into gorillas and began to rebel against the Zebuls. In the gorilla state, the Saiyans are 10 times more powerful than ordinary forms, and the Saiyans successfully defeat the Zebul Starman under the leadership of Vegeta. And Vegeta naturally became the king of the Saiyans, that is, the king of Vegeta. Bardock smiled when he thought of this, and he didn't know what King Vegeta thought, and he would actually name his son Vegeta, that is, the second male in Dragon Ball, Goku's good friend Vegeta. Bardock dared to assert that he had only just received a message from Vegeta to Zebul, so the current Saiyans should not have been captured yet, or they had just been captured. Since I am here to revive the glory of the Saiyan race, then this humiliating history of the Saiyans should not be staged. Are the Zebul Starmen ready to accept the wrath of the Saiyans? From now on, my name will be Bardock. The corners of his mouth rose upwards, revealing a perfect arc, and at this point, Bardock accepted his current identity. At this time, Bardock's spaceship smashed directly into the star Zebul from the air. A huge deep pit emerged from the ground, stirring up countless dust around it. Boom! Bardock directly smashed the door of the spacecraft with an energy bomb and walked out. It's not bad. Before crossing over, Bardock was just an ordinary person on Earth, and now he can emit energy that is enough to destroy the planet. Bardock felt like he was a little inflated now, but it was a refreshing feeling. Swoosh! A bullet cut through the air and hit Bardock in the middle of his forehead. SAIYAN, obediently raise your hands and kneel in surrender, otherwise your compatriots will be sentenced to death in the next moment. Caressing the place where the bullet hit the forehead hurts a little. Looking around, a large number of fighters appeared in the air around at this time, and there were countless soldiers in combat uniforms on the ground, holding weapons to surround themselves. And the bullet fired at himself was fired from the hands of one of the soldiers. A group of scumbags of Jean 5 also dare to roar and bark here again, what a praiseworthy courage. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, Bardock smiled disdainfully, the energy of his hands gathered, and countless energy projectiles shot out from his hands. In an instant, whether it was a fighter in the air or a soldier on the ground, it was not Bardock's combined force, and they were all killed in seconds. Fire! Fire! After seeing Bardock's terrifying strength, the Puff Starman who had previously ordered the sneak attack on Bardock suddenly panicked and directly gave the order to attack. After confirming who the leader was, Bardock directly got up and flew into the air, constantly moving at high speed, and none of the bullets around him really hit Bardock. Kicking the air fighter, Bardock grabbed the Z-Bowl Starman in the fighter in his hand and asked, "Say, where are my people now?" I don't know." The Z-Bowl Starman, who was caught in his hand, answered Bardock's question tremblingly. Ignorance of the weak. With a light sigh, the energy in Bardock's hand burst out, smashing the Z-Bowl Starman in his hand. Looking at the countless bullets shooting towards him around him, Bardock directly flipped his hand, and countless energy bullets shot out of his hands again, and none of the Z-Bowl Starmen around him were spared, and all died. Looking at the vulnerable Z-Bowl Starman, Bardock sneered, "Humph! A group of War 5 scum." Chapter 002. After easily solving the surrounding Z-Bowl Starman, Bardock began to close his eyes and quietly perceive the powerful aura around him. The martial arts family members on the earth can introvert the chi in their bodies, and they are slowly bursting out when facing the enemy, which can increase the protracted battle against the enemy. At least Bardock now understands the principle, coupled with the strong spiritual power of 2 lifetimes, perceives this simple skill, and can learn it as soon as he learns it. Z-Bowl Star is only higher technology. Really speaking of combat effectiveness, any SAIYAN can fight 180 Z-Bowl Starmen. The perception was released, and Bardock suddenly sensed that there was a group of people with good combat power in the southeast of Z-Bowl Star. Not wanting to use it, Bardock knew that this was the place where the SAIYANs were imprisoned. Well, Bardock was just about to fly in the direction of the SAIYAN race, when he sensed an aura from the star Z-Bowl that was not weaker than his own combat power. The direction of the east, no matter, go to Gao combat power here first. Turning his head, Bardock flew straight to the east. Bardock, who was flying in the air, was not idle, and found a cultivation method of hidden aura in his mind and began to learn. In the 2 lifetimes, Bardock can't say how strong his current mental power is. In short, Bardock now feels that his understanding is extremely high, and the speed of learning everything is very fast. In an instant, Bardock learned the method of hiding the breath and used it freely. Hiding his aura to the minimum, the combat power of 5,000 now showed only more than 50. Flying all the way low, Bardock came to a palace. The closer the distance, Bardock's ability to perceive is clearer. 4005, Bardock could clearly sense that in the palace, there was a person with 4005 combat strength, only 500 short of himself. This breath is somewhat familiar. After all, the memories in his brain had only just fused, and Bardock only felt a little familiar, but he hadn't remembered who it would be for the first time. Hiding his breath to the lowest level again, Bardock looked inside the palace through the window. At first glance, Bardock was attracted by the same upturned tail, and the one with 4005 combat power was a SAIYAN. Looking at the appearance, Bardock immediately recognized who the SAIYAN in front of him was. It was Vegeta, that is, King Vegeta in the original Dragon Ball. Sitting opposite Vegeta is a Z-Bull Starman. Judging by what he is wearing, it should be a scientist. Sure enough, Vegeta's next words confirmed Bardock's conjecture. I only listened to Vegeta in the palace, Dr. Lucky. Whether I can successfully become the king of the SAIYANs this time depends on your cooperation. King Pei, what are you talking about? Being able to serve you King Bei is the glory of our Z-Bull Starman. Dr. Lucky bowed his head and complimented Vegeta. But King Bei, Bardock's combat effectiveness is not much different from yours, and the subordinates I sent out may not be Bardock's opponents. You can rest assured that Bardock loves his compatriots very much. As long as you threaten Bardock with the lives of the rest of the SAIYANs at that time, I believe Bardock will obediently surrender at that time. The two were chatting unscrupulously in the palace, completely unaware that there was also Bardock eavesdropping outside the window. Bardock noticed something was wrong the first time he saw Vegeta in the palace, and things seemed to be a little different from what was recorded in the original Dragon Ball book. In the original work, the SAIYANs were enslaved by the Z-Bull Starman for a long time, otherwise there would not have been a bloody suppression of the Z-Bull Starman led by King Bei to lead the SAIYAN family. And now Bardock is watching Vegeta talk with Dr. Lucky, the boss of the Z-Bull Starman, and Dr. Lucky has obviously succumbed to Vegeta. Seeing this, Bardock did not come forward to disturb the conversation between the two, but stood by the window, intending to continue listening to the conversation between the two. At the same time, Bardock is also calling up everything about Vegeta from his mind. As long as Bardock is caught at that time, then the rest of the SAIYANs will completely cut off the idea of resisting. Vegeta said happily, and was even more satisfied with Lucky calling himself King Shell. King Bei is wise. As long as the SAIYANs cut off the idea of resistance, King Bei you appear in the image of a savior, and then you will inevitably become the spiritual pillar of the SAIYANs. Lucky saw that Vegeta was getting happier and happier the more he chatted, so he continued to pet King Bex. That's right, by then, I will also be the new king of the SAIYANs, and Bardock will no longer be worthy to compete with me for the new throne of the SAIYANs. After thinking of becoming the new king of the SAIYANs in the future, Vegeta couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. Pathetic fellow, no wonder the SAIYANs became weaker and weaker under Vegeta's leadership in the future, and in the end, they actually defected to the point of being Friesia's little brother. After listening to the conversation between Vegeta and Dr. Lucky, Bardock let out a disdainful sneer in his heart, and looked down on Vegeta even more. Bardock also sorted out his memories during this time, and coupled with what he just heard, Bardock roughly understood Vegeta's plan. First of all, his own combat power is 5000, and he is the first strongest among the SAIYANs, and the second is Vegeta who is 4000. The original SAIYAN king has died in battle, and the new king will choose between himself and Vegeta. And Vegeta knew he couldn't compete with himself in any way. On the grounds of the lack of resources on the original planet Vegeta, he took advantage of his mission to bring all the SAIYANs to Z-Bull Star. Obviously, Z-Bull Star has long been conquered by Vegeta, and after the SAIYANs arrive at Z-Bull Star, all the scripts will come according to Vegeta's plan. Except for himself and Vegeta, the rest of the SAIYANs generally have no more than 2000. Z-Bull's technological weapon, while ineffective against Vegeta, is extremely useful to the rest of the SAIYANs. Releasing water at the critical moment of adding Vegeta, pretending that he is not an opponent of the Z-Bull Starman, can logically make the SAIYANs captured by the Z-Bull Starman. And in the original work, it is estimated that because the Z-Bull Starman threatened the safety of the SAIYAN family, he obediently obeyed and became a prisoner of the Z-Bull Star. After that, the plot is simple, and Vegeta becomes the new king of the SAIYANs as planned. In order to prevent the plan from being revealed, Vegeta even led the SAIYANs to bloodily suppress the Z-Bull Starman, and at the same time, all the Z-Bull Starmen who knew what happened. Nice plan. If I hadn't crossed over, you could still succeed. After Bardock sorted everything out, Jing Guan disdained Vegeta's character, but still liked Vegeta's plan in his heart. But now your plan, I'm afraid it's me, and the king of the Saiyans will only be me, Bardock. And you, Vegeta, you are not worthy to be the king of the Saiyans at all, and you are not even worthy to be a Saiyan at all. Chapter 003. Calculate the time. Bardock should also be captured. Why is there no news yet? When Bardock descended on Zebul Star, Dr. Lecky had already sent someone to persuade Bardock, and at this time, seeing that the person had not returned, he couldn't help but say, "Yes, calculate the time, Bardock should also be captured." A hint of uneasiness appeared in Vegeta's heart, always feeling as if things would not go as smoothly as he had imagined. "Come out with me." The uneasiness in his heart became more and more cautious, and Vegeta immediately chose to take Dr. Lecky with him to the place where Bardock had landed. "Let's take your time, I'll go save the Saiyans first." For King Pei's actions, Bardock ignored it and directly chose to leave, flying in the direction where the Saiyans were imprisoned. In Zebul's prison, the Saiyans were kept in it. All the Saiyans are now covered in bruises, no longer have the arrogance of the usual days. One by one, they want to be like eggplants beaten by frost, looking down at the place, not daring to resist. "Don't be discouraged, everyone believe that Bardock will come back to save us." Just when the Saiyans were in a low mood, a female Saiyan stood up and cheered the Saiyans on. "Yes, we still have Bardock, and Bardock has not been arrested yet." The tone of the female Saiyan is like a light in the night, directly mobilizing the downcast hearts of all Saiyans. "Honestly, you stupid monkeys, you dare to invade our Zebul Star with such a little skill. That is, the ones you lead have already been used by my Dr. Lecky for experiments. Even if the battle you expect to come, it will be useless, at most it will just add a prisoner to us." Just as the Saiyans were about to rekindle their desire to resist, two Zebul Starmen armed with laser weapons came to the door of the cell and laughed at the Saiyans. "Dr. Lila has an order that all Saiyans who try to make trouble will be killed on the spot, and there is no need to report it." After that, one of the Zebul Starmen took out the laser gun in his arms and pointed it at the female Saiyan. "Yes, but I'm not going to sit still here." After speaking, I saw the energy bullets in the female Saiyan hand converge and shoot, colliding with the laser in the Zebul Starman's laser gun. The result was that the laser penetrated the female Saiyan's energy projectile, and then shot straight at the female Saiyan's chest. This laser directly caused the female Saiyan to be seriously injured, and the Zebul Starman only needed one more shot to kill the female Saiyan. Haimchi. At the same time that Haimuka was shot, the Saiyans around him protected Haimuka behind him to prevent the next shooting of the Zebul Starman. "If you don't want to die, dodge me." The Zebul Starman, armed with a laser gun, threatened sharply. "Don't be afraid, I believe Bardock will come back to save us." Haimchi, who was seriously injured, shouted loudly. "Do you think Bardock is the god of your Saiyans? As soon as you ask here, Bardock will arrive in the next moment, don't laugh." After listening to Jaime's words, the Zebul Starman smiled disdainfully. "God can't talk about it, I'm just the boss of the Saiyans." Just as the Zebul Starman was about to pull the trigger of the laser gun in his hand, he suddenly heard a strange voice behind him, looking at his companion. "I don't know when, he was dead." After Bardock said this, he directly cut off the neck of the Zebul Starman who dared to shoot his own compatriots. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." After solving the guards of the Zebul Star, Bardock opened the prison door and released the Saiyans. "Lord Bardock! It's Lord Bardock! It's really Lord Bardock!" The Saiyans are very grateful that Bardock was able to save himself and the others from the current crisis. "Lord Bardock, let's leave quickly, otherwise we won't be able to leave when the army of Zebul arrives." One of the bearded Saiyans came out and persuaded Bardock, apparently not thinking that Bardock would be a match for the Zebul army. "We Saiyans can die in battle, but we will never choose to escape. You are so daring at this time, are you still worthy of being called Scions, worthy of being called a fighting nation? Bardak's roar immediately suppressed the chaotic scene. In the face of Bardak's angry gaze, all the Scions lowered their heads in shame, not daring to look at Bardak. Do you think this is enough? No, what Bardak needs to do now is to completely awaken the fighting spirit in Sya's body, otherwise it will be troublesome to develop the kind of bullying and fear of hard personality in the original Dragon Ball in the future. Scions should have the indomitable spirit, the more courageous the battle, the stronger the enemy, the stronger I am, this is enough to be called a Scion. Everyone, follow me to the Star of Ping's Bowl today, let them take a good look, our Scion race is invincible, against us Scions, there is only one way to die. After that, Bardak released all his 5,000 combat power aura to stabilize the determination of the Central Scions to fight. Lord Bardak, we all listen to you, right? The bearded Scion who questioned Bardak before has become Bardak's brain-dead fan at this time, and while he believes Bardak, he does not forget to turn back and shout loudly to all the Scions. Yes, Lord Bardak, we are willing to follow you. The Scions were also lit by Bardak and shouted in unison. That's what you want. Seeing that the Scions were more convinced of what they said, Bardak knew that he wanted to become the king of the Scions now, and it was estimated that it was a matter of a word. The seriously injured stay to recuperate, the lightly injured stay to take care of the seriously injured, and the rest of the Scions follow me. Bardak gave orders methodically. Yes, Lord Bardak. Bardak's order, the Scions immediately split into two parts. The injury did not affect the movement and followed Bardak. There was still combat power, but the lightly wounded Scions with limited mobility and the severely wounded Scions who could not move remained. No, Lord Bardak, I will also fight side by side with you, and please rest assured that I will not be a burden to you. Haimji, who was seriously injured on the side, stood up strongly, walked to Bardak and said. To be honest, just at the first glance, Bardak felt that he was in love with this somewhat stubborn girl in front of him. Haimuki is his wife in the original Dragon Ball book, and whether it is Haimuki's previous bravery or his current stubbornness, Bardak found that he liked it so much, so it was love at first sight. But like it, Bardak won't really take Haimuki out. After all, Haimuki is now in a state of serious injury, and if he really fights, he will not have time to protect Haim. Gnei stay, you guys come with me, today we Scions will sweep away Z-Bowl Star. A simple order was given to Haimuki to stay where he was, and Bardak rushed out with the less injured Scion. Lord Bardak refuses my back so handsome. Looking at Bardak's departing figure, Ji felt like a deer bumping in her heart, and she couldn't help but think in her heart. Chapter 004. Out of prison, the Scions are like wild horses out of control, and they can no longer suppress the vengeful heart in their bodies. Under the command of Bardak, the Z-Bowl Starmen are attacked. Without the use of technological weapons, none of the Z-Bowl Starmen are opponents of the Scions. One energy bomb can kill a large area of Z-Bowl Starmen. Bardak did not move, but flew high in the air, looking down at everything below. After all, the Scions just caught the Z-Bowl Starmen off guard. When the Z-Bowl Starmen reacted and took up technological weapons, the Scions were still not the opponents of the Z-Bowl Starmen. All Bardak had to do now was look down from the air. Kill all the Z-Bowl Starmen who are enough to pose a threat to the Scions in advance, so as to give the Scions confidence that they will win. In this way, the idea that as long as they follow themselves, the Scions will be invincible. As for Vegeta, while playing, he didn't see that the Scions had just followed Vegeta to Z-Bowl and the star was captured. And as soon as Bardak appeared, the Scions could organize a counterattack, and they still had the advantage, and the Z-Bowl Starmen who fought had no room to fight back. Bardak and Vegeta are so compared in the hearts of all the Scions, Vegeta is simply rubbish. Only Bardak is worthy to be the new king of the Scions. Let's go up together, first solve the Scions in the air. After a long time, the people of Z-Bowl found the reason why they and the others could not organize a counterattack. Nima, as soon as the technological weapon in his hand is aimed at the SAIYAN, he will shoot a line of energy from the air and shoot his technological weapon to the end. Bardock didn't shoot him to death, and the Zebul Starman, who had no technological weapons, could only stand in place, obediently waiting to meet the wrath of the SAIYANs. You Zebul Starman are really self-sufficient, and you dare to try to deal with Lord Bardock. After the abuse of the Zebul Starman just now, the SAIYANs beat their confidence back. Just when the army of Zebul Starman aimed their scientific and technological weapons at Bardock in the air, the SAIYANs despised the Zebul Starman's self-sufficiency. You guys stand back, the army of Zebul Starman is handed over to me. Seeing that the faith of all the SAIYANs had returned, Bardock stood up. Just kidding, the Zebul Starman have already turned their technological weapons at themselves. If he didn't say it, he would really make the Zebul people think that they were afraid of them. And Bardock is also worried that if the SAIYANs fight, their self-confidence will be too inflated, which is not good. For Bardock's orders, all the SAIYANs obeyed their words and retreated directly behind Bardock. Attack! The Zebul Starman also seemed to sense that Bardock is not easy to mess with, and briefly charge the technological weapon in place, and then 10,000 people shoot the attack at Bardock together. A group of War 5 scum. Smiling disdainfully, Bardock was undaunted in the face of the tens of Zebul Starman in front of him. Bardock ignored the Zebul Starman's brief charge of weapons. What Bardock has to do now is to destroy the strongest attack of the Zebul Starman with the strongest posture. The energy bombs in his hand continued to gather, and after the Zebul Starman attacked, Bardock directly threw the energy bomb in his hand. It turns out that with high combat effectiveness, it is really possible to do whatever you want. I saw the energy bullet sent out in Bardock's hand easily devouring the attack of the technological weapon, and then fell straight into the middle of the Zebul Starman army. Boom! A mushroom cloud rises from the ground, announcing the complete demise of the Zebul army. Oh, or there are fish that slipped through the net. However, now that the general trend of the Zebul Star people has passed, Bardock can now officially declare that the Zebul Star has officially belonged to the SAIYAN family. Is this the true strength of Lord Bardock, so strong, you can wipe out all the Zebul Starmen in a flip of your hand? After seeing Bardock's powerful strength, the SAIYANs became more convinced of Bardock in their hearts. As for who Vegeta was, the scumbag, the SAIYANs said they didn't know him. Nope. Just when the SAIYANs marveled at Bardock's strength, Dr. Lecky, who had just returned from exploring Bardock's spaceship with Vegeta, happened to see the scene of the Zebul Starman army being destroyed by Bardock's regiment. Dr. Lecky's shouts caught the attention of all the SAIYANs. Naturally, Vegeta, who was next to Dr. Lecky, was also seen by the SAIYANs. Isn't this Vegeta? How can you be with a Zebul Starman and look like you're still on good terms? With a smile on his face, Bardock got up and flew over Vegeta and said condescendingly, "This idiot!" Cursing Dr. Lecky in his heart, Vegeta knew that he now had to come up with a reasonable reason to explain everything in front of him. Otherwise, with what he did, Bardock would definitely not let him go. Just when Vegeta was at a loss, Bardock gave Vegeta a reasonable reason. "Vegeta, did you take the opportunity to escape when you were caught doing the experiment, and also kidnapped a Zebul Starman as a hostage? With the crimes Vegeta is now committing, even killing Vegeta 10,000 times is enough." However, Bardock does not want Vegeta to die now. After all, none of Vegeta's 3 sons have yet been born. Vegeta's eldest son, Reg, was born with a combat power of 50,000, and in the Dragon Ball Fanbook Dragon Ball New Era, Reg appeared 3 years after Goku defeated the evil dragon. As soon as Reg appeared, he had the strength of Super 5, and even Super 4's Gogeta was not Reg's opponent. If it weren't for Reg's own body, in the end, Gogeta would not be Reg's opponent at all. And Vegeta's second son is also called Vegeta, the second male in Dragon Ball. His own strength is second only to the protagonist Goku, and his strong strength does not need to be mentioned. Vegeta's third son, Tabor, has always been sparse and ordinary, and there is nothing out of sight. If it weren't for the fear that killing Vegeta here would lead to the loss of talent for future scions, Bardock would definitely not let Vegeta live where he is today. Yes, yes, yes. Bardock, you are not wrong at all. I just escaped from the Z-Bowl Starman and rushed all the way to save my countrymen. Saying that, Vegeta directly gathered the energy bullets in his palm and walked towards Dr. Lecky with bad intentions. What are you going to do, Vegeta? Don't forget, all I did is you. Boom. Before Dr. Lecky could finish his sentence, he was swallowed by Vegeta's energy bomb and cocked to death. Killing people is something that Vegeta does very easily. Chapter 005. Vegeta is really good. For a ruthless person like Vegeta, Bardock clapped his hands and applauded Vegeta. Of course, in Bardock's eyes, Vegeta was murderous in order to prevent his actions from being exposed. Although the Scions did not know the inside story, they also looked down on Vegeta in their hearts. You said that you, a Vegeta, just killed a Z-Bowl Starman and was proud of what to do. If nothing else, just look at Bardock's flip and destroy the wands per Starman just now. He is very calm, not at all as pompous as Vegeta is now. Among the Rysians on weekdays, Bardock and Vegeta have the highest fighting power. Because the two are rarely compared together on weekdays, both have become the king candidates in the hearts of Scions. Now comparing the two with each other, it is really a comparison of goods, and people have to die. Bardock is good at Vegeta in every way. My compatriots have all been rescued by me. Vegeta, you go to the Z-Bowl Star to see if there are any fish that have slipped through the net, and today we Scions will fully receive the Z-Bowl Star. Landing opposite Vegeta, Bardock smiled indifferently. If I'm going to clean up the fish that slipped through the net in Z-Bowl Star, then what are you going to do with Bardock? Of course I'm going to take care of the seriously injured Scion. Why, Vegeta, you are not satisfied with my arrangement, or let's change. I'll clean up the fish that slipped through the net of Z-Bowl Star. Rhetorically, Bardock was not worried that Vegeta would disobey his arrangement. After all, what Vegeta is most worried about now is that his previous plan is exposed, and looking for the fish that slipped through the net of the Z-Bowl Starman to extinguish his mouth is what Vegeta wants to do the most at present. So of course, Vegeta didn't want Bardock to look for the fish that slipped through the net of Z-Bowl. Before, Vegeta just didn't want to obey Bardock's orders, and deliberately contradicted Bardock's. Okay, I'll go. With that, Vegeta flew away into the distance and began a carpet search for the Z-Bowl Starman who had slipped through the net. Let's go back. Seeing that Vegeta was so cooperative, Bardock planned to go back directly. Without Vegeta here, it can be said that it is easy for him to become the king of the Scions. Of course, even if Vegeta is there, it will not have much impact on his own reign. I returned the same way and arrived at the prison. When I returned, I saw that the seriously injured Scions could already walk on the ground. Bardock sighed again in his heart, worthy of being a fighting nation, and the speed of recovery from injuries is fast. Of course, some necessary treatment is still needed. Bardock directly ordered the entire Scion to move the venue. Find a scientific institute on the star Z-Bowl and simply blast open the door. Bardock said to the shivering scientists inside, do you choose to submit to us Scions or accompany the Z-Bowl people to hell? Lord Bardock, we are willing to surrender, willing to surrender. Satellite imagery is available in every scientific institute. The scene of Bardock turning over and destroying the Z-Bowl Starman was seen by all scientists. For Bardock's terrifying strength, there is no hint of resistance in his heart. They are not Z-Bowl people, and they have not lived enough, but they don't want to die in vain. So if you can surrender, you still have to choose to surrender. Wise choice. Your next task is to treat all my seriously injured compatriots. Seeing that the scientists were so sensible, Bardock also dissipated the energy bomb that had just condensed in his hand. Yes, Lord Bardock, we have the most advanced treatment cabin in the universe here, and even serious injuries only need a few days to heal. You just blow it, and a few days of healing can also be called the most advanced treatment cabin. In his heart, he despised the boasting of scientists, but Bardock did not debunk it. In this day and age, it would be nice to have a healing capsule on Zbolstar, so let's heal the seriously injured Scions first. After directing the seriously injured Scions into the treatment pod for treatment, Bardock walked towards the place where the outer Scions gathered. "What are you talking about, so happy?" Outside, Bardock heard the Scions in happy negotiations. The content of the conversation is nothing more than his previous heroic deeds and the election of the Scion King. "Lord Bardock, we were just telling them about your previous heroic feats, and now we have agreed to elect you as our new king of the Scions." The bearded Scion who had previously become Bardock's brain-dead fan stood up and said to Bardock with great respect, "Okay, I accept. I believe that the Scion clan will create glory again under the leadership of my Bardock." There was nothing to excuse. Bardock raised his right hand above his head and shouted at the crowd of Scions. "King Bardock is mighty. King Bardock is so handsome. King Bardock, I will give you a monkey." Bardock's actions were met with unanimous approval from all the Scions who cheered Bardock in unison. Bardock is pleased with the enthusiasm of all the Scions. He is indeed very handsome and powerful. As for what the hell are those Scions who are clamoring to have monkeys with themselves? "King Bardock, I will put on the cloak that belongs to the king for you." Although the Scions did not pay attention to any rituals, they still had a red cloak symbolizing the king. However, at the moment when the bearded Scion was about to put on the cloak for Bardock, an energy projectile shot from the air and went straight at the bearded Scion. "Find death." Vegeta had returned a moment earlier, but Bardock ignored him. "I want to wait until I become the Scion King, and then come and clean up Vegeta." It's just that Bardock didn't expect Vegeta to choose to strike at this time. However, since Vegeta has made a move, Bardock also intends to teach Vegeta a profound lesson first, so that he knows who is the king of the Scions. Flying the energy projectile that Vegeta shot over, Bardock looked at Vegeta in the air and prepared to strike. "Bardock, what are you doing? The king of the Scions should be me." Seeing that his attack prevented Bardock from becoming king, Vegeta laughed and questioned loudly to Bardock below. Bardock, however, had no intention of explaining to Vegeta. "Now that you are called king, it is already the will of the people. You say that you are a Vegeta and come out to dance, if you really beat yourself." I saw Bardock rush in front of Vegeta with a dodge, and backhand threw Vegeta to the ground. Bardock planned to let Vegeta know today about the gap between him and himself. "Bardock, wait. We have something to say." Vegeta had always thought that the gap between his current combat power and Bardock's combat power was only 500. Even if he can't beat Bardock, he should have room for detours. In the face of Bardock's soft-hearted personality, as long as he confuses Bardock with words in battle, then the final victory will definitely belong to him. However, what Vegeta did not expect was that the current Bardock was no longer the original Bardock. "If you want to talk to me, you can wait until you can last 10 rounds in my hands," this is Bardock's inner thought now. In the face of Vegeta's call, Bardock ignored it. Rushing directly to the ground, he was beaten up against Vegeta. "Bardock, you are going too far. If I fight hard, you will not be able to eat it." Always beaten by Bardock on the ground, Vegeta finally couldn't suppress the anger in his body and roared angrily at Bardock. Bardock, however, says it doesn't help. Bardock punched Vegeta directly in the head, knocking Vegeta to the ground again. "Vegeta, what were you just talking about? Who is the king of our Scions?" The energy bullets in his palm gathered, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and Bardock smiled at Vegeta below. It's you, King Bardock." Vegeta had no doubt that if he dared to say a word now, he would die under Bardock's energy bomb the next moment. "Come on, send Vegeta to the medical warehouse, don't let my number 1 general die like this." Taking the red cloak handed by the bearded Scion, Bardock announced his first order after becoming the Scion King. "Yes, King Bardock." Vegeta's actions were seen by the Scions as completely self-inflicted and did not deserve sympathy at all. As for Bardock, he can still let go of Vegeta, who provokes his throne. This kind of generosity deeply touched all the Scions, and they all felt that they and others followed a king like Bardock, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. Chapter 006. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since Bardock became the Scion King. During this period, the original star Zebul has been renamed the planet Bardock and officially became a planet inhabited by Scions. Shortly after Bardock became queen, he officially came together with Bardock and became the princess of the Scion clan. A year later, the two gave birth to their first crystallization of love, which Haimuka named Raditz. Bardock doesn't understand the meaning of the Scion name, but as long as Jaime likes it, he can call it Dragon Aotian. Vegeta, on the other hand, left the planet Bardock with his wife after being defeated by Bardock 3 years ago, and does not know where to go. Bardock didn't pay attention to this, because Bardock saw that Vegeta still had a fight for the Scion throne, and knew that Vegeta would return one day sooner or later. At that time, he will not worry about finding Vegeta's 3 sons. As for the rest of the Scions, Bardock did not let them go out to fight in the 4 directions. After all, the current strength of the Scions is still too weak. In the original Dragon Ball book, the Scions fought all day long under the leadership of King Vegeta. If you fight with the strong, forget it, but the Scions at that time developed a character of bullying the soft and afraid of the hard. Don't dare to fight those who are stronger than themselves, they know all day long to bully those who are weaker than themselves, and they all don't know the importance of cultivation. To know that the Scions belong to the kind of enemy that is stronger, I am a stronger race. Judging from the method of leading the Scion clan in the original Dragon Ball King Vegeta, it is normal for the Scions to have no more than 10,000 in combat power except for the royal family. But now the king of the Scions is Bardock, and Bardock naturally will not follow the set of King Vegeta in the original Dragon Ball. After Bardock became the king of the Scions, he ordered scientists to build several gravity chambers for all Scions to cultivate. All the Scions are also brain cells, and they are meticulously carrying out Bardock's orders, and none of them choose to be lazy. In the early stage of cultivation, the Scions still complained about Bardock's order. After all, the cultivation of gravity was too bitter. It was only because of Bardock's orders that he continued to insist. But after a long time, after feeling the soaring combat power in their bodies, all the Scions began to sing the merits of Bardock. Now the Scions are under the leadership of Bardock, and the minimum combat power is also 10,000. Among them, the best Scions already have a combat power of 100,000. However, Bardock is still not very satisfied with this. The characteristic of the Scion race is that after recovering from serious injuries, the battle will increase by tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands. During the Nameku's chapter in the original Dragon Ball, his son Goku used the racial characteristics of Scions to successfully brush his combat power from a few thousand to more than 3 million. However, after that, it is difficult for Scions to use their racial characteristics to brush up on combat effectiveness. Bardock named this phase of the Scion racial identity the Big Bang stage. In the past 3 years, under the careful teaching of Bardock, none of the Scions have experienced the Big Bang stage. It was enough to silence Bardock, who even began to wonder if the number of endangered deaths experienced by the Scions was too small. Bardock, sitting on the throne, put away his memories and began to welcome the day. Let's test Raditz's cultivation level first. Bardock still has high hopes for his eldest son, Raditz. Don't look at the combat power of Raditz in the original Dragon Ball book is only 1,500 scum, but you must know that Goku as the protagonist's combat power at that time was not as good as Raditz. And Raditz, as his eldest son, and Goku, as his second son, both have the same bloodline from the bloodline. In addition to Raditz being born a few years before Goku, Bardock believes that Raditz's future achievements will not be lost to Goku under his own cultivation. Paragus, let's go to the gravity room of that kid in Raditz. Stepping down from the throne, Bardock shouted outside. His Royal Highness the Prince is not cultivating in the gravity room now, but has gone to the square. The bearded scion who had previously become Bardock's brain-dead powder walked in from outside and respectfully replied to Bardock. Paragus is also the name of the bearded scion. It's just that Bardock didn't put his mind on Paragus at that time, so he didn't recognize it at the first time. Paragus in the Dragon Ball theatrical version of Dragon Ball Z, Burn. Hot War, Fierce War, Super Fierce War has already appeared, is the father of the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Although Paragus hates Vegeta in the Dragon Ball theatrical version and hates the Saiyans. But the reason was because King Vegeta ordered Broly's execution for fear that he would threaten his throne in the future. Otherwise, Paragus would still be loyal to the Saiyans, just as now, Paragus is still Bardock's brain-dead fan. But now Paragus has another layer of identity, that is, the butler of the Bardock royal family. Because as a butler, Paragus can receive Bardock's personal guidance for the first time, so now Paragus is also the existence of the Saiyan second only to Bardock. That kid usually loves to cultivate, and he still threatens to defeat me. Why isn't he cultivating in the cultivation room today? As a Saiyan prince, Raditz was indeed a pitiful scum when his combat power was born. But because he was Bardock's son, the Saiyans did not dare to mock Raditz. But it also deeply stimulated Raditz's heart, so now Raditz is very enthusiastic about cultivation, which is also what Bardock likes Raditz very much. Because Vegeta returned today with his two sons and threatened that the Saiyans should honor him as king, His Royal Highness the Prince took people to prepare to teach Vegeta a lesson. Paragath then replied to Bardock, I just came here to report this matter to King Bardock. It turned out to be like this, but I didn't expect that Vegeta came back after 3 years, just right. Knowing that I sent my two sons over, I struggled to find them. Bardock sensed that a not weak aura had descended on Bardock planet before, but he just ignored it. Anyway, no matter how strong he is not as strong as himself, and Bardock believes that his subordinates will also solve this matter well. After all, Bardock, as the king of the Saiyans, can't worry about everything himself. Some simple things that his subordinates can handle, Bardock will let him handle. Go. Paragus, let's go over and see what gives Vegeta confidence and dares to challenge my throne. But now that he heard that Vegeta was coming, Bardock was slightly interested. I plan to go to see it first, and by the way, Vegeta's two sons are under his command. Cannot be put in the hands of Vegeta to mislead people's children, the genius warriors among the Saiyans, or teach themselves is more at ease. Chapter 007. All the way to the Saiyan square with Paragus, the square was already covered by the Saiyans watching the battle. When Bardock and Paragagas were coming, the Saiyans chose to back and make way in the middle. Raditz, this kid is doing well. In the square, Raditz, who is only 2 years old, is fighting with a Saiyan of the same age who resembles Vegeta. Bardock immediately recognized it as Vegeta's second son, Little Vegeta. Vegeta, how did you know that after 3 years, is this the capital you want to claim the throne? Pointing to little Vegeta who gradually fell into the downwind in the air, Bardock looked at Vegeta playfully. Humph, Bardock, don't call me Vegeta, call me King Vegeta. Seeing that Bardock's combat strength was still the original 5000, Vegeta suddenly floated a little and continued to say to Bardock. That little Saiyan in the air is your son, his strength is not bad, his combat power has actually reached the point of 10,000, but I think he should be the strongest among you here. Bardock really wanted to tell Vegeta at this time that his son Raditz's 10,000 combat power was really the weakest among today's Saiyans. In the past 3 years, the method of concealing chi has long been popularized among Saiyans. And when there is nothing to do in normal times, none of the Saiyans will expose all their true strength. So it's normal for Vegeta to have the illusion that Raditz is the strongest on the planet Bardock. Without deliberately interrupting Vegeta's ego, Bardock pointed to the air battle and said, I said Vegeta, your son seems to be about to lose. What? Vegeta looked into the air in disbelief, just in time to see little Vegeta being shot to the ground by Raditz. "Father, you see I won." The first thing Raditz did when he landed was to run to Bardock to show off. "Good, keep up the good work to cultivate." Bardock laughed. In Bardock's opinion, Raditz's fight with little Vegeta is really okay. Little Vegeta's combat power is 2000 less than Raditz, and Raditz's victory over little Vegeta is naturally expected by Bardock. "Brother." Seeing that little Vegeta was injured, the little SAIYAN who had been behind Vegeta stood up. "Brother, you stay here well, brother go to avenge you." When it was confirmed that little Vegeta was not in danger, the little SAIYAN stood in front of Vegeta and angrily scolded Raditz. "You actually dare to hurt my brother, I want you to die. Reg, come back, your brother's hatred, I, the father, will avenge him for him." Vegeta's breath dropped a lot after seeing Raditz defeat little Vegeta, and Vegeta was naturally unwilling to give up this good opportunity to install X. "Bardock, you dare to come out and fight me, if I directly hit your son, lest you be told to bully the small. If you lose, obediently give up the throne of the SAIYAN, after all, the king of the SAIYAN clan is only worthy of the strongest." Vegeta stepped forward and provoked Bardock. "Hey!" Bardock really disdained to make a move with Vegeta at this time. With Vegeta's current combat strength, it is really difficult to arouse Bardock's desire to strike, because Vegeta's combat power is too scum. "Why, Bardock, are you afraid? Don't tell you, I now have a combat power of 10,000 taels, and I abuse you 5,000 of this scum." Seeing that Bardock did not move, Vegeta further provoked. Vegeta's provocation not only made Bardock not angry, but even the rest of the SAIYANs around him were angry. "Nima, you said that you King Bei, a scumbag with 10,000 combat strength, is pretending to be forced here. Let's just say that everyone present, except for the 2-year-old Raditz, can blow you up if you pull a SAIYAN out." Vegeta was no different from a dead man in Bardock's eyes. After all, Vegeta had already sent 2 excellent SAIYAN sons to him himself. Bardock intends to give Vegeta a gorgeous way to die. Just as Bardock was thinking about what kind of death method to give Vegeta, Raditz, who was standing next to Bardock, couldn't bear it first. The other SAIYANs did not dare to squeak because Bardock did not issue an order. But Raditz is different. Raditz grew up under the glory of Bardock since he was a child, and has always regarded his father as an invincible existence. At this time, seeing Vegeta provoking Bardock again, Raditz punched Vegeta directly. "King Bardock, if you don't need me to make a move, I'm afraid His Royal Highness is not Vegeta's opponent." As a fan of Bardock's brain, Paragus has long wanted to go up and teach King Shell a lesson. Coupled with the fact that he was really worried about Raditz's safety against King Shangbei, he stood up and asked Bardock for help. "No need, Raditz has lived too comfortably since he was a child, and has not experienced life and death trials at all. I believe Raditz himself can defeat Vegeta." Bardock looked at Raditz, who was fighting with Vegeta, and felt a little relieved in his heart. After all, his son knew that he had come out for Lao Tzu. "King Bardock, His Royal Highness the Prince is 2000 combat power worse than Vegeta, not to mention that His Royal Highness the Prince has just experienced a battle," Paragath said worriedly. "The young eagle always has to learn to grow on its own, not to mention not to forget that Raditz is my Bardock's son," Bardock said confidently. Raditz, who was watching the air, gradually fell into the downwind during the battle with Vegeta, but continued to persevere. After a long time of attacking Raditz, Vegeta remembered that Raditz respected Bardock so much. "I couldn't help but think about it and said, the kid's strength is good, come and join me, my combat power is much stronger than your waste father. You shut up for me." Enraged by Vegeta's words, Raditz completely gave up her defense, and with a wave of her hand, an energy bomb was thrown at Vegeta. However, Vegeta waited for this moment, only to see Vegeta dodge Raditz's attack, and then punched Raditz. However, Raditz ignored Vegeta's attack and continued to attack Vegeta angrily, but none of the energy bombs he threw hit Vegeta. His Royal Highness Paragus on the side really couldn't stand it, and wanted to go up and directly kill Vegeta and save Raditz. However, Paragath was just about to act when Bardock stopped him. Paragus looked at Bardock puzzled. "Feel the current combat power of Raditz yourself." With a smile on his face, Bardock replied. His Royal Highness's combat effectiveness is constantly improving, and there is a trend of almost surpassing Vegeta. After calming down, Paragus also smiled. Like Bardock, he is optimistic about the fight between Raditz and Vegeta. Don't forget that anger is also the source of our Saiyan strength. Bardock laughed. "I'm a Saiyan prince, how can I fail here?" Just as Bardock's voice fell, seeing Raditz, who was once again punched out by Vegeta, he shouted angrily, and a powerful force erupted from his body, directly covering Vegeta's breath. Big bang! A terrifying Qigong wave gathered in Raditz's hands and shot directly at Vegeta in front of him. Chapter 008 Father. Watch as Vegeta is devoured by Raditz's Qigong waves. Rig's body, which did not show mountains or water on the side, suddenly erupted with an amazing aura. A powerful aura swept the entire Bardock planet in an instant. Reg was like a cannon ejecting and rushing straight towards Vegeta in the sky. Paragagas. Raditz in the air was directly increased from 10,000 to 15,000 because of his fury. Plus the Big Bang skills he taught Raditz. If there is no accident, then King Pei took the lunchbox properly. In the battle, Bardock paid more attention to Reg. Reg, according to the records in the Dragon Ball Fanbook Dragon Ball New Era, is a genius warrior among the Saiyans who has 50,000 combat power at birth. But Bardock's strength is not much different from that of little Vegeta on the side. This surprised Bardock a little, whether it was a mistake in the Dragon Ball New Age or Reg had learned to hide his chi. As it turns out, Reg belongs to the latter. When Reg saw Vegeta being swallowed by Qigong waves, the powerful aura that erupted from his body was enough to prove that Reg deserved the title of a genius warrior among the Saiyans. Seeing this, Bardock immediately called Paragus behind him. "Yes, King Bardock." Paragus immediately noticed, and the aura of his whole body also soared, and he immediately flew into the air and fought against Reg. On the other hand, Raditz's battle with Vegeta has already come to fruition. The smoke from the explosion cleared, and it was not Vegeta who fell from the sky, but Raditz. Taking a step forward and catching Raditz, Bardock immediately observed Raditz's injury. "Father, I'm sorry I disappointed you." Raditz, who has always been strong, returned to the child's nature at this time and cried in Bardock's arms. "You have done well, Father will go to avenge you." Comforting Raditz, Bardock called the attendant behind him and said, "Pabuzan, you take Raditz to the treatment cabin first." "Obey, King Bardock." Taking Raditz from Bardock's arms, the male Saiyan named Pabuzan respectfully replied to Bardock. "Father, please don't kill Vegeta, when my injuries heal, I will personally take revenge." In Pabuzan's arms, Raditz said firmly to Bardock. "Okay, Father promises you." Looking at Raditz, who had passed out, Bardock nodded in response. Then Bardock set his sights on Vegeta in the air. Bardock had just sensed clearly when Raditz's explosion was about to hit Vegeta. Vegeta's combat effectiveness suddenly increased by 8,000, directly breaking through to the point of 20,000. This was done ignoring Raditz's attack. And Raditz's whole body spirit was used on the Big Bang. After seeing that his all-out blow was fruitless, his body and mind, which had been tense, could no longer hold on, and he fell from the air because he was too tired. "Ha ha ha, Bardock, your son has been defeated by me, how about it, aren't you very angry, come and beat me." After calming his soaring aura in the air, Vegeta laughed arrogantly in the air. However, before Vegeta could finish laughing, he saw an energy bomb appear from below. The speed was so fast that Vegeta couldn't dodge. Even the hastily opened shield was like paper paste, shattered. The devastating energy bombarded Vegeta directly, causing Vegeta to fall directly from the air. Of course, it was Bardock who shot, and Vegeta had too many scenes, so Bardock chose to shoot directly. And Vegeta was saying. Stepping forward and stepping on Vegeta's head, Bardock said angrily, "Don't play dead here, I promised that Raditz kid, you will leave it for him to clean up, and if he is not dead, he will get up and talk." Not dead, King Bardock, spare his life, I will get up, this will get up. 3 years later, Vegeta once again felt the breath of death from Bardock and did not dare to disobey. Vegeta quickly obeyed Bardock's words and prepared to get up. However, getting up again, Vegeta was greeted by a kick from Bardock, and was directly kicked by Bardock for a distance of more than 100 meters. "Bring him back to me." Commanding a SAIYAN at his fingertips, Bardock gave the order. "Yes, King Bardock." One of the SAIYANs closest to Bardock flew directly to Vegeta's side and brought Vegeta back to Bardock, who was lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. "Say, why did your combat effectiveness skyrocket by 8,000 in an instant? Think about it, although I promised Raditz that he would not kill you, but crippled or something, you can try." Saying that, Bardock shot 2 rays from his index finger, directly destroying Vegeta's legs. Waste. Seeing that Vegeta had not answered himself, Bardock stepped forward to see that Vegeta had passed out in pain. Bending down to pick up the 2 fruits that had fallen from Vegeta's arms, Bardock felt a little familiar. Carefully searching his memory, Bardock found that the 2 fruits in his hand were the Spirit Tree fruits. The Spirit Tree fruit appears in the Dragon Ball theatrical version of Earth Quest. Its villain Darren successfully raised his combat effectiveness to the level of breaking 10,000 by relying on a large number of Spirit Tree fruits. The fruit of the Spirit Tree, the fruit that is rumored to be eaten only by gods, will absorb all the nutrients of the planet to nourish and bear fruit after it takes root. The land of this planet will become a barren desert, and hundreds of years later, not a single grass will grow on the land. After taking it, it will make the combat effectiveness in the body skyrocket. The moment he saw the fruit of the Spirit Tree, Bardock instantly understood the cause and effect of the matter. The reason why the former SAIYAN planet is scarce in resources is probably because of the Spirit Tree fruit that Vegeta planted on it. And Vegeta's combat effectiveness has also increased to the point of 4005. You must know that according to Bardock's memory at that time, Vegeta's combat strength should only be 3005. And the reason why Vegeta left the planet Bardock in a hurry 3 years ago was probably because he was afraid that he would snatch his Spirit Tree seed. It can be imagined that the reason why Vegeta's combat power suddenly skyrocketed by 8,000 before must be the reason why he ate the Spirit Tree fruit at the last moment. And in Earth Quest, Darren's, an inferior warrior among the SAIYANs, Bardock guessed that Darren's at that time probably stole Vegeta's Spirit Tree seed and left. Otherwise, in the original Dragon Ball work, Vegeta's combat power would not have been stuck at 10,000 and had never improved. The Spirit Tree fruit Bardock is not very optimistic, because the improved combat power is really limited, and it is also a waste of time and planetary resources. Far less effective than gravity chamber cultivation for SAIYANs. But after all, talk is better than nothing. Bardock found the seeds of the Spirit Tree from Vegeta's arms and collected them together with the 2 Spirit Tree fruits in his hand. Then he kicked Vegeta aside with a random kick and watched the aerial battle. At this time, the battle between Paragus and Reg had entered a white-hot phase. Chapter 009. If nothing else, although Vegeta is a little wasted, his eldest son's strength is really good, and he can actually fight Lord Paragus for so long. Yes, you must know that Lord Paragus has a combat power of 100,000, the first person under King Bardock. And he is only 2 years old, the same age as our Prince's Highness. I can't imagine how high his future achievements would be if he grew up to our age. The surrounding SAIYANs were talking about the battle between Paragus and Reg. But more are observing the details of the battle between the two, hoping to learn something from it. After all, the battle of the strong is rare. Worthy of being a genius warrior among the SAIYANs. Bardock watched the two fight in the air, and Reg couldn't help but nod his head in praise. Paragus and Reg are both 100,000 combatants. But after all, Paragus is many years older than Reg, and his combat experience alone is not comparable to Leg's. At just 2 years old, Reg looked overwhelmed by the stormy attack of Paragus. But Bardock found that over time, although Paragus still had the upper hand. But looking closely, attacks that can hit, or actually deal damage to Reg, are gradually decreasing. After all, Reg's age is only 2 years old, and his physical strength alone is definitely not as good as Paragus. Over time, Jing Reg is gradually adapting to the attack of Paragus, but his physical strength is gradually unable to keep up. And Reg also knew where his shortcomings were, and seeing that he was about to lose, his heart became anxious. Bardock, who never made a move below and looked at himself with a smile on his face. At this time, Bardock showed only 5,000 combat strength, but he thought that the Paragus in front of him was Bardock's subordinate. Don't think about it, Bardock must be more powerful than Paragath. Reg felt bitter, but Reg didn't want to say it. Just as Reg was thinking about it, he couldn't help but leak a flaw and was caught by Paragath. The energy bullets in the palm converged, and Paragus directly shot Reg down. The location where Reg dropped was no more, no less, just where Vegeta fainted. Ugh! Vegeta screamed and woke up from her coma. Little Vegeta, who was not seriously injured, hurried over at this time, removing Reg from Vegeta's back. Father, don't you often say that except for our family, the SAIYANs are the most powerful, and the rest are scum? The young little Vegeta asked, Vegeta puzzled. Speechless, Vegeta didn't know how he should answer little Vegeta's question. You can't openly admit that you are the most scumbag of the SAIYAN. Father, didn't you still say that the strongest SAIYAN King Bardock on the planet Bardock has a combat power of a little more than 5,000? Seeing that Vegeta did not answer himself, little Vegeta then asked. However, it was still Vegeta's wordless answer. Wu, let's take care of your brother's injuries first. Annoyed by little Vegeta, Vegeta had to change the subject. Father, I'm okay, I just don't know something. Reg asked Vegeta puzzled. Say. Vegeta rode. Father, didn't you say when you came, I just need to come and accompany you through the motions? Why are the SAIYANs here so strong, I can't even beat one of King Bardock's henchmen? Reg asked. Ahem. With a light cough, Vegeta said he didn't want to take Reg's words. That's because your father's strength is too scum. And even his current strength has been raised to the present through the foreign object of the spirit tree fruit. Bardock walked up to Vegeta's father and son and said sharply. In the face of Bardock's words, Reg and the brothers Vegeta Jr. have a grudge. But I have to admit that there is really nothing wrong with what Bardock said. As for Vegeta, he was even more speechless in the face of Bardock's accusations, for fear that he would say the wrong thing, which would cause Bardock to take action and give himself a second. You two brothers are also rare geniuses among the SAIYAN, how about you submit to me? We are all SAIYANs, and we should work together for the glory of the SAIYAN family. Bardock extended his right hand and extended a sincere invitation to Reg and little Vegeta. As for Vegeta, while playing, if not for Raditz, Vegeta would have left it to him. Bardock would have thought of a move now, Vegeta was saying. And Reg and little Vegeta were also impressed by Bardock's sincere invitation. Bardock's kingly temperament is rare. Coupled with the fact that the SAIYANs themselves are mainly strong, Bardock is now stronger than them, and it is natural to return to battle. The two of you continuing to follow Vegeta will only waste great talent. Vegeta was not wrong about one thing. 3 years ago, I was the strongest on the planet Bardock, and I really only had 5,000 combat power. But look at now, under my leadership, the strength of the SAIYAN clan has already undergone a qualitative change. What Vegeta can give you, I can give you, and what Vegeta can't give you, I can give you too. Bardock said everything he could, and the rest was up to Reg and Vegeta to choose. If it had been 3 years ago, Bardock would have taken Reg and little Vegeta very seriously. But after 3 years of precipitation, Bardock has long seen it. There are no less than tens of thousands of Saiyans, even if they lose Reg and little Vegeta. Bardock still didn't believe that he couldn't cultivate another genius Saiyan. And Reg and little Vegeta have already been moved by Bardock. After all, no one will think that their strength is too weak. The two did not feel malice from the surrounding Saiyans, believing that even if they defected to Bardock, they would not be treated badly. As for Vegeta, for the two, the moment their mother died at the hands of Vegeta, the word father was just a noun. If it weren't for Reg and little Vegeta's mother telling them before they died, don't forget that Vegeta is her father. I'm afraid Reg and little Vegeta would have left Vegeta long ago. Seeing that Reg and little Vegeta were moved by Bardock's words, Vegeta on the side suddenly became anxious in his heart. Little Vegeta cannot care, if Vegeta dies, he will not care. But Reg is different, a genius warrior with 50,000 combat power at birth. Vegeta also counts on Reg to help him reclaim the Saiyan throne in the future, but he can't just be fooled by Bardock. Bardock, don't be delusional, Reg and little Vegeta are my sons and will never betray me. And the throne of the Saiyans should also belong to me, because Vegeta is the natural royal family among the Saiyans. I don't know where Vegeta's courage came from, and he jumped out directly and shouted at Bardock. Yes, Vegeta, let me see where you dare to speak to me like that. Looking at Vegeta with some surprise, Bardock said with disdain. Then Bardock. You will give me a white eye, this is the symbol of the Saiyan King. I saw Vegeta roaring like a mad demon, and a ball of energy gathered in his hand. Unlike before, Vegeta's current energy ball also emitted bursts of white light. Then Vegeta directly threw the energy ball in his hand into the air, and then his entire body became huge. In a moment, a huge orangutan appeared in front of the Saiyans. Chapter 010. Roar! Roar! Just after Vegeta transformed into a gorilla, 2 roars also came from Reg and little Vegeta beside him. Black hair appeared on the body, and the body began to become huge. Almost immediately after Vegeta, Reg and little Vegeta also transformed into gorillas. Ha ha ha, Bardock didn't think of it, I am the natural royal family among the Saiyans, and the artificial moon in the sky is the best proof. As we all know, our Saiyan clan will transform into a gorilla on the night of the full moon, and its combat power will also increase tenfold on the original basis. However, the price is a complete loss of reason, will become a weapon that only knows how to kill, except for the compatriots around you, the rest will be listed as the object of destruction. And in the 3 years since I left the planet Bardock, I discovered that my Vegeta was inherently different from other Saiyans. Because Saiyans in my vein of Vegeta don't lose their minds after transforming into gorillas. And it can also create an artificial moon, so that it can transform into a gorilla at any time. After the transformation, Vegeta had great confidence in her heart, and dared to speak to Bardock condescendingly. But who is Bardock, the only king of the Saiyans? How can he let Vegeta stand above him? I saw Bardock move in front of Vegeta at high speed. A punch hit Vegeta in the head, knocking him directly to the ground. How is it possible? After the transformation, I have a combat power of 200,000, how can I be knocked down by you with one punch? Unconvinced, Vegeta wanted to get up again, but found his body trembling in the face of Bardock's momentum. To get up, the body has difficulty getting up because of instinctive fear. Why are you two not convinced? After punching down Vegeta, a stirring stick, Bardock set his sights on the brothers Reg and little Vegeta. Brother! Faced with Bardock's fierce gaze, little Vegeta did not dare to look at him, so he hid behind his brother Reg for a short period of peace of mind. Even now after transforming into a gorilla, Reg already has 1,000,000 combat powers. But the moment he looked at Bardock, Reg knew that even his current self was still not Bardock's opponent. An emotion called fear inevitably arises in the heart, which is difficult to suppress, and it continues to spread over time. In the end, Reg couldn't help but bear the psychological pressure brought by Bardock, and lowered his head and said respectfully to Bardock, "Bardock, King Bardock, my brother and I are willing to submit to you." "Very good." After hearing Reg's accurate answer, Bardock smiled, and then destroyed the artificial moon in the sky with a single energy bomb. After losing the artificial moon, Reg and little Vegeta suddenly returned to normal, and then walked to Vegeta and said, "Father, I don't have you two sons who betrayed their father." Without waiting for Reg to finish speaking, he heard Vegeta's broken curse. "Humph, brother, let's go." With a sneer, Reg took little Vegeta's hand and walked in the direction of Paragus, making his and little Vegeta's position clear in public. "Vegeta, tell you the truth, since you killed my mother with your own hands, my brother and I have not considered you to be our father. If it weren't for my mother's telling us before she died that we don't forget that you are our father, my brother and I would have left you long ago. I really didn't expect, Vegeta, that you would actually kill your wife with your own hands. You know, when you insisted on leaving the planet Bardock 3 years ago, only your wife was willing to go with you among all the Saiyans." Landing from the air, Bardock looked at Vegeta in front of him and said with disdain, "Bardock, what I, a born Saiyan royal family, have done doesn't need your advice." Vegeta saw that Reg and little Vegeta had abandoned him, and he had lost his biggest hole card, so he simply broke the jar and yelled directly at Bardock. "Born Saiyan royalty, hey, do you mean artificial moon, or can you stay sane in gorilla state, or both?" Snap! Bardock smiled disdainfully at Vegeta's inexplicable persistence, and then snapped his fingers. I saw that with Bardock's snapping fingers, thousands of Saiyans watching around suddenly released all their breath. Hide is not selected. In an instant, thousands of powerful auras pressed towards Vegeta alone. Among them, the weakest also has more than 10,000 combat strength, and the strongest is undoubtedly the 100,000 combat power of Paragus. Yet just when Vegeta thought that was the end, I saw that all the Saiyans around them had condensed an energy ball exactly like their own artificial moon in their hands. "No, it's impossible, the artificial moon is exclusive to my Vegeta, how can you ordinary Saiyans learn it?" At this time, Vegeta shouted furiously, unable to believe what he saw in front of him. As if to verify Vegeta's statement, I saw thousands of Saiyans around them throwing the artificial moon in their hands into the air. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of countless gorillas resounded throughout the entire planet Bardock. How is this possible? Vegeta still wanted to justify himself as a natural royal family, but found that he couldn't speak now. The thousands of Saiyans around them remained in order after transforming into gorillas. The contempt in the eyes of the Saiyans made Vegeta dare not raise his head. Remain sane in the gorilla state, and apparently the rest of the Saiyans can do the same. Okay, let's all change back, don't freak out our Vegeta anymore. Obey, King Bardock. As Bardock's voice fell, the thousands of artificial moons in the sky dissipated in unison, and all the Saiyans around them returned to normal. The artificial moon is nothing more than the product of fusing its own energy with the Zibol light in its tail. And if you want to make the artificial moon only effective for yourself, it is very simple, just add your spiritual power to it. Vegeta, these things that you are proud of, I have already popularized all Saiyans on the planet Bardock 2 years ago. Walking up to Vegeta, Bardock bowed his head and said, "Throw Vegeta into the treatment cabin and don't let him die until Raditz recovers. Paragath, you take Reg and little Vegeta to familiarize yourself with the environment of our planet Bardock. What the rest of the Saiyans should do, go and do." After teaching Vegeta, Bardock gives the final order. Too much time had been missed on Vegeta, and Bardock had other things to do. However, just as Bardock returned to his palace, he saw 2 familiar figures standing in front of his throne. Beerus. Chapter 011. Mr. Bardock is going to call Lord Beerus. Ves, who was standing next to Beerus, smiled slightly. You are the king of the planet Bardock, do you know the end of disrespect to God? Beerus looked at Bardock in front of him and said. Are you ready to destroy our SAIYAN clan? Beerus? Bardock, as the king of the SAIYANs, has long been integrated into himself, even if it is a god in front of him, Bardock will not be instigated. Not yet, but now there is. As the god of destruction in the 7th universe, Beerus's job is to destroy, and when he saw Bardock's words, he immediately prepared to start immediately. I'm afraid, Beerus, this idea of yours will not be realized. After that, Bardock took out an all-king summoner from behind him. You. How can there be a summoner for Lord Chuan Wang? Beerus saw the small button in front of him and suddenly sweated. Of course Chuan gave it to me. With a slight smile, Bardock replied indifferently. Weiss, is this true? Beerus was 100,000 in his heart, not believing that Bardock would have a chance to befriend the king. But looking at the flawless all-king summoner in Bardock's hand, he was a little undecided for a while, so he had to ask Weiss next to him for advice. Lord Beerus, this is really a full king summoner. With a meaningful glance at Bardock, Wesby Lutheran replied. Ha, Bardock was joking with you just now, how could I be willing to destroy your SAIYAN clan? I came today to make friends with you. After receiving an affirmative reply from Weiss, Beerus smiled awkwardly, and then quickly explained to Bardock. So that's the case, then I'll make Bardock your friend. Beerus was so good, Bardock did not continue to suppress Beerus with the all-king summoner in his hand. Instead, he accepted it and chose to shake hands with Beerus and make peace. After all, he knows best about his own affairs, and the all-king summoner in Bardock's hand is just a fake prepared in advance in case there will be a sudden day of encountering Beerus. Although it is a fake, it is also considered to be well made, Bardock guessed. With Beerus's IQ, it is estimated that it is impossible to see the real thing. However, at the moment when he took out the all-king summoner, Bardock was still extremely nervous in his heart. When Weiss looked at him, Bardock knew that his little trick was seen by Weiss at a glance. At that time, Bardock was already ready to fight with Beerus in his heart. After all, the pride of the SAIYANs did not allow Bardock to bow to Beerus. As the king of the SAIYANs, Bardock would rather die standing than kneeling. However, to Bardock's puzzlement, instead of exposing himself, Weiss also covered himself in front of Beerus. Since Bardock and we're all friends, shouldn't you treat me to a big meal to celebrate? Beerus touched his already screaming belly and proposed to Bardock. Okay, then we'll have a big meal today. Bardock immediately shouted, Paragus, come here. After hearing Bardock's shout, Paragus immediately arranged for another SAIYAN to take Reg and little Vegeta to continue to familiarize themselves with the environment of Bardock planet. And he flew back to the position of the main hall of the palace at full speed. In less than 10 seconds, Paragus landed at the door of the main hall of the palace and replied to Bardock, King Bardock. What are the instructions? Today we have 2 distinguished guests from the planet Bardock, inform you to go down, prepare a wine banquet, today I will entertain the 2 distinguished guests well. Bardock gave the order. Obey, King Bardock. Although curious about who Beerus and Ves were standing in front of Bardock, Paragus did not ask very consciously and retreated to Bardock. In about 10 minutes, various delicacies were served. After all, Bardock, as a traverser, has long been dissatisfied with the food that the SAIYANs ate before. Under Bardock's command, some earthly spices have long appeared on the planet Bardock. Today, the planet Bardock has been developing for 3 years under Bardock's leadership. In addition to strength, the culinary skills of the chefs of the planet Bardock have naturally increased. The dishes served to Beerus and Ves at this time were all a variety of meats, which can be described as mountain and sea delicacies, birds and animals. SAIYANs hold food plates are very large, after all, SAIYANs eat amazingly, and the radius of a plate is less than 1 meter wide. In less than 5 minutes, the special long table that is more than 500 meters long has been filled with various delicacies. However, as the god of destruction of Beerus, nothing was eaten. Beerus has lived for so long, it can be said that the entire seventh universe has almost eaten it all. Looking at the various delicacies in front of him, Beerus just sniffed his nose, and he was not in the mood to eat it. And Weiss on the side didn't even look at it. After all the dishes were completed, Beerus's brows gradually wrinkled together, and he said dissatisfiedly, "Bardock, I take you as a friend, will you use this garbage to fool me?" Beerus was telling the truth, but Paragus didn't know. You must know that this time Paragus is afraid of snubbing the VIP in Bardock's mouth, so he is particularly attentive to the food preparation this time. However, in addition to Bardock's proclamation as king, Bardock's marriage to Kenai, and the birth of Raditz, Paragus was most attentive to food preparation. After seeing Beerus showing a very disgusted expression, Paragus was ready to step forward to find Beerus for a look. "Paragus, since Beerus doesn't like it, then you should remove all these foods." Bardock immediately stopped Paragus's death behavior, and continued, "Go and prepare a dinosaur egg, a pan, a rice, and some seasonings." "Obey, King Bardock." Soon after Paragus retreated, he returned with a few things Bardock needed. Taking it from Paragath, Bardock began to prepare. "Since you are not satisfied with all the delicacies of my planet Bardock, then today I will personally cook a dish for you and Weiss." After breaking the dinosaur egg, the egg white yolk automatically flows into the pan, and the right hand condenses into fire. Bardock begins to do his own unique job. As the saying goes, SAIYANs who can't cook are not good crossers, and in a matter of minutes, the pungent aroma comes from the pan in Bardock's hand. Paragus saw Beerus, who was still very provocative just now, like a little cat, constantly approaching Bardock. Wiping away the saliva left involuntarily, Beerus asked urgently, "Bardock, what is the name of this dish you are making, so fragrant?" With a confident smile, Bardock replied, "Egg fried rice." Chapter 012. "Bardock, this egg fried rice you made is really delicious in the world." After taking a bite of egg fried rice and putting it in his mouth, Beerus began to savor the essence of egg fried rice. Bardock, the egg fried rice you made is indeed delicious." Weiss on the side also praised. Weiss. Beerus, who had just savored the taste of finished fried rice, was preparing to take a second bite. I saw Weiss next to him praising Bardock while quickly cleaning the whole plate of egg fried rice. "Lord Beerus, are you calling me?" Putting away his chopsticks, Weiss took out a handkerchief out of nowhere and wiped his mouth clean, indicating that he had finished eating. Beerus looked at the only bite of egg fried rice left and secretly cried in his heart. "Decided in my heart that the next time I went out to eat with Weiss, I must finish eating first, in the evaluation. As for now, let's eat the last bite of egg fried rice first." Bardock. Just as Beerus was thinking just now, the last bite of egg fried rice fell into Bardock's mouth. "Well, the taste is okay, it's just that the salt is a little too much." Seeing Beerus and Ves eating so fragrantly, Bardock suddenly felt a little hungry. "I couldn't help but take a bite and felt that the taste was okay, and this cooking was average. Is there something going on with Beerus?" Looking at Beerus in bewilderment, Bardock said that he was completely unaware of the consequences of eating the last bite of egg fried rice. "It's okay, Bardock, you're making me an egg fried rice. If you want to be angry, when you think that Bardock still has the summoner of the whole king in his hand, forget it. Beerus, preparing these foods for you this time has already consumed all the seasonings on my planet Bardock, and the new seasonings will take at least a day to prepare. Even if I make one, it's hard to make delicious egg fried rice without seasoning." Previously, when Paragus sent dinosaur eggs, he explained the seasoning situation with Bardock. Therefore, at this time, Bardock spread his hands, saying that he had no choice. "So what to do, Bardock? I want to eat egg fried rice," Beerus said slightly angrily. Looking at Beerus's gradually gloomy face, Bardock knew that things were a little bad. In case Beerus under the Fury does not care about the summoner of the whole king, the current planet Bardock can't help Beerus's random moves. Mr. Bardock, think quickly, where else is there good to eat and satisfy Lord Beerus? Weiss covered his lips and smiled, reminding Bardock. Where do I know where there is good food? Asked by Beerus, Bardock felt the urge to lift the table. Earth. But after Weiss reminded him, Bardock's mind suddenly thought of where the earth was. By the way, the instant noodles of the earth are the most delicious in the universe, we can go to the earth now. Since he thought of it, Bardock said it suddenly, anyway, he has no other good way now. Earth? What kind of planet is that? How have I never heard of it? Is the instant noodles on it really the most delicious in the universe? Upon hearing that there was something delicious, Beerus also stopped his rage, turned his head, and asked Weiss puzzled. Yes, Lord Beerus, the instant noodles on the earth are really the best food in the universe. Weiss on the side kept nodding in agreement. Weiss, you seem to have really eaten instant noodles. With a blank look, Beerus asked Bardock, Bardock, you quickly tell the coordinates of the earth, and we will go. The approximate location of the earth is not far from the sun in the Milky Way. God knows where the specific coordinates of the earth are. If Bardock knew, he would have taken people to the earth to find the Dragon Ball to get his wish, and where would he honestly cultivate on the planet Bardock for 3 years? With his vague memory, Bardock told the approximate location of the earth. Okay, Mr. Bardock, come closer to me, and we'll go. Obviously, just the approximate location is enough for Weiss. Through the crystal ball on the scepter, Weiss immediately found the exact coordinates of the earth. Bardock had just approached Weiss when he saw a colorful flame of light emanating from Weiss's side, and then began to move at high speed. In less than 5 minutes, the colorful flames around Ves disappeared, and Bardock found that he had arrived on Earth. Okay, Bardock, go and take me instant noodles. Just came to Earth, without waiting for Bardock to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment, Beerus on the side began to shout, not caring at all about the strange eyes of the people around him. Instant noodles, where can you go to find instant noodles for Beerus? Turning around, Bardock saw a fast food restaurant beside him. Without further ado, Bardock took Beerus and Weiss directly into the fast food restaurant. The fast food restaurant is unusually deserted, and only an old man with grey hair is open. But this is fine, Bardock does not have to worry that someone will come to provoke Beerus. Taking the menu, Bardock found that the food style of this fast food restaurant is indeed quite a lot, that is, it is expensive to die for. After ordering 100 servings the same, Bardock didn't worry that he would not be able to eat it, after all, there was still a foodie like Beerus. As for the price, Bardock will not care, anyway, he has no money. Beerus, you eat here first, I'll go outside and buy 2 bowls of instant noodles for you and Weiss and come back. Bardock said. Bardock, go quickly. At this time, Beerus was gulping down the fast food on the table in front of him. Where did he still have time to pay attention to Bardock? Just waved his hand casually and said to Bardock that he knew. Bardock went out to look for a big circle, only to find a large supermarket. Without saying a word, directly raised his legs and walked in. Taking 2 buckets of instant noodles at random, Bardock walked outside. Wait, this guest, you haven't paid yet. The salesman in charge of collecting the money was naturally not blind, and stopped Bardock's shameless theft in the first place. Jokingly, Bardock said that as the king of the SAIYAN, how could he steal things, and he had always convinced people to be good. Turning back, Bardock directly released his coercion, and it was difficult for the people in the entire large supermarket to even get up. Crouching down, Bardock asked the salesman who was lying on the ground and did not dare to move because of fear, how about these 2 buckets of instant noodles for me? Good, you just take it. In the face of Bardock's coercion, where the salesman dares to say nothing, 2 buckets of instant noodles, where will have their own little life important. Bardock, have always been reasonable, since that's the case. Goodbye. The coercion was removed, and Bardock picked up the 2 buckets of instant noodles in his hand and walked back. Pushing open the door of the fast food restaurant, Bardock saw Beerus and Weiss sitting on the chair with a satisfied look on their faces, waiting for him. Bardock, you're back. What you have in your hand is instant noodles, take it quickly, I'll pack it and take it back to eat. Touching his already full stomach, Beerus pointed to the remaining fast food in front of him and said, and these, all packed and taken away, I really didn't expect that the food on the earth was so delicious. So, Beerus carried the packed fast food and walked out of the fast food restaurant with Weiss. Goodbye, Bardock, I hope that the next time we meet, you can fool me without a fake all-king summoner, otherwise, I will definitely destroy your planet Bardock. Beerus waved goodbye to Bardock. Bye-bye, Mr. Bardock, I hope that the next time we meet, you will have the strength to defeat Lord Beerus. This sentence was said by Weiss. However, without waiting for Bardock to respond, he saw the colorful flame of light appear from Weiss again. Turning into a streamer, Beerus and Ves disappeared directly in front of Bardock. Chapter 013. Finally sent away. Looking at the streamers that disappeared in the air, Bardock breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Bardock planet was really safe this time. As for the fact that Beerus finally found that the All-King Summoner in his hand was fake, Bardock did not care. After all, now Beerus is gone. Even if Beerus said that he would destroy his planet Bardock next time, Bardock said that he was not afraid in his heart. According to the records in Dragon Ball Super, Beerus should have fallen directly into sleep after returning this time. One sleep directly into Dragon Ball Z, 3 years after Goku and the others defeated Majin Buu. There is so much time in the middle for his own cultivation. Bardock himself can completely hang Beerus at that time, otherwise he is sorry for his identity as a traverser. But then Bardock thought of an extremely important question. How should Lao Tzu know about planet Bardock? In this era, Earth's technology should not be enough to develop a spacecraft to return to Bardock. And Bardock found that he did not have any instruments with him that could connect to Bardock's planet. In short, Bardock found himself stranded on Earth. This guest, you just spent a total of 1.3543 million yuan, do you have cash or a card? Just as Bardock was thinking about how he should return to Bardock's planet, he heard someone behind him telling him to pay. No money. That's right, as the king of the SAIYAN, Bardock said that he was so strong. Turning back, Bardock and the old man at the fast food restaurant looked at each other. Wait, where do I seem to have seen your appearance? Bardock looked at the white-haired old man in front of him, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar he became. Xiao Bie, come out and teach this person who dares to eat the overlord meal. Just as the white-haired old man's voice fell, a middle-aged man with a scar on his head walked out of the store. Cyborg 8. Bardock recognized at a glance who the person was. Then you are Dr. Gro. Looking at the white-haired old man in front of him, Bardock also recognized who his identity was. Don't blame Bardock for having a bad memory. After all, the current Gro and Dr. Gro who appeared in the Dragon Ball Z Android chapter are completely two appearances, and there are only some similarities in outline between the two. At this time, the number 8 is exactly the same as in Dragon Ball, and Bardock will recognize it at a glance. Boy, the old man is indeed called Gro, but he is not the doctor you say. But even if you know the name of the old man, the set will not work here in the old man. If you don't have money, you just want to leave my fast food restaurant, Zioba, go on, give him a lesson first. Beerus and Weiss ate and packed together, exhausting their fast food restaurant's reserves for nearly 3 days. And seeing that Bardock still didn't want to pay, Gro was suddenly anxious, and directly called number 8 to teach Bardock a meal. Let's go into the house and talk in detail. Bardock said that he is a little square now. Why doesn't Grot, a big scientist, study artificial humans in the Red Ribbon Army and come out to open a fast food restaurant? Knocking out number 8, who was walking towards him, Bardock carried Grow and walked towards the fast food restaurant. The sign that was closed was hanging. And Bardock released the coercion and began to ask Grosh about the doubts in his heart. In the face of Bardock's terrifying coercion, Gro had no choice but to give in and answer Bardock's questions one by one. After listening to Gro's answer, Bardock understood why the current Gro was different from the Dr. Gro he knew. The reason is that I came to Earth too early. Gro has a favorite little lowly daughter, because she was born on the 21st, so she was named the 21st, well, there is no problem. And because the 21st didn't know which day he suddenly went crazy and wanted to open a fast food restaurant, so Hugros came over to dry fast food. As for number 8, it was a disabled person that Gro picked up in the snow one day. After a transformation of Grow, the artificial man number 8 was officially born, and to put it simply, the day of the transformation of number 8 happened to be number 8. On weekdays, Gro runs the fast food restaurant alone, while number 8 is responsible for taking number 21. Old man, I decided, let's stop working in fast food restaurants. I plan to build an organization first, and then go to unify the world, and I have already thought of the name of the organization, just call it Red Ribbon. Just as Gro was telling Bardock what he knew, a little lowly with long brown hair in a shawl ran out of the house. Well, who are you? 21st went out and saw Bardock and asked unpleasantly. And the 21st question came out, and Gro, who was directly shocked on the side, broke out in a cold sweat. For fear of making Bardock happy, he gave his fast food restaurant and all the people in the house a second. Before Bardock crossed, officials did not reveal much information about 21. It is only known that it is an original character from the previous life Dragon Ball game Dragon Ball FighterZ, and has a mind that can match Dr. Gro. I'm Bardock, little girl, I just heard that you want to unify the world, do you have any specific ideas, tell me about it. Not thinking about 21's disrespect for himself, Bardock now couldn't wait to hear 21's thoughts. Humph, then you listen to me. I saw number 21 holding his chest with his hands, obviously a little lowly, but he wanted to pretend to be old-fashioned and tell Bardock about his thoughts about dominating the world. At first, Bardock was not impressed, thinking that even if the 21st was smart, it was only in the future, and now it was just a little lowly. But then Bardock was shocked by the remarks of 21 claiming to dominate the world. Although the idea of number 21 is a little out of two, if it is implemented, it will definitely shock the world. Among them, the proposal for artificial humans shocked Bardock the most, and the IQ of this little lowly in front of him was really non-human. But Bardock is a vegetarian, how can he let number 21 pretend to be alone and quietly? So, Bardock told number 21 his future development plans for artificial humans and the Red Ribbon Army. And the 21st, after hearing Bardock's remarks, directly worshipped Bardock to death, and almost knelt down and called his father. Humph, Brother How is also a member of the Army of Crossing, and I can't fool you, a little girl. Bardock was secretly proud in place, and did not feel at all how shameful it was to fool a minor lowly with his intelligence of 2 lifetimes. Boss, it's better to let me do it with you. As long as you and I join forces, the unification of the world is just around the corner. Number 21 immediately chose to hug Bardock's thigh and worshipped. Chapter 014. Leaving the 2 spirit tree fruits to Gros and number 21, the pros and cons of Bardock were clearly explained. As for whether Gros and the 21st will eat or not, this Bardock is not going to care. Eat, at least until the beginning of the Dragon Ball plot name X chapter, the 2 are invincible to Earth. Not eaten, but used for scientific research, nature is another scenery. There were other things, Bardock briefly explained and left the fast food restaurant. Flying aimlessly in the air, Bardock kept thinking about how he should return to the planet Bardock. After flying for a long time, Bardock felt that his stomach was a little hungry, looked up, and a towering pillar appeared in front of him. Looking overhead, Bardock could clearly see that the top of the pillar was a tall tower. I didn't expect that I actually came to Kalintat, but since I came, I don't have to worry about hunger. When he thinks of the Karan immortals living in the Karan Tower, Bardock can think of the immortal beings that will be plagued by Achirobe in the future. As soon as he thought of this, Bardock immediately increased his speed to the extreme, and instantly came to the Karan Tower. Strange thing, it was still there just now, why did it disappear in an instant? The Karan immortal looked at the jar in front of him and said puzzled. I'm here. Taking a step forward and patting the back of the Karan immortal, Bardock continued, just now I felt that someone was watching me, the old cat won't be you. B.A., Lord Bardock, I definitely didn't use the jar to spy on you, absolutely not. Turning around, seeing the fierce Bardock in front of him, the Karan immortal was almost frightened to his knees. You know me? Looking at the Karan immortal in front of him who did not fight himself, he was amused, and Bardock was also curious that the Karan immortal knew his name. I don't know. In the face of Bardock's questioning, the Karan immortal stumbled when he spoke. At the same time, he moved his body to the 4 jars behind his back to avoid being noticed by Bardock, but with the small body of the Karan immortal, it was really difficult to block. It is rumored that there are 4 jars of water in the Karantha from which you can see your present world, past world, and future world. There is also a jar that may lead to the labyrinth of ice. Bardock, the ice maze, was not interested in the slightest, but the other 3 jars aroused Bardock's curiosity. Pushing aside the Karan immortal who was blocking his way, Bardock walked to the jar in the middle and looked inside. The calm surface of the water did not cause any abnormalities because of Bardock's gaze. Invalid, or maybe that's it. Bardock's thoughts were transferred to the fast food restaurant, and sure enough, as Bardock expected, the picture in the jar changed to GRO and number 21. Since this jar represents the present, this represents the past. Walking to the jar on the left, Bardock looked inside. Suddenly, all the past after Bardock crossed over was revealed from it, but it was only limited to this. Bardock's previous life, and before Bardock crossed, everything that Bardock experienced in the original was not revealed. Presumably, the Karan immortals knew their name through this jar that represented the past. After a moment of contemplation, Bardock walked over to the jar that represented the future. It is still in a state of unwavering, as if Bardock does not have a future, or Bardock's future, this jar cannot be displayed. Boom! As Bardock kept staring, the jar representing the future exploded directly, splashing the water of the Karan immortal on the side. Old cat, how could this jar representing the future suddenly explode? Did you make a ghost out of it? Dragging the Karan immortal on the side, Bardock asked viciously. Bardock didn't mean anything else, just to scare the Karan immortals. After all, throughout the history of Dragon Ball, the strength of the Karan immortals is a scum. But every time he can provide free fairy bean services for Goku and others, it can be seen from this that the Karan immortal is a good person, no, a good cat. And the most disliked thing about the Karan immortals is the person with an evil aura on his body. And Bardock, as a SAIYAN, is naturally vicious, and Bardock believes that he is not an evil person, but the slightest evil aura on his body cannot be concealed. Asking the Karan immortals to answer his questions, Bardock admits he can't. In this case, Bardock directly chose a trouble-saving and laborious deterrent. Faced with Bardock's momentum, the Karan immortals directly chose to obey. Life and faith, well, or being alive is the most important. Lord Bardock, why did this jar explode? The villain doesn't know. The Karan immortal said that he wanted to cry now, and his jar was put there well, and Bardock didn't say anything if he saw it, and in turn blamed himself for breaking it. Since you don't know, then I forgive you. Bardock looked at the Karan immortal and did not look like a lie, and also let go of the Karan immortal. Old cat, I heard that you have a kind of fairy bean here that can eat 1 grain and not be hungry for 10 days, just take out a few jars for me to taste. After receiving Bardock's forgiveness, the Karan immortal did not wait to breathe a sigh of relief in his heart, when he heard Bardock asking him for fairy beans, and the Karan immortal almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood after hearing this. I have lived for so long, and the immortal beans I have accumulated together are not enough for a few jars. So do you give yourself, give it, or give it. But even if it is given, his own fairy beans are not enough for Bardock to want. Why, old cat, look at your expression, are you unwilling to give it? Don't sue me, you don't have fairy beans. Bardock looked at the constipated expression on the face of the Karan immortal, guessing that the Karan immortal was unwilling to cooperate with him, intending to let the Karan immortal see the SAIYAN Eli persuade. Give, 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 I give. The Karan immortal was frightened by Bardock and hurriedly replied. Then don't go soon. Bardock urged. Next, I saw the Karan immortal jump into the jar leading to the ice labyrinth. After a while, the Karan immortal returned with 3 jars of fairy beans. Looking at the appearance of the Karan immortal, Bardock knew that it was estimated to be quite cold in the ice maze, but this was not Bardock's concern. Bardock found another large bag from the side, and under the heart-wrenching gaze of the Karan immortals, he poured all the fairy beans inside into the bag. Roughly swept the fairy beans in the bag, there were roughly more than 10,000 grains. Well, okay, enough for myself and the SAIYANs on the planet Bardock for a while. This feels. It's not bad. Taking out a fairy bean and eating it, Bardock suddenly felt that his hunger was swept away, and his whole body returned to its peak. Thanks, old cat, if you encounter trouble that can't be solved in the future, just mention me Bardock directly to keep you safe. After that, Bardock was ready to leave Karantat and go to the temple above Karantat. Because Bardock suddenly remembered that the earth should already have dragon balls at this time. It's not a pity to come to earth and not find a dragon to make a wish. Chapter 015. Lord Bardock, wait! The Karan immortal shouted. What's going on? Bardock, who was just about to leave Kalantat, turned around and asked puzzled. That Lord Bardock, can you leave me a few fairy beans? After all, if you take all the fairy beans, I won't be able to grow new fairy beans here. After hesitating for a moment, the Karan immortal said to Bardock. Bardock also does not want the fairy beans to be discontinued, and the earth is the main battlefield of the future Dragon Ball plot. Bardock believes that it is better to leave some fairy beans for the earth's emergency rescue. After leaving more than 100 fairy beans to the Karan immortals, Bardock left Karantat. As for the super divine water and super holy water on the Karan tower, Bardock said that he didn't care, and the earth-level treasures were useless to his current self. Out of Kalantat, Bardock flew straight up. Who are you? As soon as he flew to the temple, Bardock did not wait to land, and he saw the dark Mr. Bobo guarding himself. Mr. Bobo must not be rude, this is Lord Bardock. The gods have been paying attention to Bardock since he appeared on earth. Naturally, Beerus and Ves, who were next to Bardock, were also seen by the gods. Beerus, as a god of destruction who does not know how many levels higher than the god of destruction, is naturally extremely afraid of the god of destruction. And the gods saw that Bardock and Beerus had a good relationship, and naturally at the same time included Bardock in the ranks of those who would never be enemies as long as they did not break the earth. And the terrifying coercion released by Bardock in the Karantat was also felt by the gods, who knew that Bardock's current strength was enough to kill himself in one move. To sum up, there is a reason why Bardock can still accept Bardock even if he now has an evil aura on his body. I can't imagine that this time I actually stained the light of Beerus, but this is fine, I am talking too much nonsense with the gods of heaven. Seeing that the god was not as disgusted with himself as he imagined, Bardock thought for a while, and there was a reason. I wonder what Lord Bardock is here for. Although he did not like Bardock in his heart, the god of heaven stepped forward to ask why Bardock was here. Tenjin, I heard that you have created Dragon Balls, as long as you collect 7, you can summon the divine dragon and take down a wish. Bardock said directly what he was here for. I did make Dragon Balls in the early years, but after that, 7 Dragon Balls were scattered all over the world. Even I, as the maker, can't sense the exact location of each Dragon Ball, so if there is nothing else, please come back. Upon hearing that Bardak's purpose in coming here was Dragon Ball, Tenjin directly refused and began to see off guests. You. After hearing the words of the god, Bardak was just about to get angry. But it is normal to think that the gods are not willing to give the Dragon Balls they have created to a person with an evil aura on their own bodies. Standing on top of the temple, you can overlook all directions of the entire earth, and you, as the god of the earth and the maker of the Dragon Ball, say that you don't know the specific location of the Dragon Ball. How is it possible? With a chuckle, Bardak released all his breath, and suddenly the entire earth trembled under Bardak's powerful breath. Tenjin. Give you one last chance, Dragon Ball, do you hand it over or not? Lazy and the old stubborn nonsense of the gods, Bardak directly threatened the gods with the entire earth. After all, in this era, Boomer is still a newborn baby, let alone create the Dragon Ball radar. So now Bardak wants to find the Dragon Ball, only through the gods in front of him. Okay, I'll hand it over. In the face of Bardak's aggressiveness, the gods are also helpless. Thinking that Bardak had Beerus behind him, the god suddenly felt that there was no need to spend time with Bardak here. It's better to give Bardak Dragon Balls directly so that Bardak can leave quickly. But Lord Bardak, you need to wait for me for a while, I need to sense the specific location of the 7 Dragon Balls. After speaking, the god closed his eyes and pondered. In about an hour, the god said the location of a planet, and Bardak immediately flew at full speed to take the planet back. Bardak waited 7 hours before putting the 7 Dragon Balls together. Come out, Shenlong! As Bardak's words shouted, the sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. A divine dragon tens of thousands of meters long snaked above this vast sky, and the dragon's groans rose and fell one after another, which was terrifying. People who gather the 7 Dragon Balls, say your wish, no matter what it is, I can help you get it, but only one. Shenlong looked at the Tenjin and Bobo below and said. It turns out that Lord Bardak is also there, please forgive Xiaolong for his disrespect just now. Suddenly, Shenlong's gaze swept to Bardak on the side, and suddenly the cold sweat on his body flowed, and he said tremblingly. Bardak felt inexplicable about the attitude of the dragon, and the gods and the Karin immortals were afraid of themselves because of their great strength and their knowledge of Beerus. But Shenlong is afraid that something is wrong with him, my lord, this title sounds extremely common. But you know, throughout the history of Dragon Ball, Shenlong also used such honorifics when he saw Beerus, just because Beerus is the god of destruction. But Bardak feels that he is now just a SAIYAN, at most the king of the SAIYAN, and when it comes to identity, it should not be enough to make the dragon fearful. Remembering the time when Weiss helped him on the planet Bardak before, Bardak suddenly felt that things did not seem to be as simple as he thought. However, Bardak can't figure it out now, so he doesn't think about it, and it is important to take his wish first. Shenlong, I want an immortal body. When he watched Dragon Ball Super in his previous life, Bardak was curious about Zama's wish in it, and now he wants to try it himself, which is good, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't work. Sorry, Lord Bardak, this wish can't be fulfilled because... Shenlong Deo. Stop, since the wish of the immortal body cannot be fulfilled, then it is okay to change the physique of Majin Buu. Since Shenlong said that it could not be realized, Bardak did not want to hear the specific reason, and directly said his next wish. Sorry, Lord Bardak, this wish can't be fulfilled because Majin Buu's physique conflicts with your current SAIYAN physique. Then let me immediately learn Jebit's teleportation that can be cast without sensing chi. Sorry, Lord Bardak. This wish can't be fulfilled because it involves the realm of God. The normal teleportation of the Nyadrath Starman will also do. Sorry, Lord Bardak, this wish Xiaolong still can't come true. This time, Shenlong didn't even have an explanation. This can't work, that's not okay, you scumbag dragon, what use do I want you to have? After being continuously told by the Shenlong that he couldn't do it, Bardock suddenly became angry and yelled at the Shenlong. This, Lord Bardock, in fact, the little dragon can make you 10 times a night. Seeing that there were no other outsiders on the left and right, Shenlong whispered back to Bardock. Obviously, Shenlong was frightened by Bardock's anger. Get out! Bardock was even more angry after hearing this. This divine dragon actually made a wish to weaken his ability in that aspect. What was his intention? Shenlong, how much do you know about the affairs of the dragon world, and is the dragon god Salama still alive? Bardock knew that it was useless to be angry with the dragon, and remembered his doubts about watching the Dragon Ball time out in his previous life, so he asked the dragon at this time. This, Xiao Long knows, but Xiao Long can't say. Lord Bardock, do you have any other wishes that need to be fulfilled? If not, Xiao Long retreated. Shenlong nervously replied to Bardock, afraid that his disrespectful behavior would cause Bardock's dissatisfaction. Bardock also knew that he had occupied the Shenlong for a long time, and the Shenlong was afraid that it would dissipate, but who let the Shenlong be so scum, and no wish could be fulfilled. So Bardock waved his hand and said, "Send me to planet Bardock, if you can't fulfill this wish, then Shenlong you really don't need to exist." As soon as Badara's words were finished, his figure began to gradually disappear from the place, and obviously, this wish divine dragon could still be fulfilled. Chapter 016. Finally sent away. Looking at Bardock, who disappeared, the god breathed a sigh of relief. Just when Bardock made his first few wishes, the gods wanted to die in the line of duty, and did not intend to let Bardock, a person with an evil aura, fulfill his wishes. Fortunately, the dragon is scumbag, and Bardock's first few wishes cannot be fulfilled. I don't know why, the divine dragon he created is so scummy, and the heavenly god still has a feeling of happiness in his heart. After Bardock left Earth, the location where Bardock reappeared was in the main hall of Bardock's planetary palace. Paragagos. Although he had only been away from Bardock for 7 or 8 hours, he was still a little uneasy. So Bardock called Paragath to inquire about the situation as soon as he returned. "King Bardock, you can be considered back." Hearing Bardock's call, the wounded Paragas said excitedly. "What happened during the time I left planet Bardock? Who could hurt you so badly?" Brows furrowed, Bardock was furious in his heart. As soon as his front foot left, the planet Bardock was stolen on his hind foot, and he also injured his henchman Ai. How could Bardock not be angry? "King Bardock, here's the thing." To make a long story short, in a few minutes, Paragas explained everything that happened on the planet Bardock after Bardock left. It is roughly that Reg and little Vegeta want to visit Vegeta in the healing capsule after getting acquainted with the planet Bardock. After all, Vegeta was a special prisoner, and Paragas did not dare to make decisions privately. So he took the two to find Bardock, and it happened to hit the moment when Bardock and Beerus and Weiss went to Earth. Bardock left without explaining what he was going to do or when he would return, so in the face of Reg's request, Paragas had to make his own decision. In the end, Paragas couldn't stand the pleading of Reg and little Vegeta, and nodded and agreed. After all, it was the two sons who went to see their father seriously injured, and the two are now considered to be members of the planet Bardock, and it is not good to be too harsh on them when they first come. I don't know what Vegeta said to the two, but when Reg and little Vegeta came out of the treatment room, their faces were a little gloomy. But Paragath did not ask much, and very intimately arranged top-level accommodation for the two, as well as top-level resource allocation. And take the two to eat the gourmet meal prepared for Beerus before. Although Beerus disliked not eating, it was simply a delicacy for Reg and little Vegeta, and it can be seen that in the past 2 years with Vegeta, these two children have suffered. Reg and little Vegeta's behavior was all normal, and seeing this, Paragas was relieved. However, it was at this moment that the well-fed Reg sneaked up on Paragas. With the same 100,000 combat strength, Reg came prepared, and Paragus was defenseless, and the result is self-evident. Paragus was directly attacked by Reg and seriously injured. The seriously injured Paragus is naturally not Reg's opponent, and after a few moves, Paragus' defeat is a foregone conclusion. However, Reg did not hurt Paragus's life, but only took little Vegeta to save Vegeta. He was seriously injured, and Bardock did not know when he would return, not wanting to increase casualties, so Paragus had no choice but to order to let him go. After all, in the face of Reg's powerful 100,000 combat power, no one on the planet Bardock is his opponent. Paragath also gave the Reg family a circular mini-spaceship for the three to leave. While leaving, Vegeta wanted to destroy the planet Bardock to vent his anger, but was stopped by Reg in the end. It's good that there are no casualties, which shows that Reg is still a little self-aware and doesn't want to fight with me. After listening to Paragath's report, Bardock analyzed in his heart. But regardless of the reason or what happened to Reg, he dared to hurt his henchman. Bardock decided to beat Reg up the next time he met Reg. And Paragus did not remember Reg in his heart because Reg had sneaked up on him. On the contrary, Paragus still admired Reg's stubborn character. This is called fairy beans. I brought them back from the earth, and I can eat 1 grain without going hungry for 10 days. It is also possible to treat injuries and quickly recover strength even if you are tired, adjusting your body to its best. After figuring out everything, Bardock Guan, who was still seriously injured at this time, took out a fairy bean from the large bag behind his back and threw it to Paragus and said, "It's really amazing." If someone had told Paragus that eating a bean could heal his injury, Paragus would have slapped him and said it blindly. But now if someone tells Paragus the same information, Paragus will definitely slap it over. I don't know if this is the highest secret of the SAIYAN, how can it be leaked casually? Paragus, who had recovered from his injuries, stared at the large bag behind Bardock at this time, and it was burning. "Oh, Paragus, you will collect the fairy beans. Remember, we only have these fairy beans, and we must distribute them reasonably." With a smile, Bardock handed the large bag containing fairy beans directly to Paragus. "Please also rest assured, King Bardock, I will definitely use fairy beans reasonably to raise the battle of our SAIYAN clan to a higher level." Paragus replied solemnly. In the universe, there is a colorful flame of light running through the sky. Inside the colorful flame, Weiss suddenly said to Beerus, "Lord Beerus, we seem to have forgotten Mr. Bardock on Earth." "Humph, don't worry about that SAIYAN who dares to deceive God." As soon as Weiss mentioned Bardock, Beeruston was dissatisfied. "I can't imagine that with Lord Beerus's IQ, I can actually see that the Lord Xuanwang summoner in Mr. Bardock's hand is fake." Ves continued to tease Beerus. "Humph." Taking another heavy breath, Beerus continued, "Lord Xuanwang's things have the breath of an exclusive god on them, but the summoner in Bardock's hand does not. By the way, Weiss, why did you choose to help Bardock then?" Beerus asked. "I'm not for the good of Lord Beerus, otherwise Lord Beerus would never be able to eat those delicious foods on the earth." Weiss grinned. "Weiss, don't digress, why did you choose to help Bardock at that time?" Beerus yelled at Weiss, dissatisfied. "Because if Mr. Bardock is really destroyed by Lord Beerus, my sister will definitely not let Lord Beerus go." Weiss replied with a smile. "Bardos?" Beerus asked suspiciously. "Well," Ves replied. "Weiss, go, let's go to the Frozen Devils." After a long silence, Beerus spoke. "How does Lord Beerus want to go to the Frozen Demon clan?" Weiss asked rhetorically. "The Frozen Devils are born to do bad things. And I plan to let them teach Bardock a lesson for me," Beerus said with a gloomy face. "Hee, Lord Beerus is such a great idea, let's go." With a grin, Weiss immediately found the location of the Frozen Demon clan closest to him through the crystal ball on his scepter, and flew over at full speed. Chapter 017. Report King Bardock, Dr. Mew asks for a meeting. While Bardock was deliberating with Paragus, Bardock's personal bodyguard, Toma, came to inform Dr. Meow, what is he doing? As soon as Paragus got the fairy bean in his hand, he heard that Dr. Meow, a research madman, was coming, and he was immediately wary. You must know that since Bardock became king 3 years ago, the remaining scientists of Zebol Star, led by Dr. Mew, all joined Bardock. And Bardock does not refuse to come, as long as it is obedient, they all accept it. Dr. Mew appeared in Dragon Ball GT and had a constant relationship with the villain Boss Babe at the time. But so what, according to Bardock, if you destroy a person's present because he is afraid of his future, it is the behavior of the weak. Bardock thought Dr. Mew couldn't make too big a wave under him. Now he can slap Dr. Mew to death with one hand, and if Dr. Meow rebels in the future, even if there is one more babe, Bardock is confident that he can slap him to death. With the belief that people are not doubtful, and doubts are not used, Bardock has opened up the maximum authority to Dr. Meow's research. If Dr. Meow's research requires the use of fairy beans, Bardock will really supply it. Let him in. Bardock's inner drama is not as much as Paragus, and he has always disliked small talk in science, and Dr. Meow must have something important to find himself. Obey, King Bardock. Toma received the order and immediately went to the entrance of the main hall to inform Dr. Meow that he could enter. King Bardock, you are really a scientific genius. According to your ideas, after 2 years, I finally developed the combat uniform. Dr. Mew, who entered the door, changed his previous calmness, like a child of a few years old at this time, and said excitedly to Bardock when he entered the door. The development progress is much faster than I thought, thank you Dr. Meow. Upon hearing that the SAIYAN exclusive combat uniform had been successfully developed, Bardock's joy in his heart was difficult to suppress, and he praised Dr. Mew. As for the genius in Dr. Meow's mouth, he is completely praising Bardock. Bardock knew anything about scientific research, just informed Dr. Mew of his ideas about the combat suit, and then let him study the design himself. Bring it in. With a clapping of hands, Dr. Meow shouted outside the hall. Suddenly, 5 robots came in from outside, each with a delicate combat suit in his hand. King Kia Bardock, these 5 combat suits are the results of his subordinates' research in the past 2 years. The subtle differences between the 5 combat suits can be seen in the appearance. The royal family's exclusive battle suit has a blood-red flame on it, a total of 3 sets. Lord Paragus's exclusive battle suit is a green flame, a total set. The exclusive combat uniforms of the Royal Special Operations Team are gold-colored flames, a total of 100 sets. The exclusive battle suit for Elite SAIYANs is sky blue flame, a total of 1,000 sets. The ordinary SAIYAN battle suit is a white flame, a total of 10,000 sets. Dr. Meow directly introduced the combat suit on the side. Not bad, how many times can the specific gravity adjustment be done? At this time, Bardock looked at the degree of beauty of the battle obedience in front of him, and it was indeed the style of the previous life. But Bardock still paid more attention to practicality. As for why he got a green exclusive combat suit for Paragus, it was completely out of Bardock's own bad taste. After all, Broly, the son of the future Paragus, is a legendary Super Saiyan, and when he transforms into Chuan Chao, his hair color is green. Back to King Bardock, the royal family and Lord Paragus's battle suits can be adjusted 100 times the gravity. The combat uniform of the Special Combat Team can achieve 50 times the gravity adjustment, the Elite Combat Uniform can achieve 10 times the gravity adjustment, and the ordinary combat uniform cannot be adjusted by gravity. Dr. Meow replied slowly. Only 100 times. Bardock was not satisfied with the upper limit of gravity adjustment in his combat suit. 100 times the gravity may still be of some use to Paragus, who has just reached 100,000 combat strength, but it is undoubtedly a drop in the bucket for his current combat strength. In 3 days, stop all the research in your hand. How many times can you adjust the gravity of my combat suit? Bardock urged. If the resources are complete, it should be able to adjust to 500 times the gravity. After a moment of silence, Dr. Meow replied. Okay, then do it. Bardock was satisfied with Dr. Mew's clean appearance. Paragus will go and distribute the battle clothes in a moment, and notify all the scions to go out and carpet search for Vegeta's whereabouts. After Dr. Mew was ordered to retire, Bardock ordered Paragus on the side. King Bardock, is it really good for us to search for Vegeta in this carpet? If the surrounding planets do not cooperate with us, it will be difficult to find Vegeta's whereabouts. Hesitating for a moment, Paragus spoke to Bardock about the biggest trouble with the carpet hunt for Vegeta. Our scion race has been dormant for 3 years, and it's time for this universe to know the horror of our scions. Bardock said domineeringly. King Bardock, what do you mean? Jingguan had already guessed Suicide in his heart, but Paragus was still a little unsure. After all, Bardock has only one order in the past 3 years, that is, cultivation, to the death of cultivation. Paragus, in the name of my King Bardock, send a notice to the surrounding planets, surrender or die, choose for yourself. Bardock has never forgotten his mission to come to the world of Dragon Ball and recreate the glory of the ancient Saiyan period. 3 years ago, the strength of the Scions was too weak, and the combat power of 5,000 was already top-notch. Therefore, Bardock had to make all the Scions concentrate on cultivating on the planet Bardock, and they were not allowed to go out without anything. But today, 3 years later, tens of thousands of Scions have a minimum combat power of more than 10,000, and Bardock feels that it is time to start his first step in the struggle to dominate the universe. You can't see, in Dragon Ball Z, Frieza, who calls himself the Emperor of the Universe, leads a group of younger brothers who can't break through the battle to unify nearly half of the northern galaxy. Today, Bardock will do the same. Of course, the main thing is that Bardock found that only letting Scions blindly cultivate was not the best choice. Most of the Scions' current combat power is difficult to break through. And Bardock speculates that this is because the Scions have not yet experienced the true baptism of blood and fire. The reason why the Scions are called a fighting nation is to break through themselves in constant battle until they become stronger. It's not so much about letting the group of Scions conquer the surrounding planets, but rather about experiencing some life and death battle. Therefore, Bardock hopes that those planets can resist appropriately, otherwise they will not be able to play any training role if they blindly surrender. If one of the Scions went through the stage of the big explosion, and the combat power directly broke through to more than 1 million, Bardock would be satisfied. Of course, the main thing is to search for Vegeta's whereabouts. Vegeta dared to destroy his own planet Bardock when he fled, and from this point of view, Vegeta had absolutely no chance of survival. Obey, King Bardock! Bardock's order completely ignited the blood in Paragus' heart. That's right, the Scions have been dormant for 3 years, and from the worms of the year to the dragons of the present, it is time to show their true fangs to the entire universe. Chapter 018. Waste. I haven't even found the planet where the Scions are. A finger emits energy rays to directly kill the soldier who reported the situation, in order to vent the anger in his heart. Frieza said that he is very angry now. He has just arrived in the North Galaxy, and the plan to officially dominate the universe has not yet been launched. The spaceship where he was located was smashed into a big hole, and just wanted to kill the person who smashed his spaceship to vent his anger. Frieza found that he couldn't beat it. The appearance of Beerus, the god of destruction, Frieza learned from his father Kurdish since he was a child. At the same time, he also knew that Beerus could not be offended by himself. After a good meal, good drink, and good service sent Beerus away. Frieza tragically discovers that Beerus actually gave himself a task when he left, and needed to destroy the planet where the Scions were located. It's just about destroying a planet, Frieza said that with his own combat power, that is, the matter of moving his fingers. But Frieza then discovers that Beerus only explained that the planet he wanted to destroy was the planet inhabited by the Scions when he left, and nothing else. The entire universe is divided into 5 parts, southeast, northwest, and the huge northern galaxy directly accounts for 1/5 of it. Frisia didn't have the specific coordinates of the SAIYAN planet, and God knows how long it would take to continue this aimless search. However, Frisia still hopes that he can find the SAIYAN planet. One is to complete the task assigned by Beerus, and the other is to see whether the Super SAIYAN legend passed down from generation to generation is true or false. However, a month has passed, and the patience of Frisia, the Emperor of the universe, has gradually been tempered. Swoosh. However, at this moment, 2 streamers streaked in front of Frisia's spaceship. Mr. Doria, you went and destroyed those 2 eye-catching spaceships for me. Frisia was in a very unhappy mood now, and it was really presumptuous to see that a spaceship dared to fly past him, and immediately gave an order to Dodoria beside him. Obey, King Frisia. Doria immediately took the order, took the respirator, and rushed out of the spacecraft. About 10 minutes or so, when Frisia gradually lost patience, Doria returned from the task. Mr. Doria, I told you to destroy those 2 spaceships, not to bring back the 2 wastes inside. Glaring angrily at Doria, who disobeyed his instructions, he said that the energy rays in Frisia's hand had gathered. Wait, King Frisia, I heard this man claim to be the king of the SAIYANs, so I specially brought it back to King Frisia. Faced with Frisia's anger, Doria immediately explained. Oh? King of the SAIYANs? Looking at Vegeta and little Vegeta who had been thrown to the ground by Dodoria, Frisia mused. Who are you? Do you know that I am the king of the SAIYANs, and dare to disrespect me? Vegeta, who was gradually recovering from suffocation on the side, looked up and saw the ill-intentioned Frisia, and directly scolded angrily. Boom! In the face of Vegeta's angry rebuke, Frisia directly chose a tail to slap it away. It's just a waste of 20,000 combat strength, and I dare to roar and bark in front of my Frisia, I really don't know whether I am dead or alive. Through the detector in his ear, Frisia could clearly see the specific battle values of Vegeta's current battle. King Frisia, spare your life, spare your life, the little one knows that it is wrong, knows that it is wrong. Faced with the terrifying aura emanating from Frisia's body, Vegeta immediately stunned and began to kneel to Frisia and begged for mercy. Are all SAIYANs cowardly like you? Laughing at Vegeta, Frisia really felt at this moment that he had previously looked up to the SAIYAN family. Tell me the specific location of your SAIYAN planet, King Ben can choose to spare your life. Originally, Frisia had the idea of first subduing the SAIYAN clan and serving as a thug for a few years. However, when he saw Vegeta's cowardly appearance now, Frisia decided to directly destroy the SAIYAN planet. Such a cowardly character is not worthy of being his subordinate. Thank you King Frisia for sparing your life, I will inform the king of the location of the SAIYAN planet. After that, Vegeta told Frisia the specific coordinates of the planet Bardock. Full speed towards SAIYAN planet. With the specific coordinates of the planet Bardock, not wanting to miss the time, Frisia directly gave the order to go full speed. Humph, Bardock, since I can't be the king of the SAIYANs, then I will let the entire SAIYAN planet be destroyed because of me. Vegeta saw Frisia's deep hatred for the SAIYAN family, and knew that it would be okay for Frisia to go to the planet Bardock. It would be great if Frisia could kill Bardock directly. Therefore, without thinking, Vegeta directly told Frisia the specific coordinates of the planet Bardock. Report King Frisia, a spaceship is rushing towards us. Through the information displayed on the ear detector, Sob on the side reported the situation to Frisia. I don't know if I'm alive or dead, Mr. Doria, I'm glad you went to destroy the spaceship behind. Frisia now gave the order. Obey, King Frisia. Dodoria again put on his respirator and prepared to go out to fight. Roar. Dodoria, who had just flown out of the spaceship, heard several roars, followed by several shock waves shooting towards him. Groove. Dodoria was immediately frightened half to death by the sudden attack, and used all her strength to dodge to the side, which saved her life. Turning his head, the terrified Doria wanted to see who had attacked him just now. After watching it, Dodoria directly exploded. It was actually a group of gorillas. How could it be reasonable? Dodoria was ready to go up directly and fight. But remembering the previous strong attack, Dodoria felt that it was better to be cautious, and decided to check the battle data of the lead gorilla through the detector in his ear first. 800,000 combat strength. It's good not to look at it. After looking at it, Dodolia was directly scared to urinate, and the combat power of up to 800,000 directly cut off Dodoria's idea of resisting. Looking at the combat effectiveness of other gorillas on the side, 760,000, 710,000, 540,000. I dripped obediently. Dozens of gorillas, the worst of which also had a combat power of 540,000, and the worst of them were 10,000 higher than the combat power of King Frisia. For a while, Dodoria did not advance, nor did it retreat. If you enter, in the face of a group of gorillas with explosive combat power, Doria really does not have the courage. If he retreats, Duo thinks of Frisia's ruthless character, and if Frisia knows that he retreats without a fight, it is estimated that he will also die. Thinking that he is also dead left and right, simply run away, and now Frisia is not monitoring himself, it is definitely a good time to escape. Well, such a happy decision. As a result, Frisia's important subordinate Doria was directly frightened by a group of gorillas and fled. Chapter 019. Toma, why didn't we attack the spacecraft on the opposite side directly just now, but deliberately missed it? Another gorilla next to the head gorilla asked, puzzled. I have already reported the situation here to King Bardock, and King Bardock's order is that as long as Vegeta does not resist, it is better for us to go back alive. If we had directly attacked the spaceship on the opposite side just now, I am afraid that Vegeta and his son would have died directly. So we still deter the other side first. As long as they obediently hand over Vegeta, it is better not to fight or not. Toma explained to Pabuzin, who was beside him. Reg's kid's combat power is almost the same as that of Lord Paragus, it's a pity to die like this. The female Saiyan on the other side recalled the scene when she and the others chased the Vegeta family spaceship before, and said with a little regret. Humph, Reg's spaceship was sucked into a black hole, and King Bardock treated him with the highest treatment. He actually wanted to escape, he really didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Pabuzin said to Celebi next to him, dissatisfied. Okay, don't argue, King Bardock will come over in a while, we must catch Vegeta before then. Toma saw that the two had a tendency to quarrel, and immediately came forward and said. Okay, then I'll go shout. Pabuzin, who had the loudest voice, immediately shouted to Frisia's spaceship after speaking, listen to the people in the spaceship in front, we are Saiyans, the fighting nation of the planet Bardock. Hurry up and hand over the Saiyan traitors you caught, or you'll be waiting to turn into cosmic dust. How about it? It's good, did you shout out our Saiyan momentum? Turning around, Pabuzin said to everyone. That's good, but I think it's more appropriate for us to use the communication equipment in the spaceship. Celebi complained next to her. Where did the gorilla come from, Doria? Why hasn't he returned yet? When the spaceship's Nefriza heard such a provocation from the Saiyans, he was immediately furious. Enlightened King Frisia, Dodoria may have died under the previous attack, so let his subordinates clear the obstacles in front of King Frisia. Seeing that there was no outside, Sob directly asked Frisia for help. Traitor to the Saiyan. Frisia set his gaze on Vegeta and said playfully, that group of gorillas out there can't be you, Saiyan King. It's not me, you see that I look different from them. In the face of Frisia's questioning, Vegeta was so frightened that she quickly shook her head, afraid that Frisia would hand him over. Now Vegeta, who has lost Reg, does not have the arrogance before, and he is going to die. Whether it is or not, none of those who dare to provoke King Ben so much will still live well. Kicking Vegeta away from his feet, Frisia said to Sob on the side. Mr. Sob, take a good look at these two scions. King Ben will go outside first to clean up the group of savage gorillas. With that, Frisia flew out of the spaceship and flew in the direction of Thomas and the others. Come out personally, did you come to negotiate with us? So weak, it's just a war scum. Since Bardock said 3 years ago that the Zebol Starmen are a group of war scum, the 3 words War 5 Slag have almost become the mantra of all scions. Any opponent who encounters Slag will say that it is a word of war and 5 Slag to express his sincerity. And now Pabuzin, who has a combat strength of 760,000, has a capital to look down on Frisia, who has only 530,000 combat power in Form 1. Pabuzin, don't say that, since the other side has sent someone to negotiate with us, you should go over and talk to the other side. Toma laughed on the side, obviously feeling that Frisia was a scumbag. Okay, then I'll go over. After that, Pabuzin adjusted his respirator and flew towards Frisia. But Pabuzin wanted to talk, but Frisia didn't. Hearing Toma and others laughing at their low combat effectiveness, they also sent people over to provoke themselves. Frisia, who had already exploded, directly condensed multiple energy bombs with his right hand, and threw them towards Pabuzin in front of him without saying a word. War 5 Slag is War 5 scum, will make these flashy attacks. Directly scattering the energy bullet fired by Frisia, Pabuzin slowly replied, in that case, take my move. It is not polite to come and go, don't quarrel if you can do it, and Pabuzin saw that Frisia made it clear that he didn't want to talk properly. Directly open the will of Zheng and Pabuzin, who intends to subdue Frisia first. Pabuzin opened the respirator next to his mouth, then transformed into a gorilla's large mouth and opened, and a powerful shock wave formed in his mouth, shooting straight towards Frisia. Boom! In the face of the shock wave emitted by Pabuzin's 760,000 combat power, Frisia, who only had one form, did not even have time to dodge, and was directly hit. It won't be directly killed, will it? Feeling Frisia's breath declining, Celiba behind said suspiciously. If you die, you will die, and you dare to provoke our scion family, it is really a remnant of death. Put the respirator back on, Pabuzin said unconcernedly. Pabuzin, be careful. Toma, who was standing in place, immediately accelerated to Pabuzin's side and flew directly to kick Pabuzin away from the place. Thanks, Toma. Just about to angrily scold Toma for why he kicked himself, when he turned around, Pabuzin saw that there was an energy ray passing through the place where he was standing, directly shooting the spaceship behind him. Pabuzin knew in his heart that if Thomas had not kicked himself away in time, he would have been shot. Looking in Frisia's direction, Pabuzin noticed that Frisia's current appearance had changed. The originally petite figure became tall and burly, but what really frightened Pabuzin was that Frisia at this time had a combat power of more than 1 million. A group of savage gorillas actually dare to humiliate King Ben like this, and now that your spaceship has been destroyed by me, you have nowhere to escape. At this time, Frisia, who was already in the second form, looked at the scion in front of him, and he was angry. When Frisia was about to be hit by the Pabuzin shockwave before, he directly began the transformation of Form 2. With the experience of almost being killed in seconds, this time Frisia learned to be smart, first using the detector in his ear to observe the combat power of Pabuzin and the rest of the scions. The result is good if you don't look at it, it really scares Frisia, more than 10 gorillas, the worst of which has a combat power of 10,000 more than his own form. Frisia is glad that his transformation into Form 2 is timely. But more is the anger in his heart that is difficult to vent, and Frisia can't wait to kill all the scions now. Looking for death, you actually dare to sneak up on you Uncle Pabuzin. Pabuzin, who had returned to God on the side, was even more furious, and directly attacked Frisia. Regardless of the combat power of your Form 2, there is no such word in the Scion dictionary, except for Vegeta, of course. What are you still stunned for? Let's go together. Seeing that Pabuzin rushed directly to fight Frisia in Form 2, Thomas immediately gave the order to attack the scions behind him. It's true that scions are arrogant, but that doesn't mean scions have a low IQ. In the face of Frisia, who has more than 1,000,000 combat strength, if it were in peacetime, Toma would definitely agree to Pabusan going alone. After all, this is a rare ordeal. But not now. Bardock is coming, and Toma plans to capture Vegeta before Bardock arrives. Therefore, the battle against Frisia is still a quick victory. After all, what can be solved by group fighting? Why insist on singled out? Chapter 020. You guys. Boom. Savage. Boom. Gorilla. Boom. Frisia in space was interrupted 3 times before he could finish his sentence. Toma, Pabusan, and Celebi, the 3 scions with higher fighting power, are responsible for attacking Frisia, and the rest of the scions are responsible for harassing Frisia. Even if Frisia's combat effectiveness at this time was much higher than that of Toma and the others, he could only be passively beaten in the face of the flawless cooperation of Toma and the others. He wanted to fight back, but he didn't know who to attack. After all, Frisia was only himself, and there were more than 10 scions. Frisia, who was surrounded by scions, did not say that it was an attack. Even if there was a mistake in the defense, it would immediately attract the combined attack of all scions. If it weren't for Frisia's high combat effectiveness and resistance a little, he would have been beaten to death by the crowd of scions. Where did so much nonsense come from? Let's just say that you can't hand over our scion traitor Vegeta. Seeing that the beating could not block Frisia's mouth, the angry Toma directly stepped forward and kicked Frisia's flying out with a big flying foot. Stop! King Ben is willing to hand over your scion traitors, please wait for me for a moment. Finally, I had the opportunity to come out of the siege of the scions and see a group of gorillas with a tendency to surround themselves. Covering his bloody left cheek that had been kicked out by Toma, Frisia immediately confessed. If you know this, why bother? Okay, you go quickly. Waving his hand, Thomas ordered Frisia to hurry back into the spaceship to bring Vegeta out. Humph, a group of savage monkeys, really low IQ, wait for this king to breathe a sigh of relief, transform into Form 3, and wait for all to be destroyed and then hear. Although he thought so, Frisia's figure was still flying towards the spaceship. After all, even if it was Taflasa, it would take a little time to transform into Form 3. However, at this time, Thomas did not want to give Frisia. Just as Frisia turned around, Thomas directly ordered all scions to attack. More than 10 shock waves were emitted from the mouth of the transformed gorilla and shot directly towards Frisia, who was preparing his transformation. Toma, isn't it a little mean for us to do this, actually sneaking up on someone else? He said so, but after Celebi finished speaking, he sent another shockwave from his mouth towards Frisia. Through the electronic image I sent back earlier, King Bardock just replied to me, we should fight quickly, and don't leave this Frisia in front of us a little breather. Toma stared closely at the hit Frisia and explained to the crowd. What does King Bardock's order mean? Can Frisia in front of him still undergo a transformation? Pabusan asked puzzled. Who knows? King Bardock said that he will come in a few minutes. Let us be careful ourselves, we really can't beat Frisia, we can retreat first. Toma guarded Frisia in the distance in his heart, while conveying Bardock's orders to the scions. You savage gorillas, you dare to sneak up on King Ben behind your back, give me death, let me die. The dust fell, revealing that Frisia was already in the form of Form 3. Frisia in the third form is uglier and bullier on the original basis. Several energy rays shot out from his hand, but fortunately, because Frisia transformed in a hurry, the attack hit rate of the first time after transformation was not high, and none of them hit Toma and the others. But the powerful energy contained in it also made Toma and others feel tricky. The current scion will be angry, and naturally you can see how terrifying Frisia's current strength of more than 2 million combat power is. Previously, the combat effectiveness of Frisia was not much different, and Toma and the others could also gain an advantage with numbers and skills. But one force down 10 will make sense no matter where it is, and the combat power that Frisia is now showing is no longer something that Toma and the others can simply join forces to fight. Withdraw, scatter and run, can run 1 is 1. Toma, who recognized the reality, gave the order to the Scions at the first time. There is no stubborn bag among us Scions, if you want to run Pabusan will definitely not run. However, before Pabusan finished speaking, he was kicked by Toma next to him again. Run, you run, I will stay for your palace, King Bardock will arrive in a few minutes, you must hold on. Angrily scolding the group of Scions behind him who did not want to escape, Thomas roared angrily. It's ridiculous, in the face of King Ben's Form 3, you savage guerrillas, none of you can run away today. Seeing that the Scions who had abused him before now showed terrified expressions, Frisia couldn't be more happy in his heart. Frisia says he likes the way people tremble at the sight of his formidable fighting power. While Thomas and the others were arguing, Frisia's attack had already arrived. As the captain of the Scion Special Operations Team, Thomas took the lead in meeting Frisia's attack, hoping to buy more time for the rest of the Scions to escape. However, just when Toma thought that he would definitely die this time, he suddenly saw a red cloak appear in front of him to block Frisia's deadly attack for himself. King Bardock. After seeing the person in front of him, Toma immediately shouted excitedly. The speed of the spacecraft is too slow, I flew over first, fortunately nothing happened to you. It's okay, it's okay. In the face of Bardock's concern, the Scions stood in place and laughed like children, completely without the atmosphere of the previous battle, because Bardock was an invincible existence in the eyes of all Scions. As long as Bardock comes, then even if Frisia now has more than 2 million combat strength, it is definitely not Bardock's opponent. Toma, you take people to rest on the side first, and I will solve this Frisia. Bardock looked at the three-form Frisia in front of him, and the excited fighting intent on his face could not be concealed. Obey, King Bardock! Toma and the others, who had always regarded Bardock as a faith, naturally obeyed what Bardock said, directly dismantled his transformation, and retreated to the side. With the tail behind you, you're a Scion? Are you all Scion? Heaven forbid, he had always thought that what he was in front of him were just a few savage guerrilla races, and God knows that the Scions would transform into this operation. Remembering the appearance of Vegeta in the spaceship, compared with the appearance of Bardock and the others in front of him, Frisia's IQ was too low if he couldn't recognize Bardock and the others as Scions. Since Frisia has chosen not to hand over our Scion traitors, then prepare to accept the wrath of the Scions. Finger Frisia, Bardock issued a declaration of battle. It's up to you, wild monkey. Frisia now knows the species, and instead of calling Scions savage gorillas, they are called wild monkeys. After that, Frisia's whole body energy skyrocketed, and he quickly attacked Bardock. However, Bardock's next attack completely knocked Frisia out. Only to meet Frisia, who was attacking at his speed, Bardock dodged sideways without hurrying, and at the same time kicked out, directly hitting Frisia's face, kicking him away. Frisia, show your true skills, what's the difference between you and Zhanwu scum? Looking at the confused Frisia, Bardock said with disdain. Chapter 021. Wild monkey, don't be ashamed to talk here, just now it was King Ben who was not careful to be successfully attacked by you. Through the detector, it was observed that Bardock's combat power at this time was similar to his own, both of which were more than 2 million. So for Bardock's previous kick to himself, Frisia attributed it to his own negligence. Yes, how about this trick? Bardock's aura suddenly rose, and then quickly disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Frisia again. With his right hand against Frisia's chest, an energy catapult shot out directly, shooting the unsuspecting Frisia out. How is it possible, the same 2 million combat power, why I can't even see your speed? After flying backwards in the universe for a long time, Frisia steadied his figure, raised his head, and roared in confusion. However, it was Bardak's fist that greeted him, and with a hook, Bardak once again knocked Frisia out. It is worthy of being the king of Bardak, what a powerful strength! Toma and the others, who were watching the battle from the sidelines, became salted fish who could only shout 666 at this time, praising Bardak's strength while despising Frisia's war scum. It's such a waste that even Bardak can't beat it. Previously, Vegeta was still fantasizing that Frisia would be able to avenge himself by destroying the planet Bardak and killing Bardak for himself. But now Vegeta saw that Frisia was abused by Bardak and didn't even have room to fight back, and couldn't help but despise Frisia in his heart, fighting 5 scum. I said, your name is Sob, right? I see that your King Frisia is not Bardak's opponent. How about you and I take advantage of Bardak's lack of notice and quickly escape? Seeing that Frisia was about to lose, and his own great revenge was not revenged, Vegeta didn't want to die here like this, and looked at Sob who was guarding his side, and couldn't help but persuade. Humph, ignorant thoughts, King Frisia still has the transformation of the 4th form, and King Frisia at that time is an invincible existence. With one kick trampling Vegeta underfoot, Sob despises Vegeta's ignorance. Sabo had followed Frisia for many years before Doria, so he still had some understanding of Frisia's true strength. At the same time, Sob was also glad in his heart that he had not gone out before. Otherwise, with his own strength, let alone Bardak, he can't even beat the salted fish Toma who can only shout 666 on the side. Humph, don't blame me for not reminding you when Bardak calls then. Seeing that Sob not only rejected his proposal, but also beat himself, Vegeta didn't want to be angry in his heart, snorted coldly, and stopped talking. And little Vegeta on the side had already awakened when Bardak came. Look at Vegeta, look at Bardak fighting Frisia outside. Little Vegeta was almost moved to tears, thinking that Bardak knew that he had been captured by Frisia and came to save him. If Bardak knew what little Vegeta was thinking now, he would definitely say to little Vegeta that you think too much about children. During the time that Vegeta was talking to Sob, Bardak had already abused Frisia 1,000 times. Frisia, if you don't show your true skills, your next move will be your life. After kicking Frisia away again, the energy in Bardak's right hand continued to gather, stepping in space, and walking towards Frisia little by little. SAIYAN. Today I will let you know how tragic the consequences of provoking the Universe Emperor are. After mentally realizing that he was by no means Bardak's opponent by virtue of Form 3, Frisia was ready to change to his 4th form. For Bardak's sake, Frisia surprisingly did not call Bardak a wild monkey this time. Hurry up and change me to the 4th form, where did so much nonsense come from? Bardak really served Frisia, he was about to be tortured to death by himself, and he was in the mood to pretend to be here, and he quickly transformed. Really dare not directly seconds he can't do. In order to show that he can now kill Frisia at any time, Bardak throws the condensed energy bomb in his hand at Frisia. Looking at the energy bomb that almost passed by his cheek, where did Frisia dare to compare more, and directly transformed into Form 4. SAIYAN, how about it, are you surprised to see my Form 4? To tell you the truth, our frozen demon clan has great strength because of birth, but it is difficult to control. Therefore, in order to control its own too strong strength and weaken the combat power to a controllable level, this is the 3 forms in front of me. After successfully transforming into the 4th form, Frisia's confidence increased, and he had the leisure and grace to explain to Bardak. That's a lot of nonsense, come on, let me see your true strength, Frisia. Standing in place and not choosing to attack at the first time, feeling the breath of the initial 3 million combat power of the 4 forms of Frisia, Bardak's current fighting intent has been raised to the peak. In his previous life, Bardak loved to fight, and his lifelong combat experience was not much to say. In this world, it has crossed into a fighting nation SAIYAN, and the belligerent factor in Bardak's bloodline is more prominent, not afraid that the enemy is too strong, and he is afraid of loneliness when there is no strong enemy. In the 3 years that have passed, Bardak's combat effectiveness has long exceeded to 3 million. Now Bardak needs only an opportunity to make a breakthrough in his combat effectiveness, and Bardak looks at Frisia in front of him is simply good. Frisia at the beginning of the 4 forms has a combat power of 3 million, and when the 4 forms are fully opened, it has a combat power of up to 120 million, and Bardak is very excited just thinking about it. A battle of heat and blood, a battle involving life and death, Bardak has been looking forward to it for a long time in his heart. 3 million combat power, is this the capital of pride, SAIYAN? In the face of Bardak, who is full of combat power, Frisia can clearly see Bardak's current peak combat effectiveness through the detector. Abuse you, enough. With a smile, Bardak accelerated in place without warning and attacked Frisia. Naive SAIYAN, now that you and I are both 3 million combat powers, do you think King Ben will still be unable to see your movements as before? In the face of Bardak's sudden blow, Frisia did not care, he could see the reality of Bardak's attack at a glance, and raised his hand to make a defensive posture. Too silly and naive. Facing Frisia, who directly set up a defense, Bardak was too lazy to change his moves, and directly thought of Frisia's fight. How is that possible? Exclamation again, Frisia found that with the same combat power, Bardak's strength actually suppressed himself steadily. The unbelieving Frisia continued to increase the strength of his defense, but in the end, it was only a mantis to block the car, and in just a few moments, Frisia was repelled by Bardak's move. Seeing that his strength was not as good as Bardak, Frisia wanted to suppress Bardak from the skill, and chose not to go head-to-head with Bardak in the next attacks. Ridiculous! Bardak saw that the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia, actually had the idea of competing with himself for skills, and Bardak decided to follow Frisia's wishes, so he fought skills. But then Frisia discovered the tragedy in the technique, Bardak even blew himself up several streets. If it is compared to strength, he can still touch Bardak a few times, but if he fights skills, he can't even touch Bardak's corners. Frisia, I see you are such a dish, let you make 3 moves first. After a while, Bardak lost interest in the current Frisia, what a scum. So he stood still, waiting for Frisia to attack him. Chapter 022. You just said that King Ben has 3 moves. Frisia looked at Bardak in front of him in disbelief, not understanding where Bardak's confidence was. Well, you heard you right, I did say let you make 3 moves just now. Bardak waved his hand at Frisia and said with disdain. Why does King Ben need you, a SAIYAN, to make 3 moves? Don't laugh. Frisia was suddenly angry and said to Bardak. Hey, hey. Smiling disdainfully, Bardak immediately launched an attack on Frisia. Frisia, haven't you recognized the reality yet? Even if you and I have the same combat power, you are still only abused in front of me. Kicking Frisia away again, Bardak still said with disdain. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Frisia intends to give Bardak a fatal blow so that Bardak knows how good he is. There was no option to attack directly, as Frisia found it difficult to deal effective damage to Bardak by attacking straight and forth. Standing in place, energy continued to condense on Frisia's right hand, and in a moment, a finger-sized interstellar destruction bomb formed. Bardak, I hope you will keep your promise and stand where you are. At the same time as the formation of the interstellar destruction bomb, Frisia also provoked Bardak with words, for fear that Bardak chose to dodge. Because Frisia turned all his energy into an attack, although the destructive power of this interstellar destruction bomb in his hand is strong, the speed is really incredible. Well, I don't hide, you hurry. Standing in place, Bardak waited boredly for Frisia to attack him. Abominable SAIYAN, give me death. Seeing that Bardak dared to show a look of indifference in the face of his strongest blow, Frisia was suddenly angry. The interstellar destruction bomb in his hand was also not accumulating, and he threw it directly at Bardak. Looks like the attack power is not bad. Watching the interstellar destruction bomb only the size of a finger slowly flying towards him in the air, Bardock felt the powerful energy contained in it and couldn't help but praise. Bardock said that the station master stood still and let Frisia fight, so he stood in place and did not move, quietly waiting for Frisia's interstellar destruction bomb to hit him. Bardock not only did not even do defense, but also defiantly stretched out a finger and touched the interstellar destruction bomb. Boom! The interstellar destruction bomb instantly became larger when it touched Bardock's finger, directly expanding to hundreds of meters in size, and the huge interstellar destruction bomb directly swallowed Bardock. Ha 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 ha, stupid SAIYAN, actually dares to take the interstellar destruction bomb of this king. I really don't know whether I am dead or alive, and this time it will turn into dust in the universe. Seeing that the detector in his ear could no longer show Bardock's combat effectiveness, Frisia stood in place and laughed loudly. I said, Frisia, your laughter is really hard to hear, now one move and one move, Frisia, you still have 2 chances to attack. The dust of the interstellar destruction bomb fell, revealing Bardock unscathed, still standing in place, looking at Frisia with a smile on his face. Well, Bardock can't be said to be unscathed now, at least under Frisia's interstellar destruction bomb. Bardock's combat suit has a slight break. How is this possible? How can you be unscathed? Frisia looked at Bardock in disbelief, not to mention how shocked he was. And Toma and the others on the side could only excitedly shout 666 in place, and King Bardock was indeed an invincible existence. Go and die, SAIYAN. So angry that he almost lost his mind, Frisia quickly reformed an interstellar destruction bomb in his hand and threw it at Bardock. The first interstellar destruction bomb was thrown, and the second interstellar destruction bomb in Frisia's hand condensed again, and it was directly thrown towards Bardock. This is going to be damn it. With the first experience of failure, this will make Frisia's tone less confident as before. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became, so Frisia stood in place and began to condense a new interstellar destruction bomb. This time, the dust of the 2 interstellar destruction bombs dispersed, revealing Bardock that was not as intact as before. At least from the appearance, the combat suit has been broken in half, the whole person is floating quietly in the space, and there are more or less injuries all over the body. Ha ha ha, stupid SAIYANs are really dead now. Frisia laughed proudly on the side, but for the sake of safety, he threw the interstellar destruction bomb that had condensed again in his hand towards Bardock. However, at the moment when Frisia's newly condensed interstellar destruction bomb was about to hit Bardock, I saw Bardock's eyes open, a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he rushed directly towards Frisia's interstellar destruction bomb. 3 moves have passed, is Frisia ready for my next attack? Without fancy moves, Bardock went straight up and blasted Frisia's interstellar destruction bomb with a punch. The offensive then continued unabated, and Bardock's fist went on to punch Frisia. And Frisia was directly frightened by Bardock's action, and even forgot to dodge. Frisia, if I go down with this punch, believe it or not, you may die. I saw Bardock's fist stop at a fraction of the difference between Frisia's head, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and Bardock said confidently, how could my interstellar destruction bomb be blown by your punch so simply? This is impossible. Frisia looked at Bardock incredulously. In Frisia's opinion, Bardock should at least suffer some injuries. Wait, Bardock, what's going on in your mouth? Frisia took a closer look and saw that Bardock's previous injuries had disappeared at this time, and he didn't know what he was eating. Oh, nothing, fairy beans. Taking the fairy beans in his mouth, Bardock stretched out a finger from his right fist in front of Frisia's head, aiming at Frisia's brain door, and a brain melon popped out. I saw that Frisia's whole person was directly ejected by Bardock, and a trace of blood appeared in the center of his brain. Frisia, don't say I didn't give you time, use your full strength, let's fight again. Bardock stood in place after ejecting Frisia, waiting for Frisia to continue to get stronger. 5 million combat power, it turns out that Bardock you have been hiding your combat power before, no wonder King Ben has never been your opponent before. The detector in Frisia's ear is once again refreshed for Bardak's current combat effectiveness. Seeing this, Bardak was embarrassed to tell Frisia that his combat power was really only 3 million before. Seeing that Bardak really stood in place and did not continue to attack him, Frisia also began to gather his strength in place. 3.5 million. Million. 4.5 million. Million. 5.5 million. Million. Humph, stupid SAIYAN. Seeing that Bardak was still at ease and did not mean to continue attacking himself, Frisia continued to stand in place and gather his combat power. It wasn't until the combat power increased to 6 million that Frisia stopped accumulating. One is because Frisia wants to continue to improve his strength, and it takes more time. Frisia doesn't think Bardak will be kind enough to watch him get stronger and not stop him. Second, Frisia felt that with his current combat power of 1 million higher than Bardak, it should be enough to easily kill Bardak. But what Frisia didn't know was that his tragedy was just beginning. Chapter 023. Oh? Isn't it going to improve? After all kinds of boring waiting, Bardak sensed that Frisia's combat power had stopped rising. 6 million combat power? Well, okay. SAIYAN, now enough abuse for you. Before Frisia's words fell, his whole body leaned to the side, avoiding Bardak's energy bomb attack. Yes, the reaction speed has indeed increased a lot. Standing in place, Bardak clapped his hands and praised Frisia, and by the way, he threw a fairy bean into his mouth to replenish his body. Less looking down on people here. Bardak's praise was undoubtedly a shame in Frisia's eyes, and he directly stepped forward to fight Bardak. Bardak also put away the thought of underestimating Frisia in his heart, but fought with 100% spirit. After all, Frisia's combat power is 1 million higher than his own, but Bardak still chooses to harden Frisia. If nothing else, just to make a breakthrough in your limits. After all, an excellent sparring partner like Frisia is rare in ordinary times. The gap of 1 million combat power made Bardak fall into the downside in the first moment of fighting Frisia. This, of course, was the result of Bardak's lack of choice to dodge Frisia's attack. Ha ha ha, SAIYAN, how does it feel to be abused? Isn't it very comfortable? Seeing that his attack had successfully suppressed Bardak, Frisia laughed wildly, and the attack on his hand became even more violent. Wait, why didn't you fight back? Seeing that Bardak was getting more and more seriously injured by his own beating, Frisia found that something was slightly wrong. Even if his combat effectiveness is 1 million higher than Bardak, who should not be suppressed, does not even have a little room to fight back. It's nothing, Frisia, you go on, I don't fight back, shouldn't you be happy? Passing a fairy bean to his mouth, Bardak suddenly felt that his injuries were improving, and his combat effectiveness really showed signs of a breakthrough. Then you will give me death. Hearing the words of contempt from Bardak's mouth again, Frisia angrily condensed an interstellar destruction bomb in his hand again, and hit Bardak closely. The dust from the interstellar destruction bomb fell, and sure enough, as Frisia imagined, Bardak inside was not injured at all. Why is that? Frisia shouted in bewilderment, and immediately did not continue to worry about Bardak's counterattack, and hit Bardak with all his strength. For a while, Bardak was like a sandbag, allowing Frisia's attack to hit him, showing no sign of fighting back. I beg you, don't eat beans, can we still fight well? After attacking Bardak for more than 10 minutes in a row, Frisia saw that every time he beat Bardak to a serious injury, he would throw a bean into his mouth, and then the injury would begin to improve. It's okay, Frisia, you hurry up and fight, otherwise you won't have a chance to fight back for a while. While speaking, Bardak was still eating a fairy bean unhurriedly. Bardak said that when he came this time, he didn't bring much else, just fairy beans. My Grand Universe Emperor Frisia, how can you be pitiful as a little SAIYAN? You have the ability to fight back, come and beat me. Frisia felt that he had never been so angry in his life, and today he felt it all in Bardak, angrily punched and hit Bardock again. However, Frisia's punch did not hit Bardock, but was squeezed by Bardock in his hand. Since Frisia is begging me to hit you, then I'm not welcome. I saw that Bardock would pinch Frisia's retract, and Frisia's own circle in the air, and then Bardock flew up and kicked Frisia out directly. 6 million. Frisia, who was stable in the universe, couldn't believe the data displayed on the detector in his ear, and looked at Bardock in front of him in surprise. Impossible, how can you, a small SAIYAN, increase your combat effectiveness to the point of 6 million? Taking off the detector in his ear and pinching it, Frisia attacked Bardock again in disbelief. However, the result is obvious: with the same combat effectiveness, Frisia is really only abused by Bardock. Boom! An energy bomb blasted Frisia away, and Bardock did not choose to continue the attack, but felt the current combat power in his body. 6 million. Frisia thanks you for playing with me for so long, and I'm not ready to play with you. Show your strongest strength. Otherwise, you alone would not be able to survive a round in my hands. Bardock looked at Frisia in front of him and said defiantly. Bardock planned to put himself under a higher pressure to try. Don't be sorry, SAIYAN. With the experience of the first few times, Frisia knew that Bardock would not interrupt himself while he was accumulating. This time, Frisia intends to directly raise his combat power to the maximum limit he can currently bear, and then quickly solve Bardock's problem. 9 million. 5,005. 60 million. How about it? Did Bardock tremble because of my current strength? Frisia stood there and laughed proudly. Frisia, can you only come to this point? 60 million, shouldn't your heyday strength be 120 million? Brow furrowed, Bardock said that he was very dissatisfied with the combat power that Frisia was now showing. Science, less pretentious here, even if King Ben only uses 50% of his strength, it is enough to kill you. With a punch, Frisia punched Bardock directly. So fast. The gap in tenfold combat effectiveness could not be made up by any skill at all, and Bardock didn't have time to react at all, and was punched out by Frisia. Chewing the fairy beans that were placed in his mouth in advance, his severely injured body quickly recovered, and he felt his current combat strength, 6,001,000. What's going on? Is it only up 10,000? However, Bardock did not allow him to think about it, and Frisia's second attack had already arrived. Bardock was seriously injured again, eating grains of fairy beans, 6,011,000. Frisia's attacks hit Bardock one after another, and each move was enough to seriously injure Bardock. The fairy beans are constantly being subdued, but Bardock's combat effectiveness can be described as extremely slow. In the end, it was intercepted at 6.02 million, and the recovery effect after taking fairy beans has lost its effect. It seems that my Big Bang stage has passed, and the combat power in my body can only be improved by cultivation in the future. After many trials, Bardock understood the current situation of his body. Ha 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 ha, SAIYAN, I finally understand. You just rely on eating beans all the time to make your combat effectiveness improve rapidly. How, is it not easy to use now? Through fighting Bardock for so long, Frisia finally figured out the reason for Bardock's soaring combat effectiveness. Seeing that Bardock's combat effectiveness has no upward trend now, he couldn't help but stand in place and laugh at Bardock. Yes, you are right, my combat effectiveness can no longer rise. But in this case, Frisia, your free sparring partner is not very meaningful. Are you ready for death? Taking another fairy bean, Bardock got up and looked at Frisia with a smile. And the artificial moon not far behind Frisia in space, which had been arranged when he came. Chapter 024. Roar. Frisia continued to pretend to be forced before he could finish speaking, but was interrupted by a roar from Bardock's mouth in front of him. Bardock looked at the artificial moon in the sky, his entire body began to become a giant ape, and just a moment later, a huge gorilla appeared in front of Frisia. "That's King Bardak's ape. I thought King Bardak wouldn't be ape." Looking at the gorilla that Bardak turned into, Pabuzen said in surprise. "What to say, King Bardak is the king of our scions, how can it not be ape-like, but I am also the first time to see the ape of King Bardak." "Teach Pabuzen, who dares to say that Bardak will not be ape-like," Toma said in the same surprise. "King Bardak, so handsome, I really want to give birth to a monkey for King Bardak." Celiba on the side smiled like a fool. "Is that the ape of the father?" At this moment, the spaceship of the SAIYAN royal family had just arrived, and Raditz, who came out of it, said in surprise. "Well, that's right, it is indeed the ape transformation of King Bardak. I really didn't expect that this Frisia could actually make King Bardak ape." Paragath knew more than the rest of the scions, and seeing Bardak begin to ape, he knew how tricky Frisia was. "What about Vegeta?" Knowing that Bardak and Frisia couldn't get involved in the fight, Raditz asked him about the purpose of his trip. "His Royal Highness, Vegeta is inside the spaceship ahead." Toma replied. "Butler, shall I go find Vegeta?" Raditz looked back at Paragus and asked, now that Bardak is not there, naturally Paragus, the butler of the royal family, is the largest. "Go, His Royal Highness, I believe that after this month's special training of King Bardak, Vegeta will definitely not be your opponent." Paragus encouraged Raditz. "The three of you also come with you, be sure to protect the safety of His Royal Highness, King Bardak here is guarded by me." Paragath said to the Toma trio on the side. "Obey, Lord Paragus." After that, the three of Toma followed Raditz and flew towards Frisia's spaceship together. Inside Frisia's spaceship. "Son, now that your brother's spaceship has been sucked into a black hole, life and death are unknown, and now I have two sons, you and Tabor. You take advantage of Sob's lack of attention now, run away quickly, I am here to cover for you, remember to take care of your newborn brother after escaping." When Vegeta looked at the arrival of the Bardak royal family's spaceship outside, he whispered to little Vegeta on the side. "But, father." "But what? I am your father, I told you to go quickly, you will go quickly, is it possible that you still want to die here with me? Bardak, their target is me, you go quickly." Little Vegeta didn't wait to say something before being stopped by Vegeta and then taught little Vegeta a lesson. What little Vegeta wanted to say was, "Bardak, they came to find you, and it has nothing to do with me, what do I run?" But thinking of his newborn brother Tabor, and Vegeta's first time caring about him, little Vegeta was really embarrassed to say it for a while. "Yes." After thinking for a moment, little Vegeta nodded heavily and replied to Vegeta. After that, Vegeta took advantage of Sob's lack of attention and slipped out. After going out, little Vegeta directly grabbed a respirator and flew out of the spaceship. "Report Lord Sob. Little Vegeta ran out just now while you weren't paying attention." Seeing that little Vegeta had successfully escaped, Vegeta immediately made a small report to Sob. "What? How can it be reasonable, under the guard of my Sob, I actually dare to escape, it's really tired and crooked." Sabo, who was still focused on watching Bardak and Frisia fight, heard Vegeta's reminder and immediately noticed little Vegeta who was fleeing outside. "Humph, son, you are responsible for attracting the attention of Sob, Paragath and the others, I will definitely avenge you in the future." Looking at Sob, who went out to chase little Vegeta without saying a word, Vegeta was proud of his IQ in his heart. If he had escaped just now while Sob was not paying attention, the chances of being discovered by Paragus and the others outside and Sob would be too great. But now it's different, a little Vegeta and Sob have run out to attract the attention of Paragus and others for themselves, then they are fleeing, and the chance of being found is very small. His Royal Highness, two figures just flew out of the spaceship, judging from the breath on his body, one is little Vegeta, and the other should be Frisia's subordinate. Both Vegeta Jr. and Sob's whereabouts were noticed by Toma, but he did not immediately choose to act, but informed Raditz first. "And where is Vegeta?" Raditz has not forgotten the scene when he was defeated by Vegeta on the planet Bardock, and now Raditz has come to seek revenge on Vegeta. Vegeta is still inside the spaceship. Sensing where Vegeta Chi was, Toma replied. It's good that Vegeta didn't run, don't worry about anything else, let's catch Vegeta first. After that, Raditz took the lead and flew towards Frisia's spaceship, and ran into Vegeta who had just come out. Hello His Royal Highness. Vegeta, who had just found the respirator, did not expect that Raditz would ignore the escaped little Vegeta, and came to catch himself in the first place. After greeting Raditz politely, Vegeta quickly ran to the side. Snap! Raditz snapped his fingers, and the three of Toma immediately surrounded Vegeta. Vegeta, you don't want to run away in this situation now, you and I are singled out, if you win, how about I let you go? Raditz said confidently to Vegeta that after a month of masochistic training by Bardock, Raditz's combat effectiveness successfully broke through to 20,000, which is the same as Vegeta's combat effectiveness now. Knowing that his escape was impossible this time, Vegeta could only pin his hope in the hope that Raditz could keep his promise. In Vegeta's opinion, Raditz's combat effectiveness is the same as his own, but the age gap is there. Whether it was combat experience or physical strength, Raditz should not be his opponent, and Vegeta completely forgot how he was almost killed by Raditz before. Invincible with equal combat effectiveness, Bardock is not just talking about himself, and this also applies to Raditz. Raditz and Vegeta have had the upper hand since the beginning of their confrontation. But Raditz is young after all, and his physical strength is not as full as Vegeta, but Raditz said that he has fairy beans. Eat one pill and immediately be full, abuse Becky as if playing. After Raditz ate the fairy beans, it didn't take long for Vegeta to completely disperse into cosmic dust in Raditz's Big Bang. Father, it's about to be solved there. After solving Vegeta, everyone's eyes were once again on Bardock and Frisia's battle. Chapter 025. After seeing Bardock ape, Frisia remembered that the SAIYANs still had the operation of transformation. Because Toma and the others had changed from ape to normal before, and Bardock had been so strong before, Frisia forgot that SAIYANs could also transform. Don't hide from you, the SAIYAN after ape transformation has 10 times the combat power of the original foundation. Frisia, are you ready to meet death? With a contemptuous smile, Bardock's figure approached Frisia directly, followed by a punch towards Frisia. 10 times 6 million is 60 million, which can still be understood by Frisia mathematics. Previously, under the same combat power as Bardock, he had been abused, and now his combat effectiveness with Bardock has returned to the same level. How can this not make Frisia wary? Don't look at the huge size of Bardock after apeization, but in terms of speed, it is not slower than Frisia, and there is even a slight upper hand. As for strength, the moment Bardock's fist collided with Frisia's fist, Frisia understood how Bardock's power was more than 10 times higher. The two punches collided, and Frisia was beaten out by Bardock's punch without suspense, and I don't know how many meteorites were shattered in a row, and Frisia's figure gradually stabilized. Feeling his displaced internal organs, Frisia knew he would need time to recover from his injuries. Bardock, however, used practical actions to tell Frisia that he had no time to recover. After punching Frisia away, Bardock immediately gathered energy from his mouth, and a shockwave shot out of his mouth. Damn SAIYAN, when King Ben slows down, he will definitely not let you have any good ends. While resisting Bardock's shockwave, he cursed Bardock on his mouth. Frisia, you are no longer of any value to me, is it bad to die obediently like this? The shockwave dissipated, revealing Bardock, who was close to Frisia, reached out, and Bardock squeezed Frisia's palm in his hand. Bardock, you can kill me, but I hope you can tell me before I die that your current form is not a legendary Super Saiyan. With all his strength, Frisia found that he could not break free from Bardock's palm, so he asked Bardock as if he were fated. Humph, Frisia, I know that you are particularly afraid of the Super Saiyan legend in our Saiyan clan, but I can tell you clearly that I am not a Super Saiyan yet. For Frisia's sake, having been a sparring partner for so long, Bardock decided to answer Frisia's question before he died. Bardock, don't you want to see me who is 100% strong? Maybe you have the possibility of becoming a Super Saiyan by then. Afraid that Bardock would directly pinch himself to death in his hands like this, Frisia quickly reminded Bardock that he could continue to become stronger. Bardock did not hesitate in the slightest after Frisia finished speaking, and directly released the hand that was holding Frisia. Frisia's total strength is 120 million high, more than twice as high as his current self. But Bardock is not afraid, and even has a trace of expectation in his heart, looking forward to finding a glimmer of opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan from the full-fledged Frisia. After letting go, Bardock continued, Frisia, I'll give you time to use your full strength. This will make Frisia smart, without too much nonsense, and directly forcibly accumulating all his strength. And Bardock was quietly waiting for Frisia's combat power to open up, and at the same time suppressing the rising fighting intent in his body. This time, Frisia's combat effectiveness rose relatively slowly, and with the continuous improvement of combat effectiveness, the painful expression on Frisia's face became more and more obvious. Bardock immediately understood why Frisia had been reluctant to raise his combat power to the highest before. Because the current Frisia's control of his own energy is far less perfect than when the Dragon Ball Z Nemesis chapter, a slight mistake, the explosion and death are possible. And the combat power that Frisia can perfectly control now is exactly 50%, that is, 60 million. It's just that now Frisia can't care so much in order to be able to defeat himself. 60 million. 80 million. 100 million. 120 million. This time, Bardock waited several times longer than the previous ones. But fortunately, everything went smoothly in Frisia, and seeing Frisia, who is now full of combat power, Bardock knew that he had not waited in vain during this time. Oh, quick fix, Bardock, I can't maintain this state for long now, but it's enough to abuse you. This time, Frisia didn't say too much nonsense, and directly waved his fist and attacked Bardock. However, Frisia tragically discovers that even his fully combative self still does not seem to be Bardock's opponent. At this time, Bardock's breath all over his body became violent and restless, his pupils disappeared, and only pure whites remained in his eyes. Frisia, I hope you can fight with me now. I saw Bardock punch Frisia in the fist, knocking Frisia back several steps. As for why he couldn't directly knock Frisia out like before, it was not because Frisia became stronger, but because Bardock controlled the strength of his shot this time. Then, without waiting for Frisia's reaction, Bardock directly hit Frisia's head and began to crash into the meteorite group ahead. I don't know how many meteorites were broken, but Bardock stopped pressing the shape of Frisia's head. Then Bardock saw that he threw Frisia directly into the distance, and then the energy bullets of both hands continued to condense and emit. Bardock's attacks never stopped from the start. It stands to reason that Bardock's strength is enough to directly solve Frisia, and if it were in peacetime, Bardock would definitely do the same. But the current Bardock will not, because the current Bardock is in an extremely excited state of rage. This is a state that Bardock mastered when he was constantly looking to become a Super Saiyan before. Bardock found that there was a trace of berserk factor in his body, and he could use the berserk factor in his body in battle through cultivation. After the berserk, the combat effectiveness will be increased by different levels of combat effectiveness due to the different degrees of rage. But their own emotions will also enter a state of rage together, and the first time they think is not how to kill the enemy, but how to abuse the enemy. And now Bardock is in a state of rage, and his combat effectiveness has undoubtedly tripled. Like Frisia, it is the same as 120 million, but with the same combat power, Bardock tortured Frisia easily. P.S. Thank you Hachi Wizards Latetsu for your great support. Chapter 026. Frisia, now do you have anything else to say? Looking at Frisia, who was already dying in his hand, Bardock did not have the slightest sympathy in his eyes. "If not, just give me death." Saying that, Bardock threw Frisia to the side, and the ape's big mouth opened, and a shockwave was emitted from it, directly engulfing Frisia. Not dead. After the shockwave, Bardock sensed that Frisia's breath was still there, and couldn't help but look forward. Frisia's body is now riddled with holes, but there is still breath. The vitality of your frozen demon clan is quite tenacious. Stepping in front of Frisia, Bardock was ready to give Frisia the final blow. "SAIYAN, your name is Bardock, right?" the dying Frisia said slowly. "That's right, Frisia, remember that the man who killed you is the king of the SAIYANs, Bardock, no more trying to stall for time, your death is a foregone conclusion." Saying that, Bardock shot the shockwave that had condensed again in his mouth towards Frisia. "Bardock, after such a long period of fighting, King Ben has discovered the secret that your SAIYAN clan can be aped, and now it's time for King Ben to fight back." As soon as the words fell, he saw a beam of energy shoot out from Frisia's left hand towards Bardock's artificial moon. Suddenly, Bardock did not think about how Frisia's IQ suddenly went online, and would think of an artificial moon that directly attacked him. If you want to say that when Frisia fully embodies his intelligence, he should be transformed into Golden Frisia through practice in hell, and he should have been a cosmic emperor who was no one in his eyes before. When Bardock reacted, Frisia's attack was already flying towards the artificial moon he had previously arranged. However, Frisia's energy attack speed is not as fast as Bardock's movement speed after all. Flying at full speed, Bardock finally destroys the artificial moon before Foley's attack hits his artificial moon. In retrospect, Frisia had disappeared in place. I wanted to calm down and feel where Frisia's chi was, but Bardock found himself in his current violent state, and it was really difficult to calm his mind. For some reason, the artificial moon on the side constantly attracts his attention. In the past, Bardock was going berserk in the normal state, and today this is the first time to experiment with ape. The blood belonging to the SAIYANs in the body is boiling, and the endless battle intent is constantly washing away his willpower. Looking at the artificial moon on the side, Bardock's gaze gradually became obsessed. Then the body almost instinctively opened its mouth and swallowed the artificial moon in the sky in one mouthful. Lying groove, what is King Bardock doing? Can the artificial moon also be used to eat? Bardock's operation directly frightened Toma and the other salted fish responsible for shouting 666. The artificial moon disappeared, and Bardock's ape-like body gradually returned to normal, but the furious state did not recede. Not only that, Bardock also felt that after swallowing the artificial moon, the SAIYAN bloodline in his body was burning. The furious battle intent gradually drove the instincts in his body, fighting, destroying, and venting this powerful energy in his body. "Ha ha ha, Bardock, I didn't expect you to actually cut yourself off, and now you have retreated to the ape. How can you be the opponent of King Ben?" Frisia, who had originally planned to slip away directly, jumped out again at this time, smiling unscrupulously at Bardock, not noticing the golden flames burning around Bardock at this time. However, even if Frisia found out, nothing could be done, because Bardock had already discovered Frisia when he first appeared. Big bang! A shockwave formed by golden energy formed in Bardock's hand, so fast that it didn't allow Frisia to react, and he was hit. Fortunately, Bardock was now unfamiliar with it for a while because of the sudden surge in strength, so he only hit Frisia's lower body. But even so, it directly smashed Frisia's lower body to pieces. Is my current appearance Super 1? I always feel that something is wrong. Looking down, Bardock felt the powerful energy in his body now, about 50 times stronger than normal, which should be the Super SAIYAN, right? But why is my current self more eager to fight and destroy everything in front of me? Carefully recall in his mind why his Super 1 is different. Yes, it is the reason why he has been in a state of rage before. That is to say, his super form at this time has a trace of berserk factor in his body than ordinary SAIYANs. The more Bardock tried to suppress the furious battle intent in his body, the more he felt that the SAIYAN bloodline in his body was constantly burning. Roar! A roar came from Bardock's mouth, and Bardock's willpower could no longer suppress the violent fighting intent in his body. The pupils disappeared, only the pure whites of the eyes remained, and the only thing left in the mind was destruction, destruction as much as you wanted, and venting this powerful energy in your body. Inside Frisia's spaceship, at this time, because of the defeat of Frisia at the hands of Bardock, everyone suddenly began to endanger themselves, for fear that Bardock would not let him and others go. However, among them, there was a young man dressed in the combat uniform of the Frisia Legion walking leisurely, in stark contrast to the panicked people around him. The young man slowly walked to a room at the end of the spacecraft, entered his fingerprints, the door opened, and the young man walked in directly. There was only a huge block of ice in the room, and members of the Frozen Demon clan frozen in it. "Geely, what's going on outside? Why is it so noisy?" The Earthman named Geely had just entered the room when he heard a member of the Frozen Demon clan in the ice ask him. "Your Highness Aize, I can also be regarded as a teacher who has taught cultivation since you were born, and every time we meet, you directly address my name like this, isn't it a little rude?" Geely's brows furrowed slightly, and he replied dissatisfied. "Humph, inferior creatures, you should be proud to be able to teach the great Frozen Demon clan." The Frozen Iser let out a dissatisfied roar. Yes, Your Highness Aizawa, you are right, but you are still a child, and now even if you want to hit me, you can't beat me. Time prison." Saying that, Geely stretched out his right hand and directly attached it to the ice cube of Frozen Iser, and then several purple auras gushed out, wrapping the huge ice block. "Receive." The ice disappeared, and Geely turned around and walked back. Hide, don't get near King Bardock." Looking at Bardock, who had entered a violent state and was destroying the surroundings indiscriminately, Pelagus commanded the Scions to hide in a safe place. "Butler, what should we do now? My father doesn't seem to know us anymore." Raditz hid behind Paragagos and replied in fear. King Bardock should have caused the violent escape now because of the excessive violent energy in his body. "Don't worry, Your Royal Highness, as long as King Bardock vents all the violent energy in his body, it should get better." Paragas comforted Raditz. "Restore your sister, according to the level of violence of the Scions in front of me, I estimate that there will be no days when I can't stop." As soon as Paragatha's voice fell, he heard an unfamiliar voice behind him. "Who is it?" Paragas turned around, just in time to see Geely, who had begun to hide behind him at some point. "That's a good question. I'm Hao Geely, the super elite captain in the Galaxy Patrol. In order to collect evidence of the crimes of the Frozen Demon clan over the years, he has been stooped to the Frisia Legion as an undercover agent, and now..." As soon as Geely heard Paragas ask himself, he immediately began a long self-introduction. However, without waiting for Geely to finish speaking, he saw Bardock's indiscriminate attack again. "Now I don't have time to explain so much to you, I'll take you out of this dangerous place first. Time cage, close." The purple aura on Geely's body opened up, directly wrapped all the Scions in it, and then disappeared. Looking at Bardock's attack again, Geely went straight into the small spaceship that had just been snatched from the Frisia spaceship, and immediately activated, intending to evacuate this dangerous place first. P.S. Thanks again to Hachi Wizards Latetsu for your great support. Chapter 027. The sun and moon were like a shuttle, and time was like an arrow, and 3 years had passed since Bardock defeated Frisia. The seventh universe, the North Galaxy, on a lifeless nameless planet. Drink! With a roar, the earth of the entire planet cracked, and a blonde scion stood on the ground and exuded his powerful energy. "After 3 years of hard cultivation, I can finally maintain my sanity in the state of Super 1 Berserk, and now I finally don't have to worry about the problem of violent walking." Bardock felt his perfect state. Chaeyi became violent, the blood belonging to the scions in his body was boiling, and his body was full of endless fighting intent, and the most perfect thing was that Bardak's sanity was very clear now. Recalling his first violent run 3 years ago, Bardak still has some palpitations. 3 years ago, Bardak went into a rampage after dropping Frisia's lower body in seconds, and began to attack everything around him indiscriminately. As for Frisia's life or death, Bardak is uncertain about this. After all, with the tenacious vitality of the frozen demon race, only the existence of the upper body can survive. And if all the scions present at that time had not been rescued by the captain of the Galaxy Patrol, Jilly, I am afraid that they would have died under Bardak's indiscriminate attack. Bardak's rampage lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, and the energy in his body was exhausted before it stopped. And because Bardak's indiscriminate attack this time directly led to a sharp decrease in the number of planets in the North Galaxy by 1%. Don't underestimate this 1%, you must know that the North Galaxy occupies 1/5 of the entire 7th universe. After Bardak's violent state ended, the whole person floated in space. It may be because the berserk factor in the body is activated, allowing Bardak to survive in space even if he loses his respirator. But this period did not last long, and in less than a minute, Bardak was brought back to the planet Bardak by the royal spaceship that had been observing Bardak's situation from afar. Afterwards, Bardak discovered that the berserk factor was not only in his own body, as long as it was a scion body, it was only activated in his own body. And this kind of berserk factor, especially the most in Paragas's body, is actually more than 10 times more than himself. Bardak had also tried to hand over the berserk to the rest of the scions, but perhaps because of the problem of enlightenment, or for some other reason, none of them learned to berserk. Even Paragas, whose berserk factor in his body was more than 10 times higher than Bardak, said that he could not learn it, he could not learn it. In desperation, Bardak could only give up the violent teaching and train the combat effectiveness of the scions instead. The combat effectiveness of the scions has changed dramatically compared to 3 years ago. The most prominent is that under the training of Bardak, the 4 people of Paragath, Toma, Pabuzan, and Celebi have experienced the big explosion stage, and their combat effectiveness has made a qualitative leap. Paragas 2 million, Toma 1.5 million, Pabuzan 1 and 300,000, and Celebi 100 and 100,000. The average combat strength of the rest of the scions also reached the point of 50,000. And the new generation of scions. The average combat effectiveness has reached the point of 10,000. Among them, especially Raditz, the Scion Prince, has the most significant combat power, reaching a height of 30,000. There is also Raditz's little henchman Banaba, who also has a combat power of 20,000, and is the second person under Raditz in the new generation of scions. During these 3 years, the scions fought in the north and south under the command of Bardak, conquering the surrounding galaxies on a large scale and recovering Frisia's original chassis in the northern galaxy. For 3 years, in the northern galaxy, except for some stubborn planets who refused to submit to Bardak's rule, 80% of the planets were willing to be loyal to Bardak. After all, in Dragon Ball, a world where there are many explosive star powerhouses like dogs, it is better to have a strong backer than nothing. As long as you submit to Bardak's rule, pay enough tribute every year, and abide by the rules and regulations issued by Bardak, you can get the protection of the scions, so why not? Bardak can now be said to be the uncrowned king of the northern galaxy, and he can afford to call the galactic king, but Bardak still thinks it sounds better to call himself Bardak King. As for the boss of the Galactic Patrol, the Northern Galactic King, he has always regarded it as ignoring Bardak's connivance of the scions to unify the Northern Galactic. Just kidding, the King of the North Galaxy didn't want to be beaten to his hometown by Bardak the next day because he interfered with the scions. The amazing destructive power exerted by Bardak when he stormed away, the North Galaxy King could inquire clearly. Therefore, for the Scion race, the North Galaxy King has always maintained the central idea that he can't be provoked, can't beat it, and will be provoked to the end. As long as Bardak is not clear against himself, the North Galaxy King feels that he can accept it, even if Bardock really calls him the Galaxy King. The North Galaxy King said that he has no way at all. And the reason why Bardock did not make a move against the North Galactic King and the Galactic Patrol was entirely because of the move that Geely had graced to the Scions 3 years ago. As for the King of the Northern Realm, who is responsible for managing the Northern Galaxy, Bardock has not had time to meet it now. Bardock decided that when he was free, he would definitely go to the King of the Northern Realm to have a good chat about the management system and management methods of the Northern Galaxy. By the way, he was going to learn the Realm King Fist and the Genki Bullet, and he didn't see that the protagonist Goku in Dragon Ball had repeatedly relied on these two powerful skills to complete the amazing operation of surpassing the level and killing him. King Bardock, Lord Paragath just wrote that the Anti-SAIYAN Alliance has sent someone over for peace talks, and its leader has asked to see King Bardock by name. Seeing that Bardock's cultivation was over, Toma, who had been waiting on the side for a long time, immediately stepped forward to report the news from the planet Bardock. It's good if this kind of trifle is directly left to Paragus, and we can accept the unconditional surrender of the Anti-SAIYAN Alliance. If they dared to put forward conditions, they directly ordered Paragus to send an elite Saiyan force over and destroy them all. Bardock said impatiently. Bardock didn't know what to say about this Anti-SAIYAN Alliance, a group of scumbags formed autonomously because they did not accept their own rule. The combined combat power of all the planets is less than 100,000, and I don't know where the courage comes from to dare to oppose his rule. However, considering the large number of planets formed by the Anti-SAIYAN Alliance and the fact that he has been keeping a low profile, Bardock has not cared about it, and this laissez-faire has been more than 2 years. Now hearing the news that the Anti-SAIYAN Alliance was coming out, Bardock's first reaction was that they were impatient, and planned to directly order Paragus to send someone over to destroy their group. Yes, King Bardock, I will inform Lord Paragath. Receiving the order, Toma immediately turned on the probe in his ear and directly contacted the Paragus of the planet Bardock, ready to report Bardock's order directly. Wait, Toma, who is the leader of the Anti-SAIYAN Alliance this time, who dares to have the courage to ask me by name? Because he has just fully grasped the reason for the berserk, Bardock is now in a good mood, and he wants to hear about the Anti-SAIYAN Alliance. Back to King Bardock, it is a Kanashan named Duolo, before which there was no such name in the Anti-SAIYAN League. It is estimated that he was a nobody. Toma looked at the information he had received here and replied to Bardock. Duolo of Kanashaxasan, he, Toma, you are wrong this time. Duolo is definitely not a nobody, but may be the real leader of the Anti-SAIYAN Alliance. Bardock searched his mind for everything he had about Kanas's star Duolo in his past life. Then he said to Toma, inform Paragath, I will return to the planet Bardock, this Duolo, I will personally receive it. Chapter 028. Bardock's exclusive royal ship flew for 3 or 4 hours before returning to Bardock from the nameless planet. Welcome back, King Bardock. As soon as he got off the spaceship, Paragus led a group of Scions to take Bardock here. Don't fix these useless things, where is Duolo? Compared to these insignificant pick UPS, Bardock still wanted to see Duolo soon, so he asked Paragus. If you return to King Bardock, Duolo and the 5 men he brought with him were arranged by me to wait in the main hall. Although he didn't know why Bardock valued Duolo, the dregs of Kanafloxasan, Paragus answered truthfully. Come with me. After that, Bardock took the lead and walked. King Kia Bardock, Queen Haimuka gave birth to a boy. Bardock had not taken 2 steps here when he was stopped by Celebi, who was hurriedly coming. Didn't you say that it will take a few more days? Why do you give birth now? Will premature birth have any effect on Jinae's body? Bardock was taken aback after hearing this, and quickly asked about Haimeina's situation. Well, King Bardock, is there any difference between being born a few days earlier and a few days later? Also, what is premature birth? Is it powerful? Raising her head, Celebi asked, puzzled by Bardock's question. Confused, I'll go see Haimuka first. Bardock patted his head, secretly saying that he was really confused. Even if GNEI was fighting in a battle he didn't like on weekdays, he also had a combat power of 50,000 under Bardock's subtle influence. Where is the 50,000 SAIYAN with combat power still born prematurely, and the physical fitness is so strong that it is not a problem to explode a planet? As soon as the words fell, Bardock directly turned on the super race mode and quickly flew in the direction of the hospital. As for Duolo, while playing, nothing is now as important as Hymene's eyes in Bardock's eyes. Lord Paragus, when King Bardock leaves, then we will leave Duolo. Bardock was leaving, but Toma did not dare to stop him, so he could only put the problem on Paragath. I'll go see Duolo's group of people, although the combat effectiveness is a little scum, but after all, the visitor is a guest, and we can't lose the etiquette of our SAIYAN clan. After thinking for a moment, Paragath replied. Lord Paragus, your wife Naileri is also going to give birth. Seeing that Paragus was leaving, Celiba continued to speak. Don't say it earlier, Toma, I'll go see Naileri then, and you'll take care of everything here. After complaining about Celiba, and then explaining to Toma, Paragus also directly opened up his combat strength and flew towards the hospital. Left Toma standing in stunned. Nima, what should I do? Celiba, go, let's also go and see His Royal Highness the newborn second prince. After that, Toma also flew away, and the remaining Celiba, after thinking about it, also followed. Naileri, I'm coming. Paragus, who had just arrived at the hospital, shouted directly. SHH, little voice, just gave birth and slept. Because Jaime and Naileri were both resting in the same room, Paragatha's loud voice, Bardock heard it immediately, and quickly made a small gesture. King Bardock, Queen Hymene and Naileri are all right. For Bardock's gesture, Paragaston was aware of it, and immediately walked to Bardock and whispered. If Bardock's ears weren't normal, it is estimated that he would not be able to hear what Paragus was saying, and his voice was really too small. Hymuki and Naileri need to rest for a while because they just gave birth. Let's go see the child first. Closing the door to the infirmary, Bardock walked out with the old man Paragus. Obey, King Bardock. Without asking why, Paragus knew that he was right if he listened to Bardock. King Bardock, have you thought of the name of His Royal Highness the second prince? Walking slowly with Bardock towards the nursery, Paragus asked. Well, Hymuka has long thought of his name, Cockroach. Seeing that Paragas asked himself, Bardock did not hide it and replied directly. It's the name Queen Hymuka thinks again, great talent, whether it is the Raditz of the eldest prince or the Cockroach of the second prince, it means that our SAIYAN family is prosperous. In front of Bardock, Paragus did not hesitate to praise the words in his mouth, and it was a mess to Gina's literary style, and Bardock was embarrassed to listen to it. I also think the name Cockroach is very good. By the way, what is your son going to be called? In order to prevent Paragus from chattering on, Bardock quickly changed the subject. God knows what the meaning of the names Raditz and Cockroach is. Anyway, Bardock didn't come up with it even if he wanted to break his head. It's still the same sentence before, as long as GNEI likes it, call long Aotian OK. If I return to King Bardock, I am not very well read, and my name is certainly not as good as Queen Jaime, and my son's name is Broly. The meaning is to follow in the footsteps of King Bardock and add to the glory of our SAIYAN family. Paragus mentioned his son's name as a burst of excitement. It is really difficult for Paragus to choose a name, and I don't know how many brain cells Paragus spent on the name Broly. Good name, good name. Praising twice, Bardock hurriedly quickened his pace to the baby room, and said in his heart, why didn't I find out before? The degree of grinding of Paragus is simply as much as the square dance ant of the earth in the previous life. King Bardock, look at His Royal Highness the second prince, he looks like you. Whether it is hairstyle or face shape, it is simply carved in a mold. Walking to the door of the special nursery room, he did not choose to go in, and through the window, he could see Cockroach and Broly sleeping in their respective baby cabins. Lying on his stomach in the window, Paragus didn't look at his son Broly, and directly faced Cockroach, who was the second prince. If other Saiyans saw Paragus as he looked now, they would definitely think that Paragus, the butler of the Saiyan royal family, came by patting Bardock's, not by his own strength. Okay, don't blow it, let's go in and take a look, maybe with Broly's excellence, it may not be worse than Cockroach. Bardock is really a little unbearable to Paragus's dog-legged appearance now. You said that there are more than 2 million people with combat power, and they can't be normal in front of themselves. King Bardock, you really laughed. How can Broly's qualifications be compared to His Royal Highness the Second Prince? Although happy that Broly was recognized by Bardock, but in the heart of Paragus, he will always be the first in the royal family, and even if his son is excellent, it is good to be second, the first, or something. Dare not think, dare not think. Wow! 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 Just as Paragus' voice fell, he heard a baby cry. There were only 2 people in the special nursery, Cockroach and Broly, and Bardock and Paragus could tell at a glance that it was Cockroach who was crying. As for the reason, it was because Broly in the baby cabin next to him exuded a powerful aura in his deep sleep, which scared Cockroach to cry. Paragus now feels particularly embarrassed. He just played Cockroach here, but in a blink of an eye was scared by his son's momentum and cried, "You say embarrassment is not embarrassing." Chapter 029. Nima. When he saw Cockroach crying when he was frightened by the momentum exuded by Broly, Bardock couldn't be more embarrassed in his heart. Perceive the combat power. Broly was born with a combat power of 10,000, well, it is still within the acceptable range. You must know that before Bardock became king, the highest combat power of adult Saiyans was Bardock's 5,000. Satisfiedly perceiving Broly's combat power, Bardock turned to look at the birth combat power of his son Cockroach. 5 o'clock, no, look again, how is it still 5 o'clock? This is his own son, no. This is his own son, no. This is his own son, no. Bardock said that important things to say 3 times, and there are only 2 points in the original Cockroach's birth-born battle, which Bardock knows. But now Bardock said that whether it is himself or Jinei's combat effectiveness is not known how many times higher than in the original work. How to give birth to Cockroach's combat effectiveness is not much worse than in the original work. If it weren't for the linkage between the bloodlines and the exact same length of Cockroach and Goku's childhood in his memory, Bardock really wondered if his second son had been taken away by someone. Calm down, calm down. Wu, don't look at the lack of 5-point combat effectiveness, but the good villain is more than twice as strong as the Cockroach combat power in the original work, isn't it? Bardock constantly comforted himself in his heart, it's okay, it's okay. King Bardock also forgives Broly for his disrespectful sin. Broly is still young, and he must have inadvertently offended His Royal Highness the Second Prince. After Paragus, who was standing on the side, felt the anger coming from Bardock's body, he immediately knelt in front of Bardock in fright and began to intercede for Broly. Get up, Paragath, I didn't mean to blame Broly, I was just thinking about Cockroach's birth combat power. Being kneeled by Paragus like this, Bardock did not have the heart to think about why Cockroach was so scumbag, and explained to Paragus instead. King Bardock, I will prepare a small spaceship in a moment, banish Broly to a remote planet, and ask King Bardock to let Broly live. After listening to Bardock's words, instead of getting up, Paragus knelt on the ground and died even more, directly bowing his head and assuring Bardock. Get up, Paragus, Broly is a genius warrior in the new generation of our Saiyan race. I can't even cultivate it vigorously, how can I hurt Broly's life because of this little thing? Seeing that Paragus did not get up, Bardock persuaded again. Give me up, Paragus, am I Bardock such a stingy person in your eyes, and would be angry with Broly, a newborn baby, because of this little thing? Remember, you are the butler of my Saiyan royal family, the second person under me, don't say kneel down in the future, here no. Seeing that Paragas still showed no sign of getting up, Bardock immediately became angry and immediately roared. "Thank you King Bardock for his grace of not killing, just now I was too abrupt, and I ask King Bardock to forgive me." After following Bukta for so long, where would Paragas not know that Bardock is not a stingy person, never a new force that stifles the SAIYAN family, but will vigorously cultivate. Before seeing Bardock, they agreed that Vegeta's 2 sons would join the SAIYAN family. So it can be said that Bardock has a big heart and can even fit the universe. Faced with Bardock's anger, Paragatha's anxious heart suddenly cleared up and replied to Bardock. "Well, if you understand that." Bardock stepped forward and lifted Paragatha up. "Broly, don't you hurry up and thank King Bardock for his grace of not killing, and quickly apologize to His Royal Highness the Second Prince." After getting up, Paragas immediately yelled at Broly, who was still in the baby cabin. Boom! Just as Paragas' voice fell, the baby capsule belonging to Broly suddenly exploded, and Broly, who had just been born, walked out of it. Yes, that's right, Broly walked with his legs upright on the ground. You must know that the reason why the SAIYANs can be called a fighting nation is in addition to their aggressive personalities. Each newborn baby is born with a good understanding of things, and after a short period of training, it is completely ready to participate in battle. Therefore, it is normal for Broly to be able to walk upright at this time, not to mention that Broly's current combat strength is a real 10,000. Through the linkage between the bloodlines, Broly could feel the intimacy in Paragas. When the newborn Broly felt the anger in Paragas, he wanted to get close, but he was afraid. Paragatha educates Broly in front of Bardock, which allows Broly to make a simple apology. Of course, all this is completely unnecessary in Bardock's opinion. After all, he has not really blamed Broly in his heart. However, in order to reassure Paragas, Bardock did not stop Broly from apologizing to himself and Kakarot. And Broly, after a meal of education by Paragas, also vaguely understood what mistake he had made. It seems that he scared His Royal Highness the Second Prince in the other baby cabin to tears. But why is this second prince so weak? Broly, who was just born, never understood this question in his heart. "Broly, come here." Crouching down himself, Bardock beckoned to Broly. Bardock now can't wait to see what exactly distinguishes Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, from the average Super Saiyan. Far away, Bardock also sensed that the combat power born in Broly was 10,000, and the combat power in his body was gradually increasing in a stable form all the time. In the time of this meeting, Broly's combat strength grew from 10,000 to 10,100. Don't underestimate this increase in combat effectiveness by 100, you must know that even Bardock cannot increase 100 combat effectiveness out of thin air without doing anything. When Bardock put his hand on Broly, he immediately understood the difference between Broly and the rest of the Saiyans. That's right, the berserk factor present in every Saiyan. The berserk factor in Bardock's body accounts for about 20% of his body, and the berserk factor in the rest of Saiyan's bodies ranges from 1% to 10%. But Paragas is different, the berserk factor in Paragas' body is 3 times that of Bardock, accounting for about 60% of his body. But among the Saiyans, except for Bardock, who mastered the berserk by activating the berserk factor in the body, none of the other Saiyans could activate the berserk factor in the body. Even Paragatha could not activate the berserk factor in his body. But today Bardock sees an exception among the Saiyans in Broly. Because the berserk factor in Broly's body occupies 100% of his body, and he is still all in a semi-activated state. That is to say, as long as Broly is willing, he can turn on the berserk state at any time. It is precisely because of the existence of the semi-activated state berserk factor in Broly's body that Broly's body can be quenched all the time, which causes Broly's battle to improve all the time. Chapter 030. It was good that Broly could go berserk at any time, but then Bardock thought of a serious problem, and berserk required great mental power. It's good when he hasn't become a super one, his combat effectiveness is not high, and he can maintain his sanity in a violent state. But when he really transformed into a Super One, the powerful power impact, coupled with the impact of Berserk on his spirit, he fell into an unconscious violent state in minutes. It took 3 years to hone his spiritual power before he was able to use Berserk at the same time as Super One without losing his mind. This is true of himself, not to mention the newborn Broly. Paragus, send it to me when Broly can train, I will train him myself. With this thought, Bardock said to Paragus. Obey, King Bardock, it will be Broly's honor to have you personally guide Broly. Upon hearing that Bardock was willing to teach Broly, Paragus quickly took Broly with him to thank Bardock. After dealing with Broly's affairs, Bardock turned his eyes to his son Kakarot again. To be honest, as far as the strength of the Saiyans is concerned, it is true that acquired efforts are much more important than innate talent. But whoever stipulates that you are allowed to fly first with a stupid bird with poor talent, and the one with good talent will definitely stay in place and do not know cultivation. Under the same hard cultivation, there is no doubt that the final strength of the talent is a little higher. Looking at Kakarot, who was sleeping soundly in the baby cabin, there were still undried tears in the corners of his eyes. Obviously Kakarot was frightened by the momentum exuding from Broly's body before. Paragus, do you say that people with only 5 combat power can live normally on our planet Bardock? Bardock asked, knowing that the gravity on Bardock's planet is 10 times higher than on Earth. Well, it should work. For Bardock's question, Paragus is not very sure. After all, in history, the lowest combat power on the planet Bardock has never been lower than 20. But please rest assured that Dr. Emertu's gang engaged in scientific research has a way for His Royal Highness the Second Prince to overcome the gravity situation on our Bardock planet. After thinking for a moment, Paragath replied. With Kakarot's current physical fitness, if you want to train, you have to wait at least 3 years. That is to say, in these 3 years, Kakarot's combat effectiveness will not change much. As my youngest son, others naturally did not dare to laugh at Kakarot, but in the past 3 years, what will Kakarot think in his heart? Bardock voiced his concerns. This. Faced with Bardock's question, Paragus couldn't think of how to answer for a while. After all, even if no one makes fun of you, but you are the most scummy in the surrounding environment, who can experience this kind of mood? Can Kakarot, who does not go to Earth, still be called an empty god? Recalling the Dragon Ball plot in his previous life, Bardock muttered. King Bardock, what were you talking about? Paragath said that Bardock's voice was too small just now for him to hear clearly. Nothing. With a smile, Bardock was not ready to answer Paragus's question. King Bardock, Sariba and I have come to see His Royal Highness the Second Prince. The oppressive atmosphere in the special grade baby room was immediately broken by the teasing voice of Baitoma not far away. Paragus, accompany me for a walk. Bardock was not in a very good mood now, but he didn't want to continue to disturb his purity while Toma. Oh, yes, King Bardock. As a loyal brain fan of Bardock for many years, Paragus can still read and understand Bardock's meaning at the first time, and immediately reply. King Bardock, where are you going? Toma, who had just arrived at the door of the special nursery, saw Bardock leaving with Paragus, and asked puzzled. Toma, you take care of Kakarot and Broly here, and Celiba, you go take care of Jaime and Naileri. Without answering Toma's question, Bardock gave the order directly. Obey, King Bardock. Toma and Celiba immediately took orders. 10,000 combat strength, not bad, this Broly should be His Royal Highness the Second Prince. Pushing the door in, Toma first saw Broly rolling around in the baby room. Stupid Toma, His Royal Highness the Second Prince is called Kakarot, the one in the baby cabin. Celiba, who had been by Haimechi's side before, naturally knew who Bardock's son was. Oh, it turns out that this is Lord Paragus's child, and His Royal Highness the Second Prince is the one in the baby cabin. Embarrassed by a capital letter, Toma immediately walked to Cockroach's baby cabin. Celiba, are you sure this is our second Prince Highness? How can the combat power is only 5, what is the difference between this and the War 5 scum? After sensing Cockroach's battle, the originally happy face could no longer smile, and when he turned around, Toma asked Celiba puzzled. Toma, you want to die? No matter how low the combat effectiveness of His Royal Highness the Second Prince is, it is not for you and I to judge. Quickly stepping forward to gag Toma's mouth, Celiba continued, you are watching well here, I am going to take care of Queen Jaime and Lady Nailery. Hey, what can I do if you leave? I won't take care of the children. After Celiba left, Thomas looked bitterly at Cockroach and Broly beside him. Cockroach said that at least he had been sleeping quietly in the baby cabin, but this Broly looked like the Lord who refused to be quiet and obedient. Broly, you give me a quiet stay. After taking Broly off who had climbed on his head, Thomas glared angrily. Broly, who had always been mischievous, really stayed in place quietly after Thomas' angry rebuke, not moving. Ha ha ha, I really have a set with my children, and I am willing to obediently obey with a roar. After seeing that Broly was really honest, Toma immediately stood in place and laughed proudly, and then lay on the ground again, ready to observe Broly's depressed face up close. Boom! Broly didn't want to continue to wait with Toma here with wide eyes, and directly threw a punch and hit Toma in the face, not to mention, Broly really hit. Paragus, calculate the time, Raditz should also return from traveling through the universe. Bardock and Paragath walked aimlessly on the planet Bardock, while chatting without a word. Well, His Highness Raditz can return to the planet Bardock today according to the planned time. Paragus replied. Time flies so fast, and in a flash, Raditz is more than 5 years old. Looking at a shooting star streaked across the sky, Bardock couldn't help but sigh. Yes, His Highness Raditz has grown into an excellent SAIYAN warrior. Paragus said. Putting away his emotion, Bardock looked up and saw the palace not far away, and then said, Paragus. Duello was arranged by you in the main hall of the palace. Yes, King Bardock. Paragus replied. Go, accompany me to see what courage this Duello from Kana Shaxan has to come to me on behalf of the Anti-SAIYAN Alliance. After Bardock finished speaking, he led Paragath towards the palace hall. Chapter 031. Stop! Bardock, who had just arrived at the door of the hall, directly gathered the energy bombs in his hand and hit Pabuzin in the hall, successfully saving the purple-skinned aliens under Pabuzin. King Bardock, what do you mean by this? Just now this alien dared to provoke the majesty of our SAIYAN race, I just wanted to teach him a lesson. In the face of Bardock's energy bomb attack, Pabuzin could only reluctantly give up attacking the purple-skinned alien in front of him, and turned to look at Bardock who came in. However, Bardock did not answer Pabuzin's question, but slowly walked to his throne. Pabuzin, how did you kid talk to King Bardock? However, Paragath on Bardock's side was dissatisfied with Pabuzin's attitude towards Bardock, and opened his mouth to scold him angrily. Just now, it was a little impatience and inadvertently offended King Bardock, and I also asked King Bardock for forgiveness, Lord Paragus forgiveness. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Paragus, Pabuzin's expression that originally wanted to be angry suddenly frustrated, and then retreated to the side. Are you kid confused today? Why are you standing on the opposite side? Come and stand here. Seeing Pabuzin bowing his head and admitting his mistake, Paragus originally planned to boast a word or two, but when he saw Pabuzin standing at Duello, he was immediately dissatisfied again. Ha, ha, ha. With an embarrassed smile, Pabuzin did not answer his actions, but walked directly to stand next to Paragus. Say, what's your name? Seeing the end of the farce below, Bardock asked. Back to King Bardock's words, I am the representative of the Anti-SAIYAN Alliance, Duello from Kana Shaxan. The other 5 are the bodyguards I brought this time, in order, Kainu, Likum, Kuth, Bart, and Gudu. At this time, the leading duello stood up and introduced Bardock one by one. The tone was simply humble enough to be more humble, not at all angry that he had waited for Bardock for so long, nor did he speak out because he was the antithetical side of the seance. At least Duello's humble tone made Bardock's original desire to find fault with his heart a little embarrassed. Looking at the familiar 5-person group below, Bardock suddenly understood the reason why the Anti-SAIYAN Alliance dared to confront him over the years. Team Kinet, a super special force under Frieza in the original Dragon Ball Z. Although the name is loud, the highest combat power among them is nothing more than Jinyu, who is the captain, with a combat power of 120,000. The ability is to exchange bodies with others, and he exchanged bodies with Goku in the original Dragon Ball Z Name X chapter. It is precisely because Bardock understands this ability of Kainu that he prevents Pabuzen from killing Kainu when he enters the door. That's right, the purple-skinned alien who is now lying on the ground and approaching death is the captain of the Kainuit team, Kainu. King Bardock, this time I came to discuss the division of the Northern Galactic region on behalf of a total of 36 planets, including the Anti-SAIYAN Alliance. Seeing that Bardock did not answer his own words, Duello continued, secondly, we hope that King Bardock can stop. I can accept the unconditional surrender of your Anti-SAIYAN Alliance, and I can also be unpunished for the crimes you have committed. And as long as you surrender and pay your tribute on time every year, we Saiyans can keep your planet safe. Bardock directly said that he did not accept any consultation, and there was only one person who could really speak in the North Galaxy, that is, himself. I can tolerate your Anti-SAIYAN Alliance jumping for so long, it is already a gift, if you don't descend, think about the end yourself. He didn't continue, because Bardock felt that he had said it clearly enough. If Duello still doesn't understand, or continues to pretend not to understand, then don't blame yourself for being ruthless. King Bardock, this request of yours, I need to think about it before I can reply to you. In the face of Bardock's aggressiveness, Duello wisely did not continue to say words that could upset Bardock, but stood aside and pondered. Don't say I didn't give you time to think, my time is limited, 3 minutes, Duello gives your answer. Don't say that Bardock gave too little time, on the contrary, Bardock thought that he gave Duello too much time to think. After all, in Bardock's view, Duello ended up giving himself only 2 answers. One is the unconditional surrender of the Anti-SAIYAN coalition and acceptance of its rule. The second is to refuse to surrender, and then be destroyed by an elite SAIYAN force sent by himself. Well, it's that simple. Pabuzen, tell me, why did you shoot and hurt Kainu before? After answering Duello's question, Bardock set his eyes on Pabuzen next to Paragus. Back to King Bardock, because you haven't appeared for a long time, this alien named Kainu made a bad speech to King Bardock, so I took action to teach it a lesson. Named by Bardock, Pabuzen stood up and whispered back. Oh yes, there is not the slightest loophole in the answer. Faced with Pabuzen's answer, Bardock laughed playfully. Although Pabuzen's attitude towards Bardock made him dissatisfied at first, Paragus felt that there was indeed nothing wrong with Pabuzen's answer just now. But with the playful smile on Bardock's lips in the stands, Paragus always felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere now. Paragus, you go and feed Kainu the grain of fairy beans, I have something to ask him. Looking at Kainu, who was close to death below, Bardock spoke. Obey, King Bardock. Although he wondered why Bardock used fairy beans to save a scumbag alien, Paragus still did so. Because Paragus knew that Bardock must have done this reason, in a word, everything Bardock said and did, Paragus always felt right. As for why I don't understand, I can only blame myself for my lack of learning. After that, Paragus took out a fairy bean from his arms and walked towards Kainu, who was not far away. Although I don't know what the fairy beans in Bardock's mouth are. But whether it was Pabuzen, or Duello and the others on the side, they knew that if Paragus really gave Kainu a fairy bean, it would definitely be fine. I can really calm down, and I actually waited until now and didn't make a move. Seeing that Asparagus gradually approached Kainu, Pabuzin, and Duolo and the others on both sides only gradually turned ugly, but they didn't mean to make a move. Bardock decided to add a fire, so he continued. I forgot to say just now, this immortal bean is a healing holy relic. As long as you eat one pill, you can heal the injuries on the person who takes it, and the spirit is restored to the best state. Chapter 032. Healing Relics. Pabuzin listened to Bardock's words, the cold sweat on his face flowed, and he did not have the courage to bet on the truth of what Bardock said. In short, if Kainu really sobered up, then some were over. Do it. When Pabuzin was about to feed the fairy beans into Kainu's mouth, Pabuzin directly gave the order to attack. What hands? Paragath heard a shout from Pabuzin behind him and turned back to ask in bewilderment. Exchange. I saw Pabuzin below shouting at Bardock above the throne. However, Bardock's speed far exceeded Pabuzin's imagination. As soon as Pabuzin's words fell, he saw that Bardock's figure had come to the stage, only a millimeter away from Pabuzin, and he could end Pabuzin's life at any time by reaching out. Time pause. At this time, Gudu on the side of the corner suddenly held his breath and activated his superpower, pausing the time for 4 weeks for a short time. It's so dangerous, I really didn't expect Bardock's speed to be so fast, and he almost killed Captain Kainu in seconds. Wiping the cold sweat on his face, Gudu praised his superpower in his heart. Then he saw that Bardock was already on Pabuzin's side, and understood that even if he lifted the time pause, Nakinu's exchange would not hit Bardock. Reluctantly, Gudu decided that it would be better to help Pabuzin himself. Holding his breath, he quickly came to Bardock, and Gudu looked at Bardock, still not having the courage to touch Bardock in his heart. So Gudu shook his head and walked to Pabuzin again, ready to help Pabuzin turn around. So that Pabuzin can complete the body exchange with Bardock the first moment he lifts the time pause. SHH, don't talk, keep holding your breath, don't lift the time pause. Then, just as Gudu was about to act, he suddenly heard Bardock's voice behind him. Looking back, Bardock was not affected by his own time pause at all, but stood in place and looked at himself playfully. Seen by Bardock, Gudu was almost so frightened that he didn't come up, and lifted the time pause. Hold on for 10 seconds or I'll kill you. Bardock smiled kindly at Gudu. However, even if Bardock smiled kindly, in Gudu's eyes, it was no different from the devil's smile. However, the time pause is Gudu's biggest hole card, and it is now invalid against Bardock. For the safety of his own life, Gudu still chose to do as Bardock said. As long as he insisted on a 10-second pause, he should be able to do it. That's right, just be obedient. Satisfied with a reply to Gudu, Bardock walked to the ground and was in front of the dying Kainu. One hand picked up Kainu, and Bardock leisurely placed Kainu in front of Pabuzin, no more, no less, just 10 seconds. Gudu's face was already flushed, and he could no longer maintain the pause of time, and the 4 weeks returned to normal. Exchange. Continuing the lines he had just shouted earlier, Pabuzin used the ability to exchange for Kainu in front of him. Gudu, you. After exchanging bodies, Kainu watched himself return to the body that was beaten to death by himself before, and he was angry and could not say anything. Just wanted to scold Gudu's defection, but before he could finish speaking, he was directly turned into crumbs by the powerful energy emanating from Bardock's hands. The captain did a beautiful job, I really didn't expect the king of the SAIYANs to be such a scumbag. And the plan went so smoothly. Likum and guys didn't understand what was going on the pitch. But seeing that Kainu was killed by Bardock's hands, plus Gudu, who was standing next to Bardock, he thought that Kainu must have completed the last step of exchanging bodies with Bardock. It was Bart, the fastest in the Kinna team, who saw something wrong with the atmosphere on the field, directly greased the solace of his feet, and quickly ran towards the outside of the hall. Boom! Bardock directly waved an energy bomb to fire, seconds Bart who wanted to escape. Captain Kenaiu, how did you kill Bart? Seeing Bart directly seconded, Likum asked Bardock puzzled. You are still Bardock, you have not been changed by Captain Kainu at all. There is still an IQ online, and guys on the side suddenly saw the situation on the field. Well, you anti-SAIYAN Alliance people really don't know whether you are dead or alive, and dare to come here to secretly calculate King Bardock. Not far away, Paragus finally recovered from his stunned state, and after listening to the conversation between Bardock and the others, Paragus finally understood what was going on. Each hand gathered an energy bomb and threw it at the surviving Likum and guys. The two scumbags, whose combat effectiveness combined were less than 100,000, naturally could not even resist, and were directly killed by Paragus in seconds without suspense. King Bardock, is there one duello left to kill or not? Paragus did not forget that Bardock attached great importance to this Konofloxacin before, so he did not start at the first time, but chose to go back and ask Bardock's opinion. Listen to Duello's answer first. After Bardock returned to Paragus, he then said to Duello, 3 minutes have passed, how have you thought about it, Duello or not? You SAIYANs are a group of executioners, and after killing 4 more innocent lives in such a short period of time, we SAIYAN Alliance will not surrender to your group of evil forces. Phantom Magic Fist. Seeing the 5 bodyguards he brought this time, 4 were seconded and 1 surrendered, Duello knew that he was not expected to live long. So he directly gathered his whole body spiritual power, and released his big move at the first time, hitting Paragus who was walking towards him. Ha ha ha, I admit that all of you SAIYANs are very strong, but if it comes to spiritual power, we Kanasa people are a little stronger. Bardock, your number 1 general has now hit my magic fist, and I'm afraid it's not far from having a nervous breakdown and dying. Seeing that he could still pull up the back of the Paragath cushion before he died, Duello couldn't help but stand in place and laugh proudly. Oh yes, how come it seems to me that your phantom magic fist is also average? Bardock did not choose to kill Duello in the first place, but set his sights on Paragus. In the Dragon Ball Gaiden Bardock chapter, his combat power at that time was only about 10,000, and he was hit by Duello's phantom magic fist, but he also awakened the ability to predict the future. And now Paragus' combat effectiveness is 200 times higher than his own at that time. Even if the mental power is worse, it is definitely much stronger than himself in the original Dragon Ball Gaiden Bardock's chapter, so Bardock is not worried about Pulaga at all. Stop! I saw that Paragus, who was standing quietly in place, suddenly said an inexplicable word from his mouth, and then his whole body burst out of golden chi, and powerful energy instantly burst out from his body. Seeing this, Bardock knew that Paragus had reached the realm of Super Saiyan 1. Chapter 033. King Bardock, it's great that you're still alive. Polagath, who had returned to his senses, looked at Bardock excitedly, and tears of joy appeared in his eyes. What you have experienced in the fantasy realm has actually turned you into a Super Saiyan. Seriously, Bardock hadn't thought at all that Paragus would turn into a Super Saiyan in this way. But now that Paragus has become a Super One, Bardock is still happy for Paragus. Back to King Bardock, I saw in the fantasy that Vegeta had become the king of our Saiyan race. When my son Broly was born, Vegeta executed Broly for fear that Broly would threaten his Saiyan throne in the future. When Frieza came to destroy our Saiyan planet, none of the Saiyans led by Vegeta dared to fight in the face of Frieza's arrival. And King Bardock, you were just an ordinary Saiyan with a fighting power of 5,000, but you had the courage to stand up and fight Frieza for the sake of all Saiyans. But King Bardock, you are still no match for Frieza, so I saw that King Bardock, you and the Saiyan planet were reduced to ashes under Frieza's interstellar destruction bomb. At that time, I could only be regarded as a spectator, but I was powerless to stop what was happening in front of me, and I became a Super Saiyan in a fit of anger. Paragath briefly recounted what he had experienced in the vision. After listening to it, Bardock immediately understood that everything that Paragus experienced in the fantasy was probably the normal plot in the original Dragon Ball book. In this case, Bardock also discovered that Duolo's magic fist does not seem to be as simple as a simple illusion. There must also be a power in it that you don't know about. Duolo, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Use all my strength to use the illusion magic fist on me. If the result can satisfy me, I can give you a decent way to die. Since he didn't understand it once, Bardock decided to personally feel the special features of Duolo's phantom magic fist. In that case, Bardock, are you ready for death? For Paragus not only did not die, but also broke through to the Super SAIYAN. Duolo attributed himself to the fact that he had just hurriedly used the Phantom Demon Fist, resulting in the power of the Phantom Demon Fist not being enough. This time, for Bardock offering to let himself hit him with a Phantom Magic Fist, Duolo naturally had to prepare well. Paragus, give him a fairy bean. Bardock said. Obey, King Bardock. Paragath put a fairy bean into Duolo's hand. Bardock, what do you mean by that? Duolo was puzzled by Bardock's move. You can return to your heyday by eating this fairy bean. Remember, Duolo, you only have one chance. Use the illusion magic fist on me with all your strength. Bardock said confidently, not afraid that Duolo's phantom magic fist is strong. Bardock is now just worried that Duolo's Phantom Demon Fist will have no effect on his current self. Ah, Phantom Demon Fist! I saw Duolo making a bunch of strange movements in place, and chanting inexplicable spells in his mouth, and half a day passed before Duolo punched Bardock with the prepared Phantom Magic Fist. The moment the Phantom Demon punched Bardock, Bardock immediately felt that his spiritual power had been strongly impacted, and a certain force in his body was gradually awakening. Previously, when Gudab paused time, Bardock felt a trace of abnormality in his body. And the inexplicable gushing of spiritual power caused Gula's time suspension to be ineffective against Bardock. And now the feeling in Bardock's body is stronger than before, and under the guidance of Bardock's spiritual power, the inexplicable power in his body burst out. Countless fragments flashed in Bardock's mind, which was Bardock's life, to be precise, Bardock's life in the original Dragon Ball plot. After the screen is finished, it continues to flash all the pictures that Bardock has experienced from birth to the present. Just when the picture of Bardock's future flashed immediately, Bardock suddenly felt that his spiritual power was seriously overdrawn. However, at this moment, the footage flashing through the future picture stopped abruptly, turning into a large amount of pure spiritual power to continuously nourish Bardock's spiritual power. Bardock suddenly felt that his mind was clear, and the spiritual power of the two lifetimes was completely integrated at this moment, that is, the current Bardock is the complete Bardock. Bardock, I just used the ability to predict the future, you should see the fate of the future. Sooner or later, you hateful Saiyans will face the fate of being wiped out by the frozen devils. Seeing Bardock open his eyes, Duolo knew that his phantom magic fist probably did not cause any damage to Bardock. But for the content he set in the magic fist, Duolo still believes that Bardock can see it. Clumsy provocation. Bardock is now too lazy to reply to Duolo's words, and directly stepped forward and punched Duolo's abdomen, directly killing him in one move. When he woke up from Duolo's phantom fist, Bardock already understood what the power that had been lurking in his body was. Time, yes, is time, although Bardock does not know why he contains the power of time in his body. But Bardock could sense that it was when the spiritual power of his two lifetimes was completely fused together that the power of time in his body was completely awakened. However, this power of time is only a preliminary awakening under the influence of Duolo's phantom magic fist, and Bardock is now only a preliminary mastery of time, the ability to predict the future. Now Duolo has little use for Bardock. Coupled with Duolo's constant barking on the side, Bardock was really upset to listen, so he simply made a direct move to the second. As for what Duolo said before he died, he should have seen in the fantasy. Bardock doesn't need to guess that it is the plot in the Dragon Ball Gaiden Bardock chapter, where Frieza destroys the SAIYAN planet. The purpose is to provoke a war between himself and the Frozen Devils, so Bardock will say that Duolo is clumsy to sow discord before. Pabusan, go and bury Duolo. After all, objectively speaking, our SAIYAN clan can be regarded as owing Duolo a favor this time. Bardock gave orders to Pabusan, which is why Bardock had not directly blasted Duolo into slag with energy bombs before. After all, because of the appearance of Duolo this time, not only did Paragus become a Super SAIYAN, but he also mastered the ability to predict the future. Now that babies with self-sacrificing experience like Duolo are rare, Bardock naturally wants to give a thick burial to show respect. Obey, King Bardock. Pabusan had just recovered from the shadow of the body that had been exchanged by Kainu before, and immediately understood Bardock's order. Directly carrying Duolo's body and walking out. Chapter 034. Paragus, don't move, let me see your future. Initially mastering the power to predict the future, Bardock says he can't wait to experiment now. Uh-oh. Paragus watched in bewilderment as Bardock put his hand on his head, and then did not move. Why, King Bardock, is my future bad? After a long time, Paragus saw that Bardock's hand was always on his head, and did not take it away, but Bardock's face gradually became gloomy, and his heart suddenly felt a little uneasy. Nothing, your future is good. With an embarrassed smile, Bardock said to Gudu, who was shivering on the side, come here, I'm showing you the future. Obey, King Bardock. Seeing that Bardock did not choose to kill himself at the first time, but also had to check the future for himself, Gudu knelt in front of Bardock directly with an arrow step in excitement. Putting his hand on Gudu's head, Bardock showed the same frowning expression, which scared Gudu, who was kneeling on the ground, half to death. Alas, you kid will follow me in the future, otherwise it will be easy to die in minutes. Sighing, Bardock said to Gudu. Yes, yes, the little one will swear allegiance to King Bardock in the future, and if he has 2 hearts, he must not die well. Gudu was happy in his heart, as long as he didn't die, and Bardock's treatment here always seemed to be much better than that of Frisia. King Bardock, that I know the future cannot be easily leaked, can you give me a little hint? At this time, Paragus slowly approached Bardock, and then whispered into Bardock's ear. Actually, I didn't see any future just now, teasing you, ha ha ha, how can there be such an ability to predict the future in this world? Bardock smiled and did not continue to answer Paragatha's question. In fact, Bardock really did not see what the future of Paragath was, even if it was the future of Gudu, Bardock did not see it. Bardock can clearly feel that he can use the ability to predict the future, but every time the picture of foresight is hazy, and nothing can be seen. This ability is a bit laborious. Bardock secretly complained in his heart. As for disappointment, it was not, because Bardock did not have much hope in his ability to predict the future from the beginning. Destiny, Bardock still hopes to be in his own hands. Where will the future be static, knowing too much, but will become tied up? The unknown future is more interesting, isn't it? Go back and see Kakarot and Broly, Toma, this kid with children, I'm always a little uneasy. Thinking that he was okay, Bardock planned to see Kakarot, more precisely to see if his foreknowledge of the future could be effective against Kakarot. Who asked you to come with me? Stay here and wait for me to come back and study how to deal with you. When Bardock took Paragath to the door of the main hall, seeing that Gudu still meant to follow, Bardock immediately said angrily to him. Yes, Bardock plays king, I don't follow the past, just wait here for you to come back and deal with me. Gudu stood at the entrance of the palace hall like a little grudge at this time, watching Bardock and Paragus leave, and really did not move. Bardock and Paragus also know how to save time, and if they can fly, they resolutely don't have to go, and in less than a minute, they both flew to the location of the hospital. Said that he came to see his son. But the two still tacitly agreed to go to the infirmary to visit their wife first. Pushing open the door of the infirmary, it turns out that Haimuki and Naileri are not in the infirmary, not even Celiba, who was sent by Bardock to take care of the two. Less than an hour after giving birth, where are these two going? A question mark in capital letters appears on Bardak's head, sensing Haimchi's breath and finding that both Haimuki and Naileri are in the special nursery. It's okay to run around. Bardak complained casually, and took Paragas in the direction of the special nursery, just in time to see Kinai and Naileri who were teasing Kakarot. Bardak had to sigh that the physical fitness of the SAIYANs was really good, and the Haime and Naileri in front of him were like nothing, where there was still a little bit of a freshly born child. Bardak, you're here. Haimuka said. See King Bardak. Naileri said. What about Thomas and Celiba, and why aren't Broly there either? Seeing that there were only Haimuki and Naileri in the special class baby room, as well as Kakarot in the baby cabin, Bardak couldn't help but ask. Toma took Broly out to play, and Celiba went to pick up Raditz, who had just returned from a trip. Haimuki replied. Walking to Kakarot's baby hatch, opening the hatch, Bardak took Kakarot out. Bardak, Kakarot's physique can't withstand the gravity on the planet Bardak. Bardak's actions really startled Gnei, and he immediately stopped him. No visit. Saying that, Bardak used the chi in his body to wrap Kakarot, so that his body was protected from the gravity of Bardak planet. Placing his hand on Kakarot's head, Bardak tried to use his ability to foresee the future. The picture is still hazy, but just when Bardak is ready to give up, the hazy picture gradually becomes clear, and the future picture of Kakarot gradually appears in Bardak's mind. Kakarot travels to a blue planet in a SAIYAN spaceship. Then he was adopted by a martial artist named Sun Gohan, who named Kakarot Sun Wukong, and then Kakarot kowtowed to his head because of his stubbornness, and his character has not been stubborn ever since. A four-planet planet, a young girl who is keen on adventure, Kakarot, no, at this time, it should be said that Sun Wukong has since embarked on a path of bloody adventure. Bardak's foreshadowing became blurred again, but it was enough, at least Bardak knew that his son would be very happy on Earth. Paragas, you take Naileri out first, I have something to say to Haimchi. Bardak said to Paragas behind him. Obey, King Bardak. After returning, Paragas took Naileri's hand and walked to the special nursery, closing the door by the way. Haimchi, I want to tell you about Kakarot, and you have also seen that Kakarot's physique is not suitable for living on the planet Bardak at all, so I think. After hesitating for a moment, Bardak finally said to Haime. Bardak, don't say any more, I understand, let me stay with Kakarot for 1 day, just stay for 1 day, and send Kakarot away tomorrow, okay? Living with Bardak for so long, it can be said that the one who knows Bardak best is Haimeen. With just one look, Haimuka could read the meaning of Bardak's words. Haimchi, this is also the only way I can think of it, I intend to send Kakarot to Earth. Earth's gravity is 10 times less than our Bardak planet, which can perfectly fit Kakarot's life. And in my foreshadowing picture, only the Earth is the most suitable for Kakarot to grow up as a child. So Haimeen, if you want Kakarot at that time, you can bring Kakarot back when Kakarot is an adult. Bardak comforted Haimchi. Well, Bardak, I know that you are also for Kakarot's good, let me stay with Kakarot. Haimuka didn't let go when he picked up Kakarot, and the tears in his eyes kept dripping. Chapter 035. Father, Mother, what's wrong with this? Raditz, who had just rushed over, saw Haimeen, who was holding Kakarot and crying, and asked Bardak in bewilderment. Go in and stay with your mother. Walking out of the special nursery, Bardak said to Raditz outside the door. Bardak stood quietly in the special nursery and looked at the ceiling, without saying a word for a long time, who could understand the feeling of sending his son away with his own hands. King Bardak. A long time passed, and Paragas, who had been standing beside Bardak, suddenly spoke. What's going on? Remembering the heartwarming scene with Haime and Raditz interrupted, Bardak turned his head to look at Paragath on the side in dissatisfaction. King Bardak, have you felt a powerful evil aura on our planet Bardak? Paragath asked Bardak. Asked by Paragas, Bardock immediately let go of his perception and also felt this evil aura that suddenly appeared on Bardock's planet. This evil breath has a good strength, it has a combat power of 1.1 million, and the breath that is being fought against is Toma, with a combat power of 1.5 million. Bardock said with a smile, not worried about this 101 million evil aura at all. After all, the current Bardock planet is not the previous Bardock planet. King Bardock, I'm worried that Broly who is with Toma will be in danger. After all, this is a collision between million-level combat powers. Paragath said worriedly. Well, what you said is not unreasonable, so let's go straight to Paragath and take care of Broly. By the way, bring me this evil man, and I want to see who the person who dares to spread wild on my planet Bardock is. After a moment of contemplation, Bardock gave an order to Paragas. Obey, King Bardock, I'll go. After that, Paragas was ready to act immediately. Wait, how is this evil aura so similar to Broly's? Bardock carefully compared this evil aura with the breath in his memory, and found that only Broly matched it best. It's impossible, King Bardock, Broly is still just a newborn child, how can he have a combat power of 1.1 million? At this time, Nailery on the side said worriedly. Yes, King Bardock, you are not mistaken. Paragas then asked. Paragath did not forget that Bardock had just had the idea of teaching this evil man a lesson, and kept praying in his heart that this man was not his son Broly. To say that ordinary Saiyans can burst out with 1.1 million combat power just after birth, I may not believe it. But if it's Broly, I'm sure I'm convinced, because Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. Bardock said convincedly. Legendary Super Saiyan? A super soldier who will only appear in 1,000 years, King Bardock, isn't that you? After listening to Bardock, Paragas asked Bardock with a surprised look. Apparently Paragas had also heard about the legendary Super Saiyan. It's me, a big-headed ghost. With a gruesing in his heart, Bardock then said to Paragas, let's talk about this matter later, let's go over and take a look first. After all, Broly is a legendary Super Saiyan, and in the case of Toma not being ape-like, I am afraid that it will be really difficult to take Broly in a short time. Obey, King Bardock. Paragas replied. Sensing the position of Toma and Broly, Bardock and Pabuzan flew directly at full speed, while Celebi and Nailery were left in place. Flying all the way over, I saw that the surrounding cities had been reduced to ruins due to the battle between Broly and Pabuzan, but fortunately the personnel were evacuated in time, and there were no casualties. There was not a single Saiyan who dared to watch the battle around, which Bardock understood very well. After all, the legendary Super Saiyan was enough to suppress the rest of ordinary Saiyans in terms of bloodline. Even the current Bardock felt the Saiyan blood in his body, and had a trace of fear for the violent and evil aura emanating from Broly's body. But more is an unyielding fighting intent. Bardock understands that this is just a bloodline suppression. In terms of Broly's current combat strength alone, Bardock's slap is enough to slap him to death. Toma, how did you get into a fight with Broly? Seeing that the battle situation was still under control, Bardock was not in a hurry to solve Broly in the rampage, but leisurely replied to Toma. Back to King Bardock, I just have nothing to tease Broly, who knows that this kid will be angry directly and will hit me when he comes. In my fight with Broly, I felt that Broly's fighting power was growing. I am also in no hurry to directly solve Broly, intending to see where the limit of Broly's combat effectiveness grows. Unexpectedly, Broly's combat effectiveness increased from 10,000 to 11,000 in a while, and then began this transformation now. Thomas kept responding to Broly's attacks in the air while complaining to Bardock. The pupils disappeared, the grass-green hair, the muscles swelled, and the figure was much stronger than the original, and it was indeed the symbol of the legendary Super Saiyan. Bakda looked at Broly in the air and laughed softly. I really didn't expect that Broly's current transcendent transformation would have a 100-fold increase in combat effectiveness. However, it seems that he has completely lost his mind, and now Broly is completely relying on his body's instincts to fight. Bardock observed Broly's current situation while analyzing it in his mind. Toma, end this battle, Broly's body has reached a critical point. If you continue to pass super transformation, it will hurt your body. Observing that something was wrong, Bardock said to Toma. Obey, King Bardock. After receiving Bardock's order, Toma directly burst out all his 1.5 million combat strength, intending to solve Broly in one fell swoop. Roar! Stimulated by the powerful momentum on Toma's body, a roar suddenly came out from Broly's body, and his combat effectiveness skyrocketed again, directly from 1.1 million to 1.5 million. King Bardock, can I be ape? In the face of Broly, whose combat effectiveness skyrocketed without saying a word, Thomas said that he really couldn't beat it. With the same combat effectiveness, Toma, an ordinary SAIYAN, is definitely not Broly's opponent. What's more, Toma has to endure the bloodline suppression from Broly's body all the time, and it is already very good that he can play 8 achievements with 10% of his combat strength. Yes. Bardock also discovered Toma's current embarrassing situation, so Bardock deliberately released an artificial moon into the air after speaking. Chapter 036. Roar. Looking at the artificial moon in the sky, Toma let out an inhuman howl, and the ape was finished. Broly also instinctively raised his head at this time, but his body did not change at all. Sure enough, Chuan Chao is impossible to ape, or it is said that Chuan Chao is the next evolution of ape plus 100% berserk factor activation in the body. To say that it is evolution, atavism should be more appropriate. Bardock secretly analyzed in his heart when he saw that the artificial moon was ineffective against Broly. The berserk factor in my body now is only 20%, and although I can still be aped in a berserk state, the combined increase in strength is definitely not as much as that of Chuan Chao's transformation. No, it should be said that ape is the simplest way to activate the berserk factor in the body, and the reason why I use the berserk and ape together is because the berserk factor in my body is activated enough. Linking the 3 points of berserk factor, ape transformation, and transcendence, the ideas in Bardock's brain immediately became active. Does it mean that as long as the berserk factor in the body reaches 100% and is fully activated, every SAIYAN can undergo a super transformation? Bardock's mind flashed and he suddenly thought. During the time that Bakda was thinking, the fighting power of Toma and Broly had come to an end, and the result was self-evident, Toma's victory. Stepping forward to pick Broly up, Paragus looked at Broly's emaciated appearance and immediately fed Broly a fairy bean. At the entrance of the fairy bean, Broly immediately woke up, but there was no sign of continuing to run away, which made Paragus breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. 15,000 combat strength. The speed of improvement seems to be a bit excessive. Brows furrowed, Bardock looked at Broly's current combat power and felt a hint of something wrong. King Bardock, isn't it good that Broly's combat effectiveness has improved faster? Paragath also noticed the breakthrough of Broly's combat power, but without waiting for happiness, he was splashed with cold water by Bardock. Broly's current spiritual strength is too weak to use the berserk factor in his body, that is, not enough to use Chuan Chao's transformation freely. This also leads to the fact that after transforming into a super, it will fall into a violent state, and the battle relies on the instinct of the body. Paragus, don't teach Broly the method of improving his combat power, let Broly and I learn the cultivation of spiritual power first. When can Broly guarantee that he will not lose his mind when he transforms into a Chuan Chao? He will start to let Broly cultivate his combat power. Bardock spoke out about his plans for Broly's future cultivation. But King Bardock, in this case, what to do with Broly's combat effectiveness? Won't he be pulled down by his peers? Hesitating for a moment, Paragath felt the slightest doubt about Bardock's order for the first time in history. No, with Broly's physique, even if you don't cultivate, the combat power in your body will increase over time. Not only will the strength not be pulled down, the combat power may become the leader of the new generation of SAIYANs, and now Broly's problem is that his mental strength is too weak. Bardock explained to Paragath. Bardock still remembers all the plots about the Broly Dragon Ball theatrical version. Broly, who has never practiced since he was a child, or grew up in an environment that has always been controlled by Paragath. Such Broly can single-handedly suppress Goku and others as the protagonist many times when performing the transcendent transformation. You know, at that time, Wukong and the others had practiced for many years, but when it came to singling, they were still not Broly's opponents, which shows that Broly's super physique is terrifying. If he can still maintain his sanity when performing the transcendent transformation, Bardock believes that the potential of Broly's transcendent super physique may not be inferior to Reg, who was born with 50,000 combat strength. Everything is arranged by King Bardock. As soon as it was heard that there was no harm to Broly, Paragus naturally had no problem with Bardock's arrangement. Although he still didn't know much about his son's super-transmitted physique, Paragus knew that Broly's super physique was very awesome, and he was still the kind that he didn't want. Paragus, you go and send Broly to Nailery first. I believe that at my mother's place, Broly's mood will remain stable, and come to the main hall to find me after the delivery. I'll go back and deal with Gudu first, Toma, and let's go. Bardock saw that Broly's affairs were dealt with, so he gave the next order. As for this mess of the destruction of the city, someone will naturally deal with it in a while, and Bardock does not need to worry about this. Obey, King Bardock. Paragath replied. Bardock flew with Toma all the way back to the palace hall. Seeing that Gudu was really obedient, he asked him to stay here when he left, but as a result, Gudu really stayed at the door of the hall all the time, and he didn't move. King Bardock, you're back. Seeing Bardock and Toma descending from the sky, Gudu immediately trotted over like a dogleg to greet him. Come in and talk, I have something to ask you. Entering the main hall, Bardock sat high on the throne, looked condescendingly at Gudu below, and asked, Is Frisia not dead? Back to King Bardock. King Frisia? Bah, Frisia did not die after being severely injured by King Bardock 3 years ago, but there are only signs of life. After wandering in the universe for a long time, he was finally seen and rescued by his father Kurd, who was passing by, and after recovering from his injuries, Frisia was sent to his brother Gula for transformation. Now Frisia's combat effectiveness is higher than before, and Frieza came to the Galaxy Patrol 2 years ago and directly controlled the entire Galaxy Patrol team by force, as well as the North Galactic King. The Anti-SAIYAN Alliance was united by Frisia through the order of the Northern Galactic King, in order to slow down the progress of the SAIYANs unifying the Northern Galactic. Gudu thought that since he had already defected to Bardock, he simply did not hide anything and told Bardock everything he knew. Frisia's strength has become higher than before. It's kind of interesting. Has Frisia changed now compared to before? Has he mastered the transformation of the 5th form, or has he been transformed into a mechanical Frisia? Recalling the cultivation process of the Frozen Demon clan in his mind, Bardock asked Gudu. Back to King Bardock's words, Frisia is now shining with gold all over his body, and he claims that he has reached the legendary realm of the Frozen Demon clan. The point of Golden Demon. Gudu recalled Frisia's rampant appearance and elaborated to Bardock. Golden Frisia. Bardock listened to the 3 big question marks that popped up in his head. Frisia did not have the penance of that time in hell, and it should be impossible to cultivate to the realm of local luxury gold during this time period. Chapter 037. Regardless of whether Frisia has cultivated to the realm of local luxury gold, when I finish dealing with Kakarot's affairs, I will personally go to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters to teach Frisia a lesson. Having determined his next itinerary in his mind, Bardock then asked Gudu. Frisia has nothing to do at the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, it shouldn't be just to control the Galaxy Patrol headquarters by force. And judging from Geely's ability to control time, even if Frisia directly controls the entire Galaxy Patrol headquarters by force, it should be very easy to save a North Galaxy King. This is because Frisia is going to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters to kill Gilly, who has been undercover in his own legion, and to rescue Iser, who is being held in the Galaxy Patrol headquarters prison. However, Frisia did not find Gilly, and according to the King of the North Galactic, Gilly should have traveled to space and did not know when he would return. And the strongest under the North Galaxy King is the super elite Gok in the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, but he was easily subdued without a single move in the hands of Kainu. Gudu continued to answer Bardak's question. Iser? That son of Frisia, why is he in the prison of the Galaxy Patrol headquarters? Bardak then asked. This is because Ezer has been frozen in ice on the Frisia ship before, since King Bardak you defeated Frisia last time. Gilly, who had been undercover in the Frisia Legion, captured Iser back to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, and was then kept in prison by the North Galactic King. Gudu explained. Is this North Galaxy King a mentally retarded, and even Aize dares to detain him? It is really senseless for an ignorant person, and he is really not afraid that after Aize breaks the ice, he will slaughter the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol. Bardak praised the IQ of the North Galaxy King in his heart. It is really a rare intellectual disability in the world. Just about this IQ, how did he become the North Galaxy King? King Bardak, do you say that there is no possibility of this? It was the King of the North Galaxy who sent Gilly to take away Ice, just to not offend the frozen demon family. At the same time, let Gilly save our SAIYAN clan at that time, just to sell our SAIYAN clan a face, so that the North Galaxy King can do both sides at the same time. Toma, who has always thought about life with muscles, suddenly went online at this time and opened his mouth to analyze the situation in front of him. It's not without this possibility, but it doesn't matter. A frozen demon clan is not enough to attract the attention of our SAIYAN clan. It doesn't matter why it happened, and when I meet Frisia when the time comes, the answers to all the questions will be revealed. With a contemptuous smile, Bardak was confident in both himself and the strength of the current SAIYAN as a whole. Then what do you mean by Frisia sending you scum over? Give me a dismount. Bardak asked the last question on his mind. After all, Frisia can't really send Kainu over to exchange bodies with himself, and if Kainu really has that strength, I'm afraid the first person who wants to exchange bodies is Frisia. Because after 2 years of training by Frisia, the day when Ezer broke the ice was near. So Frisia wanted to send Kainu over to let King Bardak personally go to the Galactic Patrol headquarters on the grounds that the entire anti-SAIYAN alliance had defected. Then Frisia joins forces with Ezer to fight against King Bardak. It's just that halfway through the way Kainuda tried his best to plot King Bardak's body, that's why the previous scene appeared. Gudu replied. Paragus, you go and arrange a random place for Gudu first, and I'll go see Jaime first. After knowing everything he wanted to know, just at this time Paragus also came. Bardak ordered Paragus. Obey, King Bardak. Paragus, who had just arrived in the main hall and did not wait for the door to enter, took Gudu out again. With Toma, Bardak flew in the direction of the hospital. Bardak, I think well, since sending it away is for the good of Kakarot, then let's send it away today, no need to wait for tomorrow. When he arrived at the hospital, Haimuka did not continue to cry, but the tear marks on his face that had not dried up still showed that Haimuka was sad now. Father, does my brother have to send him away? Raditz, who was beside Haim, came over and hugged Bardak's thigh and asked. Yes, the earth is the best home for Kakarot. Crouching down and touching Raditz's little head, Bardak recounted. But if you send your younger brother to earth, will your younger brother's combat effectiveness be low in the future? Looking up, Raditz asked puzzled. Why, Raditz, will you look down on your brother because of Kakarot's low combat effectiveness in the future? Bardak asked rhetorically. No, no matter how weak my brother's strength is in the future, I will protect him well. Shaking his head, Raditz assured Bardak, patting his chest. Ha ha ha, I am very satisfied if you can have this idea. As for Kakarot's future, I think it may not be worse than you, or even surpass me as a father. Bardock recalled in his mind what the future Void God looked like, quipping to Raditz. Even if my brother's strength really surpasses me in the future, then it must mean that I, the elder brother, neglected to cultivate. However, it is absolutely impossible to say that your brother's strength will surpass your father's strength in the future. Raditz shook his little head and retorted against Bardock. Hey! With a chuckle, Bardock did not continue to pick up Raditz's words, but said to G on the side, "Let's go, let's send Kakarot away together." Well. Haimuka nodded. Opening Kakarot's baby pod, Bardock wrapped Kakarot with his own air and flew out with Haim. King Bardock, the spaceship is ready, and it can definitely guarantee the safe delivery of His Royal Highness the Second Prince to Earth. Seeing the arrival of the Bardock couple, Dr. Meow, who had already prepared the spacecraft on the side, immediately came out to greet him. After wondering why the time was set for tomorrow, Bardock and Gnei brought Kakarot today, but Dr. Mew was still very sensible and did not ask. King Bardock, the program in the spaceship has been set, just put His Royal Highness the Second Prince in it, and then press the start button. Opening the spacecraft's hatch, Dr. Meow said. Putting Kakarot into the spaceship, Kakarot had woken up from his deep sleep at this time and looked at Bardock with wide eyes and puzzlement. Bardock did not speak, just looked at Kakarot quietly while closing the spacecraft's hatch. Remember! Don't stare at the full moon when you get to Earth. Haimuka knocked lightly on the spaceship and instructed Kakarot inside. The child traveled thousands of miles and was worried. Kakarot was not going to travel thousands of miles, it was the Earth on the other side of the galaxy. Bang! The spaceship soared into the sky and flew straight to the endless expanse of space. Next, I should go to the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol and see where Frisia has the confidence to deal with me without measuring his strength. Looking at the spaceship that had disappeared into the sky, Bardock determined his next plan in his heart. Chapter 038. King Bardock, there are still 10 minutes to go to the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol. The door to the royal ship's lounge opens, and Paragus comes in to report to Bardock about his itinerary. Yes, it's finally almost here. Bardock turned his head and continued to teach Raditz and Broly on the side. You two will be in charge of solving Frisia's men at that time, and the rest will not be left to you two. Got it, father? Raditz nodded in reply, and Broly on the side nodded as well. Because Broly was just born, Bardock did not demand much from him, and he could understand what he said. A week after seeing off Kakarot, Bardock was accompanying Hymen, and it wasn't until Kenai's mood improved that Bardock left for the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. And throughout the week, Paragus was teaching Broly the basics of science. Although Broly is still unable to speak because of his age, he is still understandable about what Paragus said. Bardock brought Paragus, Raditz, Broly, and Raditz's little henchman Banaba this time. As for why he didn't bring more people over, it was because Bardock felt that there was no need for this at all. After all, this time he came to fight Frisia. And the planet Bardock also needs someone to guard it. Bardock intends to face Frisia himself. Paragus has just mastered the form of Super 1, and naturally needs a battle to practice his hands, and in Bardock's opinion, Ezer is undoubtedly the most suitable. As for Raditz and Broly, it is because Bardock wants to take the two out to see the world, and in terms of their combat strength, it is still possible to use the group of trash fish under Frisia to practice their hands. And Naba was brought by Bardock entirely because he was Raditz's little henchman. After all, Naba would still open a spaceship. 10 minutes of time, long or short, had already passed when Bardock and the others were chatting. Bardock took people out of the spaceship, and because of the transformation of the berserk factor in his body, Bardock and Broly can perfectly survive in the vacuum of space. As for Paragus, Raditz, and Naba, they flew out of the spacecraft with their breathing apparatus. The spaceship of this Galactic Patrol headquarters is really big enough. It is actually about the same size as the planet Bardock. It seems that the technology mastered by the Galactic Patrol headquarters is very advanced. Out of the spaceship, looking at the Galactic Patrol headquarters not far away, Bardock sighed, and then called Paragus beside him and said, "Paragus, you go and give Frisia a meeting gift." "Obey, King Bardock." Hearing Bardock mention the meeting ceremony, Paragaston was aware, and in an instant, a shockwave condensed in his palm, and without saying a word, Paragus directly launched at the Galactic Patrol headquarters not far away. "Salute before soldiers?" "Sorry," Bardock said, "that there has never been this rule among SAIYANs, and as for the first soldier and then the salute, Bardock likes it." In Bardock's opinion, Paragus did not change a super one here, and he was already giving face to the King of the North Galactic. "Father, you said that after so much time has passed, will Bardock still come here?" At the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, Frisia and Ezer sat opposite each other, and Ezer asked Frisia with a glass of red wine in his hand. "It doesn't matter if you can't come over, during the time of guiding you. I have found an effective way to restrain the Scion ape, and when it comes to singling out, I believe Bardock will definitely not be my opponent. Wait a few days, if Kainu still doesn't trick Bardock over, you and my father and son will set out to destroy the Scion planet." Shaking his goblet half filled with red wine, Frisia confidently replied to Ezer. "Then I wish my father in advance that you can eliminate the Scion clan as soon as possible and regain the sovereignty of the Northern Galaxy." Ezer raised the red wine in his hand and collided with Frisia. However, just as Frisia and Ezer were about to drink the cup of advance celebration wine in their hands, the shock wave of Paragus arrived. "Don't ask Paragus why he attacked so accurately, you said that neither Frisia nor Ezer would hide their chi." As soon as he flew out of the spacecraft, Paragus immediately determined the specific location of Frisia and Ezer. The two of them are like a live target. If Paragus can't hit, he can really buy a piece of tofu and hit it to death. In the face of the sudden shockwave, Aize directly stepped forward and blocked the shockwave. The shockwave emitted by Paragus' current 2 million combat power naturally will not cause any effective damage to Aize, which is why Aize chose to block it in the first place. Otherwise, if the shockwave of Paragus continues to penetrate, I am afraid that the entire spacecraft of the Galactic Patrol headquarters will punch a hole out. Bardock. Looking up, through the large hole through the Paragus shockwave, Frisia can see Bardock flying in outer space at a glance. Looking at the confident smile that Bardock had been hanging on the corners of his mouth, Frisia could no longer hold back the anger in his heart, and flew directly outward. "Wow, ha ha ha!" When he saw Frisia's golden appearance now, Bardock's originally serious face could no longer suppress the smile in his heart, and he laughed directly at Frisia, who was not far away. However, Frisia laughed at Bardock's laughter and immediately said that he was stunned. "Nima, how is this completely wrong with the script I imagined?" "Bardock, you give me a good look, the current combat power of this king is 300 million, 300 million don't understand, a whole 300 million. Frisia burst out all his combat power without concealment, hoping to put a little pressure on Bardock, even if he could make Bardock stop this unbridled laughter first. 300 million. After feeling the powerful aura coming from Frisia's body, except for Bardock, the rest of Paragus and the others expressed shock, not expecting Frisia's current strength to be so terrifying. "It's only 300 million combat power, Frisia, is this your self-confidence to call yourself a golden demon?" Bardock forced back a smile, looking at Frisia, who was obviously mechanically modified all over his body, and almost didn't laugh again. "Frisia, you title party, do you so-called golden devil, do you mean that the metal materials that transform your body are all the color of gold?" Bardock laughed again. "That's right, Frisia's current appearance is not much different from the mechanical Frisia appearance that appeared in the original Dragon Ball Z Artificial Man chapter. If there is a gap, it is that the mechanical part of Frisia's body in front of him is transformed from gold-colored materials." Chapter 039. "Laugh, Bardock, you can laugh, in a moment King Ben will make you unable to laugh." Frisia yelled in annoyance. "Oh? Frisia, where does your enigmatic confidence come from? Seeing that Frisia was about to be angry with himself, Bardock gradually put away his smile and asked playfully. Saying that, Bardock burst out all of his 20 million combat chi. I have found an effective way to restrain your scion ape. As long as you destroy the artificial moon created by your scions, your ape state will disappear. When Frisia saw that Bardock's combat strength was only 20 million, his heart was suddenly not impatient, his confidence was great, and he returned confidently to Bardock. With Frisia's shallow mathematical level, he can still calculate that even if Bardock is aped at this time, his combat power is only 200 million, far from his opponent. How is the restraint method? Frisia's level of confidence aroused the curiosity in Bardock's heart, and then he condensed an artificial moon in his palm and threw it into the sky. Swoosh! An energy ray shot out, and the artificial moon that Bardock had just thrown was instantly destroyed. Oh, good, another one. Seeing that his artificial moon had just made a move, it was immediately destroyed by Frisia. Bardock couldn't help but clap his hands and praise. It seems that in order to defeat himself, Frisia really trained in this reaction speed. Saying that, Bardock condensed the artificial moon with both hands and threw it into the air at the same time. The result was also unchanged, and the artificial moon was destroyed by Frisia's energy rays in the first place. Immediately after Bardock was in his hand, he continued to condense the artificial moon and throw it into the sky, but the result was still not as fast as Frisia's energy ray. It seems that Frisia, your reaction speed is twice as fast as 3 years ago, which is a great improvement. Seeing that the manufacturing speed of his artificial moon could not catch up with Frisia's destruction, Bardock's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and his mouth praised Frisia's progress. Snap! Paragus and the others behind Bardock applauded in unison at this time, praising Frisia's performance. If nothing else, the fireworks that appeared after Frisia destroyed Bardock's artificial moon with energy rays, the show was very effective. Bardock, you actually dare to tease King Ben. Looking at the fearless Bardock people, Frisia recovered his sanity from his triumphant state. Thinking that he had been led by Bardock by the nose like a fool before, Frisia suddenly became angry and yelled at Bardock. How about teasing you, Frisia? With your current combat strength, it is really difficult to arouse the desire to fight in my heart, and I thought that you had really reached the realm of local gold. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was actually a mechanical modified version, but from the previous War 5 slag, it became the now slightly stronger War 5 slag. Bardock shook and spoke his thoughts. Bardock originally had the idea of fighting with Golden Frisia before coming, but when he saw that it was just mechanical Frisia, Bardock's heart was suddenly full of disappointment. After all, every scion is eager to fight the strong in his heart. Of course, Bardock is also very skilled in the business of abusing vegetables. Father, do you need me to join forces with you? Iser below silently flew behind Frisia. Feeling Frisia's solemn expression at this time, and couldn't help but suggest a group fight. Only 20 million? Father, is this all Bardock's strength? So weak, I can solve it with one hand. When Iser turned his head to notice Bardock's combat effectiveness at this time, he couldn't help but wonder if Frisia's previous vigilance was too fussy. It's better to be careful, this group of scions all control the method of hiding their combat power, and I can't say how high Bardock's true combat effectiveness is now. Frisia stopped Iser's impulsive behavior in the first place and warned warily. After all, Bardock's current confident appearance really calmed Frisia, and he no longer had the confidence he had before. Frisia, could it be that you are really scared by me? I'm not afraid to tell you, because I have mainly been cultivating my spiritual strength in the past 3 years, and my normal combat strength has not improved much. It is really only 20 million. Bardock did not hide anything and told Frisia truthfully. It's not that Bardock doesn't know the importance of combat effectiveness, mainly in terms of the physique of the scion. It is really a little unrealistic to practice combat power alone in isolation without fighting. You don't see the future protagonist Wukong and others, which cultivation is not always in pairs, and every huge breakthrough is also when a strong enemy comes. And Bardak's cultivation can really only be alone. After all, the second strongest among the SAIYANs is Paragas, who has only 2 million combat power. If the abuse of vegetables can really improve combat effectiveness, then the SAIYANs in the original book will not be all scummy when Frisia destroys planet Vegeta. After all, the physique of a SAIYAN belongs to the kind of attribute that if the enemy is strong, I am stronger. And 3 years ago, Bardak's combat strength was only 6 million, and in 3 years, Bardak felt that his combat power could be cultivated to 20 million alone, which was really good. But spiritual power is different. SAIYAN spiritual power really belongs to the kind that you don't take the initiative to cultivate. Even if your combat power is high, it will not rise a little. Otherwise, the SAIYANs would not have lost their original sanity when they were aped, and the reason why Bardak mainly cultivated spiritual power was to ensure that he could still be rational in a violent state. Moreover, Bardak found that the time ability he now mastered also required strong mental power to control. Father, if what Bardak said is true, then even if he has been apeized, he is not your opponent, father. Ezer whispered in Frisia's ear. Well, I'll go and clean up Bardak in a while, and you go and solve all the SAIYANs that Bardak brought this time, leaving no one. Frisia also felt that it was not so good to be held by a Bardak with only 20 million combat power, and it was too humiliating, so he decided to take a look directly first. It just so happened that Bardak believed in being able to do it, and he was determined not to do much BB, and Frisia had inked so much, Bardak had long been impatient. Paragas, Izer's combat power is only 100 million, and the strength of the two of you is similar. Izer will be handed over to you to practice. Prove that with the same combat effectiveness, our SAIYAN clan can completely abuse their frozen demon clan. Bardak ordered Paragas. After all, if Paragas transforms into a Super 1, the combat power will increase by 50 times, and it can also reach 100 million combat power. Raditz, you'll take Broly to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters to play by yourself in a moment. Remember, don't make too much trouble. Otherwise, it would be a bit strange and pity to really destroy such a large spaceship as the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. After explaining to Paragas, Bardak then instructed Raditz. P.S. Thank you Hachi Wizards Laetetsu for your great support. Chapter 040. Frisia is also not an ink blot person. He will do it when he says it, and he will attack Bardak without saying a word. Then he was punched in the face by Bardak and flew out. What just happened? Covering his beaten right face, Frisia looked at Bardak in front of him in disbelief. Still 20 million combat power, there is no mistake. Give me death. Frisia attacked Bardak again. Boring. Raising his hand, overplaying, punching, Bardak's movements were completed in one go, this time hitting Frisia on the left side of the face. Damn, why did Bardak's combat effectiveness increase so high in that instant just now? Frisia, who flew out backwards again, said he was now a little skeptical of life. Father, the moment Bardak hit you just now, golden aura appeared on his body, and his hair turned golden. Izer caught Frisia in the back and whispered. Golden Fang? Super SAIYAN? Bardak, you are the legendary Super SAIYAN? Getting up, Frisia looked at Bardak in front of him in disbelief. Chuan Chao doesn't dare to be a super, but I have indeed reached the realm of Super SAIYAN. After that, Bardak didn't plan to continue to tease Frisia, and directly became Super 1, blonde and blue-eyed, not angry with himself. Humph, even if it's a Super SAIYAN, King Ben is now a golden demon. With a roar, Frisia also burst out all his breath, trying to add a sense of confidence to himself in his heart. Because 3 years ago, when Frisia was abused by Bardak and wanted to escape, he suddenly saw Bardak swallow the artificial moon and turn back to normal, and he returned. However, at that time, Frisia did not wait to see the golden aura around Bardak, and was directly beaten unconscious by Bardak. Therefore, Frisia did not know about Bardak's transformation into a Super SAIYAN. Izer, you will quickly solve the rest of the SAIYANs, and then you and I will join forces and take Bardock together. Well, Frisia admits that he is indeed a little scared by Bardock now, and it is really a little intimidating to face Bardock alone. Broly, let's go. Raditz felt that staying here and watching Frisia be abused by Bardock was a bit boring. After all, he had already seen it once 3 years ago, and after thinking about it, it was more interesting to take Broly to wreak havoc. Where to go? Ezer did not forget the task given to him by Frisia, and got up to stop Raditz and Broly. We SAIYAN's act, you dare to stop it. However, before Ezer could fly to Raditz's side, he saw an energy projectile coming from a distance, and had to stop his body to dodge. Turning his head, he looked at the source of the energy projectile, which was sent from the hand of Paragus next to Bardock. Another Super Saiyan. Frisia and Ezer looked at Paragas in surprise. However, when he felt that even if Paragus became a Super Saiyan, his combat power was only 100 million, he was relieved in his heart. Ezer also knew that as long as Paragus was there, if he wanted to kill Raditz and Broly, he had to solve the Paragus in front of him. Bardock, you can also rest assured that those two imps go to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, you must know that they are all my people. Seeing that this was already the case, Frisia planned to chat with Bardock first, and try to delay the time until Ezer solved Paragus. Come on, Frisia, let me see how much you are now compared to 3 years ago. On the side, Paragus and Ezer were fighting hotly, and Bardock looked at his hands and itched, and he couldn't help but want to do it. Since you don't dare to come over, then I'll go over. Bardock saw that Frisia had no intention of attacking at all, so he simply stepped forward himself. It was impossible to withdraw, because Frisia discovered that Bardock was much faster than himself in terms of speed. Quickly putting his hands in front of his face, Frisia hoped that Bardock and the others would stop hitting him in the face. However, after a while, Frisia did not feel the arrival of Bardock's attack, and couldn't help but put his hands down to check Bardock's movements. Go you! Bardock punched Frisia directly in the face. Bardock, don't go too far! Feeling that he was slapped in the face by Bardock in public again, the angry Frisia directly condensed an interstellar destruction bomb in his hand and threw it at Bardock. What? This is called excessive. Bardock said that he is even more excessive. The normal combat strength is 20 million, an increase of more than 50 times. Bardock said that with his current combat power of 1 billion, he is not how to abuse Frisia. Stepping forward and directly kicking Frisia's interstellar destruction bomb, Bardock raised his fist and continued to greet Frisia's face. I dare you to survive my attack 3 years ago. I'll let you dare to make some anti-Saiyan alliance. I'll make you pretend to be a golden demon. I made you a frozen demon. With each punch, Bardock had to chant a sentence on his lips, because the Frisia in front of him was too angry. When he came, Bardock was still expecting himself to meet a strong opponent this time, but he ran into Frisia of the title party, which you say is not angry. After punching Frisia for an unknown number of punches, Bardock was able to stop, because Bardock found that he had no lines to say. Ha, Bardock, why don't you fight? There are no words. Frisia, who had been caught and beaten by Bardock in his hand, suddenly had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief at this time, and couldn't help laughing proudly. I make your laughter so bad. Frisia's shrill laughter did not wait for the laughter to finish, and he was punched by Bardock again, and he flew straight out. Father! Ezer, who was fighting with Paragus on the side, found that the current situation was completely different from what Frisia had said before. Let's not talk about why with the same combat strength, the genius of his own frozen demon clan cannot attack the Saiyan of Paragus for a long time. Depending on why Frisia has been abused by Bardock from beginning to end, Ezer said that he is now a little unable to accept such a huge change. The Saiyans mentioned before are all scum, except for Bardock. All other Saiyans only need one finger to solve it. When you fight with me, you actually dare to be distracted, it's just looking for death. Because Bardock had said to Paragus before that if he wanted to prove equal combat effectiveness, the SAIYAN clan could completely destroy the Frozen Demon clan. But the scorching battle situation in front of him made a trace of impatience rise in Paragus' heart. But seeing that Aize leaked a flaw, he directly gathered an energy bomb in his hand and threw it over, occupying the first opportunity, and then continued to attack Aize with a fierce attack. Aize's situation there was seen by Frisia. And he knew that in a short period of time, Ezer would not have the opportunity to come over to help him. Looking at Bardock, who was slowly walking towards him in space, facing the smile that hung on the corner of Bardock's mouth all the time, Frisia was terrified in his heart, and he was really abused. Frisia, let me say your last words before you die. You are still too weak now, and I can't raise the slightest desire to fight. The energy bomb in his hand had been formed for a long time, and Bardock slowly approached Frisia and narrated. Bardock, don't come here, you're coming, believe it or not, I'll blow myself up to show you. With my strength of 300 million self-detonation, not to mention that your combat power is only 1 billion, even this galaxy around it will disappear under my self-explosion. In the face of Bardock's step-by-step approach, Frisia was also forced to rush for a while, and yelled at Bardock. Chapter 041. Self-detonation? Oh, then you blow yourself up. Don't say I didn't give you time, 1 minute is enough. Bardock did not think that Frisia had the courage to self-detonate in his heart, and as he spoke, Bardock simply retreated to the side and waited for Frisia's self-explosion. After all, people who really want to commit suicide will not choose to let others know. In the same way, if Frisia really wants to blow himself up, how good it is to blow himself up directly, why say it first, and then let himself be guarded. Father, you want to blow yourself up. Paragus said it was nothing, after all, Bardock was by his side. But Iser on the side took it seriously, and when he heard that Frisia was going to blow himself up, he immediately had no intention of fighting in his heart, and said that he was going to fly into the distance. Naturally, Iser's move will inevitably be chased by Paragus. A minute was naturally fast for Bardock, but it was an ordeal for Frisia. You say don't blow yourself up, you definitely can't beat Bardock, blow yourself up, Frisia said that he hasn't lived enough now. Okay, in a minute, it seems that Frisia is not ready to blow yourself up, then I will give you a ride. The energy bombs converged in the palm again, and Bardock slowly approached Frisia. Bardock, don't come over, believe it or not, I really blew myself up to show you. In the face of Bardock's approach, Frisia hurriedly kept retreating, not realizing that he had retreated next to a meteorite, and there was no way to retreat behind him. Wait, Bardock, as long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to hand over the rest of our Frozen Demon clan in the universe to you SAIYANs to manage. Seeing that he had no way out, Frisia immediately begged Bardock for mercy. Sorry, the rest of your Frozen Demon clan, I will personally go and get it myself when I have time, not to mention I don't think you Frisia have the right to make this decision. Without even thinking, Bardock directly rejected Frisia. Bardock, don't you like to fight strong enemies? Give me time, I can become stronger. Remembering that he knew Bardock's few hobbies, Frisia said quickly. Stronger you can indeed achieve, since Frisia has the determination to become stronger, then let me send you to an excellent cultivation place. There, you can definitely cultivate to the point of the Golden Demon, and then I will give you another chance to fight me. Bardock said lightly. Where to? Frisia looked at Bardock's conceited appearance and felt that he had a chance of surviving this time. They all planned in their hearts how to abuse Bardock when they really cultivated to the point of the Golden Demon in the future, and they did not realize that the place Bardock said was hell. Big bang! Bardock didn't want to reply to Frisia's meaning, and directly hit Frisia's trick. Oh, yes, I actually let you hide, but it doesn't matter, for me, it's a big explosion. Seeing that Frisia was dying, a powerful energy erupted from his body, which actually made his body tilt slightly to the side. But it was this thread that caused Bardak's big explosion to have a slight deviation. Simply put, Bardak actually hit crooked. There is a factor in Bardak's carelessness, but looking at Frisia's surviving upper body, Bardak still feels quite surprised in his heart. Bardak, this is what you forced me, since you don't want me to live. Then go to hell with King Ben. Frisia's only remaining upper body, as if crazy, stood in place and shouted angrily. Self-detonation is self-detonation, shouting something nonsense. Bardak doesn't think that Frisia's self-detonation of 300 million combat power can hurt himself with 1 billion combat power. Bardak is absolutely confident that at the moment when Frisia is about to blow himself up, he will take Frisia to death in seconds, and he will not hurt the innocent people around him. SAIYAN, let me out of here, my father is about to blow himself up. You want to die? I don't want to die yet. Seeing that Frisia's self-explosion was imminent, Iser was even more anxious in his heart, but he didn't want to die in Frisia's self-explosion shortly after breaking the ice. What's the panic? Fight with me, always think about what to run, rest assured, as long as King Bardak is here, Frisia's self-explosion will not hurt us. As a SAIYAN, Paragus also longed for a hearty battle in his heart, but Iser in front of him kept wanting to run, which immediately made Paragus unhappy. What do you SAIYAN know? It was my father's self-explosion, and you Bardak kings can't stop it. Seeing that he was stopped by Paragus again, Iser immediately shouted loudly, only hoping that Paragus could let him leave the place quickly. Can't I stop it? Aize roared on the side, naturally also listened to Bardak's ears, looking at Frisia who was preparing to blow himself up in front of him. Bardak planned to directly seconds better, so as not to regenerate right and wrong. This is. However, just as Bardak was about to make a move, the precognitive picture in his mind appeared again. He rashly attacked Frisia, who had begun to self-detonate, and then Frisia's body exploded instantly, destroying the entire galaxy around him. Although he did not die if he had 1 billion combat strength, he was also seriously injured, and the rest of the people did not survive. Groove. Bardak, who read the foreshadowing picture in his mind, couldn't help but burst a foul sentence in his heart, because Bardak knew the reason why Frisia exploded when he touched it. Bardak knows that the artificial humans in Dragon Ball Z like to play with a bomb that blows themselves up. But Bardak really didn't expect that after Frisia was transformed into a machine, he would also press a bomb in his body. And it was this bomb that made Frisia's self-detonation irreversible and exploded when touched. What to do? Bardak knew that it was useless for him to panic now, and since Frisia's self-explosion was irreversible, he had to come up with a solution immediately. After all, Frisia does not depend on the life and death of his son Is, but he Bardak still cares about the safety of his son Raditz and Paragus and others. Ha ha ha, Bardak, you hit me, as long as you dare to hit me, the bomb in my body will immediately detonate, and then it's a big deal that we will all die together. Just as Bardak was thinking about countermeasures, Frisia's loud, ugly voice sounded again. You shut up for me. Bardak directly punched Frisia in the face, directly knocking the proud Frisia into a daze. Bardak used his foreknowledge to know that he was okay hitting Frisia in the face, because the bomb in Frisia's body had nothing to do with his face. Predict, slow, pause, regress. Yes, it's backwards. Time-related abilities flashed in Bardak's heart. Yes, Bardak was trying to use the time power in his body at this time. Time was urgent, and Bardak was not allowed to think too much, condensed a large amount of his spiritual power in his left hand, and then injected it into Frisia's body. At the same time, the large explosion that had already gathered in his right hand was shot towards Frisia. In a short time, less than a second, Frisia directly turned into flying ash under Bardak's big explosion attack and dissipated into the universe. As for why he failed to blow himself up, this point is left to Frisia to think slowly in hell after his death. Chapter 042. Is this the power of time? So strong. When it comes to the power of time, Bardak has felt it once before. However, although Gudu's time suspension is strong, it has no effect on Bardock, so Bardock feels that there is nothing. But when Bardock personally used it this time, he found out how the consumption of this time backwards was so strong. Bardock now felt like a needle prick in his mind, and the spiritual power accumulated over many years of cultivation was discharged, and there were even signs of overdraft. In exchange for this, it is only to rewind the time of the bomb in Frisia's body to a few tenths of a second before it was activated. It seems that the gap between me and Weiss before is still very large. Laughing at himself in his heart, Bardock recalled that Dragon Ball Super Zongwei's only waved his scepter lightly, and the entire Earth and all the time on the Earth were directly regressed 3 minutes ago. And after Wes used time backwards, the whole person seemed to be fine. Bardock said that his current self could not be compared. However, through this incident, Bardock also knew that his current cultivation direction was not wrong, and his spiritual power was not cultivated in vain. It seems that I want to go back and talk to Gudu about time. Remembering that Gudu's time pause was like playing, Bardock suddenly felt an imbalance in his heart. You say that Weiss himself can't compare, after all, Weiss is an angel of the 7th universe, and now he is only Super 1, and it is normal to compare. But you say that a Gudu, whether it is strength or spiritual power, belongs to the realm of scum. It seemed that as long as he held his breath long enough, time could stand still forever, and Bardock wanted to know an accurate answer. Father's self-explosion failed. If you want to say who has always been most frightened by Frisia's self-explosion, it is undoubtedly Eyes, who knows Frisia's true situation best. And Eyes, because he has been entangled here by Paragus, has long been ready to meet death in his heart. And now seeing Frisia's self-detonation is thunder loud, rain is small, not to mention blowing up the surrounding galaxies, not even a meteorite has been shattered. Ezer was also relieved in his heart, at least he didn't have to be killed by Frisia's self-explosion. As for sadness, sorry, Ezer said that every person of the Frozen Demon clan is a cold-blooded animal. When you are alive, family affection can exist, but if you die, who you love, your inner emotions will not have a trace of ups and downs. But then Ezer discovers the fact that Frisia is now dead, which means that Bardock has time to free his hand against himself. Frisia's 300 million combat power was bloodied by Bardock, and Ezer did not think that with his 100 million combat power he could hold on to a few moves in Bardock's hands. Run, 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 must run. Aize is now unwilling to fight, his eyes rolling around, pondering how he should escape. Grandpa, you are here, come and save me. Ezer found that no matter which direction he ran, he wanted to defeat the Paragus in front of him first, and he couldn't help but shout behind Paragus. Boom! Paragus didn't even look at what Ezer was shouting, and went up directly and punched Ezer. However, Bardock glanced back boredly, and did not find the Kurdish figure, nor did he perceive that there was a powerful existence around. Ezer, don't think about escaping. As long as you can defeat Paragus, I can let you go, otherwise, you go down and accompany Frisia. Adak's careful thoughts were all seen by Bardock, and Bardock was the first to allow the idea that Ezer wanted to escape. Although Eze's combat power is a little scum, but there are 100 million villains, Bardock still expects Ezer to help Paragus's combat effectiveness make a breakthrough. Yes, then if I accidentally kill this SAIYAN in front of me, can I also let me go? Seeing that Bardock had spoken, Ezer knew that it was almost impossible for him to escape under Bardock's eyes. Then he looked coldly at Paragus in front of him and said grimly. Yes, Ezer, bring out your full strength and fight Paragus, I will not interfere in the meantime. Bardock said, of course, Bardock just said so, if in the end Paragus really lost to Ezer, Bardock would still choose to save Paragus. After all, letting Paragus go through a life and death battle to break through combat effectiveness and letting Paragus go to death are completely different things. Humph, then it depends on whether you have this ability. If I am really killed by you this time, it will also be my Paragus skill. In the face of Ezer's cruel words, Paragas didn't want to say more, but just burst out his full strength, ready to fight with Izar at any time. What Bardock said, as Bardock's butler, how could Paragas not understand? Paragas, Izar will leave it to you here, I'll go see the two imps of Raditz and Broly. Bardock also knew that if he kept staring here, Izar might not be able to play his best, so he simply chose to leave so that Paragas could fight. Flying all the way down, Bardock landed directly on the spaceship of the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Bardock was also too lazy to find where the door was, and directly smashed an energy bomb into an exit, and then the whole person jumped in. Bardock followed where Raditz and Broly's breath was, and walked straight and slow. Seeing that all the people who were dying were miscellaneous soldiers wearing the combat uniforms of Frisia's legion, Bardock knew that this place should have been completely taken over by Frisia. As for those people in the original Galaxy Patrol headquarters, say that they know, anyway, Bardock does not plan to go out of his way to find it. After all, life or death has nothing to do with him. Alas, it's so brutal, it's so brutal. Looking at the corpsed Galactic Patrol headquarters, Bardock lamented the brutality of Raditz and Broly as he walked. Seeing that the wounds of the deceased were all killed with one blow, or simply blown to pieces by energy bombs, Bardock had no discomfort in his heart. After all, this is a world of the jungle, and Bardock does not ask Saiyans to be too kind to outsiders. After all, it will only harm themselves. But the friendship between the same people cannot be extinguished, and the Saiyans must unite internally and then all the way outward. As for whether it is benevolent or not, Bardock does not intend to care about this. After all, every Saiyan has a violent and evil heart in his heart. This is innate, and if you want to change, you can only be honed over a long period of time. But Bardock still likes the current Saiyans a little more, so about the justice of the Saiyans, Bardock feels that it is better to go with the flow. Chapter 043. Broly, I told you to lighten up. You see that it is not easy to catch a prisoner, and this is slapped to death by you again. Now you tell me how to ask me about the whereabouts of the North Galaxy King. As long as we can catch the North Galaxy King, we will definitely make my father impress us. Raditz complained to Broly next to him, but he didn't mean to blame Broly. After all, at Broly's current age, it is normal to not control his own energy. In the face of Raditz's words, Broly naturally understood it, embarrassedly threw aside the miscellaneous soldiers of the Frisia Legion in his hand, and Broly continued to follow behind Raditz quietly. Boom! Raditz, who was walking slowly, suddenly heard gunshots nearby, directly quickened his pace, and turned a corner to see an alien holding a laser gun standing in the corridor. As for the scum of the Frisia Legion, who was shot and killed on the ground around him, it was naturally ignored by Raditz and Broly. Remembering a phrase that Bardock often taught himself, as long as it is not your own person, you can beat you at will. Raditz looked left and right at Gok and didn't look like his own person, just about to strike. A lesson is saying. Stop, Broly, or I'll go this time, lest you directly beat people to death again. I just want to capture a living prisoner, why is it so difficult? Raditz saw that Broly was ready to start directly by taking a step ahead of him, and quickly stopped him. Then Raditz prepared to go and subdue Yak first, and as for why he didn't persuade him first, sorry, Raditz said that Bardock had not taught him this. Stop, stop, you two are Saiyan, I am. As an elite member of the Galaxy Patrol, Gark can naturally recognize the Raditz and Broly races. It is naturally very clear that the Saiyan clan's combat strength has exceeded 10,000, and he knows that he will definitely not be able to defeat one of Raditz and Broly. Therefore, Gark quickly called a halt to avoid his innocent beating, but before Gark finished speaking, he was directly punched out by Raditz. Another scum. Feeling the low level of Gark's combat effectiveness, Raditz walked directly to the opposite of Gark and said, Say, do you know where the North Galaxy King is? You want to know where the North Galaxy King is, just ask directly, as for hitting me. Complaining to Raditz in his heart, Gark covered his red and swollen right face and slowly got up. Replied to Raditz, the Galactic King is now being held by Frisia in a special prison, and now I am rushing to rescue him. You're going to save the North Galaxy King, who are you, aren't you Frisia's men? After listening to Gok, Raditz immediately asked. That's right, I'm Gok, the super elite member of the Galaxy Patrol. Straightening his torn clothes, Gok made a pose that he thought looked good and spoke. Well, to say that before Raditz looked at Gok was just a little familiar, but now seeing the pose Gok made and the lines in his mouth, he knew that Gok must be someone from the Galaxy Patrol. After all, this familiar scene, Raditz had seen it in Geely 3 years ago, but the gap was that the strength of Gok in front of him seemed to be only a scumbag level. Let's go, since you are not Frisia's subordinate, then I won't kill you, quickly take me to the North Galaxy King. After all, Geely saved himself and others 3 years ago, so Raditz didn't plan to embarrass Gok here. As for the punch of Gok before, Raditz said that if you hit it, it is impossible to apologize yourself, it is impossible in this life. Okay. In the face of Raditz's order, Gok did not resist a word and directly began to lead the way. After all, now the SAIYANs have been famous in the past 3 years, but they are not as gentle as Goku in the original Dragon Ball Super book, and even Gok dares to joke with Goku at will. Within 3 years, with a nation of no more than 100,000 members, he could firmly hold all 80% of the Northern Galaxy domain in his hands. During this period, SAIYANs naturally relied not on lip service, but on their own strong strength, and the clean and sharp principle that they can do not compare more. Gok didn't want to just say a word of objection to it, and he was directly given a second by Raditz, which is not good. Gok led the way in front, and the miscellaneous soldiers under Frisia who encountered along the way were all shot directly by Broly. Well, that's it, the SAIYANs shot without ink. Galactic King, the righteous and brave elite member Gok has come to rescue you. All the way to the miscellaneous soldiers, Gok opened the special prison where the North Galaxy King was held, and then went in and shouted directly. At the same time, he hoped in his heart that such a heroic performance could leave a good impression in the heart of the North Galaxy King. King Bardock! Gok exclaimed. Father! This phrase was said by Raditz. The gate opens, and the first thing you see is Bardock standing in the doorway. Gok was directly frightened by Bardock's fierce gaze and lay on the ground, and Gok was not afraid in his heart. After all, Gok was arguing behind Bardock just now. And Raditz didn't understand why Bardock came back here, so that his original plan fell through, and his original excitement also had some small emotions. Humph, blame you for leading the way too slowly. His own plan failed, Raditz always had to find someone to blame. It was impossible to blame Bardock, and Broly was his own person, and he definitely couldn't be blamed. So, Raditz's resentful little eyes fell on Gok on the side, which scared Gok who had just eased up half to death. Now ordinary SAIYAN Gok said that he couldn't afford to offend, but not to mention hearing the Father King that Raditz had just called, Gok knew that Raditz was the prince among the SAIYANs. Raditz, you did very well this time, and Broly you are the same. Let's go, you should know everything you should know, go back and see the battle between Paragus and Iser. Raditz's small emotions were all seen by Bardock, and when he opened his mouth to comfort him, Bardock took the lead and walked out. As for why Bardock is here, it can only be said that it is a coincidence. Bardock just went all the way looking for the place where Raditz's and Broly's breath was. Of course, Bardock walked in a straight line, and if you asked what to do when you encountered a wall, of course, it was directly broken. This also caused Bardock to directly smash the wall of the special prison where the North Galactic King was held, and then met the North Galactic King. After feeling that Raditz and Broly were coming towards him, and Bardock happened to have something to talk to the North Galactic King, Bardock left here directly. Yes. All Raditz wanted was an affirmation from Bardock's mouth. Even if it was just a small word of comfort, and after speaking, Raditz followed Bardock with satisfaction. Babble. And getting a compliment from Bardock, Broly was also very happy in his heart, but because he couldn't speak yet, he was excited to babble behind Bardock, which was very cute. "Galaxy King, are you okay?" After Bardock and the others left, Gark quickly lifted up the North Galaxy King, who was lying on the ground like a pool of mud. It's okay, it's just that in the future, the North Galaxy will completely belong to the SAIYAN family." The lifeless North Galactic King got up from the ground and looked at the location where Bardock left, leaving only fear in his eyes. As for the complaints, the North Galaxy King probably did not dare to rise again at this time or even in the future. Chapter 044. "Father, what did you say to the North Galaxy? I just saw the appearance of the North Galaxy King, and I was scared to death by you." After walking for a long time, Raditz still couldn't help the curiosity in his heart, and opened his mouth to ask Bardock. "Nothing." Smiling, Bardock did not choose to answer Raditz's question. "Want to run?" When he wanted to continue chatting with Raditz, Bardock suddenly felt that Izer's chi was flying away at great speed, while Paragas's chi was standing in place, not moving. In any case, Bardock did not intend to let Aize escape just like that, and directly transformed into a super race, flying straight along the location where Aize chi was. Damn, how did Bardock come out so quickly? Not long after escaping, Izer suddenly saw Bardock chasing him behind him, and did not dare to say a word of nonsense, flying forward at full speed. "Run, you keep running." Even if Aize escaped one step ahead, in terms of speed, in the end, he was not Bardock's opponent. After Bardock caught up with Aize, he directly kicked Aize back, and then questioned. Clutching his sunken chest, Ezer did not answer Bardock's question. "Paragath, you say, what's going on?" Izer was silent, and Bardock turned to Paragath, who was still stunned on the side. "Ask King Bardock to punish, blame me, I didn't react for a while just now," which gave Izer a chance to escape. In the face of Bardock's questioning, Paragath also knew what a mistake he had just made, and quickly pleaded guilty. "Paragas, you carefully recall, did you not react for a while, or just reacted?" Bardock saw something wrong from Paragas, and the specific guess needed to wait for Paragas's accurate answer. "I just reacted, didn't Izer just run away?" Shaking his head, Paragas didn't understand why Bardock would ask himself such a question. Sure enough. Walking in front of Paragas, Bardock put his hand on Paragas, and after quietly feeling it, he guessed in his heart that he had reached a conclusion. "Izer, I'll give you another chance, win the Paragas, I'll let you go." To further verify the guess, Bardock said to Izer. "Good." Izer also knows that now that Bardock is back, there is no chance for him to escape, and in order to survive, defeating the Pelagas in front of him is the only way. "Come on, I'm not giving you a chance to escape this time because I'm careless." Between the life and death struggle with Ezer before, Paragas's combat power has broken through from 100 million to 110 million, so now Paragas is full of confidence. Second person. Aize stepped in the void, roared word by word, the combat effectiveness increased by 10 million in one step, and after 3 steps, Aize's combat effectiveness at this time had reached 130 million. Groove. Izer's combat effectiveness skyrocketed, and the first thing he felt was the nearest Paragas, and he couldn't help but burst out a foul word. At this time, Paragas really wanted to ask Izer, which of us is the SAIYAN race, and why your combat power has increased faster than mine in battle. Just 20 million high, this will only cause the excitement of the SAIYAN bloodline in Paragas' body, and step forward, Paragas will fight with eyes. On the side, Bardock was quietly observing the battle between Paragas and Izer, but more attention was still paid to eyes. Raditz, on the other hand, took Broly on the side to learn the combat experience between the two, as did Naba, who guarded the spaceship. Time is passing, and the battle between Paragas and Izer continues, but because of the low combat effectiveness. Although Paragas fought more bravely, there was still a tendency to be suppressed by eyes, but it was a trace of suppression that always stimulated the fighting intent in Paragas's body. Hey! With a roar, throwing a fairy bean into the mouth, the combat power in Paragas' body is making a breakthrough, 130 million. Come on! With his injuries healed and the battle breaking through, Paragas looked at Iser in front of him confidently and challenged again. King Bardock, he. Iser just wanted to report Paragas for cheating and drug addiction to increase his combat effectiveness, when he suddenly saw Bardock's eyes staring at him, evil and terrible. If you just want to export, immediately take it back, joke. Iser does not think that Bardock will come over to help him speak, after all, he Paragas is Bardock's own person. Go on, divide the winner and loser. Bardock didn't care if Paragas had knocked on the beans, after all, Bardock's purpose this time was to let Paragas break through himself through the battle with Iser. If Paragas is cheating, Bardock doesn't believe that Iser didn't cheat between fights. Ugh! A painful roar came from Aize's body, and then the combat power on Aize's body rose like a hanging. 310 million, which has completely exceeded the combat power of mechanical Frisia of 10 million, Aize's roar of pain can be stopped, and the soaring combat power is gradually stabilized. Abominable SAIYAN, give me death. The soaring power had lost Iser's sanity, and he attacked Polagath directly like a mad dog. Sure enough, the abnormalities in Iser's body were all seen by Bardock, and the speed of the whole body exploded, and Bardock directly blocked in front of Paragas, blocking Iser's all-out blow. Ha ha ha, Bardock, are you trying to stop me? Give me death. When the attack was stopped, Aize did not panic, but stood in place and laughed wildly. Good boy, it's really crazy. Spit out a sentence about Ize's current situation in his heart. Bardock directly grabbed Ize in his hands, and then he was beaten violently. Jilly, if you don't come out again, my next move will be Iser's life. Holding the dying Iser in his hands, Bardock shouted at the silent surrounding space. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Time is gradually passing, and the breath of Iser, who was held in Bardock's hands, is getting weaker and weaker, and he is still a little away from death. Boom, boom. 4 huge fireworks sounded from the cosmic space not far from Bardock. Great luck! I am Jilly, the super elite captain of the Galaxy Patrol, 4 large characters appeared from the fireworks, and then a figure walked out of them. Sure enough, it's this tease. Bardock looked speechlessly at the characters who flew towards him that were not mentioned in the original Dragon Ball. How did he feel like a funny comparison? If it weren't for the 4 big words of eating chicken tonight, Bardock would have wondered if this auspicious had crossed over. Chapter 045. King Bardock, the Iser in your hand is my apprentice, can you let Iser live? Jilly said. You are the super elite captain of the Galaxy Patrol, and Iser is the son of the frozen demon Frisia, there should be no intersection between the two of you. Releasing Iser, Bardock looked at the Jilly in front of him who looked very similar to the Earthlings. King Bardock is like this, I was ordered by the Galactic King to go undercover in the Frisia Legion, and Frisia assigned me the task of teaching the newbornees to practice. In other words, my mentor-apprentice relationship with Iser has existed since that time. Jilly was neither humble nor arrogant and continued. Humph, inferior creature, Aize don't need you to save it. Aize, who was already dying, said this sentence with difficulty. Oh, it seems that Aize doesn't seem to be planning to take you this favor. With a chuckle, Bardock pointed at Iser and replied to Jilly. King Bardock said and laughed, Iser, this kid just owes a beating, just wait a while for me to educate. Also chuckling back, Jilly was not affected by the powerful momentum on Bardock. For the sake of you once saving our SAIYAN clan, Iser will be handed over to you. Throwing Iser in his hand to Jilly, Bardock continued, now is it time to tell me why you just helped Iser deal with Paragas. King Bardock, this will be discussed later, wait for me to teach this disobedient apprentice a lesson. Do you call me master, Call me master. After Gilly returned to Bardock, he beat Ezer in his hand, and Ezer cried bitterly, but he couldn't make a sound in his mouth. Master, master! Even if Aize's bones are hard, he also chose to succumb to the coercion of Gilly at this time, and called out a master. That's right, you continue to freeze. I can't imagine that I have only been walking for less than 3 years, and Frisia actually forcibly helped you break the ice. After speaking, regardless of whether Aize agreed or not, a large amount of purple aura appeared in Gilly's hand to wrap Aize. Then Aize's combat effectiveness began to decline rapidly, and in less than a minute, Aize's combat effectiveness had dropped to about 10,000. The purple aura dissipated, revealing Ezer, who was already frozen. You just used time to go backwards, to rewind Ezzy's time period back to before breaking the ice. Gilly's operation just now was seen by Bardock, and Bardock is no stranger to going back in time. After all, Bardock used it himself when he played Mechanical Frisia before. King Bardock has good eyesight. Just now I used a kind of timing technique, time regression. Time prison, close. When he returned Ezzy's time to the ice, Gilly put Ezer away again before replying to Bardock. Your comprehension of the ability of time is quite profound. You must know that Ezer can go back more than 2 years here. Bardock remembered that he had gone back less than a second before, and his mental power had been overdrawn, and he couldn't help but be curious about Gilly's time ability. King Bardock, you laughed. I just rely on racial talent. If I really talk about the understanding of time, I will definitely not be as good as King Bardock. Laughing, being praised by Bardock like this, Gilly instead looked embarrassed, and even the tone of returning Bardock was a little embarrassed. My time has only just comprehended, even if it is the beginning stage. I dare not compare with the realm of Dachin like you. Squinting his eyes, Bardock continued. No, 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 of course, I'm not talking about your current comprehension of time, King Bardock, but your future. Gilly rode. My future? Bardock wondered. It should be your past, to be exact. Changing the tone of the previous hip-hop, this sentence was extremely solemn. This topic is over, let's talk about the previous topic. Why did you help Iser deal with Paragus just now? Bardock almost got the same answer he wanted, so he changed the subject. Compared to this, King Bardock, can you tell me first how you discovered my existence? As long as the question doesn't involve Bardock, the Gilly tone returns to its previous hip-hop state. Because I felt a trace of the power of time slowness in Paragus, and it is precisely because of this that Iser was able to successfully escape from under the eyes of Paragus before. Otherwise, with the combat power of Paragus, if Aize dares to run away directly, Paragus can definitely chase Aize and beat him up. And after I appeared, Iser was hopeless to escape, and I felt the power of time acceleration from Iser again. Aize's own time flies, and the combat power in his body naturally increases, so it will directly skyrocket to the point of 310 million. Bardock said all his previous analysis. Worthy of being the king of Bardock, word for word, but my purpose is also very simple, I just want to save Iser's life, there is really no other meaning. Gilly did not hide anything and replied directly to Bardock about his purpose. As for Gilly's answer, Bardock didn't think there was anything wrong. Gilly, you have such a strong use of time ability, why do you still have to be a subordinate to the North Galaxy King, and you also went to the Frisia Legion as an undercover agent before? Bardock then asked. It's just boring, but it's a personal preference. With a chuckle, Gilly continued, if you have nothing to do with King Bardock, then I will retreat first. Wait, Gilly, are you from the Angel Clan? As far as I know, only the Angel Clan can use the time ability so freely. Bardock saw that Gilly was leaving, and quickly asked. Sorry, Lord Bardock, I am not an angelic race, and as for what my race is, King Bardock will know by then. However, please rest assured that I will never do anything against King Bardock and the SAIYAN family. A standard 90-degree bow to Bardock deeply, Gilly replied. That is to say, you know the existence of the angelic family, it seems that the level you have come into contact with is not low. I don't understand Gilly's respectful look to himself, but from the words of Gilly's answer, Bardock can still see a trace of a problem. Hehe, it seems that I can't continue to talk with you, King Bardock, otherwise my secret will be set by you. Without answering Bardock's question, Gilly said and turned away. Gilly, wait! Bardock shouted. King Bardock, do you have anything else? Hearing Bardock's shout, Gilly turned around and asked. Big bang! However, Gilly, who turned back, ushered in an all-out blow in Bardock's Super 1 form. P.S. Gilly is an original character in this book, not a villain, there will not be too many appearances, and it can be used as a supporting role or as a dragon set. P.S. This book will be on the shelves at 0 o'clock tomorrow, and when the time comes, please support this book more. If you have any comments and ideas, you can put forward in the comments, if you see it, I will definitely reply. Chapter 046. So weak. Just when the Big Bang hit Gilly, Bardock can clearly feel that Gilly is not very strong in terms of physical strength or energy in the body, so he will turn into flying ash under his own attack. However, thinking of Gilly's divine time ability, Bardock didn't think Gilly would die so simply. King Bardock. Seeing Bardock standing motionless in place, for a long time, Paragus stepped forward and asked. It's okay, let's go back to planet Bardock. After not seeing the auspicious figure appear again for a long time, Bardock did not intend to wait any longer, so he led everyone back to the royal spaceship, and Naba opened the ship and began the long journey of return. After the royal ship left for a long time, the time of the Gilly turning into flying ash began to rewind rapidly, and finally retreated to before the Gilly explosion. Captain Gilly, you finally appeared, our headquarters was almost taken over by the SAIYANs. Seeing the SAIYAN spaceship leave, Gilly's figure reappeared, and Gyak, who had been hiding in the Galactic Patrol headquarters, flew out and said to Gilly. Gark, if you go back and tell the Galaxy King about the SAIYANs in the future, I won't care about it anymore, and besides, I'm still on vacation, don't come to me if you have anything. Gilly said to Gark, who had just appeared in front of him. At this moment, Gilly thought of Tais, who was still traveling in the universe, and felt that it was better for him to send Tais back to Earth first. There is also Aize, who should also be sent back to the Winter Star for cultivation, and it is not yet the time for Aize to break the ice. So, Gilly continued to say to Gark in front of him, don't forget to convey my words to the Galactic King. After that, Gilly got on the spaceship driven by Gark, and then left directly, leaving Gak standing alone in the universe. After a long flight, the royal ship returned to the planet Bardock. After Bardock returned, he directly convened a meeting to forcibly unify the Northern Galaxy by force. Because there is no SAIYAN alliance backed by the North Galaxy King, in less than a month, all the galaxies in the North Galaxy have turned to the SAIYANs. A year later, the planet Bardock has undergone many changes. Bardock took Broly as an apprentice and became his first disciple. After returning from a battle with Iser, Paragatha's combat power broke through to 6 million. Toma, Pabuzan, and Celebi were stimulated by Paragath and worked hard one by one. Coupled with Bardock's guidance and cultivation on the side, all of them broke the restrictions in the body and reached the realm of Super Saiyan, and the normal combat power was 4 million, 3.5 million and 3 million respectively. In the same year, the average combat effectiveness of Saiyans reached 100,000, and more than 10 Saiyans with a combat power of 1 million through the Big Bang stage were added. However, Raditz' combat effectiveness seems to have fallen into a bottleneck, breaking through from 50,000 to 60,000 in just 1 year. After a year of guidance from Bardock's spiritual power, Broly can already initially carry out the transformation of Chuan Chao according to his own will. However, Broly will still enter a violent state when transforming into a super passer, and even if his mental power has increased, he will never be able to maintain his sanity in the super form. The reason for this is that the 100% berserk factor in Broly's body is tempering Broly's body all the time. Even if Broly has been cultivating spiritual power for a year, his combat power is closely chasing Raditz, reaching the point of 50,000. You must know that Broly has just turned 1 year old at this time. Your Highness Raditz, your current body is close to the limit. Eat a grain of fairy beans to rest and rest, continue training. On the planet Bardock, under a waterfall, Raditz is constantly under the attack of Paragus from different directions. Looking at Raditz, who was obviously exhausted at this time, Paragus couldn't help but persuade with distress. Butler, don't worry about me, I'm okay, continue to attack me, the limit of my body is still there, I won't rely on immortal beans to recover from my cultivation in the future. Gritting his teeth, Raditz got up from the ground again and replied to the Paragus in front of him. Boom! At this moment, a powerful aura came from the top of the waterfall. 60,000, Broly's combat power has broken through to 60,000. Feeling the powerful aura coming from Broly's body, Raditz immediately stopped cultivating and flew upwards. Broly at the top of the waterfall sat cross-kneeled, motionless in meditation and cultivation, ignoring the breakthrough of his combat strength. Because Broly needed the most powerful spiritual power at this time, not combat power. Damn, I obviously worked so hard, why was I caught up by Broly so quickly? Raditz had long known from Bardock that Broly's talent for super physique was extraordinary, and Raditz also knew that with Broly's potential, it was only a matter of time before his combat power caught up with him. But as the eldest prince of the SAIYAN royal family, how could Raditz not have a sense of pride in his heart? Raditz has always targeted Bardock, has been trained by Bardock since birth, and has always been the strongest among his peers. But Broly's appearance made Raditz feel a crisis. Especially after Bardock accepted Broly as an apprentice, it seems that Bardock shifted his focus from himself to Broly. Is it because my potential is too poor? Obviously I have worked so hard, why was I caught up by Broly so quickly? Raditz looked at Broly at the top of the waterfall and asked himself again in his heart. How did it break through again? Feeling his combat effectiveness break through again inexplicably, when he opened his eyes, Broly couldn't help but frown. Because the stronger your own strength, the stronger you need mental power when you transform into a transcendent, and you need more powerful spiritual power to keep your sanity intact. Obviously, with Broly's current cultivation speed of spiritual power, it was not as fast as the growth of his own combat power. Your Highness Raditz, with your current growth rate of combat effectiveness, you must know that when King Bardock was the same age as you, his combat power was not more than 1,000. Raditz thought in his heart, and Paragus, who had been in charge of training Raditz, also saw it in his eyes and persuaded him. For Broly's talent, Paragus is this father and helpless. Although he kept telling Broly to suppress the improvement of his combat effectiveness, it didn't seem to have any effect. Butler, I know what you said, today's cultivation ends here, I'll go to my father's first to take a look. After that, Raditz directly turned his head and flew towards the SAIYAN palace, not glancing at Broly, who had just broken through in cultivation. Father, why does His Highness Raditz look unhappy? In a year's time, even Broly was just a year old and could speak freely. When it comes to the mind, because he has been majoring in spiritual power, in some ways, Broly is a little more knowledgeable about human feelings than Raditz. It's nothing, His Highness Raditz just went to find King Bardock. Without speaking to Broly though, Paragus replied to Broly. That's the case, father, it just so happens that my current combat power has broken through again, and I also asked the master about meditation. Broly didn't think much about it and continued to reply to Paragus. Well, I'll take you to King Bardock. Paragus replied, and then flew with Broly in the direction of the palace hall. P.S. Sorry, because Overtime just arrived home, so the update is late, today IO first, tomorrow 5 changes, this is the first change. Chapter 047. Pabuzan, is my father in the main hall? Flying all the way to the entrance of the main hall, Raditz asked Pabuzan, who was guarding the door. It turned out to be His Highness Raditz. King Bardock is not here, but went to the Ministry of Scientific Research. Pabuzan replied. What did my father go to the Scientific Research Department? Could it be that Dr. Meow developed something strange? Seeing that he had come for nothing, Raditz couldn't help but muttered secretly in his heart. Pabuzan, then I will go to the Scientific Research Department to find my father first. After Raditz finished speaking, he flew in the direction of the Scientific Research Department. Well, see you soon, His Highness Raditz. As soon as he waved goodbye to Raditz, Pabuzan saw Paragus flying towards him with Broly. Pabuzan, is King Bardock in the main hall? Paragus asked. King Bardock went to the Ministry of Scientific Research and is not here. Reluctantly, Pabuzan replied again. Scientific Research Department. After listening, Paragus's eyes lit up and said to Broly next to him, Broly, follow me quickly. Looking at Paragus, who left with Broly with an excited face, Pabuzan was a little curious in his heart about what the Scientific Research Department had developed. Dr. Meow, you don't have any side effects after this controller brought it to Broly. Playing with Dr. Mew's latest invention in hand, Bardock asked. Please rest assured that my controller has no side effects at all. Put the controller on Lord Broly's neck, and then press the button on the top of the remote control in the event that Lord Broly is in a violent run after performing the transcendent transformation. A special magnetic field will be emitted inside the controller, echoing the brain waves of Lord Broly's violent run, so that Lord Broly can forcibly remove the violent mode and restore his own sanity. Dr. Meow informed Bardock of his scientific findings. Forcibly lifting the violent mode, does that mean that Broly's passing state is also lifted? Brows furrowed, apparently Bardock was not satisfied with the controller function in the hand. King Bardock, this is already the limit of what I can develop at the moment, because... Seeing that Bardock was not satisfied with his invention, Dr. Meow suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and quickly explained to Bardock. I want to prove that I am not incompetent, but it is because Broly's super mode is too special. Okay, I see, the controller is doing a good job. Bardock also knew that his request was a bit difficult. After all, the current controller could use without any side effects, and it could bring Broly back to his senses. The controller in the original book has huge side effects. Every time it is used, it will stimulate Broly's mental power, although it can also make Broly recover his sanity from the rampage, but it also invisibly weakens Broly's mental power. Father, Father! At this moment, the door of Dr. Meow's exclusive research room opened, and Raditz ran in. Raditz, are you doing something? After all, it was his own son, and Bardock didn't say anything to Raditz, who suddenly broke in. Father, do you have time to guide me in cultivation? Holding Bardock's thigh, Raditz coquettishly. Raditz is obedient. What you need now is to lay a good foundation, not blindly improve your combat effectiveness, and after a while, your father will guide you to cultivate well. The fact that Raditz's cultivation had entered the bottleneck, Bardock had seen it in the morning, but this was not the reason why Raditz did not work. The contrary, it was because Raditz worked too hard for cultivation. After all, Raditz's current age is only 6 years old, and his body has not yet been officially set, and as he grows older, Raditz's combat effectiveness will break through sooner or later. And once Raditz's body is officially finalized, then the sky is high and the bird flies, and you can cultivate as much as you want, and at that time, the body can fully accept the limit breakthrough again and again. And the age of body training for each scion is different, and according to Bardock's observation, Latiza's body is also about 10 years old at the earliest. For example, a genius scion like Reg Broly, whose body is in a stereotype state at birth, does not have to worry about the phenomenon that the combat effectiveness is too high and the body cannot withstand it. It's been a while, and you've used the reason for your father many times. Muttering, Raditz was unhappy with Bardak's perfunctory answer. Well, obedient, Raditz, you are still too young, there is no need to be too anxious about cultivation. Regarding the situation of Raditz's cultivation, Bardak has already told Raditz more than once, and now Bardak no longer knows how to persuade Raditz. Paragus, you and Broly just came, this is the controller that Dr. Mew just developed for Broly, let Broly bring it to try the effect. Just as Bardak was considering how to continue persuading Raditz, Paragus walked in with Broly's unclosed door. Obey, King Bardak. Seeing the controller in Bardak's hand, Paragus was overjoyed and took the controller, and Paragus handed it to Broly next to him. Thank you, Master, thank you Dr. Mew. Broly had also heard about the controller before, after all, Dr. Meow had taken a drop of blood from Broly's body when he developed the controller. Lord Broly is gracious. Dr. Meow replied, and then explained to Broly about the use of the controller and the precautions. Broly transforms into a super pass to try, Paragus pay attention, as soon as Broly loses his mind, you immediately press the button on the remote control. After seeing Broly bring the controller with him, Bardak handed the remote control to Paragas and instructed. Controlling the berserk factor in his body to erupt, Broly's pitch-black hair began to turn grass-green, and an evil and violent aura emanated from his body. 6 million battle auras burst out with all their strength, directly turning Dr. Meow's research room into a mess. How does it feel? Seeing that Broly had finished transforming, Bardak asked. Master, I can't control the violent energy in my body anymore, and I'm about to knock me unconscious. The violent fighting intent in the body constantly eroded Broly's self-will, and Broly's spiritual power was difficult to suppress freely. Roar! A roar came from Broly's mouth, and after less than 5 seconds of sanity, Broly was already in a state of rage. Press it! However, this time, Bardak did not choose to knock Broly unconscious as usual, but gave the command to press the remote control to Paragus on the side. Obey, King Bardak! The remote control in Paragas's hand was constantly sounding the alarm when Broly entered a violent state. After receiving Bardak's order, Paragus pressed directly, and a special magnetic field was emitted from the controller, echoing Broly's brain waves at this time. The grass-green hair gradually turned black, the powerful aura dissipated, the berserk factor in Broly's body returned to calm, and Broly's sanity at this time was gradually restored. Master, this controller is so amazing, I don't feel a trace of discomfort now, and the whole body state is exactly the same as before I entered the violent state. Broly said excitedly. Well, Broly, you can also safely carry out transcendence training while cultivating spiritual power in the future. When you don't enter rampage mode when you transform into a transcendent, the controller on your neck can be taken off. Bardak is also very satisfied with the effect of the controller, although it can't make Broly keep his sanity under the transformation of the Super, but looking at the current effect, it seems to be good. Chapter 048. Dr. Meow, what happened to the small spaceship I wanted? Broly's controller is ready, and Bardak doesn't have to keep an eye on Broly on the planet Bardak, so he plans to carry out his next plan. Back to King Bardak. According to the technical information you brought back from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, I have transformed a small spaceship. It flies at least 10 times faster than it originally did, but it will take another day to fill up the energy or it will not be able to sustain a long flight. Dr. Meow pressed a button on the wall of the research room, and a large screen showed a small spacecraft filling with energy. Since it will take another day, then I will come back tomorrow. There was no point in continuing to wait, so Bardak walked back, and Paragus and the others followed. King Bardak, are you going out alone? Seeing that Dr. Meow had prepared only a small spaceship with a single person, after coming out, Paragus couldn't help but ask. Yes, a year ago, I asked the location of Zuno from the North Galaxy King, and I am going to ask Zuno about Chuan Chao. This trip will take more than 2 months. There was nothing to hide, Bardock replied. Father, who is this Zunio, why has he never heard you mention it before? Hearing that there were still questions Bardock needed to ask others in the world, Raditz asked in disbelief. Zunio, he is a man who knows everything in the world and knows everything. Recalling the original Dragon Ball Super Rigok's evaluation of Zuno, Bardock replied to Raditz. King Bardock, do you need me to accompany you? Paragus on the side asked. No need, Paragus, this time you stay on planet Bardock. I'll go to Zuno to inquire about the next transmission super, and I'll come back. During my absence, the planet Bardock was handed over to you for protection, and something came to me through the probe. Bardock replied. Obey, King Bardock. Paragus also knew that Bardock had given the order, and generally no one except Jaime could make Bardock change his original plan, so he did not continue to ask. Let's go, Raditz, have a good rest today, don't do any more blind penance, I'll take you to Jaime. After explaining everything, seeing that it was time for lunch, Bardock was going to walk back with Raditz. Don't go, I'm not hungry. Twisting his head to the side, Raditz replied angrily. It's the opposite, you kid. Bardock also knew that Raditz was angry about not guiding him in cultivation, and without saying a word, Bardock directly carried Raditz on his shoulder, and then walked back. Heimchi, I'm back. Inside a small room in the SAIYAN Palace, Bardock pushed the door in and shouted. Mainly because Haimuka said that the house does not need to be too big, enough to hold a family, Bardock does not know where Haimuka came from so many ideas, but listen to Haimani. Come back and come back, shout what? Glancing at Bardock angrily, Gnei continued, how did Raditz know to be back for lunch today? Hungry. Raditz replied crisply. Then came Bardock's punch in Raditz's head. Pain, why did you beat me, father? Raditz asked, looking back puzzled. How do you talk to your queen mother? After a brief lesson to Raditz, Bardock then said to Jaime, did Jaime cook? I'm hungry too. I'm doing it, but I didn't expect Raditz to come back for lunch today, so I didn't do that much. Haimuka said bitterly. Then let's go out to eat. Raditz suggested. Painful, father, why did you beat me again? As soon as Raditz's words fell, another heavy punch from Bardock was greeted in his head. What to eat outside, those chefs in the palace, where is the rice cooked by Haimuka delicious? Bardock taught. Okay, Bardock, don't hit Raditz, I'll do it again. The food cooked by the Queen Mother is delicious, but I have eaten it for 2 or 3 years, and I have eaten enough, and you haven't eaten enough, father. Raditz's words naturally ushered in another loving education for Bardock. An hour later, a gust of wind swept through the clouds, leaving only a messy plate on the table. It's so full, Haimuki is still the best meal you cooked. Badala and Raditz sat with their big stomachs full, and Bardock complimented Haim. By the way, I'm going to go out after Jaime, it's probably more than 2 months. During this time, you take care of Raditz, his body is not yet set, what is needed is to lay a good foundation, not blindly improve his combat effectiveness. Bardock instructed. Well, I see, Bardock, you can go with confidence. Haimuka didn't ask Bardock much where he was going, and for Haim, it was enough for him to help Bardock take care of the family. Father, are you not even like me because my talent is not as good as Broly's? You would rather guide Broly to cultivate than to guide me in cultivation, and every day always tells me to lay the foundation first. Hearing that Bardock still did not mean to guide his cultivation, Raditz said aggrievedly, saying the biggest question that he had buried in his heart for the past year. When father returns from Zunio, he will guide you to cultivate, okay? Touching Raditz's little head, Bardock said. Well, father, you have to say something. Nodding heavily, Raditz replied excitedly. Without words, the night passed, and the next day at noon, Bardock woke up from his bed, looked at the sun that was already hanging high outside, and knew that he should go. Saying goodbye to Himuki and taking his long idol detector, Bardock flew directly to the Scientific Research Department. Dr. Miao of the Ministry of Scientific Research has already prepared the small spacecraft for Bardock. Without further ado, Bardock took the spaceship directly. The route was set to the galaxy where Zuno was located, and set off. Alarm! Alarm! The spacecraft is about to hit the meteorite group in 10 minutes, will it automatically change course? Alerts, alarms. As the day passed, Bardock was woken up by the ship's siren. Meteorite swarms? Why hide, bump into me. As soon as Bardock heard that the meteorite group was coming, he immediately gave voice commands to the spacecraft. Just kidding, what a waste of time to dodge, not to mention that Bardock also needs the impact of this meteorite group to temper his body. With a smile, Bardock opened the hatch of the spacecraft, jumped out directly, looked at the meteorite group that was about to collide, and flew directly forward excitedly. Chapter 049. It did not become a super race, and even Bardock did not even release an energy bomb, all relying on physical strength, and hard to follow the impact of meteorite groups in space. One move to smash a meteorite, Bardock's whole person kept flying in the meteorite group, completely giving up the dodge, and smashed all the meteorite group with his own physical strength. So be it, no one is watching me in space anyway. After solving the meteorite group, Bardock's clothes were also mostly torn, and all the muscles were exposed. Accelerating the flight, Bardock quickly caught up with the spacecraft that had flown into the distance, but did not enter it, but stood on the top of the spacecraft. 500 times the gravity, start cultivating. Adjusting the gravity on his combat suit, Bardock stood on the spaceship and carried out a new stage of cultivation. Hungry to eat fairy beans, 1 grain to ensure 10 days not hungry, Bardock fully felt that this is just the advertising slogan of the Karin Immortals. Because in the high-intensity cultivation, Bardock can only eat a fairy bean for 1 day, and he will still be hungry after a day. Fortunately, on this trip to the Zuno galaxy, Bardock immortal beans brought enough, and ate more than 30 immortal beans along the way, and a month was spent in cultivation time. Hey! Bardock stopped cultivating and transformed into a Super Saiyan form, and the muscle mass of his body began to expand slightly, but then contracted back under Bardock's control. Finally reached the second form of Super 1, the increase in combat effectiveness is about 75 times that of the norm, it's okay. Satisfiedly retracting the super race transformation, Bardock looked at the planet Zuno that was about to land, and the whole person jumped directly. Sure enough, it's similar to what is depicted in Dragon Ball Super. Zuno's planet is not large, and you can find the house where Zuno lives at a glance from the air, Bardock sighed. Lord Zuno does not receive guests who have not made a reservation, please come back. As soon as Bardock landed, 4 fat-headed and big-eared aliens walked out of the house, stopped Bardock from the door, and said in unison. The 4 of you are Zuno's attendants, please go and report, just say that Bardock, the king of the northern galaxy, came to ask about something. After all, Bardock came to ask for someone this time, so Bardock deliberately lowered his tone and said in a low voice. Sorry, Lord Zuno does not accept any form of cutting the queue. If you make an appointment now, you can be summoned by Lord Zuno in about 20 years. One of the attendants, taking out a notebook from his bosom, flipped through it, and then replied to Bardock. It seems that I am really more suitable for talking with my fists and being reasonable, and generally I don't like da bibi. 20 years, hee, my grandchildren are estimated to have been born, who will wait here stupidly. With a helpless smile, Bardock walked towards the attendant holding the notebook. Bardock, what are you going to do? I warn you, if you dare to do it, believe me or not. In the face of the powerful aura released by Bardock's body, Zuno's 4 attendants retreated in fear, and the threatening words in Bardock's mouth were slapped by Bardock before they could finish speaking. What do you 3 see? Don't hurry up and lead the way. Flying away the attendant holding a notebook, Bardock did not continue to move, after all, he came to ask for someone this time, or it was better to save some face for Zuno. Yes, yes, we'll take you there. After seeing the power of Bardak's means, the remaining 3 attendants looked at me and I looked at you, and finally chose to succumb to Bardak's lustful power. Who is coming? Didn't I say that no one will be seen today? Before he could take a few steps, Bardak heard Zuno's voice coming from inside the house. Zunyo, you are a person who claims to know everything, you will never know that I am coming today. After hearing Zuno's voice, Bardak could already accurately find the specific room where Zuno was, directly accelerated to it, and then said to Zuno in the room. "Ba, ba, ba." Zuno looked at Bardak, who appeared in front of him in surprise, and was surprised that he even stumbled slightly. It's Bardak. Seeing Zuno's stumbling look, Bardak reminded Zuno's own name. Lord Bardak said and smiled, "How dare the little one predict your whereabouts, Lord Bardak," so he did not go out to greet you personally, and asked Lord Bardak for forgiveness. Zuno immediately got down from the chair in shock, saying that he was about to bow down to Bardak, but Bardak quickly stopped him. Before Bardak came, he imagined Zuno's various attitudes towards himself, but he didn't imagine that Zuno was so respectful to himself. It can even be said that it is a little too respectful. You must know that the original Dragon Ball Super Zuno's attitude towards Zama's, the king god of the preparatory realm, has not yet been the same. This respectful attitude made Bardak feel familiar. Carefully recalling in his mind, Bardak remembered that when he collected 7 Dragon Balls on Earth 4 years ago and summoned the Divine Dragon to take his wish, the Divine Dragon's attitude towards him was so respectful at that time. I wonder why Lord Bardak came here this time. Standing respectfully in front of Bardak, Zuno asked. I'm here this time just to ask you some questions. Unable to understand, Bardak didn't think about it for the time being, and directly said the purpose of his coming here. Woo, it turns out that Lord Bardak you came to ask questions, but it scared me to death. Exhaling heavily, Zuno's heart that had been carrying was also relaxed. Then he replied to Bardak, but Lord Bardak, for some special reasons, the small one can only answer your 3 questions here, and if you have more, please forgive the small one for being difficult to answer. 3 questions, Bardak is already very satisfied. After all, Bardak originally only planned to ask Zuno 1 question, but now inexplicably there are 2 more, which is not bad. And here Zuno did not require himself to kiss Zuno like the original Dragon Ball Super Gok and Boomer. In order to get the answer to the question he wanted, Bardak was already satisfied. If he really wants to be pro-Zuno, Bacta does not suggest that he learn Zama's behavior at that time, and directly force Zuno to tell him the answer by force. Zunyo, how much do you know about Chuan Chao? Bardak asked. Well, Lord Bardak, is that your first question? Perhaps because Bardak's question was too simple, Zuno couldn't help but ask back. Say it quickly, tell everything you know about Chuan Chao. Remember it all. Seeing Zuno's grinding look, the angry Bardak reminded again. After hearing Bardak's accurate answer, Zuno began to answer Bardak's full knowledge about Chuan Chao. Chuan Chao, the full name is the legendary Super Saiyan, a super soldier who will only appear in 1,000 years among the Saiyan. In fact, it is not. Chuan Chao was a normal form belonging to the Saiyans in the primeval period. Because their bodies are full of berserk factors, the Saiyans of ancient times were all evil and warlike. Now after the changes of the times, the berserk factor in the bloodline of the Saiyans is gradually thinning, and they have all fallen into a sleeping stage. Only through the stimulation of Z-Bol light can the berserk factor in the body be activated in half a step. And this state is named ape by the current Saiyans, and most Saiyans will have 10 times the combat power in their bodies when they are ape-liked. Chapter 050. Go on. Seeing that Zuno was silent for a long time, Bardak hurriedly urged. Lord Bardak is gone, that's all I know about Chuan Chao. With his eyes wide open, Zuno really didn't know what else Bardak wanted to keep saying. You know the history of Chuan Chao, let me ask you, how should the problem of losing your mind in the form of Chuan Chao be handled? Bardock saw that he didn't ask, but Zuno really didn't say anything, and asked angrily. No, no. Shouted by Bardock, Zuno quickly replied, if the superform wants to maintain its sanity under the storm, as long as its spiritual power is strong enough. Gone. It's gone. I know all this you said, and I ask you, is there a way to keep Broly sane in his superpass form for a short time? Seeing that Zuno replied and chirped, unable to say the answer he wanted in 3 sentences, Bardock planned to make it clear directly. Yes, as long as you gather 7 Dragon Balls to summon the Divine Dragon and make a wish to the Divine Dragon. This time, Zuno answered simply, for fear that Bardock would do something to himself. Is it okay to be that simple? Bardock, who knew the truth, wanted to cry, and he could be said to have broken his heart about Broly's violent run this year. As a result, Zuno told himself that it was a dragon-wishing thing, and Bardock suddenly felt that his previous efforts were useless. Go directly to the earth? No, the earth's divine dragon is too scum, it is better to take Broly directly to the Namex star to find the divine dragon Borenga to make a wish. Lord Bardock, the method of making a wish by the dragon can only temporarily suppress the situation of Broly's Chuan Chao, and if you want to do it once and for all, you still have to focus on improving the spirit. Just as Bardock reflected on himself, Zuno continued from the sidelines. Bardock turned to look at Zuno, wondering how Zuno had survived safely in the way he answered other people's questions. At least Bardock now has the urge to kill Zuno. Zuno, do you know how to make the berserk factor in SAIYAN's human body reach 100%, that is, the method that enables ordinary SAIYANs to perform super transformation? Remembering that he would continue to ask Zuno questions after all, Bardock did not move, but continued to ask. Lord Bardock, is this your second question? Zuno asked. Well, that's the second question. Bardock replied. Oh, Lord Bardock, I beg your pardon for not answering this question. Lord Bardock, what is your third question? Zuno hurriedly took a few steps back to avoid Bardock suddenly beating himself in anger, and then replied to Bardock. If you can't answer, you can't count as a number. The energy in his palm gathered, Bardock slowly walked towards Zuno. It was really Zuno's answer to the second question was too perfunctory, otherwise Bardock could not be so angry. Lord Bardock, please don't do it, the little one really can't answer your question. However, the small one can give you a hint that the main component of the berserk factor is evil, the pure evil power in the heart. When the energy in Bardock's palm was about to approach Zuno, Zuno hurriedly replied. Okay, then even if I finish asking the second question, the third question, what is so special about my identity, why are you and Shenlong so respectful when they see me? The energy ball in his hand did not dissipate, but moved closer to Zuno in Bardock's hands, and Bardock planned to directly force Zuno to answer his own question. Lord Bardock, you do it, even if the little one dies, it will not answer your question. After that, Zuno closed his eyes and quietly waited for Bardock to do something to him. Really don't say. Transforming into a super race, the whole body momentum pressed towards Zuno, and Bardock further forced Zuno. Don't say. However, Zuno still closed his eyes and quickly shook his head, indicating that he was determined not to say. Seeing Zuno's look of death, Bardock was also helpless, he couldn't really kill Zuno. After all, Zuno answered his other questions well, and in terms of attitude, he was also very respectful to himself. Since you don't say whether you live or die, then I'll change the question. Bardock dissipated the energy in his palm and replied to Zuno. Lord Bardock, if you ask any other questions, I will definitely know everything. Seeing that he had escaped, Zuno quickly replied to Bardock. What is the identity of the Galaxy Patrol Captain Geely? Bardock asked. This, Lord Bardock, the question of Lord Gillis' identity cannot be said, at least not now. Just about to export, he was immediately held back by Zuno, who really wanted to cry now. Why Bardock always asked questions that he couldn't answer. Geely, my lord. Zuno's brief answer was remembered by Bardock. Then how much do you know about the affairs of the dragon world, and is the dragon god Salama still alive? Bardock did not intend to continue to embarrass Zuno. Since Zuno still did not know, Bardock simply took out his fruitless question about asking the dragon on the earth and asked Zuno. This, the little one knows, but the small one can't say. Lord Bardock, can you ask another question? Zuno replied. And Bardock heard that Zuno even gave himself the answer that was not much different from the Earth Divine Dragon, and he couldn't help but want to roar in his heart, they were all a bunch of scum. Then who collected the Super Dragon Ball last time, and what wish did you make? Bardock thought about it carefully, and he didn't seem to have anything else to ask, but since he mentioned the dragon god Salama, Bardock also asked about Super Dragon Ball. Lord Bardock, the little one can only tell you that the last Super Dragon Ball was collected by Lord Geely, and the rest of the questions, please forgive Lord Bardock for not being able to answer the small one. Zuno bowed his head and replied. Zuno, do you know a little? Lord Bardock, what should I know? You know a little more than the Earth Divine Dragon. Bardock spoke. In the face of Bardock's complaint, Zuno was also speechless in his heart. In fact, Zuno really wanted to tell Bardock that he knew much more than the dragon on the earth, but it just so happened that Bardock couldn't tell him these questions. Okay, I know, Zuno, thanks this time. If there is any difficulty in the future, come to the planet Bardock to find me, and I will leave first. The main purpose of his coming here this time has been achieved, and Bardock already has an idea in his heart for the formation of Chuan Chao, and he can't wait to return to Bardock planet to test it. Chapter 051. Lord Bardock, please wait a moment. Bardock, who was just about to leave, heard Zuno calling himself behind him, and turned around and asked, is there anything else? That's right, Lord Bardock, I just learned that Gula of the Frozen Demon Clan still has 3 days to rush to the planet Bardock. Lord Bardock, you better hurry back. Zuno replied. God, hurry up and go back. It took me a month to ride the spaceship when I came. How can I get back to the planet Bardock in 3 days? Bardock didn't think that Zuno was fooling himself here, and Bardock never thought that as soon as he left on his front foot, his back foot home would be stolen by Gula. The rest of the Gula Legion may be scum level, but Gula himself has a combat power of 470 million. And Paragath, who was left behind by Bardock on the planet Bardock, even if he became a Super One, he only had a combat power of 300 million, which was far from Gula's opponent. Lord Bardock, you don't need to worry, there will be a black hole in the outer space of this planet in 1 minute, and King Bardock only needs you to enter it when the time comes. As long as you can safely cross the black hole, you will reach the Star of Adrit, and as long as you can learn the teleportation of the Star of Badrit, you can return to the planet Bardock in time. As if he also knew the distress in Bardock's heart, Zuno opened his mouth to advise Bardock. Thanks, farewell. Although Bardock felt in his heart that Zuno's opinion was very unreliable, after all, it was the only feasible way for Bardock now, and he had to try it first. Bardock quickly flew outside the planet Zuno, and sure enough, a minute passed, and a huge black hole appeared, constantly devouring everything around. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to pass through a black hole of this level. Transforming into a super second form, the combat power increased by 75 times, and the Berserk mode was also activated by Bardock, without the slightest hesitation, directly plunged into the black hole. Shield, open. After entering the black hole, Bardock released all the energy in his body to form a protective shield to protect himself. Lord Bardock, I haven't finished my words. As long as the spaceship you drive into the black hole, you will definitely have a safe time. Bardock, who was fully defensive in the black hole, suddenly heard Zuno running out below and shouted to himself. After entering the capital, Bardock said that it was impossible for him to go back to drive the spaceship now, and ignored Zuno's hindsight. Bardock continued to fly forward. Fortunately, the black hole came and went quickly, and after crossing the black hole, Bardock saw the Star of Adret, not far from him. "You demon, I tell you, our Star of Adrath belongs to King Bardock's territory. If you dare to make a move, believe it or not, I will immediately contact the nearby SAIYAN patrol." "Humph, are you kidding? Your Star of Adrath is located on the edge of the northern galaxy. Even if you inform the SAIYAN patrol now, how long do you think it will take for the patrol to arrive? It's better to obediently hand over all the secret skills of your clan that can improve your combat effectiveness, otherwise I can't guarantee that if you continue to kill, how many lives your Adrath Star clan can have." This voice is somewhat familiar. Just listening to the voice knows that it has the potential to be cannon fodder for villains. Bardock, who had just landed on the Star of Yadret, heard someone mention him and went over to take a look. At first glance, it was Dodoria, who had been scared away by Toma and the others before, who was using the aura burst of his 20,000 combat power to intimidate the Adrath Starman. "Who is saying that our SAIYAN patrol can't catch up?" Bardock was just about to step forward to kill Dodoria, the jumping beam clown, when he heard a familiar figure appear on the side. "B.A., King Bardock." Facing the figure who walked out from the crowd of Adret, Doria was immediately frightened to kneel on the ground, and even the one who spoke was stumbling. "It's quite similar, whether it is the momentum and the appearance, it is not much different from me." Secretly, Bardock looked at the other self in the crowd below with interest. "Hurry up and get out of Adret, or I'll kill you next time I see you." Bardock on the scene reprimanded Dodoria, who was kneeling in front of him. "But if it's okay to pretend to be someone else, pretend to be me. I'm afraid that as soon as that sentence comes out, it will already be revealed." Bardock looked at the situation on the field and analyzed in his heart. Sure enough, just as the words of Bardock on the field fell, Dodoria, who was originally kneeling on the ground, showed a fierce light, burst out directly from the ground, and launched an attack on Bardock. Sure enough, the Adrath Starman became, and I said how King Bardock suddenly came out here, and if it was really King Bardock, where would he threaten a small character like me? Looking at the Adrath Starman who was kicked back to the prototype by himself, Dodolia said proudly. "Finally, give you a chance, obediently hand over all the secret techniques that your clan can improve their combat effectiveness, otherwise I will slaughter the star, uncle." Dodoria spoke up threateningly. "Lord Doria, if our Adret star really has a secret skill that can improve combat effectiveness, where will we not be able to defeat you?" At this time, an older Adrath Starman stood up and replied to Doria. "It may be the truth, and it seems to make a little sense, but Doria always sounds a little wrong. In that case, old fellow, then I'll kill you first." Step forward and grab the older Adrath, and Dodolia is about to attack. "Great Elder." When a group of Yadrits saw that the elder was arrested, they were immediately anxious and wanted to go up and fight with Dodoria. "It's time for me to appear, and if it's too late, it's not good for this elder to die. To save people, it must be full of despair in the hearts of others, and the moment you are most needed to appear, the effect is excellent." He didn't shout the word stop, because Bardock felt that it was too middle too. Bardock didn't even intend to let Dodoria see him, got up and flew into the air, shooting out an energy ray with one finger, directly sending Dodoria to hell to report. "Who is it?" As soon as Dodoria died, the Great Elder and a group of Adrath Starmen looked up at Bardock in unison, and at this time, Bardock's back was against the burning sun, and the brilliance emitted behind him was really dazzling. "It's me, King Bardock." Knowing that he couldn't pretend to be too much, Bardock landed from the air and replied to the group of Adraths. "Thank you King Bardock for saving us from the Star of Adret." As soon as the Great Elder saw Bardock coming, he immediately led the Yadrits to greet him. After all, the Yadrit star at this time was already under Bardock's jurisdiction. "I just saw some of you turn into my appearance, do you understand this crime?" Ignoring the warm greeting of the Yidrits, Bardock directly released his momentum, shocking the hearts of the group of Yidrits, and asked sharply to the great elder in front of him. This also asked King Bardock to atone for his sins, just a helpless act for me to save my life. After speaking, the great elder lowered his head lower, not daring to look at Bardock. That's it, I will forgive you. Just now I heard Doria say that your Adraith star has many secret skills, but can you let me learn one or two as well? Bardock was really scared to death when he saw that he was scaring the great elder in front of him, so he directly stated the purpose of his coming here. Chapter 052. Since King Bardock wants to learn, naturally he can, please come with me. After a long silence, the great elder got up from the ground and replied to Bardock. But great elder, the secret technique of our clan cannot make people evil in their hearts. Shut up, King Bardock is an outsider, not to mention that King Bardock just saved our Star of Adrit from Doria. It is reasonable to learn the secret skills of our family because of the ideal. An Adrated star man next to the great elder was just about to speak out to stop it, but was angrily rebuked by the great elder. King Bardock, the people below are not sensible, please follow me. The great elder turned back to Bardock again and said. It's okay, take me with you quickly. Gula will arrive on the planet Bardock in 3 days, so Bardock doesn't have time to spend too much time here with the Adrits. Therefore, he came up to give the Adraith starman a force shock, coupled with the kindness of killing Dordoria. Bardock believed that the Adrits would agree to learn the secret technique themselves. Whether it is said that Bardock oppresses the weak, or that Bardock is holding Enta to report, Bardock's ultimate goal is nothing more than to immediately learn to teleport and rush back to rescue Bardock planet. King Bardock has arrived, this is the place where our Adraith star secret technique is engraved, and there is a secret skill in every cave here, King Bardock you can choose by yourself. Taking Bardock to a mysterious mountain and pointing to hundreds of caves on the mountain, the great elder replied to Bardock. So much. Looking at the cave all over the mountains, Bardock is a headache, he doesn't have time to study slowly here, looking at the situation, it will take a while to find it. Great elder, which cave is your teleportation secret technique here? Turning his head, Bardock asked the great elder beside him. Teleport. Hearing these 4 words coming out of Bardock's mouth, the great elder's face was shocked. Why, don't tell me that you don't have the secret technique of teleportation on your Adraith star. Looking at the great elder's surprised but slow look, Bardock's brows furrowed and he asked dissatisfied. Yes, King Bardock, please come with me. Since Bardock already knew that his star of Adrit had teleported, the great elder also knew that it was difficult for him to hide Bardock, so he continued to walk towards the mountain with Bardock. King Bardock, the teleportation secret technique you want to learn will be engraved in the cave in the middle. For a long time, the great elder took Bardock to the top of the mountain, pointed to the 3 caves at the top of the mountain, and the entrance of the cave in the middle, and the great elder continued. Okay, I'll go in. After that, Bardock walked towards the hole in the middle. King Bardock, this secret skill at the top of the mountain is not comparable to the bottom of the mountain, and the secret skill at the top of the mountain is also called the skill of the gods, and it must be learned by a person with a pure heart. The great elder reminded. I know, rest assured, even if I can't learn to move in this instant, I won't be angry with you Adraith star because of this. Bardock replied. As for the fact that people with pure hearts can learn, Bardock does not pay attention to this. After all, in the original Dragon Ball book, Little Bu has a precedent for learning to teleport. After receiving Bardock's affirmative reply, the great elder breathed a sigh of relief, at least he didn't have to worry about the safety of his planet. God's skill, it's kind of interesting, the original Goku learned teleportation but it took more than a year, and I don't know if I can learn it in these 3 days. But before that, it's better to inform Paragas to take precautions, so as not to be caught off guard by Gura. Thinking about it, Bardock tapped the detector in his ear, and after a while, he contacted Paragas of the planet Bardock. Briefly recounting the incident about Gula to Paragas, and letting Paragas take precautions in advance, Bardock hung up the probe. Then Bardock walked towards the middle hole. The cave was empty. Bardock found a middle position, and began to sit cross-kneeled. Through his own spiritual power, he constantly comprehends the teleportation engraved in the cave. The brain was ethereal. Bardock entered a state of self-forgetfulness, and all the essentials of teleportation were quickly understood by Bardock one by one. I don't know how long time passed. Bardock opened his eyes, took a fairy bean to replenish himself, and extended his right index and middle fingers and placed them on his forehead. Closing his eyes again, Bardock began to catch the breath nearby. Found it, teleport. Bardock's figure disappeared from the place, and the place where he reappeared was next to the great elder of Adrath Star. King Bardock, did you learn to teleport so quickly? Looking at Bardock who suddenly appeared beside him, the great elder's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost alive, looking incredulous. The positioning is quite accurate. Seeing that his teleportation accurately came to the great elder's side, Bardock was quite satisfied with his teleportation. Great elder, how long has it been since I entered the cave to learn teleportation? Because Bardock had previously focused on teleportation learning, but he also forgot time. At this time, the first is to test the specific effect of teleportation, and the other is to ask the great elder how long time has passed. Back to King Bardock, at this time, it has been less than a day since you entered the cave to learn teleportation. Just as he wanted to go and bring some food to Bardock in the cave to fawn his favor, the great elder saw Bardock come to his side. He did not dare to hide Bardock's question, and quickly replied. It's only been less than a day, then the time is still coming, great elder, I will leave first. As soon as the words fell, Bardock rushed to the sky, of course, did not choose to return to Bardock planet immediately. Bardock planned to use the remaining 2 days to see the other 2 god skills on the top of the mountain. Flying all the way back to the top of the mountain, adhering to the principle of male left female right, Bardock walked towards the cave on the left, intending to learn the secret technique on the left first. The decoration is the same as the cave in the middle. With the first experience, this time Bardock directly communicates the secret technique engraved in the cave through spiritual power. On the other side of the universe, tens of thousands of space warships are traveling at extreme speed in the northern galaxy. King Kiagula, there are still 2 days before arriving on the planet Bardock. Inside the lead spacecraft, a white-haired alien reported to the members of the Frozen Demon clan sitting on the chair. Shaiza, pass the order down, speed up, and be sure to reach the planet Bardock within a day. For some reason, I always have a sense of foreboding in my heart. Gula looked out the window at the vast universe and ordered. Obey, King Gula. After that, Shaiza went down to convey Gura's order. Humph, Bardock, you actually dare to kill my brother Frisia and nephew Ezer and make our Frozen Demon clan lose face. This time, I want to see who else on the planet Bardock can stop my slaughter without your guard. With a continuous sneer in his heart, Gula was looking forward to the scene when he descended on the planet Bardock as an invincible. P.S. I saw that there were recommendations in the comments that recommended me to write Data and Broly, and I initiated a vote, and everyone likes to see who can go and vote. In addition to ensuring that the text is updated 3 times a day, I will update it from time to time. Chapter 053. Report Lord Paragath, tens of thousands of space warships have been detected heading towards the planet Bardock, and it is expected to arrive in another day. Planet Bardock, within the Ministry of Scientific Research, Paragas has come to Dr. Mew since he was notified by Bardock. Is there still 1 more day, 1 day earlier than the time King Bardock told me, but it is enough for me to prepare. After listening to Dr. Meow's answer, Paragas smiled confidently. Toma, you go and gather the Special Operations Forces, and Pabuzan, you go and gather the elite of our clan. We must set the battlefield in the universe, and absolutely cannot let the flames of war ignite on our planet Bardock. As the steward of the science, Bardock is not there now, and Paragus naturally has to think more comprehensively. Gula has a combat power of 470 million, which Bardock has told Paragus, but so what? As a scion, Paragus said that there are no subordinates in the scion race. If he fights because his combat power is higher than his own, then Paragus will be embarrassed to call himself a member of the Scion clan when he goes out in the future. The only thing that Paragus was worried about was that the war with Gula would affect the planet Bardock, so he set the battlefield as outer space. If Bardock knew what Paragus was thinking, he would definitely give Paragus a thumbs up for this decision. After all, Scions need to have the spirit to move forward. Obey, Lord Paragath. For the upcoming big war, Thomas and Pabuzin have only excitement. As for fear, sorry, since Bardock became king, all that the Scions have in their hearts is endless fighting intent. The order was passed on layer after layer, and the special combat team and the elite Scion troops were all assembled. The special combat team is headed by Toma, with a total of 15 people, wearing the blood-red combat uniform of the special combat team, of which the lowest combat effectiveness is also the level of breaking 1 million. The elite troops are led by Pabuzin, the number is up to tens of thousands, wearing elite sky blue combat uniforms, and the average combat effectiveness is between 100,000, of course, Pabuzin wears special combat team combat uniforms. Why didn't Lord Paragus let me fight? My combat power has reached 3 million. Seeing that his companions Toma and Pabuzin could lead their armies into battle, and that he could only stay on the planet Bardock, Celiba was dissatisfied and asked Paragus loudly. It is precisely because your combat power has reached the point of 3 million, that I will keep you on the planet Bardock. The safety of Queen Hymene, as well as the safety of the planet Bardock, is left to you. Paragus also knows that it is difficult to keep the warlike Scions in their homes, but Hymena's safety is obviously more important, so it is the best choice to keep Celiba on the planet Bardock. Oh, I see. Hyme and the battle are more important than others, and Celiba is still free in her heart, so she does not complain about this order of Paragus. Butler, what about me? As a prince of the Scion, how can I not participate in such a battle? Raditz descended from the air and questioned Paragath. Father, I'm going to attend too. Broly, who came with Raditz, also asked at this time. His Highness Raditz, and Broly, you two are too young to participate in this battle. What's more, Gula's combat power is 230 million higher than that of me who transformed into a Super Scion, and I am afraid that I will not be able to protect you in the battle at that time. Butler, rest assured, I won't hold you back, the combat effectiveness of me and Broly is enough to protect ourselves. Raditz replied to Paragus, and at the same time, Broly on the side also nodded repeatedly, cooperating with Raditz. Queen Hymchi, you see. After all, Raditz is the prince of the Scions, and Paragus is not good to say too much, so he helplessly put his eyes on Hyme on the side, hoping to persuade Raditz through Hyme. Butler, you agree to let Raditz go with you, after all, Raditz's body is flowing with Bardock's blood. Raditz's dedication to fighting reminded him of Bardock in his youth, and he couldn't seem to find any reason to refuse, so he said to Paragus. Well, since Queen Hymuka said so, let His Highness Raditz follow. Kenai spoke, what else could Paragus say, smiled bitterly, could only nod in agreement, since they all brought Raditz, Paragus also took Broly by the way. Go! Tens of thousands of Scions, about one space battleship for every 10 people, a total of 1,000 space battleships rose from the ground and flew into the universe under the command of Paragus. The specific location of Gula had already been monitored by Dr. Mew, so Paragus was not worried that he and Gula would miss it at all. Lord Gura, a large number of space warships have been found ahead, blocking our necessary path to the planet Bardock. If we detour, the travel time will be at least 3 times longer. On the other end, inside Gula's space battleship, Shaiza is reporting to Gula the intelligence he has just detected. Oh yes? Being able to have such a huge space battleship in the North Galaxy is estimated to be the only Scion family. However, this group of scions is really bold enough, and in Bardak's absence, they actually dare to have the courage to challenge King Ben, and they are really impatient. Gula said playfully, not afraid in his heart, but he admired the scion for this kind of death-sending behavior. King Gula is wise. Shah-Tsa on the side looked like a dogleg, bowed his head and patted the horse's butt respectfully at Gula. Shah-Tsa, pass on my order, there is no need to deter, since this group of scions is so anxious to die, then the king will bury this group of scions in this universe in advance. Then he destroyed the planet Bardak, and let Bardak feel the taste of the destruction of his people. Gurishi didn't know that his behavior coincided with Paragas's plan, and it was too late for Paragas to fight in the universe. Lord Paragas, our whereabouts have been discovered by the Gula Legion, and they are speeding towards us. In about 10 minutes, it will be within range of our space battleship. Toma reported to Paragath the latest information transmitted below. Yes, the blood of the scions in my body is already a little boiling, Gula come quickly. Paragas was already excited. Toma, pass on my order, as soon as you see the space battleship of the Gula Legion, you will fire directly, since Gula dares to bring people over, then we must be prepared for the end of total destruction in our northern galaxy. Calming his excitement, Paragath continued. Obey, Lord Paragath. After that, Toma conveyed the order of Paragas downward. P.S. I saw that there were recommendations in the comments that recommended me to write Data and Broly, and I initiated a vote, and everyone likes to see who can go and vote. In addition to ensuring that the text is updated 3 times a day, I will update it from time to time. Chapter 054. Fire. When he detected that Gula's space battleship was in range, Paragas immediately gave the order to open fire, and so did Gura on the other side. The Gula Legion has tens of thousands of warships, while the Scion space warships are only 1,000, and the two armies fire at each other, and it seems that the Gula side has the upper hand. But after a while, Gula discovered that all the people who died on the battlefield were his own people, but none of the Scion space battleships on the opposite side were damaged. Lord Paragas, the technology of the space battleships of the Gula Legion is so low, their attacks can't break the defensive cover of our space battleships. However, our space battleship attack can easily penetrate the space battleship of the Gula Legion, and sometimes even penetrate more than 2. Toma, who was closely following the entire battle, reported to Paragath. Don't say it, Dr. Meow's old man can't do anything else, and I really admire what he does in terms of scientific research. Seeing that his side had the advantage as soon as he started fighting, the 2 mustaches on the corners of Paragas' laughing mouth kept looking. But laughing and laughing, neither Paragath nor Toma let their guard down in their hearts. After all, until now, the opposite Gula did not choose to make a move. After all, at the level of millions of combat power, it is easy to destroy dozens or even hundreds of space battleships with a wave of your hand. In other words, the final outcome of this battle is still based on the victory or defeat between Paragas and Gura. Gula is really angry, his subordinates are going to be destroyed by our group, and he actually doesn't choose to make a move. More than 10 minutes have passed, and the Gula Legion has lost most of it, and the universe is floating with the wreckage of a large number of Gula Legion space battleships. But he still didn't see Gula make a move, as if he was not worried about the life or death of his subordinates, which caused Paragas to wonder. Toma, Pabuzan, what are you planning when you say that Gula did not choose to make a move? Paragath asked the 2 beside him. I don't know. The 2 replied in unison. Okay. As a scion, Paragas also knew that it was a very difficult thing to get the 2 to use their brains, or it was more practical to do it directly. Toma, Pabuzan, you 2 lead the special combat team to join the battle, quickly solve the Gula Legion, I'll go find Gura. Thinking that Gula would have to fight sooner or later, Paragas did not plan to continue the ink, and went home early after beating Gula early. Obey, Lord Paragath. Toma and Pabuzan immediately retired after receiving the order and summoned the Special Operations Forces. Your Highness Raditz, you and Broly stay here, don't run around. Before Paragath left, he instructed again, put on the respirator, opened the hatch of the space battleship, and flew directly out. Then Paragus directly shot an energy bomb towards the space battleship where Gula was. Find death. In the face of Pelaga's attack, Gula directly chose to fight. 6 million combat strength, not bad. I really didn't expect that. In addition to Bardock, there are masters like you among the Saiyans. How about it, do you want to surrender to me and rule the universe with me? A palm slapped Paragus' energy into the air, and Gula persuaded Paragus. Not interested. In Paragus' opinion, even if you rule the universe, you have to follow Bardock's footsteps. How dare you make a big deal here? Simply replying to Gura, Paragus directly transformed into a super race and hit Gura. It's so weak, the combat effectiveness is really only 250 million. Gula is only Form 4 now, and the combat power is naturally not the 470 million of Form 5, but Paragus doesn't know. Paragus thought that Gula had been hiding his combat power, so he suddenly attacked. It's so weak, does that Gula really have a combat power of 470 million? After destroying a row of Gula Legion space battleships with an energy bomb, Pabusan turned his head to look at the battlefield and couldn't help but scorn Gura. King Bardock is right to say that Gula's combat power is indeed 45,005 million, but hasn't the current Gula used his full strength? After Toma destroyed the Gula Legion space battleship he was responsible for, he looked at Gula who was pressed and beaten by Paragus, and he also became a little suspicious. Stop! Gula learned in the intelligence that even if Paragus transforms into Super 1, the combat power is only a little over 100 million, so he did not come up to transform into Form 5. After all, Gula thought that his Form 4, 250 million combat power should be enough to abuse Paragus, but what Gula did not expect was that it was himself who was abused. I'll stop your uncle. Gula said stop, stop, then Paragus had no face, scolded Gula, and Paragus went on to beat Gula indiscriminately. Get out of here! In the face of Paragus's attack, Gula was beaten without a place to fight back, finding a gap, and Gula directly transformed into Form 5. The body becomes enlarged, starting from the head and extending backwards, the shoulders protrude like chest protectors, 2 horns grow from the back, and the arms also grow like knife-like protrusions. Gula's combat power directly broke through from 250 million to 470 million as Bardock said. The surprise change here immediately attracted the attention of Toma and Pabusan on the side, and they all set their eyes on Gula on the battlefield. Saiyan, this is the true strength of King Ben, how is it, do you feel fear? After finally succeeding in his transformation, Gula was also considered a salted fish turned over, and after repelling Paragus with one move, Gula stood in place and quietly began to pretend. 470 million, just such a little combat power is not enough to cause me to fear, on the contrary, I am a little inexplicably excited now. I thought about killing Gula before he was not transforming, but Paragus found that he could only suppress it, and as for killing, it was somewhat difficult. But now seeing that Gula burst out with full strength, Paragus's eyes were full of fighting intent, eating a grain of fairy beans to restore his passing physical strength, and Paragus stepped forward again to fight with Gula. Lord Paragus, we have come to help you. Toma and Pabusan on the side, after solving the space battleship of the Gula Legion, immediately flew to Paragath, intending to come to support. Good. In the face of the all-powerful Gula, although Pelagas was not afraid, he did not have Tota, and did not refuse the support of Toma and Pabusan. 4 million and 3.5 million combat strength, 2 garbage came, what's the use? Through the ear detector. Gula let out a disdainful laugh after seeing the specific battle data of Toma and Pabusan. Hey! A roar of anger came from the two people, and the golden aura filled the body. When Toma and Pabusan approached Gula, they transformed into Chow Sai at the same time, and under the increase of Super 1, the battle between the two reached 200 million and 175 million respectively. With his left and right hands outstretched, Gula grabbed Toma and Pabuzan, who had transformed into Super One, and threw them to the side. Although the two did not cause much damage to Gula, they did catch Gula off guard. Scum, just this little skill, dare to sneak attack King Ben. Without waiting for Gula's words to finish, he was punched in the abdomen by Paragas, and then he was knocked out by Paragas. After all, the combat effectiveness was not more than twice as good, plus Gula was surprised by Paragas. Sure enough, it's still a group beating. Seeing that his side currently had a small advantage, Paragas couldn't help but sigh. P.S. What do you like to see can be said in the book review. I will consider writing it, or where this book is not written well, you can also say it in the comments, where it is not good I can change. Today's text will first change this, tomorrow will make up for it, tonight I want to think about the plot of Date, if nothing else, tonight we'll update a chapter of Date-based outer volume. Chapter 055. It's boring to stay here, Broly, or the two of us will go out and fight. Looking at the battle situation outside, Raditz was bored in the space battleship, and couldn't help but persuade Broly next to him. Your Highness Raditz, my father is also thinking about our safety. After all, with Gula's strength, even if it is a brush, it is not something you and I can bear. Although Broly also wanted to show up to fight, for the safety of Raditz, after thinking about it, he could only give up. What are you afraid of, with me, the Prince of the Saiyans, to protect you? Even Gula does not dare to take what you do. Seeing that Broly had not yet fought, he began to provoke, and Raditz cheered him up loudly, wanting to give Broly a glimmer of confidence. Your Highness Raditz, this is not okay. Broly whispered back. In fact, in his heart, Broly really wanted to tell Raditz that he was worried about protecting him for a while. After all, he could transform into a super passer, and Raditz would not. What's not good? The two of us will attack the space battleship of the Gula Legion in a while, and it's not to fight with Gula, rest assured, it's safe, I'm the prince, listening to me. Seeing that Broly was still a little hesitant, Raditz continued to persuade. Well, His Highness Raditz, I'll go with you. After all, Broly is also a Saiyan, and the blood in his body has already been ignited, and at this time, when he hears that Raditz does not go to Gula, Broly is still acceptable in his heart. Without further ado, Raditz put on his respirator and checked his fairy bean reserves, and Raditz directly took Broly out to fight. Ha ha ha, I haven't fought so cool in a long time, did you say it, Broly? Constantly dodging the bombardment of space battleships in the universe, while looking for opportunities to fight back, Raditz laughed excitedly in the universe. Your Highness Raditz, let's go back, this place is getting closer and closer to the location of Gura, and the space battleship of the Gula Legion has been almost destroyed. Because of his years of cultivating spiritual power, Broly can keep his emotions from any fluctuations under normal circumstances. For example, now, after a battle, Broly is also very high in his heart, but he is still extremely calm, at least much stronger than Raditz's smugness. Let's go behind the space battleship of the Gula Legion, which should not be discovered by the Gula. After Broly's reminder, Raditz suddenly felt that he was a little close to Gura, and after speaking, Raditz took the lead and flew away. Seeing this, Broly had no choice but to keep up. His Royal Highness, let's almost go back. Broly, who caught up with Raditz, persuaded again. Broly, look, isn't a small spaceship flying out of the main ship of the Gula Legion very suspicious? Raditz, who had just flown to the rear, saw this scene and asked Broly, who rushed next to him. Looking at the direction, it seems to be going to our planet Bardock. Broly analyzed. It must be the despicable and shameless Gula who plans to drag the butler and the others in the front, and then secretly send his men to attack the planet Bardock. Raditz saw that the direction was to the planet Bardock, and immediately cursed. Well. Broly also felt that Raditz had a point at this time. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and catch up and destroy them. After Raditz finished speaking, he excitedly chased forward at full speed. Don't say that Raditz is reckless. Raditz now wants to do one thing too much to prove that he is no worse than Broly. And Broly can also guess a little of what Raditz is thinking, so he never mentions anything that can hurt Raditz in front of Raditz. Captain, 2 SAIYANs caught up with you behind, and the combat effectiveness is about 60,000, do you want me to solve them? Inside the small spaceship, Dre, one of Gura's 3 subordinates, asked SAIYAN, who was opposite. No, now is not a good opportunity to start, it is easy to be discovered by Paragus and others, it is better for us to go to the planet Bardock quickly. Analyzing the form, SAIYAN continued, Nez, speed up and get rid of the 2 SAIYANs behind. Understood, Captain. Nez, who was also one of Gula's 3 subordinates, replied. Damn, how can their spaceship be so fast? Even after flying with all his strength, Raditz found that he still couldn't catch up, and couldn't help but be annoyed, and at the same time, his speed increased again. Captain, the SAIYAN who is chasing us behind seems to be the son of Bardock, and the other is the son of Paragus. On the side, Dre checked the information about the SAIYAN and said to SAIYAN. Yes, the son of the first and second in command of planet Bardock is here, but it is really courageous. Nez will keep the speed low and let them catch up, and then in a place where there is no one, we will catch it, presumably it will be good to use it to threaten Bardock or Paragath. SAIYAN instantly thought of a brilliant conspiracy in his mind. Worthy of being Captain SAIYAN, he is really extremely clever. On the side, Dre and Nez patted the horse's butt on the side. It's slowing down, it's good, Broly, let's catch up quickly. Seeing the small spacecraft in front of him slow down, Raditz didn't think much about it and said excitedly. Your Highness Raditz, beware of conspiracies. Broly wanted to persuade Raditz to be cautious, but seeing that Raditz's speed was increasing again, Broly could only continue to speed up. SAIYAN Prince, I admire your courage, you only have 60,000 combat strength, and you dare to chase us. In the silence and no one around, the small spaceship stopped, and the 3 of SAIYAN flew out of it, among which SAIYAN said jokingly to the chasing Raditz. Humph, since you know that I am the Prince of the SAIYAN, if you don't surrender quickly, maybe I can still give you a decent way to die. Raditz clasped his hands to his chest and looked at the 3 SAIYAN in front of him with disdain and said. A decent way to die? Hey, SAIYAN Prince, is it just based on your scum-like 60,000 combat power, or is it a baby with 60,000 combat power behind you? With the same dismissive smile, SAIYAN checked the combat power of Raditz and Broly through the detector in his ear. Your Highness Raditz, I'm ready here. Raditz looked upwards, where Broly had laid out the artificial moon. The combat strength of the 3 of SAIYAN is close to 200,000, and Raditz also knows that he and Broly are by no means the opponents of the 3 of SAIYAN. So he let Broly arrange the artificial moon in advance, for this moment. Roar! A roar came out of Raditz's mouth, his body quickly became larger, his ape transformation was completed, and the combat power of 600,000 was enough to kill the 3 of SAIYAN. However, Broly did not ape, after all. The berserk factor in Broly's body is 100%, and it is a direct transmission super mode. Raditz's plan is perfect, but the truth will not come according to Raditz's script. I saw that Broly's artificial moon had just been built, and the energy bombs in SAIYAN's hand had already converged, and they shot directly at the artificial moon in the sky. Boom! The energy bomb collided with the artificial moon, and the artificial moon was suddenly destroyed, and Raditz, who lost the artificial moon, also returned from ape to normal. P.S. First of all, thank you Black Lightning Old Iron for your great support. Just called at home, sorry, the update is late, there are 3 more, is coding, the author has a handicapped party, it is estimated that it will take half the night to finish the code, please forgive me. Finally, ask for a wave subscription, it has been on the shelves for 4 days, the automatic subscription of this book is always 1, please support, ask for subscription, and wait for the fattening author to starve to death. Chapter 056. SAIYAN Prince, do you think we didn't investigate the intelligence about your scions before coming? It's really naive. The ape transformation of your SAIYAN clan can increase its combat power tenfold, but the weakness is that it is necessary to have an artificial moon present. Now that I know the weaknesses of your clan, do you think I will not guard against the ape transformation of your clan? SAIYAN smiled proudly. Boom! The unbelieving Raditz was ready to condense an artificial moon again in his hands, but without waiting for action, he was immediately punched out by Deer on the side. His Highness Raditz. Broly above saw that Raditz was beaten and immediately went down to help. Little ghost, where do you want to go? Let's go through 2 tricks with Uncle Nez first. Nez stepped forward and stopped Broly, also to prevent Broly from having a chance to cast an artificial moon. Abominable, abominable, if I could be ape-turned, none of you would be alive today. Under Dre's continuous offensive, Raditz could not even set up a defense, and he couldn't help but speak angrily. This is still the case that Dre has a playful mentality and does not go all out to deal with Raditz, otherwise Raditz will not even be able to partner with Nez's move. And Broly above was also uncomfortable, losing consecutive defeats under Nez's offensive. After all, Broly has only turned 1 year old now, and his main major is spiritual strength on weekdays, and although his mind is mature, he does not have much combat experience. For close combat, Broly relies more on his innate fighting instinct, but this still does not change the fact that Broly only has a little more than 60,000 combat power at this time. You two don't play, hurry up and solve these 2 imps, we still have the task issued by King Gula on us. Seeing that a long time had passed, SAIYAN lost patience, and a disgruntled Deer and Nez said, "Understood, Captain." Dre and Nez replied in unison, and then they didn't spare their hands and directly used their full strength to attack Raditz and Broly respectively. With nearly 200,000 combat strength, it was naturally easy to clean up Raditz and Broly, who only had 60,000 combat strength. Within a minute, Raditz and Broly were caught in front of SAIYAN. With you two as bargaining chips, I'm sure Bardock and Paragath will obediently comply. Looking at the unwilling looks on Raditz and Broly's faces, SAIYAN was amused. It hurts, you little devil actually dares to bite Uncle me. Nez, whose arm was bitten, immediately released his grip on Broly's hands and shouted. And Raditz on the side saw that Broly's trick was effective, and immediately learned the same, and also bit on the arm that grabbed his deer, and sure enough, the pain-eating deer immediately let go of Raditz. Your Highness Raditz, you go first, go to my father and others to come and help, here I will come to the palace. After escaping from the trap, Broly immediately blocked in front of Raditz and glared angrily at the 3 of SAIYAN. I am the Prince of the SAIYAN, how can I run away first alone? If you want to go first, I will come to the palace. Raditz also knew that in the case of not being able to use the artificial moon, it was the most correct way to escape by himself or Broly first and go back to Paragus and others to support. But the pride of being a SAIYAN prince in his heart did not allow Raditz to flee first. So he still insisted on staying where he was. 2 idiots. SAIYAN naturally scolded the 2 of Dre and Nez, if it was really as Broly said, let Raditz go back to Paragus and others to come to support. Then he and the others also played a yarn, directly GG, so SAIYAN also planned to continue to capture prisoners or something, directly gathered an energy in his palm, and hit Raditz on the side. Your Highness Raditz, be careful. In the face of the energy projectile that SAIYAN shot at him, Raditz did not react at all, and stood in place stunned. Broly on the side was quick in his hand, and directly flashed to Raditz, using his body to block this fatal blow for Raditz. Nope. Seeing that Broly was close to death at this time, Raditz immediately realized what a mistake he had made with the slightest hesitation just now. Even the previous complaints against Broly disappeared. Now Raditz instantly saw everything, no matter how good Broly's talent is, he can also sacrifice his life to protect his good friends, and where does the jealousy in his heart come from? Shaiza, you actually dare to kill Broly, I want you to die. Holding Broly's motionless body, Raditz was filled with grief and indignation, and roared angrily at Shaiza in front of him. The aura around the body gradually turned golden, and the long hair that was originally draped behind him also tended to stand up, and the momentum of the whole body was also rising. Ahem, Your Highness Raditz, I'm not dead yet, just give me the fairy beans on your body. Just as Raditz was about to fall into a state of complete anger, Broly opened his eyes with difficulty and said to Raditz, Okay, I'll hand it to you. Seeing that Broly still had a breath to survive, the anger in Raditz's heart suddenly turned into great joy, and he quickly took out a fairy bean from his arms and gave it to Broly. At this time, Raditz and Broly looked at each other, and a silent bond formed in their hearts. The golden aura around Raditz disappeared, the long hair behind him returned to its original state, and the momentum of his whole body was not climbing. It can be said that Raditz was wrong with transforming into a Super Saiyan because of the joy in his heart just now. But even if Raditz knew, he would definitely not be willing to exchange Broly's death for being able to transform into a Super One, because he Raditz is the proud prince of the Saiyan. It's really a magical bean, sure enough, as the intelligence says, even if a seriously injured person takes it, it can make the physical injury heal instantly. However, you are a baby with 60,000 combat power, under the premise of no artificial moon, how much is the meaning of not being saved? Sighing at the magic of the fairy beans, Shaiza looked at Raditz and Broly with disdain. Your Highness Raditz, you go first, go to my father and others to come and help, here I will come to the palace. With the same words, Broly said to Raditz again. Well, I see, Broly, you should be careful here. This time, Raditz did not choose to push back, and Raditz knew in his heart that Broly was indeed more suitable than himself to stay in the Queen. Because Broly can perform a super transformation, but he cannot, Broly will fall into a violent state after transforming into a super passer, and it is difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. If he continues to stay, he will completely drag Broly's hind legs, and may even become the target of Broly's violent departure. This is a desire to go, Saiyan Prince, are you not there? Looking contemptuously at Raditz, who was preparing to flee, Shaiza commanded Dre and Nez to step forward to intercept. If you want to move His Highness Raditz, first ask me if Broly agrees. Broly took the lead and blocked the three of Shaiza with his small body. Good, good, little ghost, your courage is commendable, then I will clean you up first, and then it is not too late to kill your prince. Looking at Broly who blocked in front of him, Shaiza's heart was full of anger, and he did not choose to chase Raditz at the first time. Because in Shaiza's opinion, it is easy for him to have a Broly with only 60,000 combat power per second, and it is easy to chase Raditz after killing Broly in seconds. Roar! A roar that came from Broly's mouth completely interrupted Shaiza's thoughts. What kind of monster are you? Feeling the evil and violent aura coming from Broly's body, the three of Shaiza suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, and an indescribable fear grew from their hearts. The terrifying aura of 6 million combat power continued to wash away the willpower of the three of Shaiza, and for a while, the three of Shaiza had only despair in their hearts, and nothing else. Chapter 057. His Highness Raditz, why are you here? Get out of here quickly. Paragus, who was fully engaged in fighting Gora because of Raditz's arrival, was distracted by Raditz's arrival, and was punched out by Gula and shouted at Raditz. Paragath was repulsed, and Toma and Pabuzin immediately stepped forward to defend against Gura's offensive, yes, defense. After all, the gap between the three of Paragus and Gula is still too large, and it is impossible to win the attack, so they fight with Gula for consumption. Maybe it sounds a little provocative, but this is the only way at present, who let Paragus and others be fairy beans, a war of attrition, completely fighting. Constantly breaking through oneself in battles with strong enemies is the best cultivation method that the SAIYANs have ever practiced, and so far in battle, Toma and Pabuzen's combat effectiveness has made a small breakthrough. Paragath is confident that he will consume Gula here, of course, taking a step back, even if it is not Gula to death, Paragas will have the confidence to defeat Gula after a while. Because Paragas had already felt that the bottleneck of his cultivation was somewhat loose, he was close to a breakthrough point, and his combat power might be able to catch up, or even surpass Gura. Butler, Broly, he just transformed into the super mode to save me. Raditz also knew that the battle situation here in Paragas was serious, but when he thought that Broly could not delay there, he immediately said it. What? Broly transformed into a passer. Paragas was immediately shocked after hearing this, and now he didn't have time to ask in detail what was going on. Since he can force Broly into the super form, it must represent a major crisis for Raditz. Toma, you and Pabuzen go back to the main ship to get the remote control of the controller, and then hurry to control Broly. You can't let the superform Broly run amok in this space for too long. Paragagas gave orders to Toma and Pabuzen. After all, it is difficult to distinguish between Broly's enemies and friends under the pass. No matter who it is, they will be regarded as the target of attack by Broly, and the violent state also hurts Broly's mental power. If Broly is not allowed to come to his senses at the same time, I am afraid that the SAIYAN elite troops here and the innocent galaxies around him will suffer. But Lord Paragas, if we leave, what will happen to Gura? Toma said worriedly. Don't worry, I'll handle it alone. Taking a fairy bean again, Paragas replied definitely. Obey, Lord Paragath. Toma and Pabuzen instantly noticed, and then quickly escaped from the battle with Gura, took Raditz, and rushed back in the direction of the main ship. You seem to be very confident in yourself. Without the harassment of your two subordinates, King Ben can solve you in just a matter of a few moves. For the departure of Toma and Pabuzen, Gula did not stop it, because Gula also felt that he was struggling to play a 3. Now that Paragas was left in front of him, Gula was already confident in his heart. My son has transformed into a super mode, why, don't you worry about your subordinates at all. Although he didn't ask Raditz, Paragas guessed that it must have been Gula's men who forced Broly out of the pass mode. It's just 3 wastes, originally planned to let them take advantage of the fact that the SAIYAN army is here. To directly attack the planet Bardock. I didn't expect to be discovered just after the action, such 3 wastes, dead and dead, what is there to worry about? What's more, these 3 wastes died not only without any value, but at least led 2 of your subordinates away, didn't they? Asking rhetorically, Gula stood in place and laughed. The 3 of them followed you, the leader, and they were really blind. Glancing at Gula with disdain, Paragas said with disdain. After all, after the indoctrination of Bardock's idea of unity and friendship, the current SAIYANs cherish their companions incomparably. The battle situation turned to Broly, and Broly, who turned on the pass, maintained his self-awareness for less than 10 seconds, and then directly fell into a violent state. And the 3 of Shaza, who were panicked, quickly condensed the energy bombs in their hands, and did not dare to leave half a hand, so they all greeted Broly as if they didn't want money. However, because Broly had lost his sense of self, his body instinctively thought that these attacks could not hurt him, so he did not dodge. However, it turned out that the attack of the 3 Shaotsa really did not hurt Broly at all. Damn, how could this little devil suddenly become so strong? Our attack has no effect on him at all. The more they fight, the more fear they have, and the 3 of Shaotsa are now facing Broly's strength, and the despair in their hearts is even worse. Captain, look at the necklace around this little ghost's neck flashing and shining. At this time, Dre on the side noticed the change in the controller on Broly's neck and opened his mouth to remind. Captain, I guess this imp must have transformed into his current form because of the necklace around his neck. On the other side, Nez also came to a wave of his own analysis. Well, let's three concentrate our firepower on the necklace around this little devil's neck. At this time, Shaiza could only die as a living horse doctor, and directly gave orders to Deer and Nez. Wait, stop. When the three of Shaiza hit all their attacks at the controller above Broly's neck, Raditz, Toma, and Pabuzin arrived at this time, and seeing this, Raditz quickly shouted loudly. But where the Shaiza trio will stop, and there is this shout from Raditz. The three of Shaiza were more sure that the controller on Broly's neck was the key to Chuan Xiao's transformation, otherwise why would Raditz shout so nervously? The three of Shaiza attacked together, and Broly did not defend, and the controller on Broly's neck immediately cracked, followed by shattering. Roar! Even Broly, who lost his mind and fell into a state of rampage, felt in his heart that an important thing of his own was lost. As Broly's roar came out, I saw the evil and violent energy in Broly's right hand constantly flickering. Almost instantly, a condensed huge energy compressed into an energy ball in Broly's right hand, and he threw it out casually, directly turning the three Shaiza in front of him into flying ash in seconds. It's hard to do. When he saw that the controller on Broly's neck was damaged, Thomas knew how difficult things were. After all, if the controller was broken, then the remote control in his hand now lost its effect. Toma, did you see it just now? Broly is no longer limited to simple melee attacks in the past, and now Broly can use energy attacks. Pabuzin continued from the sidelines. Toma, Pabuzin, you two better hurry up and forcibly stop Broly by force. Otherwise, if you let Broly go on, I am afraid that it will cause a lot of damage to Broly's mental power. Raditz said worriedly. Obey, His Highness Raditz. Thomas and Pabuzin also knew what Raditz had just said, which was the best way to stop Broly's rampage. So he endured the suppression of ordinary SAIYAN bloodlines by the super bloodline, and went forward to stop Broly's continued violent walk. P.S. No, it's too sleepy, there is still one chapter left to make up tomorrow, make up tomorrow's chapter, and update the main text of 3 chapters and 1 chapter tomorrow. As long as there is no power outage in my house tomorrow, I will definitely complete the task in full. Chapter 058. Why, are you running out of beans that can recover from injuries? Kicking Paragus into the air again, the energy bullet in Gura's hand condensed again, and directly hit Paragus. Sure enough, it's still a little reluctant to drag Gula alone. With a bitter smile, looking at the fairy beans in his hand, Paragus did not take it for a long time, his thoughts were full of thoughts, and he directly crushed it all with force. That's right, I do not have fairy beans anymore, come on, Gula, for the final battle between the two of us. Paragus decides not to rely on Sendu to fight, because Paragus finds that it is because he relies too much on Sendu's restorative nature. It has been a long time since he felt a real death crisis, so now Paragus will crush his own fairy beans and transfer Toma and Pabuzin apart. In order to put himself in a desperate situation, first put in a place of death and then reborn, Paragus is to use the threat of death brought by Gula to break through himself. Oh, it's quite rampant, I see how long you can hold on. Gula continued to step forward and grab Paragus, just to beat him up. When King Ben has killed you and killed all of your men, then your son, and Bardak's son, including all the SAIYANs you have come this time. Of course, King Ben will leave a space battleship behind, after all, King Ben will also go to your planet Bardak to kill. King Ben is really looking forward to the scene when Bardak comes back and sees the planet Bardak that was slaughtered by King Ben. Looking at the scaly wounds in his hands, Gula's arrogant habit as a frozen demon was reflected again, and he mocked at Paragus. Stop, I told you to stop. Angry roared to the sky, nameless anger grew from Paragus's heart, rapidly expanding, and Gula could never understand how serious the consequences of truly provoking a SAIYAN were. Lord Paragus is in trouble, quickly aim the artillery fire at Gula and fire. Thousands of SAIYAN space warships on the far side, after solving the space battleships of the Gula Legion, Chi-Chi turned all the artillery fire to attack Gula. No, stop. Paragus loudly stopped the death of thousands of SAIYAN space battleships. After all, this attack of the space battleship could not cause any substantial damage to the 470 million Gula. On the contrary, Gula's casual move will cause a large number of SAIYAN space battleships to explode, and it only takes a few breaths to destroy the SAIYAN space fleet. Since you are so worried about the death of that group of SAIYANs, then King Ben gives you 10 seconds to use your body to block King Ben's attack. Backhanding the attack of the SAIYAN space battleship, Gula said to Polagath playfully, and then condensed an energy bomb in his palm and aimed it at the SAIYAN space battleship on the side. If you leave your own people to save your own people and only care about your own survival, then it is undoubtedly unqualified. Paragus must be a qualified SAIYAN butler, and without even thinking, Paragus directly blocked Gula's attack with his own body. Stupid SAIYAN, die this time. Looking at Paragus like a moth to the fire, Gula smiled disdainfully, and condensed an energy bomb in his hand again, intending to give the SAIYAN space battleship another second. Boom! However, Gula's energy bomb was not waiting to be launched, and was suddenly punched out by Paragus. 450 million, het. I can't imagine that your combat power of the SAIYANs will suddenly skyrocket to this extent, but how about that, now you will still not be the opponent of this king. Gula quickly reacted from the punch, and when he saw the current combat strength of Paragus, he was first shocked, then still disdainful. This is the second form of Super SAIYAN 1 that King Bardock often said to me, a 75 times increase in battle, but this is not enough, give me a continuous increase. After punching Gula back, Paragus did not choose to continue the attack, but stood in place and continued to roar loudly, transforming all the anger in his heart into combat power. Damn it, SAIYAN, you give King Ben death. Seeing that the combat effectiveness of Paragus continued to skyrocket, Gula was shocked in his heart, withdrew his arrogant mentality, and the energy of his whole body continued to converge into energy bullets towards Paragus. Enough fighting, now it's time for me to fight back, Gura. Gura's energy bombs dissipated, revealing that the muscles of Paragus were soaring, and the whole body was exuding a furious aura. Paragus successfully reached the second form of Super SAIYAN 1, and under the attack of Gura, activated the long-dormant berserk factor in his body. The combat power of Paragus in the furious state increased again, although it was only doubled, but the combat power of 900 million was enough to abuse Gula. Ha ha ha, SAIYAN, don't be proud, your respirator has just been broken by King Ben, how long can you hold out when you can't breathe? Gula was full of fear in the face of Paragus after his combat power skyrocketed, but when he thought that SAIYANs could not breathe in the universe, he became rampant again. Yes. Disdainful, Paragus decided to use practical actions to tell Gula that SAIYANs who activate the berserk factor in their bodies can survive in the universe. Impossible, how can anyone among the SAIYANs be so strong except Bardock? Gula was punched out by Paragus, and before he could react, he was beaten by Paragus, who immediately followed. After a few moves, Gula has been severely injured by Paragus, but Paragus is also uncomfortable. After all, before this, Paragus has been seriously injured. Death Energy Bomb. Taking advantage of Paragus's lack of attention, Gula got rid of Paragus' attack, and then quickly condensed the energy of his whole body, and a terrifying energy bomb formed in Gula's hands. Super Whirlwind Cannon. As a SAIYAN, Paragus said that when he was afraid of the opposite wave, he also gathered his own energy, and a shock wave was launched in the hands of Paragus. No. Gura's trick did not have the slightest resistance in the face of Paragatha's Super Whirlwind Cannon, and it was directly countered, and even Gura was also sent out. Finally solved Gura. Seeing that Gula was directly hit by his Super Cyclone Cannon, and the direction of flying was still the sun, Paragatha's heart that had been tense finally let go. King Bardock, I did not live up to your trust, I did it, the planet Bardock is safe. Exhausted, Paragus even thought it was difficult to open his eyes, and just when Paragus's eyes were closed, he saw a red cloak appear in front of him. Paragath, you've done a good job, you're a qualified SAIYAN butler. Coming to Paragus by teleporting and holding the fainted Paragus, Bardock said with satisfaction. P.S. This chapter is considered to make up for yesterday. There are 3 chapters of text today, 1 chapter, spoilers, the next chapter Bardock will open the super mode. Chapter 059. Paragus, is it better? Planet Bardock, in the special infirmary, Bardock came to visit the seriously injured Paragus. Back to King Bardock, it is almost good, that is, the mental power is a little overdrawn. Holding his still somewhat tingling head, Paragus slowly got up from the top of the hospital bed. Fortunately, the fury in your body is only activated by 20%, if it is really 60% all activated. You will definitely fall directly into a violent state, and then the damage to your mental power will not be known. Bardock said. Hey, hey. Faced with Bardock's reprimand, Paragus sat on the hospital bed and giggled. It started 3 days ago, when Bardock directly used teleportation to rush back after learning the second secret technique of the Adrit star. Instantly moved to the side of Broly who was running away at that time, and after solving Broly's situation, Bardock quickly came to the battlefield of Paragus and Gura. Bardock understood that this duel between Paragus and Gula would become the key to the breakthrough of Paragus' strength, so he kept hiding in the dark and did not make a move. When he saw Paragus crushing the fairy beans in his hand, a relieved smile appeared at the corner of Bardock's mouth. Of course, when he saw that Paragus was about to die tragically at the hands of Gura, Bardock wanted to help more than once, but in the end he was forced to endure. Fortunately, Paragas did not live up to Bardock's expectations, not only breaking through in strength, but also defeating Gura. Broly's new controller will be ready today, don't lie down here, you take Broly to Dr. Mew to get a new one. Obey, King Bardock. Paragas's physical injuries had already healed by taking fairy beans, and the reason why he rested for so many days was just to restore the damaged mental power. After dealing with the problem of Paragus, Bardock teleported away and came to Raditz. Father, why did you appear so suddenly again? It scared me to death. Raditz, who was constantly practicing seriously in the gravity room, was startled by Bardock who suddenly appeared in front of him. Okay, don't complain, from today onwards, I will teach you about the cultivation of spiritual power. After teaching Raditz a lesson, Bardock informed Raditz of the method of meditation. Father, it's boring to meditate all the time, you better guide me in combat skills. Not long after meditating, Raditz couldn't bear it and grumbled. Be quiet, concentrate your mental power, throw out all distractions, and when your mental power is strong, all combat skills will naturally be integrated. Bardock, who was also meditating, did not even open his eyes, and lightly taught Raditz a lesson. Now that Raditz's body has not yet been formed, Bardock has thought twice about teaching Raditz to cultivate spiritual power to be more secure. Father, can we change places to meditate? You can see the top of the waterfall where Broly often meditates. In the gravity room, Raditz was really difficult to calm down, and couldn't help but suggest to Bardock next to him. However, Bardock ignored Raditz, but experimented with his second divine technique learned from the Star of Adrit, telepathic communication. Bardock still doesn't understand why teleportation and telepathy communication are called God's skills by the Adwraiths. The use of psychic communication is similar to teleportation, first sensing each other's chi. And then the spiritual power of the two will build a bridge, and they can communicate through their hearts. The person who is now communicating with Bardock is Gudu, who was arranged by Paragas to guard the gate of the palace hall. Gudu, can you hear me? Communication has been established, Bardock said silently in his heart. Who, give me out. Gula, who was guarding the gate of the palace hall, was dozing off without incident, and was frightened by the sudden sound in his head, and couldn't help but look around suspiciously. It's me, Bardock. Feeling the fear in Gudu's heart, Bardock directly said his name, saving Gudu from standing in place to scare himself. King Bardock, what are your orders, please instruct. After confirming that it was indeed Bardak's voice, Gudu immediately straightened his waist, pretended that he was not lazy, and then replied to Bardak. Turn back. Bardak rode. Understood. Gudu immediately turned around and just saw Bardak, who had just arrived behind him in an instant. You pause your time to use it on me. Bardak gave the order. Obey. Gudu was instructed to immediately hold his breath, and the time for 4 weeks turned to a standstill. However, it still had no effect on Bardak. Hold on, don't lift. In order to verify the conjecture in his mind, Bardak directly left the place with a teleportation and came to Radit's side. Sure enough, the time here in Raditz is normal, which means that Gudu's time suspension can only maintain a small area. After verification, Bardak teleported away from place again and returned to Gudu's side. At this time, Gudu's face was already red because of holding his breath, and now this state is already the limit of Gudu, but Bardak did not say stop, and Gudu did not dare to stop privately. However, Bardak did not seem to notice the situation here in Gula, and still stood in place, analyzing it alone. Plop. Because he held his breath for too long, Gudu suffocated until he fainted, which also allowed Bardak to recover from his state of thinking. Is it so, scumbag? 27 seconds 58. After calculating the tentative upper limit of Gudu's time, Bardak crouched down and woke Gudu up. Gudu, let me ask you, why are you able to control the ability of time, and how do you cultivate? After shaking Gudu awake, Bardak asked. Back to King Bardak, my time ability is innate. Gudu replied, and then asked Bardak in confusion, is it also possible to cultivate the ability of King Bardak's time? Okay, it's okay, you keep watching. Seeing that Gudu didn't look like a lie, Bardak was also helpless, and he was born to be able to block all his next questions. Throughout the history of the SAIYANs, it seems that they only have the ability to cultivate time. Others are all related to race and time, only cultivate time, only I am from the wild road, everything has to rely on myself, there is no previous car for me to learn from. I'd better test the conjecture of Xiaquan Chao, after all, Zuno can't go there for nothing. I got a lot of information about Chuan Chao from Zuno, especially Zuno's last sentence to remind Bardak that the main component of the berserk factor is evil, the pure evil power in the heart. 6 SAIYANs with a righteous heart, focus their righteous heart on one of them, and that person will awaken to become a Super SAIYAN God. From this point of view, the Super SAIYAN God is the opposite of the legendary Super SAIYAN philosophy, and it may be possible to give it a try. As soon as he thought of this, Bardak suddenly had a general plan in his heart, and immediately used teleportation to leave the place. Chapter 060. Paragas, how many SAIYANs with righteous hearts can we have on the planet Bardak? Teleporting behind Paragath, Bardak asked. Woo, it's King Bardak. A figure suddenly appeared behind him, and Paragas instinctively counterattacked, but when he saw that it was Bardak, he immediately put away his attack. Well, don't be so nervous, it's a big deal in the non-emergency moment, I don't have to teleport. After these several tests, Bardak also found that his teleportation is convenient, that is, sometimes it is really a little scary, can you use less or less in the future? King Bardak, you just told me how many SAIYANs with righteous hearts on our planet Bardak have. Paragas asked Bardak uncertainly. Well, that's right. Bardak replied affirmatively. This Bardak King, IMHO, we SAIYANs are inherently evil, the difference is only that there is less evil energy in the body. If you really want to ask me how many SAIYANs with righteous hearts there are, it seems that it is Queen Haimuki alone, almost all of us SAIYANs with evil hearts on the planet Bardak. After thinking for a moment, Paragath replied. Yes, it's pretty much what I imagined. Bardak replied, then lost in thought again. Paragas, immediately gather all SAIYANs to assemble in the great desert west of the planet Bardak, remember, it is all SAIYANs, men and women, old and young. After thinking about it again, Bardock felt that it was safer to check all the scions. After all, it was not good to miss something. Obey, King Bardock. For Bardock's orders, Paragath only needs to be responsible for carrying them out. Paragus began to quickly contact his next layer through the detector in his ear, and in this way, Bardock's orders were passed on layer after layer, methodically. In less than 10 minutes, all the scions received the order issued by Bardock, and in less than 10 minutes, all the scions were heading in the direction of the Great Desert. King Bardock, all the scions have gathered. About 20 minutes later, Paragath reported to Bardock. Let's go, I'm done informing Haimuki and Raditz. After that, Bardock flew in the direction of the Great Desert with Paragus and Broly. Don't worry, release all the energy in your body. After arriving, Bardock directly announced his order. Obey, King Bardock. Tens of thousands of scions replied to Bardock in unison, and then began to release all the energy in their bodies. Sure enough, the only scions with a righteous heart in their bodies are Jaime, and the rest of the scions have more or less evil energy in their bodies, with Broly being the worst and Paragus second. Releasing his spiritual power, Bardock quietly felt all the energy released by all scions. Okay, you can stop. The goal has been achieved, Bardock immediately called a halt, leaving the confused scion masses around. So far, they still do not understand what the meaning of Bardock summoning himself and others over this time is. Hymene, try to inject the heart of justice energy in your body into my body. Bardock said to Jaime next to him. Well. Saying that, Haimuki walked to Bardock's side and slowly injected the energy in his body into Bardock's body. Does Bardock want to continue? For a long time, feeling that there was not much energy left in his body, Gnei said suspiciously. Enough, Haimchi. You stop. Bardock didn't know if it was because there was only one person with a righteous heart, Haimchi, or because the evil energy in his body was too strong. In short, when Gnei's energy entered Bardock's body, Bardock did not feel any abnormalities in his body. Paragus, Raditz, Toma, Pabuzan, Celiba, the 5 of you will try to inject the evil energy in your body into my body. Since the righteous heart has no effect, Bardock plans to test whether the evil energy will be effective against him. King Bardock, is it really good to do this? You must know that the evil energy is not more than others, but it will disturb the mind, which can't help but make the actions of Paragus and the others a little hesitant. Don't worry, with my spiritual power, it will be fine. Knowing the reason for the hesitation of Paragath and the others, Bardock explained. Well, offended, King Bardock. After speaking, Paragus took the lead to input the evil energy in his body into Bardock's body, and Raditz and the others saw the same later. Sure enough, the berserk factor in my body is constantly growing, from 20% to 80%. Paragus increased the berserk factor by 20%, and the Raditz 4 increased the berserk factor by 40%, and now it's 20%, which is 100%. Feeling the current situation in his body, Bardock set his eyes on the rest of the tens of thousands of scions. He said, come one by one and inject all the evil energy in your body into me. The reason why Bardock did not consider Broly in the first place was because Broly was now a super passer. Bardock needs to wait for his own experiment to fail, and then try it with the evil energy in Broly's body. The remaining scions are in large numbers, but the energy in their bodies is not as many as those of Paragus, so the speed of input is still much faster, and after another day, all of them have been delivered. Through the powerful spiritual power, the energy entered into one's body is divided into 2 parts. One part is pure energy exported from the body, leaving the evil part combined with its own berserk factor. The berserk factor in the body is gradually increasing, gradually filling every cell in Bardock's body. In other words, the berserk factor in Bardock's body has now reached 100%. And all activated under Bardock's control, Bardock suddenly entered a state of rage, and a powerful evil and violent energy spread outward from Bardock's body. It stands to reason that I should be able to transform into a Chuan-Chao now. Why do you always feel that there is still a little worse there? Closing his eyes and pondering, Bardock kept thinking in his mind about the difference between his current state and Broly's state. Father, is King Bardock experimenting with the transformation of Chuan-Chao? I can sense that King Bardock's current state is very similar to my Chuan-Chao form. Walking up to Paragus, Broly asked. Maybe. Paragus wasn't quite sure what Bardock was doing now. Butler, I have a question. If my father really goes violent, who on our planet Bardock can stop my father's violent run? Raditz, who had been observing Bardock's situation on the side, suddenly asked. P.S. Sorry, it's a little carven, this chapter stuck me for 4 hours to write, and there is another chapter, it is estimated that it will be made up tomorrow. Sorry. In the comments that deliberately discredit this book, I ask you to specifically tell me what is wrong and what is not reasonable in this book. If it's really me who wrote badly, I can apologize, I can rectify, or even change the whole text, I can accept it. Seriously, for some reason, this brilliant book is really poor, and it can't be compared with the Dragon Ball fandom of the same period. I work hard 3 times a day, and sometimes even 4, and I earn less than $10 a day, and you guys are still brainless to blacken me. Is it really good? I'm just to write the Dragon Ball in my mind. If you don't want to see it, please go out and turn left, thank you. Chapter 061. If King Bardock really goes violent, who can stop it on the planet Bardock? Repeating Raditz's words, Paragus suddenly felt that what Raditz said made sense. With Bardock's spiritual power, he can perfectly control 20% of the berserk factor in his body to activate without running away, but now the berserk factor in Bardock's body is 100%. On the surface, it seems that Bardock's sanity is still there, but if Bardock really transforms into a transcendent, whether reason can still exist, Paragus is not easy to say. Withdraw, quickly withdraw, all Saiyans with a combat strength of less than 1 million quickly evacuate. As soon as he thought of this, Paragus suddenly thought of the danger if Bardock really ran away, and immediately flew into the air, loudly evacuating the Saiyan people. At this time, the benefits of strict military discipline of the Saiyans are reflected. When Paragaga's order was given, except for the Saiyan Special Combat Team, the rest of the Saiyans were all swift and thorough, without a moment's hesitation, although none of them knew why. Butler, what's wrong? At this time, Gnei asked in bewilderment. Queen Jaime, you take His Highness Raditz and leave quickly, I am afraid that King Bardock will fall into a rampage. Seeing that the crowd on the side had dispersed, Paragus persuaded Jaime. No, I'm here with Bardock. Haimuka said firmly. Seeing this, Paragus was also helpless, so he could only let Jaime stay here, while Paragus signaled Toma and the others to start guarding in case Bardock ran away. After all, it is impossible to interrupt Bardock, then it is beyond their authority, and all that Paragus and others can do is prevent. And Bardock, who was sitting cross-kneeled in place, did not notice everything in the outside world, because Bardock's mind at this time was completely immersed in the berserk factor in his body. The berserk factor in the body has reached 100%, but it has been unable to transform into a transcendent. So it is. After a long time, Bardock finally discovered the problem of the berserk factor in his body. Goku in the original Dragon Ball Super is because of the righteous hearts of the other 5 people that he absorbed, so he can transform into the god of Super Saiyan. But it is precisely because of this that the energy in Goku's body is still someone else's in the end, it is borrowed, so the time does not last long, and it is lifted from the state of the Super God. But Goku's strength, which was lifted from the Super Sai God state, did not drop much. According to Beerus, this is because Goku, who has a sense of genius fighting, experienced the realm of being a god, so he absorbed it into his body. And Bardock's current situation is almost the same as the situation when Goku was Super Saiyan, and the energy in his body is borrowed, but the difference is that the energy in Bardock's current body is evil. Thinking of this, Bardock began to call on his original 20% berserk factor to continuously eat away at the remaining 80% of the berserk factor. The genes in Bardock's body changed little by little, but fortunately, Bardock's spiritual power could completely control such high-intensity consumption after so many years of cultivation. Outside, Bardock's evil and violent aura became more and more serious, and his black hair quietly stood up, with the meaning of gradually turning grass green. No. There is still the last critical point before the berserk factor in my body can completely activate and erupt. After doing everything, Bardock fell into deep thought again. Broly, come over and inject all the energy in your body into my body. Opening his closed eyes, Bardock looked at Broly on the side and spoke. King Bardock, do you think we should change locations? Seeing that Bardock was now finished meditating, Paragus breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and immediately stepped forward to remind. Yes, I was careless and forgot this, so let's do it. Paragath, Broly, you two come with me. When Paragus said to change the location, Bardock instantly realized, and secretly said that he was too careless. Whether his spiritual power can maintain the sanity at the time of Chuan Xiao's transformation, it is difficult to say before he has tested it. But even if there is a 1% chance that it can't, Bardock doesn't want this situation to happen on Bardock. Because once it ran away, it was undoubtedly a disaster for Bardock planet, so Bardock took Paragus and Broly to outer space. After flying at full speed for about 30 minutes, the three of Bardock came to an uninhabited planet far from Bardock's planet. Come on, Broly. Bardock rode. Obey, King Bardock. Walking up to Bardock, Broly began to input energy from his body into Bardock's body. Paragus, take Broly away from me. Feeling that the berserk factor in his body was no longer able to suppress after adding Broly's pure super energy, Bardock immediately said to Paragus next to him. Obey, King Bardock. After returning to Bardock, Paragus directly transformed into Super 1, dragged Broly beside him and flew towards outer space at full speed. My talent can't be worse than Goku, after all, I'm Goku's father. Seeing that there was no one around, Bardock was suddenly no longer suppressing the violent energy in his body, and a powerful evil aura overflowed wildly from Bardock's body. The pupils disappeared, the black hair turned grass green, the muscles of the body swelled, and the planet under the feet could not withstand the baptism of Bardock's violent energy, and it was directly shattered. The power of the planet's explosion did not cause any damage to Bardock, who was transmitted at the time. So strong is this King Bardock's super form. In the face of Bardock's majesty at this time, Paragus in the distance is not only so strong, but also difficult to find a suitable adjective to describe Bardock's current situation at this time. Roar. At this time, affected by the super momentum of Bardock's body, the super blood vein in Broly's body resonated, and a roar came out of Broly's mouth, and Broly directly transformed into a super power. At this time, don't make trouble for me here. Seeing Broly beside him making trouble for himself at this time, Paragus had a headache. Fortunately, after the last experience, Paragus carried the remote control with him. At the moment when Broly was about to run away, Paragus immediately pressed the remote control in his hand to stop Broly's violent departure, and Broly returned to normal. Roar. The same roar came from Bardock's mouth, and in order to be able to fully comprehend the mystery of the transmission time, Bardock did not use his spiritual power to continue to maintain his sanity. Instead, let yourself fall into a state of rampage. And the body follows the supernatural instinct to carry out all destruction. After all, the berserk factor in Bardock's body at this time was borrowed from someone else's body. That is to say, Bardock's current super state is the same as Goku's first super god state, both are time-limited and disposable. What Bardock has to do now is to thoroughly comprehend the mystery of Chuan Chao in a violent state, and lay a good foundation for himself to be able to freely transform into Chuan Chao in the future. P.S. This chapter is to make up for yesterday, and today there are 3 chapters of the text, and finally I ask for self-ordering, I am very sad that there are only 4 self-ordered, one of which is still myself. Chapter 062. Bardock, Bardock, hurry up and wake up. Everything in the body follows the instinctive rampage, and the surrounding galaxies are destroyed by Bardock, so this galaxy is a no-man's land. However, it is precisely because of this that the king of the Northern Realm is anxious. If Bardock is allowed to continue to violently, the next thing to be destroyed is the galaxy with living beings. The king of the Northern Realm, who was living in the king of the Northern Realm, immediately used his mind to communicate and try to awaken Bardock in a furious state. Who is it? The Northern Realm King's trick of spiritual communication was still used by the regional group, and Paragus and Broly, who were far away, also heard the Northern Realm King's cry in their hearts. Quickly looking around, Paragus did not find anyone, and he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart and shouted angrily. Bardock, Bardock, hurry up and wake up. However, the king of the Northern Realm ignored Paragatha's meaning and continued to call Bardock. This Northern Realm King is really annoying. Secretly cursing in his heart, Bardock's large amount of spiritual power regained the mastery of his body, withdrew from the transcendent state, and returned everything to normal. After all, although the violent passage of the super mode has lost its mind, its thoughts are still there, but it just can't control itself. But Bardock is different. Bardock's mental power is enough to keep himself sane in the transcendent state, so it is easy to recover from the violent situation. Bardock naturally will not destroy those galaxies with living beings. After all, now the entire northern galaxy is already Bardock's territory. How bad it is to destroy your own territory. Feeling that when he transformed into a transcendent, he refined all the berserk factors in his body, Bardock was overjoyed. In other words, that is to say, even if Bardock withdraws from the super mode, the berserk factor in his body is still 100%. Although the berserk factor in my body is 100% now, only my original 20% is activated, unlike Broly, who is 100% activated all the time. 20% of the berserk factor in my body can be activated through cultivation, and the remaining 80% is only a matter of time to activate, and the super mode can indeed be reached. After disarming the transcendence, Bardock analyzed the current form in his body in his mind. Hey, King of the Northern Realm, are you still there? Bardock said to the endless universe. For a long time, Bardock did not hear the reply of the King of the Northern Realm. Hey, King of the Northern Realm, if you don't return to me, I will continue to destroy. Bardock believed that the Northern King's perspective was still on him, which meant that he should be able to hear his own words, so Bardock said again. I'm here, Bardock, you just have something to say. Seeing Bardock threaten, the King of the Northern Realm had to compromise. After all, it is better for the North Galaxy to be calm, and the King of the Northern Realm does not want to make a bunch of things every day because of the SAIYANs. In the Dragon Ball theatrical version, after Broly invaded the South Galaxy, the King of the Northern Realm was uneasy, so he asked Goku to help deal with Broly. From this point, it can be seen that under the condition that the security of the universe can be protected, the King of the Northern Realm still hopes that the universe can be stable. Don't disconnect from psychic communication, wait for me for a while. After returning, Bardock flew towards Paragus in the distance, leaving the Northern King, who was speechless in the Northern King. Paragus, you take Broly back first, I have some things to deal with. If there is an emergency, contact me through the detector. Bardock said to Paragus. Obey, King Bardock. Paragus could also guess that what Bardock said must be related to the King of the Northern Realm who had just spoken out. After returning Bardock's words, Paragus returned to the planet Bardock with Broly. After Paragus left, Bardock did not intend to let the King of the Northern Realm wait for a long time, but he wanted to go to the King of the Northern Realm for a long time, and now the King of the Northern Realm himself sent to the door. Where is the reason to let go? With 2 fingers placed on his forehead, Bardock teleported directly to the Northern Realm King with a trace of the Northern Realm King's faint breath. This is teleportation, Bardock, You actually learned this trick." Facing Bardock, who suddenly appeared in front of him, the king of the Northern Realm said in surprise, almost throwing out the steering wheel in his hand. Looking down, Bardock looked at the red classic car that crashed into him, and before the feelings, the king of the Northern Realm had always been driving and talking to himself, which was too little attention to himself. "That's right, just teleportation, I studied in the Star of Adrat." After thinking about it, Bardock felt that he still didn't touch the porcelain Northern Realm king. That was not good, so he directly replied to the Northern Realm king's question. "I really didn't expect you to even learn the skill of teleportation." With a sigh, the king of the Northern Realm got out of the car and then said to Bardock, "But Bardock, what happened to you coming to me this time? I heard that the king of the Northern Realm, you have 2 divine skills, I came to learn them." "There was no selling," Bardock said directly. "How is it possible? Where can I have any divine skills, Bardock? What you heard must be a rumor." The king of the Northern Realm smiled awkwardly and replied to Bardock. "Yes, then speaking of the 2 skills of the Realm King Fist and the Yuan Chi Bullet, are you not going to teach me the king of the Northern Realm?" Taking a step further, Bardock asked again. "Bardock, you said and laughed, what 2 skills you said about the Realm King Fist and the Yuan Chi Bullet, I won't be at all." The king of the Northern Realm replied firmly again. "If the king of the Northern Realm can teach me these 2 skills, how about I bring you 2 joke books, which are very funny kind of joke books." Bardock's impression of the king of the Northern Realm is not bad, so he does not intend to use force to persecute the king of the Northern Realm. Since force is not used, then lure. 2 funny joke books. After hearing this, the Northern Realm king's eyes immediately widened, indicating that he wanted it very much. "If I really succeed in learning the Realm King Fist and Genki Bullet, I can add 2 more funny joke books to you." Seeing that the Northern Realm king's attitude was somewhat relaxed, Bardock continued. No, Bardock, although I also want your joke book. I really don't know what you said about the Realm King Fist and Genki Bullet." Shaking his head vigorously, the king of the Northern Realm refused all of Bardock's temptations and replied sternly to Bardock. "Yes, that's a shame." Seeing that the king of the Northern Realm did not look like lying, Bardock also gave up the idea of learning the 2 skills of the king of the Realm Fist and the Yuan Chi Bullet. Bacta also didn't know whether the king of the Northern Realm had not created the king of the Realm Fist and the Yuan Chi bomb during this time period, or the king of the Northern Realm was unwilling to let himself, a person with an evil aura on his body, learn it. However, these are not very important to Bardock. In Bardock's opinion, since the king of the Northern Realm can create these 2 skills by himself, then he can also do it. "Bardock, look, those 2 joke books, can you give them to me?" the king of the Northern Realm asked Bardock embarrassedly. Bardock turned his head to look at the king of the Northern Realm, not going to teach himself anything, but also wanted to be in this empty glove white wolf. Why is the king of the Northern Realm so embarrassed? 1. Bardock, a joke book will do. Being stared at by Bardock like this, the king of the Northern Realm was also slightly embarrassed and said again. "Well, king of the Northern Realm, you tell me where the specific location of the Winter Star is, and I'll give you a joke book." Bardock replied. Chapter 063. The Winter Star is the residence of the Frozen Demon Clan. What do you want the specific location of the Winter Star for? The king of the Northern Realm can be a realm king, and he still knows a lot, so he asked Bardock curiously. "It's not polite to come and go. His Gula of the Frozen Demon Clan is going to destroy my planet Bardock, and now I go to destroy his Winter Star." Bardock voiced his reasons. "It seems that you killed Frisia of the Frozen Demon Clan first, and Gula later died at the hands of your subordinates." After listening to Bardock give his reasons, the king of the Northern Realm complained in his heart. "Bardock, you wait for me, I'll contact the king of the Western Realm. After all, the Winter Star is in the territory of the Western Galaxy." After returning Bardock's words, the king of the Northern Realm closed his eyes, and the 2 tentacles on his head moved and moved, communicating with the king of the Western realm who was far away in the Western galaxy. After asking for the specific address, the king of the Northern realm told Bardock the specific location of the Winter Star. "Thank you, king of the Northern realm, when I have time next time, I will definitely bring you the joke book." After getting the specific location of the Winter Star, Bardock directly teleported away from the Northern King. Phew, finally sent Bardock away, and I don't know where Bardock learned that I would be the King Fist and Genki Bullet. However, fortunately, the will of the king of this realm was firm, and he was not fooled by Bardock. After seeing Bardock leave, the king of the Northern realm praised his wit just now in his heart, but he didn't know that Bardock did not intend to continue to study the king of the Northern realm before leaving. Despite the specific location of the Winter Star, Bardock's teleportation is not Jebet's kind of God's teleportation after all, and it is impossible to do it directly in one step. So Bardock took the dumbest and most practical method, which was to teleport to the closest and gassy planet to the Winter Star. Looking at the planet he came to that he didn't know its name, Bardock directly opened the race and flew towards the universe. Strange, how come I still can't sense the chi of any creatures on the Winter Star? Brows slightly wrinkled, Bardock did not sense any breath on the Winter Star when he was in the Northern King, so he chose a planet that was closest to the Winter Star and had gas. But standing here, Bardock still can't sense the chi of any creatures above the Winter Star, which proves that this is not because of the distance. As for the specific reason, Bardock is now not interested, since teleportation cannot be reached, it is a big deal to fly over, and the specific reason will be known at a glance. I have to say that Bardock is still far from the Winter Star, even if Bardock is flying at full speed in the form of a Super One, it took a day to reach the Winter Star. What a bleak planet, it seems that there are no living creatures living anymore. In the Winter Star to find a random position to land, Bardock let the snowflakes in the air land on him, sensing and release, but still did not sense the breath of any living beings. Get up, fly into the air, Bardock directly accelerated, and in 10 minutes he roughly observed the Winter Star, and still did not see any creatures. Is this dead and silent planet really the Winter Star? An Iser doesn't seem to be frozen here. Bardock, who did not believe in evil, searched the Winter Star again, but still found nothing, helpless, and could only give up. Flying high in the air, the energy bomb condensed in the palm, since he couldn't find a person. When Bardock was about to leave, an energy bomb blew up the Winter Star. At the moment when the energy bomb in his hand was about to be thrown, Bardock suddenly remembered that he still had a spirit tree seed in his arms. Well, just after using the Winter Star, it's not good to keep it like this, and it's a bit wasteful to throw it away. Swinging the energy bomb in his hand, Bardock landed from the air, took the spirit tree seed out of his arms, and buried it in the earth of the Winter Star. I don't know when the spirit tree will grow. After planting it, Bardock stood there and waited. Fortunately, Bardock's patience made it another day. Well, this spirit tree seed of mine is not broken. Seeing that the spirit tree seeds have not yet grown into a spirit tree, I think of the growth rate of the spirit tree in the Dragon Ball theatrical version of Earth Battle. Bardock couldn't help but wonder in his heart whether the spirit tree seed in his hand was fake. Forget it, I've been waiting for a day anyway, and it's not bad to wait for a day. After that, Bardock continued to wait. It didn't take a day, and less than 2 hours after Bardock waited, a small sapling grew out of the ground. Then the small sapling grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the ice and snow that originally covered the Winter Star melted in an instant, and the snowflakes in the air were not falling. An ice blue fruit emerged from the spirit tree, and it was still absorbing the nutrients of the entire Winter Star to nourish itself. That is, in a few breaths, even Bardock did not react a little, and the Winter Star under his feet turned into slag and floated in this cosmic space. And the spirit tree is also beginning to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye, all because the ice blue spirit tree fruit that has just been produced is constantly absorbing external energy. After the spirit tree withered and dispersed, the nearby space left Bardock and the ice blue spirit tree fruit floating in front of Bardock. Well, is this a mutation? Holding the spirit tree fruit in his hand, a chill invaded Bardock's whole body, but then it was crushed by the violent energy in Bardock's body. Bardock still remembered that the spirit tree fruit he gave to Jero and number 21 was normal, and God knows what happened to this ice blue spirit tree fruit in his hand. Bardock also did not mean to eat himself, put away the fruit of the spirit tree, put his fingers on his forehead, quietly felt the breath of Paragus, and left from the place in an instant. The North Milky Way, an uninhabited galaxy, in which a huge spaceship floats. Kurd, your winter star has been destroyed. Looking at the picture coming from the crystal ball in front of him, Babadai said to the Kurd beside him. Destroy it, I only want to serve the master now, but the ice blue fruit in Bardock's hand, I still want to take it back. Kurd on the side was like a slave, and replied to Babadai next to him, only when Bardock was mentioned, a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Very well, when Bardock becomes my great dark master Babadai's subordinate. I will ask Bardock to give you that ice blue fruit at that time. The picture in the crystal ball followed Bardock to the planet Bardock, and Babadai looked at Bardock in the picture, and a look of greed flashed in his eyes. Master, are you planning to take Bardock as a subordinate as well? Kurd asked curiously from the sidelines. Well, that's right, you must have felt the evil energy that came out of Bardock's body 2 days ago, and the powerful evil energy is no less than you. And on the planet where Bardock is, almost all SAIYANs are evil at heart, which is amazing, and it is one step closer to my plan to resurrect Bu. Babadai looked at Bardock in the picture, laughing wildly, and seemed to have seen in his heart the scene when he used the energy of his subordinates around him to resurrect Majin Bu in the future. Chapter 064. At this time, a day has passed since Bardock returned to Bardock Planet, and Bardock Planet is still operating in an orderly manner. Roar! On the desert of the planet Bardock, Broly once again entered the pass superstorm form, and then was suppressed by Paragus on the side with the remote control in his hand. 31 seconds, good progress. Bardock stood beside Broly and complimented Broly, who had regained his senses. Master, is there no way to quickly make me lose my mind when I transform into Chuan Chao? Broly clenched his fists and asked Bardock unwillingly. Yes, the Boranga on the Namex star can temporarily suppress your current situation of passing the superpower, but if you want to do it once and for all, you still have to focus on improving your own spirit. Recalling what Zuno had told him about Broly's pass, Bardock replied to Broly. As for why the divine dragon on the earth is not mentioned, it is because Bardock really has no confidence in the divine dragon on the earth who does not know anything. That Miji? It seems to be within the jurisdiction of our North Galaxy. Recalling that he had now surrendered to the names of the many planets of the SAIYANs, Paragus still had some impressions of the 3 words Namek. King Bardock, it seems that the combat power of the strongest person on the Nemesis is less than 50,000, can the Polenga you said really suppress the situation of Broly's super-violent departure? Quickly finding out all the information about Namex through the ear detector, Paragus couldn't help but ask Bardock suspiciously. Paragus, low combat effectiveness does not mean that it must be weak, remember, combat effectiveness has never been the key to the strength of a person in the crossbeam. Bardock taught Paragus. And the Boranga I'm talking about is not the Namex people, but the 7 Dragon Balls made by the Namex people. As long as the 7 Dragon Balls are collected, you can summon the Divine Dragon Boranga. Palunga can fulfill people's 3 wishes, and when the time comes, it is enough to make a wish directly to Palunga so that Broly can remain sane in his supernatural form. Bardock explained. Oh, so it is. Bardock's words made Paragus and Broly suddenly realize. King Bardock, with the speed of our royal spaceship, it only takes 5 days to reach Namex. Regarding his son Broly, Paragus said that he was very attentive and did not wait for Bardock to ask, so he reported the trip time to Bardock in advance. Paragus, you go and deal with the trivial matters of the planet Bardock first, I'll go talk to Heimchi, and then directly take you and Bro to Namex using teleportation. Bardock said that this is all about the age, and he still takes a spaceship, slow or not, and directly uses teleportation to move over. Obey, King Bardock. After that, Paragus retreated with Broly, and Bardock flew in the direction of the palace. The North Milky Way, an uninhabited galaxy, inside a Kurdish spacecraft. Kurd, did you hear what Bardock said just now? After so many days of continuous peeping at Bardock, Babadai finally saw a useful message from the crystal ball. Master, I heard it. I can't imagine that there is such a magical thing in the North Galaxy that can fulfill people's wishes, but I don't know the truth of what Bardock said. Kurd pondered for a long time, and replied to Babadai with a little excitement in his heart. Regardless of whether what Bardock said is true or not, Kurd, I will use black magic to teleport you to Namek now, and you must collect the 7 Dragon Balls before Bardock reaches Namek. Babadai said with a solemn face. It was obvious that Babadai attached great importance to the Dragon Ball that could fulfill any wish. Then Master, won't you come with me? Kurdish asked. No, I still have more important things to do. You can collect the 7 Dragon Balls and wait for me at that time. If Palunga really had the magic of Bardock's words, then I could make a wish to resurrect Bu directly. Babadai said excitedly. About half an hour passed. Bardock took Kenai and Raditz to the palace hall, waiting for the arrival of Paragus and Broly. Originally, Bardock and Haimuka said well, but as soon as Raditz next to him heard Bardock say that Namex has a dragon that can grant any wish, he quarreled and wanted to go with him. And Bardock also thought that his trip was to Namexing, so he simply brought Haimuka with Jaime to see the beautiful scenery of Nameki together. At this time, Paragus finished dealing with the trivial matters on the planet Bardock, and took Broly to the palace hall. Put your hand on my shoulder and let's go. Bardock said to the crowd, and then Kenai, Paragagas, Raditz, and Broly immediately did so. Report King Bardock, a nemesis said that he has an urgent matter to ask King Bardock. Bardock had just put his fingers on his forehead when he saw Toma come in and report the situation to himself. What about the Mexiers? Call him in. Seeing that he didn't wait to go to Namesing here, there were Namex people coming, and it was still urgent to come to see him, Bardock immediately chose to summon him. Come in. With Bardock's consent, Thomas shouted outside the hall, and then Gudu outside the door walked in with a nemesis. Niru. Bardock is still familiar with the strongest combat-type nemesis who appeared in front of him. If I'm not mistaken, Nira should be the guard of your nemesis Grand Elder. Why, what are you not doing in your planet Bardock to protect the Great Elder and come to my planet Bardock? Bardock asked Nira curiously. King Bardock, please help us nemesis. Because it was the first time to see Bardock, Nira's heart was still very nervous, and he did not feel the slightest fluctuation in combat effectiveness from Bardock, but only the majesty of the superior. Niru also heard that the scions on the planet Bardock would hide their combat power, so he always maintained a trace of awe for Bardock in his heart. Since your nemesis has already defected to our scion race, you deserve to be sheltered by our scion race. Make things clear, what kind of danger your nemesis has encountered, you need the Great Elder's guard to come and run in person. Bardock asked slowly. Back to King Bardock, just half an hour ago, a frozen demon suddenly appeared in our nemesis. Open my mouth to ask for the 7 Dragon Balls of our nemesis, and seeing that we don't give them, we start to massacre our nemesis. Even if it's me, it's not the combined power of that frozen demon. Now the Great Elder is trying his best to drag this frozen demon, and then the rest of my clan took advantage of this gap to summon the divine dragon Boranga with Dragon Balls. And I was teleported by Palunga to the planet Bardock to ask for help from King Bardock. To make a long story about himself here, Niru explained to Bardock. Half an hour ago? Frozen demon? Is it a coincidence or what? Bardock thought a lot in his mind, and finally decided to go to Namex to see for himself. He didn't ask Niru why he didn't just make a wish to Polenga to teleport all of his people away, because Bardock already knew the question in his heart. The love of the Nemesis for the Nemesis is incomprehensible to ordinary people, and they will not easily choose to leave until the last moment. Perhaps Bardock is slow to save Namek, and Namek will make a wish to Polenga at the last moment to teleport all his people away. P.S. Thanks to the strong support of the Hachi wizards Latetsu. Chapter 065. Without further ado, let's go. There was no point in thinking about it. Bardock thought it would be better to go to Namek quickly. Okay, King Bardock, please wait patiently for 5 minutes, and my people will use Boringa to teleport me and King Bardock back to Namek. Niru saw that Bardock had promised himself and said excitedly. Don't bother so much, 5 minutes, it's too long, grab me by the shoulder, I'll take you over with teleportation. Bardock replied lightly, after all, Bardock will still use Polenga to make a wish at that time, how bad it is to waste a wish in vain. Hey! Niru didn't understand what teleportation was, but listening to Bardock's words, it seemed like a great deal, so he put his hand on Bardock's left shoulder in amazement. Broly, come too, I'll take you and Niru to Namek, and Paragus you will leave the planet Bardock. Heimchi and Raditz are sorry, when I solve the crisis of Namesing, I am taking you to Namising for a tour. After that, Bardock sensed the chi in the specific direction of Namek. Sure enough, a good evil breath should be the curd of the frozen demon family. With 2 fingers on his forehead, Bardock disappeared directly from the spot with Niru and Broly. Old thing, still refused to tell the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball, then let me die. Kicking the great elder of Namek to the ground, the Kurdish evil gaze flashed, and an energy bomb was thrown towards the great elder. Great elder! As soon as he came back, he saw that the life of his great elder was in danger, and Nero was directly anxious, and he stepped forward to use his body to block the knife for the great elder. Fortunately, Bardock was quick and kicked Nero, who was in a hurry to die, away, and Bardock flew up again to kick the Kurdish energy bomb away. Bardock, why did you suddenly appear there? Kurdish looked at Bardock who suddenly appeared in front of him in shock. Hey, Kurd looks like he knows me. Bardock asked curiously. By the way, you seem to be able to teleport skills, and it is not surprising that you can come here from the planet Bardock all of a sudden. Recalling what he had seen in the Babadai crystal ball before, Kurd accepted the fact that Bardock suddenly appeared in front of him. Teleportation, you know. This will make Bardock really feel that something is wrong. Bardock can be sure that this is the first time he has met the Kurds, and the Kurds also know that there seems to be nothing wrong with him. But his teleportation is indeed the first to be used in front of the frozen demon family, and this Kurd knows that he can't say it. Bardock, hand over the ice blue fruit you planted in the winter star, otherwise even if the master wants to take you as a subordinate, I will kill you. The Kurds threatened. Broly, you and Niru take the great elder first, and leave it to me here. Considering that the scope of the hands-on may be relatively large, Bardock said back. Obey, King Bardock. Broly and Niru also have self-awareness, knowing that staying here will only be a burden to Bardock, or go first. Now that the trash fish and the others are gone, Bardock, should you also give me the ice blue fruit? Allowing Broly and Niru to take the great elder away, Kurd asked Bardock again. Do you mean this spirit tree fruit? Taking out the spirit tree fruit from his arms, Bardock smiled indifferently. That's right, Bardock, as long as you give me this fruit. For the sake of you and me to be colleagues, I can choose to spare your life. Seeing Bardock take out the spirit tree fruit, a smile appeared on the Kurdish bitter melon-like face. Colleague, what colleague? Bardock looked at the spirit tree fruit in his hand as if it was very important to the Kurds, and couldn't help but ask. Of course, the subordinates who together became the master of the great dark demon master Babadai. At the mention of Babadai, Kurd suddenly shouted feverishly. Looking at Kurd's appearance as a dog slave, Bardock knew that this was a poor bug whose mind was controlled by Babadai with dark magic. Recall that Babadai will have many dark magic, including one with remote monitoring, which seems possible. Your 2 sons died at the hands of our SAIYAN clan. Can this spirit tree fruit in my hand erase the grudge between you and me? Bardock asked with a smile. My 2 waste sons died when they died, and now my allegiance is only to the master. The Kurds replied feverishly. Kurd, I'm curious, what about Dopura, the king of the demon world? How could Babadai send you over for such an important matter as collecting Dragon Balls? Bardock has not forgotten that Babadai's first dog leg in the original Dragon Ball Z Majin Buu chapter is Dopura. Dopura, king of the demon realm? Who is he? I am the master's most powerful subordinate. After listening to Bardock's words, Kurd suddenly fell into deep thought for a long time, and did not figure out who Dapla was. It seems that Babadai has not been to the demon realm yet. Naturally, there is no control over Dapla. In this way, now in this universe, the able person Babadai looks at the eyes, or the person with the evil atmosphere, and indeed only Kurd is the most suitable. As for the beginning of the original Dragon Ball artificial human chapter, it is estimated that Babadai recovered the powerful Dapla during that time period, thus abandoning the Kurds. It seems that I attracted Babadai's attention from the evil aura revealed when I tried to transform into a transcendent before. Bardock mentally analyzed the current situation. Bardock, I have told you so much, hurry up and hand over the fruit in your hand to me, otherwise don't blame me for being polite to you. Seeing Bardock standing in place and thinking for a long time, and did not mean to hand over the spirit tree fruit to himself, Kurd said angrily. Okay, Kurdish, I should send you on my way too. Everything he wants to know is already known. Bardock does not plan to ink with Kurds. Put away the fruit of the spirit tree, Bardock replied to Kurd. It seems that Bardock is determined to go against me, and the master also said that your evil energy is no less than mine. I want to see how strong your strength is. I believe that even if I shoot you here, the master will not blame me for this. An evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and before the words fell, the Kurds attacked Bardock in advance. Why, do you frozen demon clans like to come up without doing your best, and then be abused first? In the face of Kurd's attack, Bardock directly transformed into a super match, and then punched Kurd in the face, easily knocking Kurd out. No way, don't look at what Kurd is blowing here quite well, but now it's just the second form of the frozen demon family. At the beginning of the original Dragon Ball artificial human chapter, the 2 forms of Kurd were easily defeated by the big one who had just crossed over, not to mention the current Bardock. P.S. In Carven, the second volume is also coming to an end. The original plot is a little difficult to write. Today is this chapter, sorry. Chapter 066. The strength is okay, Bardock, but now this appearance is only my second form, and I can still transform. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Kurd got up from the ground with difficulty and smiled at Bardock. Unfortunately, I'm not going to give you time to transform. With a smile, Bardock disappeared directly from the spot, and in order to solve the battle with speed, Bardock even used teleportation this time. Bardock is still quite jealous of Babadai's black magic in his heart, and Kurd, as Babadai's #1 dogleg, is still solved quickly. When the Kurdish solution was over, Bardock was good at making a wish to Polenga to find the specific location of Babadai, so as not to make things happen behind his back. Do you think my transformation speed is as slow as the 2 waste sons of Frisia and Gura? When Bardock teleported behind Kurd, Kurd was also turning, and the change of form 3 was instantaneous, and a black English capital M appeared at the Kurdish brain. With a move to pick up Bardock's attack, Kurd laughed. That's a lot of nonsense, Big Bang. The force increased, turning the fist into a palm, and a shock wave gushed out from Bardock's right palm, instantly engulfing Kurd. Ahem! The shock wave dissipated, revealing a dismal Kurd. Kurd, your Form 3 is indeed more resistant than Form 2, and the attack just now actually didn't kill you. Bardock said this sentence from the heart. Bardock speculated that at the beginning of the original Dragon Ball Artificial Human chapter, if Kurd transformed into Form 3, Date would not necessarily be Kurd's opponent. Bah! Turning his head and spitting out his teeth that had been broken by Bardock before, Kurd recognized the fact that he seemed to be the third form of himself really no more than Bardock. Kurd also did not look for sadistic tendencies, and directly transformed into Form 4 and brought out his strongest strength to face Bardock. A powerful and evil aura emanated from the Kurds, and the entire Namex gradually trembled because of the Kurds' great strength. How, are you scared, Bardock? This is my strongest strength, the original appearance of our frozen demon clan. Kurd laughed unbridled with his leaky teeth. Indeed, your current strength can cause me to face it squarely. Come on, have a good fight. The strength of Kurd's Form 2 far exceeds Frisia's Form 4, and now Kurdish has also transformed into Form 4, and the increase in combat effectiveness is terrifying. At least in Bardock's view, the Kurdish strength in front of him is no less than his current self. The warlike character of the SAIYAN blood in the body is revealed, and Bardock is now hot-blooded and can't wait to fight the Kurds. I really didn't expect that Kurd could actually transform. Looking at this breath, the strength should already be similar to King Bardock. In the grass in the distance, after placing the Great Elder, Broly and Nira quietly returned to observe the battle between Bardock and Kurd, at which point Nira said, "Nonsense, the master is the strongest, and that Kurdish is not the opponent of the master at all." Hearing that Nira beside him actually dared to say that Bardock and Kurd's strength were similar, Broly was suddenly anxious, his whole body was full of momentum, and he looked at Nira on the side with dissatisfaction. "Understand, King Bardock is the strongest. King Bardock is the most powerful." Broly's combat power is now close to 70,000, and the powerful aura emanating from his whole body shocks Nira beside him, making Nira quickly say good things about Bardock. Nira didn't want to die in the hands of the Kurds, but because of a wrong sentence, he was killed by Broly next to him, which was a big loss. "Humph, the master is the strongest, you just watch it here, the master will definitely defeat the Kurds easily." Throwing his head to the side, Broly suddenly ignored Nira and focused on watching Bardock's battle with the Kurds. This SAIYAN imp is so strong. Looking at the age, it is a little more than a year old, but the momentum on his body alone makes me feel afraid. Is the talent of the SAIYANs now so terrible? Nira's combat strength is only 42,000, and in the face of the terrifying aura on Broly's body just now, he couldn't help but tremble instinctively, which seemed to be a kind of bloodline suppression. On the other end, Bardock and Kurd, the two sides have already engaged in fierce battles, fighting from the ground to the air. Originally, because of the appearance of the divine dragon Polenga, the sky of Namex was cloudy, but now it is even more gloomy because of the fierce battle between Bardock and Kurd. The opponents in the air who seem to be equal, if you look closely, you can see that Bardock has the slight upper hand. After all, this is the SAIYAN fighting style. Completely abandoning defense, Bardock's continuous attacks made the Kurds overwhelmed, and they had to fight hard to defend. "Give me death, Bardock!" Has been pressed and beaten by Bardock, Kurd can no longer bear it, his whole body is violent, shaking Bardock away, and then an energy bomb condenses in his hand and shoots towards Bardock. Stupid! In the face of Kurd's long-range attack, Bardock ignored it, directly moved behind Kurds in an instant, flew up and kicked Kurd from the air to the ground. Boom! Kurd directly smashed a huge deep pit on the Namex star, and then countless energy bombs were launched from Bardock's hands, constantly hitting Kurd below. "The master is really powerful, I don't know when I will reach the level of master." Looking at Bardock's majesty in the air, Broly raised his small face and said with adoration. On the side, Nira looked at the gradually broken Namex with a heartache, and was very worried about whether Namex could withstand the fierce battle between Bardock and Kurd. "Don't pretend, come out, continue to fight, I can sense that your breath is still there, and it's not dead." Bardock in the air, looking at the Kurds below, shouted sharply. Interstellar destruction bomb! Just as Bardock was about to go down to see what was going on, an interstellar destruction bomb full of destruction was fired at Bardock. Isn't this Frisia's trick? Ha! Yes, Kurt is Frisia's father, and he will say the past of the interstellar destruction bomb. Big bang! The energy in the body is constantly compressed in Bardock's body, and the huge energy is compressed into a small dot by Bardock, which explodes with one touch. Countless small dots gathered into an energy bomb in Bardock's hands, constantly instilling small dots into the energy bomb, and a shock wave was launched in Bardock's hands. The energy of the Big Bang was controlled just right by Bardock, similar to that of the interstellar destruction bomb launched by the Kurds. Bardock wanted to test whether the mass of his Big Bang could outperform the Kurdish interstellar destruction bomb with the same energy. When Bardock and Kurd were fighting each other here, Niru, who was far away, was almost crying, and his nemesis really wouldn't be ruined like this. If Bardock knew what Niru was thinking, he would tell Niru that he would definitely not. After all, Bardock still needed to find the divine dragon Polenga to make a wish. How could he let Namex be destroyed? Bardock had already calculated in his heart that if the damage of the two would really affect the safety of Namex, he would use teleportation to take Kurd to the Northern King. It's nothing to react that the King of the North Realm is dead. The original Dragon Ball Goku doesn't know how many times he has pitted the King of the Northern Realm, and Bardock plans to learn from his son's future behavior as well. Well, that's right, Bardock is taking revenge on the Northern Realm King for not teaching his Realm King Fist and Yuan Chi Bomb. There is no problem, of course, as a last resort, Bardock will not choose to pit the Northern Realm King. Chapter 067. Bardock, Kurd, you two idiots, is this going to destroy Namenex? So how else can I find Dragon Ball to make a wish? Just as Bardock's big explosion collided with Kurd's interstellar destruction bomb, a harsh sound sounded in Bardock's ears. Babadai. Because he had been focusing on the Kurdish war before, and Babadai's aura was too weak, Bardock really didn't notice when Babadai appeared in the corner of the side. However, since Babadai appeared, Bardock did not plan to go down against the Kurds, stopped charging for the big explosion, and Bardock disappeared directly in place. Boom! Even if Bardock withdraws the energy, Kurd's interstellar destruction bomb is still not an opponent of the Big Bang, and is being devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then the Kurdish is also hit by the Big Bang. Fortunately, because Bardock withdrew the energy, and the Big Bang energy was weakened by the interstellar destruction bomb, the remaining power was greatly reduced, so the Kurd at this time was only seriously injured, and he was still a little short of death. Babadai didn't expect you to have the courage to appear in front of me in person, give me death. Abandoning the attack on the Kurds, Bardock flew towards Babadai at full speed, and then aimed a punch at Bardock's head. In the face of Bardock's sudden attack, Babadai's face changed greatly. Obviously he did not expect Bardock to attack him without saying a word. He knew how scummy his combat strength was, and in the face of Bardock's sudden attack, Babadai did not dare to slacken, chanting an inexplicable spell in his mouth, and a protective shield appeared outside Babadai. Boom! Bardock's punch directly bombarded Babadai's shield, and the quality of Babadai's shield was obviously good, and it actually lasted for 3 seconds before it was completely broken. The shield withstood most of Bardock's attacks, but the remaining impact still hit Babadai with an irresistible force, directly knocking Babadai out. Kurd, you idiot, don't hurry up and come and save me. After rolling on the ground for an unknown number of laps, Babadai propped up his broken body, got up from the ground with difficulty, and then shouted angrily at the Kurds. Here it is, master! The dog-legged Kurd heard Babadai's cry, regardless of his injuries, burned his life, and flew in the direction of Babadai with all his strength. Hey! None of this is dead. Bardock admitted that the punch he had just thrown was a little rushed and did not use all his strength, but he did not expect that it was only a break of Babadai's protective shield. But it didn't matter, one punch didn't die, it was a punch, so Bardock accelerated straight towards Babadai and hit again. Humph, Bardock, this time I want you to become a dog under my great dark demon mentor Babadai. Seeing Bardock attacking him again, Babadai did not panic this time, because his heart was ready, and the mantra in his mouth moved, and he wanted to directly control Bardock's mind. Dark magic invaded Bardock's brain, slowing Bardock's movements a little, and the Kurds behind him came later. Overtaking Bardock in one fell swoop, he came to Babadai in advance and protected Babadai behind him. Strange, how can the evil energy in Bardock's body be so small, far less rich than when the grass-green hair was before? Brow furrowed, Babadai's black magic did not go smoothly, and it could even be said that there was an obstacle. I saw Bardock standing in place with his left hand covering his head, and his free right hand aimed at the position where Babadai was, charging for a long time, and a shock wave was emitted from his palm. Master, be careful. In order to show loyalty, Kurd directly used his body to block Bardock's attack for Babadai, and then the whole person was directly blasted out. After Bardock, who was standing in place, launched the attack, he did not pay attention to the life or death of Babadai and Kurds. Because at this time, Bardock is mobilizing his spiritual power to crack the dark magic of Babadai's trick to control the mind. If he forcibly broke free, Bardock would have been able to do it a long time ago, but in order to settle once and for all, Bardock decided to waste a few minutes and crack it. Babadai, there is not much evil energy in my body. If you want to control my sanity, it is estimated that it will be impossible in this life. In 3 minutes, Bardock took down his left hand covering his head and said with a smile to Babadai not far away. Damn it, Kurd, you give it to me, you must force out the evil energy in Bardock's body, today I must control Bardock. This is the first time that Babadai has used black magic to fail, and the reason for the failure is all attributed to the fact that Bardock's current evil energy in his body is far less than when he was transmitted. Then yelled at the dying Kurds behind him. Don't shout, Kurd is not far from death now, it seems that Kurdish has no way to protect you, so Babadai, you don't want to do senseless resistance, obediently die. Bardock laughed, and condensed a new energy bomb in his hand. Looking back, Babadai saw Kurd's dying appearance, and couldn't help but feel anxious. It was not easy to find a suitable thug by himself. And if Kurd dies like this, he will definitely not be able to escape Bardock's hands, and he can't help but chant a new spell in his mouth. In an instant, Bardock suddenly felt that everything around him was changing. Almost instantly, the scene was fixed. Bardock looked at the dark scenery around him, and understood that this place was no longer a nemesis. But it doesn't matter where the location is, Bardock's steps to kill Babadai have not changed, it is still a simple move. Bardock, do you know where this is? The space transfer was successfully used, and Babadai couldn't help but feel confident in his heart, and asked confidently to Bardock. Bardock felt that he had no obligation to answer Babadai's question, and directly threw the energy bullet in his hand towards Babadai. Boom! The expected picture of Babadai being directly killed by himself did not appear, but Kurd, who did not know when he had healed, appeared in front of Babadai and blocked Bardock's attack. Bardock, let me tell you, this is a new space I discovered not long ago, the demon realm, and the magic energy here is simply a great supplement for evil people like Kurd. I injected magic energy into Kurds through my black magic, which not only healed Kurds' injuries, but also increased Kurds' combat effectiveness, so Bardock, you better obediently give up resistance. As long as you also become a subordinate of my dark demon mentor Babadai like Kurd, I can also use the magic energy here to make you stronger. Babadai said seductively to Bardock. Not interested. Bardock replied firmly, and then released his perception. And found that the demon world here can be described as small and pitiful, and the highest combat power of the creatures in it is not more than 1,000. Bardock speculated that this may not be the demon realm where Dapura, the king of the demon world, is located, but may be the scumbag demon realm that Goku strayed into on Earth when he was a child. Chapter 068. Has the strength become stronger? Let me try it. Bardock can feel that the Kurd, who is now wrapped in demonic energy, is indeed much stronger than before, and as for how strong it is, it will take a few moves to know. I won't be easily defeated by you this time, Bardock. The Kurds, who had greatly increased their strength, made a preemptive strike and took the lead in launching an attack on Bardock. In the face of Kurd's fist towards him, Bardock did not choose to dodge. Compared to the force, the SAIYAN was not afraid of anyone, the whole body strength was used. Bardock also punched towards Kurd. Your strength is too weak, Bardock. After absorbing the demonic chi, the Kurdish strength has indeed increased greatly, at least in terms of strength alone, it is slightly better than Bardock. Yes, hey. With a smile, Bardock's muscles bulged slightly, and the Super SAIYAN opened up in 1 second form, punching the Kurd again. The strength was only higher than that of the Super 1 form self, and it swelled to the limit, and Bardock decided to show some strength himself to let the Kurds see what absolute suppression is. With a punch this time, Bardock directly knocked Kurd back a few steps before stopping, but because of the infusion of demonic energy, Kurd's injuries recovered instantly. Unconvinced, Kurd stepped forward to fight Bardock again, because this time there was no need to worry about the injury, so Kurd also gave up defense and attacked Bardock with an attack. The battle between Bardock and Kurdish can be described as suffering this group of creatures in the demon world, and they don't even dare to take a breath of atmosphere. For fear of attracting an unhappy one from Bardock or Kurd, an energy bomb was thrown over, and he didn't even know how he died. Kurd, you drag Bardock here, I'll go to Namex to find the dragon. Seeing the situation here, don't worry about it for the time being. Babadai feels that it is more realistic to go to Namex to find the dragon. Understand, Master, I will definitely drag Bardock here. The Kurds immediately took the lead, and then the offensive against Bardock became more fierce. Broly, hear that. However, at the moment when Babadai left, Bardock's muscles retracted and returned to his ordinary super appearance, but his strength did not decline, but he took a step closer. That's right, Bardock's current appearance is a Super SAIYAN in a full power form, kicking the Kurds who are chasing him into the air, and Bardock began to use telekinesis to contact Broly. Master, I'm here, you say. Before Broly could recover from Bardock's disappeared state, he heard Bardock's telepathic communication to him and quickly replied. Hey, where is King Bardock? Niru, who did not know the truth on the side, looked around and found no trace of Bardock. Broly, Babadai went to Namex to find the Dragon Ball, you go and protect Polenga, don't be discovered by Babadai. Bardock continued. Understood, Master. After returning Bardock's words, Broly turned to Niru again and said about Babadai. Then Broly, let's go back quickly, the Great Elder is also at Polenga. Before Babadai's black magic, but was seen by Niru, when he heard Broly say that Babadai came again, he couldn't help but feel anxious, and quickly pulled Broly and flew back. Search, you gave me a careful search, searched every detail of Namek. And must find me the location of the Dragon Ball. Through black magic, Babadai transferred all Kurdish spaceships to Namex and ordered Kurds' men. Obey, Master. This group of Kurdish subordinates were obviously controlled by Babadai using black magic, so they were extremely loyal to Babadai. Babadai brought so many people this time, what should we do, Broly, we can't get on. Flying in the air to go back to protect the Great Elder and Broly and Niru of Polenga, without waiting for the place, he saw the scene in front of him halfway, and Niru couldn't help but ask Broly. Of course, it's all solved in front of the front, and your nemesis are Ink. Broly's implication is that people have come to your planet to destroy, and you still ask me if I can't get on it, you nemesis are really instigated. Good. Broly's implication was obvious, ignoring Broly's contempt for himself, Niru directly fired energy projectiles in his hand and shot at the Kurdish subordinates below. Stop, none of you can leave today. Broly descended from the air and single-handedly stepped forward directly into the crowd, and still preferred hand-to-hand combat more than the bombardment of long-range energy bombs. Are the SAIYANs fighting so crazy? Seeing Broly go in and fight, Niru, who is in the air, can't continue to play long-range, otherwise it will not be good to accidentally injure Broly. Looking at Broly, who was like a wolf into a flock, Niru felt that in terms of the fanaticism of fighting, he seemed to be really inferior to the one-year-old SAIYAN in front of him. Damn, how powerful is he? He's just a little ghost, let's go together. A group of trash fish faced Broly's strength, it was difficult to parry, and they all chose to go up to the group fight. As everyone knows, the group fight is just speeding up Broly's speed of cleaning up the trash fish. Where to go? Nero saw that he couldn't intervene in the cleaning of the trash fish, so he turned his attention to the side, and just saw Babadai, who wanted to take the opportunity to slip away, and quickly stepped forward to stop him. I wanted this group of idiots to stop you and that little ghost, and I took the opportunity to find Dragon Ball, but now that you have sent it yourself, I will accept it unceremoniously. Facing Niru, who was blocking in front of him, Babadai was unhurried, and directly used black magic, wanting to control Niru's mind. However, a minute passed, and Babadai continued to cast spells, but Niru showed no sign of being controlled, but could move freely, punching Babadai. Damn, it would actually be a person with a pure heart. Reluctant to give up his control of Niru, Babadai quickly opened a shield to resist Niru's attack. After all, Niru's attack is not as good as Bardock, and for a while there is really no way to deal with Babadai inside the shield. But Babadai said that he was a waste of mental power to start the shield all the time, and did not want to waste all his time on Niru, and Babadai set his sights on Broly on the other end. When he monitored Bardock through the crystal ball before, Babadai found that there was not a small amount of evil energy in Broly's heart, so he chanted a spell in his mouth and tried to control Broly. Ugh! Broly, who had just wiped out all the trash fish, suddenly felt that his spiritual power was eroded by dark magic, and his body seemed to be difficult to control. However, after all, Broly has not yet opened the transcendence, and there is not much evil energy in his body that can be controlled by Babadai. And Broly is the only SAIYAN among SAIYANs besides Bardock who majors in spiritual power, and Broly said that with this level of mind control, he can still hold on for a while. Damn, why is this little ghost's resistance so tenacious? Babadai said that he is very depressed now, and today in just a short time at Namex, he suffered 3 consecutive setbacks. Even if controlling Bardock is ineffective, Niru is actually not easy to make, and in the end, even this little devil in front of him, who obviously looks easy to control, why is it so difficult to control? Just as Babadai was about to tighten his grip on Broly, he felt a crisis coming behind him. Immediately relinquishing control of Broly, Babadai looked back to see that his shield had disappeared, followed by Niru's attack. Just as Niru's attack was about to hit Babadai, Babadai's figure disappeared from the place, and Babadai transferred himself back to the demon world, this space with Kurds. Chapter 069. Babadai originally thought that during the time he was gone, even if Kurd did not force Bardock's evil energy out, it should not be a problem to recover self-preservation with the magic chi around him. But the scene in front of him subverted Babadai's cognition, and the Kurd in the field was held down by Bardock and beaten, and the recovery speed of physical injuries was not as fast as Bardock gave to cause injuries. Bardock is also helpless, full power of his own strength is strong, if not for Kurd's amazing recovery speed so that Bardock could not do one-hit kill, it is estimated that Kurd would have died a long time ago. Kurd, you are a waste, I have used magic energy to strengthen you, you still can't beat Bardock. When Babadai saw Kurd, who was unable to fight back in the face of Bardock's attack, he immediately jumped like a thunder and cursed loudly. And it was precisely because of Babadai's scolding that Bardock's gaze shifted to Babadai, and after thinking about it, Bardock felt that it was better to solve Babadai first. Bardock, you forced me. Until now, Babadai also knows that he can no longer hide it, and if he does not move the old bottom, it is estimated that he will really die here. Are the Kurds ready? Instead of looking at Bardock, who was rapidly approaching him, Babadai shouted at the approaching Kurds on the side. Always ready to sacrifice for the master. Kurdish used all his strength and shouted out such a line in the middle of the second. Babadai, I really can't keep you, I can always get me some moths to come out. He was already close to Babadai, the energy of his hands gathered, and the big explosion, a shockwave containing Bardock's full strength, hit Babadai directly. What's going on? Bardock's brows furrowed, and his attack just now was actually stopped. I saw layers of protective shield stained with a large amount of magic chi around Babadai, and actually stopped Bardock's full blow. Just as Bardock chose to continue pursuing Babadai, a heavy arm landed on Bardock's shoulder. Who is it? With magic chi wrapped around his arm, Bardock turned around and found that Kurd's injury had healed again, and his strength had skyrocketed again. The Kurds punched Bardock in the abdomen, directly knocking the unsuspecting Bardock away. Bardock, who had flipped many times in the air, stabilized his figure and looked solemnly at the Kurdish below. The magic energy of this demon world has faded to nothing, and there is no doubt that all of them have been instilled into the Kurdish body by Babadai with black magic. The price of forcibly instilling demonic chi is simple, nothing more than consuming Kurdish lives. But what does it matter, in Babadai's view, as long as Bardock can be defeated, then everything is worth it. With his hands covering his head and a howl of pain coming out of his mouth, Kurd's body changed dramatically. The body becomes enlarged, starting from the head and extending backwards, the shoulders protrude like chest protectors, two horns grow from the back, and the arms also grow like knife-like protrusions. That's right, Kurd's current appearance is roughly the same as the changes on Gula's body before, and after Kurdish absorbed the magic chi of the entire demon world, his strength is making a breakthrough, and the Form 5 has been achieved. Ha ha ha, Bardock, now I will let you feel the real pain, now how strong my strength is. I don't know myself. After the transformation, Kurd was extremely obsessed with his current powerful body, and indeed his strength had doubled several times compared to just now. Looking at the Kurdish pretending below, Bardock touched his nose embarrassedly, constantly thinking about whether he should turn on the berserk mode. After all, the Kurds have become this ghost in order to defeat themselves, and if they are not beaten twice by the Kurds, they will be embarrassed. After thinking about it, Bardock felt that it was better to forget it. It was right that he was belligerent, but he did not have masochistic tendencies, so he should turn on the violent mode. However, before going berserk, he still has to solve the other side of Babadai's words, otherwise the evil energy emitted by his fury is likely to be controlled by Babadai's black magic. As soon as he thought of this, Bardock quickly flew towards Babadai, and as soon as he left, Bardock saw the Kurdish of Form 5 move to stop in front of him. Hey! With a smile, Bardock said that he could not fly, he could also teleport. Put his fingers on his forehead, Bardock began to sense where Babadai's breath was. Bardock's gesture, Kurd was familiar with, quickly instilled his whole body strength into his palm, and punched Bardock in front of him. Strange, how can I not sense where Babadai's breath is? Obviously, the naked eye can see that Babadai is in the distance, but he can't perceive the specific location of Babadai's breath. But no matter why, the ineffectiveness of teleportation is now a fact, and Bardock knows that he can only solve the Babadai behind him by breaking through the Kurdish in front of him first. With the same full force of punching, Bardock hit Kurd, his fists collided, and the aftermath continued to spread out around, shattering everything in the surrounding demon world. Two fools, can you move a little less when fighting? I have been blown away. Babadai, who was watching the battle, quickly opened the protective shield, which prevented himself from being hit by the aftermath of the battle, and couldn't help but scold Bardock and Kurd. But Bardock didn't care about this. The battle, of course, how cool it came, continued to increase his attack on the Kurds. And Kurd was also hit by Bardock with real fire, and became even more angry, and he was also hitting Bardock with all his strength. Under the all-out battle of Bardock and Kurd, almost the entire creatures of the demon world were affected by the aftermath, and in the face of the Kurds who could not be attacked for a long time, Bardock fell into a disadvantage for a while. Kurdish is good, just like this, he has been pressing Bardock to fight, this time must force out the evil energy in Bardock's body. Watching the Kurds in front of him gain the upper hand in the battle, Babadai shouted excitedly from the sidelines. "Obey, Master!" Upon receiving the order, the Kurdish offensive against Bardock became more intense. "Since Babadai is so interested in my furious form, then I will let you have a good look." Fighting with the Kurds for so long, Bardock was not idle, and the mental power in his mind was constantly analyzing Babadai's previous mind control. At this point, it has undoubtedly been resolved, at least Bardock is confident that he can maintain absolute control over himself when he is controlled by Babadai. After speaking, Bardock immediately mobilized the 20% of the berserk factor that had been activated in his body, and the berserk was activated, and the evil and violent power continued to overflow from Bardock's body. P.S. Sorry for the late update, there are 2 more tonight, it is estimated that it will be midnight, sleepy brothers can sleep first. After reading the vote, most of the votes are not written outside of the fan, then I will rest assured to change the text, and finally ask for a Wave subscription, please get rid of the law of 10 yuan a day. Chapter 070. The power of the Berserk Bardock has undoubtedly skyrocketed again, at least it is not a problem to abuse the current Kurds. The Kurds on the side did not seem to see the playful expression in Bardock's eyes, and were excited that their attack was about to hit Bardock. After the Berserk, Bardock's strength has increased again is only one of them, and the biggest change is Bardock's state of mind at this time, and the evil force is constantly eroding Bardock's heart. For some reason, Bardock now wants not to kill Kurd in the first time, but to cruelly kill Kurd, the scum who dares to challenge himself. Allowing Kurd's punch in the face, Bardock did not choose to dodge, not even defending. Kurd, who originally saw that his attack hit Bardock, the laughter at the corners of his mouth gradually stopped, because Kurd found that his all-out blow did not seem to cause any substantial damage to Bardock. Why has my state of mind changed so much, and my strength has increased much more than usual? With his mind constantly thinking about his differences now, Bardock did not blindly follow his inner thoughts and act. An energy bomb quietly formed in the palm, silently directly hit Kurd's stomach, and a thick deep pit appeared above the stomach, and Kurd was directly beaten out by Bardock. Turning his head, Bardock turned his attention to Babadai, who was chanting words on the side, and Bardock understood the reason for the inexplicable change in his state of mind. Constantly searching for spiritual power in his body, Bardock finally discovered the difference in the place where Babadai controlled the black magic this time. The berserk factor that was originally only activated by 20% in his body is gradually amplifying, and at the same time, the evil in his heart is also constantly breeding. Phew! With a sigh of relief, Bardock felt that his current state was not bad, and although his mentality was constantly changing, his sanity was still under his control. "Bardock, you give me death." The Kurds, who had been shot away by Bardock before, flew back again, and they were about to attack Bardock again. Well! Without making any counterattack, Bardock just set his eyes on the Kurds who were attacking him, and then the evil energy in his body was released in an instant. Kurd's attack could not help but pause. From Bardock's eyes, Kurd saw evil far beyond his own, this evil, not mixed with a trace of emotion, some are just pure evil. At this moment, the Kurds were prodded, even if they thought they could give everything and even their lives to Babadai, they really prodded at this moment. The Kurds provoked, but Bardock did not let the Kurds go, and kicked the Kurds from the air to the ground. "Oh, it's really courageous to dare to get up." Indifferently looking at the Kurds below who wanted to struggle to get up, Bardock landed directly from the air, and then stepped on the Kurd's stomach, stepping on the Kurds again into the ground. "Kurd, I've completely lost interest in you now, so please, die." The corners of his mouth hooked the arc of death, and the big explosion full of evil aura condensed in Bardak's hands again, and against the Kurdish head at his feet, Bardak was about to launch. Enough, Bardak, although Kurd is indeed a waste, after all, there is still some use, don't kill him just like that. At this time, Babadai flew behind Bardak and said to Bardak, "Courage." Who gave Babadai the courage to fly in front of him? Doubts arose in his heart, and the big explosion in Bardak's hands was not revoked, but became more solidified, and the Kurds under his feet were no different from the dead in Bardak's eyes. "Bardak, I'm saying it again, I order you to stop the attack immediately, Kurdish is still of some use to me now." Just as Bardak was about to attack, Babadai's annoying words sounded behind Bardak again. "So that's the case," Babadai thought, "I was completely controlled by him now." Bardak saw fear of himself in Kurdish eyes, deep fear. As well as the reflection in Kurd's eyes, Bardak saw his current appearance, his whole body was evil, and a capital M letter appeared between his foreheads. Feel the activation of the berserk factor in your body, 40%, the speed of activation is very fast, far faster than the speed of activation through cultivation in your usual days, I don't know how many times. The main component of the berserk factor is evil, the pure evil power in the heart. It was only now that Bardak fully understood in his heart what Zuno meant by reminding himself of this last sentence. As long as he is in this state, now that this inner evil is all stimulated, he can completely activate the supernatural bloodline in his body. "So I have to thank you, Babadai." Putting away his attack, Bardak kicked the Kurds under his feet and then looked back and smiled at Babadai, who was on his toes behind him. "Bardak, what are you going to do? I can warn you, now I am your master, if you dare to be disrespectful to me, believe it or not, I will seal you immediately." Looking at the pure evil in Bardak's eyes, Babadai inexplicably felt a chill in his heart, but remembered that Bardak was still under his control, and he was relieved. "Seal? I see." Transferring spiritual power to the capital M on his forehead, Bardak found another special power from it, which, if nothing else, should be the seal that Babadai just mentioned. Fear, Bardak did not, because with Bardak's spiritual power now, he could break through the shackles of Babadai's dark magic at any time. It's just that Bardak didn't choose to do that, because Bardak still needs this state to maintain the rapid activation of the berserk factor in his body. "Bardak, I order you, now take me to Namex to find the Dragon Ball and make a wish." Seeing that Bardak did not mean to do it, Babadai suddenly thought that this was his mental control of Bardak taking effect, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed in his heart, and then ordered Bardak. "Go? How to go? My teleportation can't do the act of cross-border teleportation." A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bardak replied to Babadai, and did not choose to kill Babadai immediately. Bardak planned to do it to Babadai when the berserk factor in his body was 100% activated. According to the activation speed of the berserk factor in Bardak's body now, Babadai obviously has little time to jump. As for teleportation, it cannot be teleported across borders, of course. Bardak fooled Babadai. This can be seen from the use of Goku in the original Dragon Ball book, whether it is the realm King God realm or Hell, as long as it can sense the existence of Chi, it can move over instantly. What's more, now in a scumbag demon realm, Bardak said that he can teleport out if he wants to now. PS, please subscribe, please collect, please get rid of a cool score. Chapter 071. Since that's the case, then I'll take you back to Namex. Saying that, Babadai walked in front of Bardak, directly launched the space transfer, and in a blink of an eye, he had already arrived at Namek. Bardak did not make any resistance to Babadai's spatial transfer, allowing Babadai to cast black magic on himself. It was when Babadai was casting black magic that Bardak found that he could sense Babadai's breath at that moment. But after arriving at Namek, even if Bardak and Babadai are close, they can't sense Babadai's breath. "Master, you're back." Coincidentally, the location of Babadai's space transfer this time happens to be the location of the divine dragon Boranga, which will not require Bardock to find it, and Babadai can see the divine dragon when he looks up. And Broly, who had been staying here, saw Bardock returning, and immediately flew towards Bardock. Broly, be careful, there is something wrong with King Bardock's current situation. Nira directly stopped Broly. Bardock is now full of evil energy, he is not a good person at first glance, and Bardock is still standing next to Babadai. Coupled with the fact that the black English M in capital letters on Bardock's forehead is now exactly the same as the logo on Babadai's body, in summary, Nira has reason to fully suspect that Bardock is controlled by Babadai. Get up! The evil aura is the symbol of the SAIYAN, not to mention that even if Bardock has a black English M on his head, Broly will not believe that Bardock will be controlled by Babadai. The blind confidence in Bardock is not only reflected in Broly, but can be clearly felt in every SAIYAN on the planet Bardock. Nira faced Broly, who emanated momentum, and for a while there was no way but to get out of the way and let Broly pass. This is the Divine Dragon. I didn't think that your nemesis people were so intimate. Knowing that I wanted to make a wish, I collected all 7 Dragon Balls in advance, then wait until I finish my wish before killing you. Babadai only glanced at the Namai nemesis of the combat power slag level, ignored it, and directly got up and flew in front of the divine dragon Boranga. Go and die! Niru, as a warrior who guards the Great Elder and a warrior who guards Namex, naturally does not want to see Babadai, an evil magician, approaching Polenga and directly launching an energy bomb attack. Bardock. Without saying much, Babadai did not even open the protective shield, and directly gave orders to Bardock beside him. Speechless, Bardock lazily ignored Babadai, but still shot out to scatter Niru's attack. After all, Bardock is not sure if his current state can continue to be maintained if Babadai dies. Babadai must die, but he must also die when he can become a Chuan Chao. King Bardock. At this point, what else can Niru say? I thought it was the most stable backer, who thought that he would defect to the enemy in a blink of an eye. Nero said that he couldn't accept it for a while. Shenlong, please revive my Bu. Ignoring Bardock's situation, Babadai shouted at Polenga, but to no avail. Shenlong, please unlock Bu's seal. Babadai shouted differently, but Polenga still ignored Babadai. Shenlong, hurry up and let the demon Bu lift the seal, otherwise believe it or not, I will kill you. Seeing Polenga's unanswering look, Babadai suddenly became angry and roared. And Bardock just stood on the side, looking at Babadai, who yelled like 2 fools, a burst of funny. Not that mising language, of course it is useless to make a wish. Say, are you guys making trouble? Why didn't Shenlong fulfill my wish? Babadai was furious, angrily tugged on Niru's collar, and questioned loudly. Babadai, to make a wish to Polenga is to use the Namex language. Seeing that Babadai had the intention of making a move on Niru, Bardock hurriedly said. Oh, so it is, you, a nemesis, originally translate what I just said into your nemesis language, and then make a wish to the dragon. Not caring that Bardock didn't add the word adult to his title, Babadai just shouted to Niru excitedly. Niru, go, do as King Bardock says. Just as Nero hesitated, the Great Elder, who was sitting on the side without saying a word, suddenly spoke. Obey, Great Elder. Not understanding why his own Great Elder said this, he looked at Bardock's evil appearance, and Nero walked towards Polenga. Hey, is my Bu resurrected? Why didn't I see it? Babadai saw that Nero had said a bunch of things to Polenga in the Nemesis language, and he thought that his wish had been fulfilled, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed, looking around for the traces of Majin Bu. Broly, try to transform into Chuan Chao and see if the situation of your Chuan Chao storm has been suppressed. To be honest, Bardock didn't understand what Nero was saying, but Bardock believed that Nero would do what he said. That's right, Bardock told Broly, the Great Elder, and Nero about his situation through psychological communication, and asked Nero to promise Polenga the desire to suppress Broly's violent departure. Understood, Master. Broly also felt the change in his body after Neru's wish ended, and this change was unclear, but Broly had an intuition that he would definitely be able to maintain his sanity under the pass this time. Standing in place, Broly roared angrily, the berserk factor in his body activated, his hair stood up, and the imaginary grass green did not appear, but the golden hair of the normal super race. Broly, you burst out all the evil forces in your heart, and you don't have to cover it up. Bardock did not expect that suppressing Broly's violent pass would make Broly transform into an ordinary super race, although the ordinary super race will not lose his mind, but no matter how you look at it, it is better than the previous pass. Understood, Master. Broly was also surprised that he had changed now. It seemed that this was the first time he had become an ordinary super race. His whole body was concentrated, the evil in his heart was stimulated, and his golden hair turned grass green, and he spread over. Evil and violent energy kept pouring out of Broly's body, but Broly showed no signs of losing his mind before. Seeing this, Bardock understood that Polenga's ability was still good, and he actually suppressed the situation of Broly's overrun. Since then, Polenga's second wish has also been used, and now there is one wish left. P.S. This chapter is to make up for yesterday's third change. Sorry for the late update, there are 3 more changes today or evening, and finally various supports. Thank you. Chapter 072. Damn, a few of you actually joined forces to act for me, Bardock, you are not controlled by me at all, right? Babadai's IQ is naturally not low, and he has just been immersed in the joy of resurrecting Bu before. Now seeing that Bu has not been resurrected, and Bardock and the others are now, where will they not understand the truth of the matter? Bardock, I'll seal you. As soon as the ruthless words were put down, Babadai noticed that the M symbol on Bardock's head had disappeared, and then immediately switched to space transfer and disappeared from the place. Broly, you wait for me here, I'll go and solve Babadai first. Bardock has now activated 100% of the berserk factor in his body, so he used his powerful spiritual power to break away Babadai's black magic. Babadai just used the space transfer, Bardock can still capture a trace of Babadai breath, dare not slack, teleportation immediately use. Woo, it's finally safe now, hateful Bardock, I Babadai won't let you go easily. Seeing that he had successfully escaped back to the demon world, looking at the Kurds who had almost recovered from his injuries beside him, Babadai couldn't help but feel confident in his heart. Babadai, what you were talking about just now, I didn't hear clearly. Teleporting to Babadai's side, Bardock said playfully, and at the same time a shockwave formed in his palm. Kurd, I order you, stop Bardock for me. Seeing this, Babadai immediately understood that Bardock said before that teleportation could not teleport across borders, and he was also fooling himself. He also understood that it was the breath revealed by the moment he used black magic that allowed Bardock to find where he was. He immediately ordered the Kurds to intercept Bardock in order to give himself another chance to use space transfer. Obey, Master. For Babadai's orders, the Kurds have always been obedient, and Bardock at this time is only the norm, and Kurds do not have the fear of Bardock before. Big bang! It's too lazy to talk nonsense, Bardock directly exceeded the full power, and then immediately turned on the Trans-Chow transformation, and the golden hair turned grass green, intending to kill with one hit. Endless energy converged in Bardock's right palm, and now at a close distance, Bardock did not believe that the Kurds could prevent it, and Babadai's protective shield could also prevent it. Nope! In the Kurdish roar, the whole person was hit by Bardock's explosion. Shield. Bardock found that this Kurdish, in order to give Babadai a little more time to escape, actually did not say a word, directly self-detonated, is also enough to fight. The big explosion of Bardock's all-out blow and the self-explosion of the demon chi in the Kurdish form 5 plus the body directly shook the entire demon realm. The demon world, which already belonged to the quality of slag, suddenly could not withstand the backlog of such powerful energy, and began to fragment. Boom! The entire demon world was shattered, and Babadai also completed the spatial transfer at this time and disappeared. Bardock wanted to chase immediately, but he was slow because he still had to maintain the operation of the protective shield. This is another demon realm. After putting away the past super transformation, after exiting from super mode, Bardock returned to normalcy and looked at everything around him. The demonic energy that is even richer than before. The world with almost no light, completely let go of perception. The combat power of the secret creatures is much higher than just now, and the lowest is at least tens of thousands. With 2 fingers on his forehead, Bardock once again sensed where Babadai's breath was, but found nothing. Bardock knew that it must be Babadai hiding his chi again. However, Bardock is not in a hurry. Babadai has been hit hard by his own attacks. Whether Babadai is self-healing or space transfer, he must use black magic. And now it can be determined that Babadai is in this magic world. As long as Babadai uses black magic, Bardock can sense where Babadai's breath is at the first time, and then teleport over. Closing his eyes, Bardock stood in place and rested, and the majestic momentum exuding from his body made the surrounding demon creatures bow down one after another, not daring to approach. The specific location of the demon world is too complicated. Bardock is not sure that after teleporting away, he can teleport back, so Bardock did not move. Time is passing little by little, but Bardock is not in the slightest hurry. It's like a game of hunters and prey, whoever rushes first, loses. Suddenly, Bardock opened his eyes, because Bardock sensed a little fluctuation in Babadai's aura just now, and another powerful aura beside Babadai's aura that far exceeded Kurd. With 2 fingers on his forehead, Bardock instantly disappeared from the spot. Haha, Bardock, you really came over, but this time you come over, don't leave. For Bardock's arrival this time, Babadai did not panic, but sat on the throne with confidence, and smiled condescendingly at Bardock. Hehe, the tone is really big, Babadai, your confidence is the secret Dopura. With a smile, Bardock did not care about Babadai's threat to himself, because if the threat was useful, Babadai would not be chased by himself and ran away like a dog. How did you find me? Dapra came out of the shadows, and the black English M in capital letters between his foreheads showed that Dapla had been controlled by Babadai with black magic at this time. As the king of the demon world, Dopura has far more evil energy that can be used by Babadai than ordinary people, so Bardock has no doubt that he can be easily controlled by Babadai. As for Dapla's strength, it can be seen from the original Dragon Ball Z Majin Buu chapter that the strength is around the Super 2, according to Goku. Dapla's strength is between Lightning Shuru and Bozhong. But that was many years later, and now Dapla has just met Babadai, and his strength has not been strengthened by Babadai's black magic. Even if it is stronger than Kurd, it is not much stronger. Bardock has the confidence to pass himself under full power, and it is not a problem to play Dopura. But Dapla doesn't know, now Bardock is just the norm, and it seems that Dapla does not have much strength. Without even talking nonsense to Bardock, Dapla directly grabbed his weapon and attacked Bardock, and then was crushed by Bardock, who transformed into a full-power Bardock. The scene was embarrassing for a while. Dapla hit Bardock with great momentum, and then Bardock was fine, but his weapon was broken. Bah! But fortunately, Dapla also has a trick, spit attack. No, it is a petrified saliva attack. You can petrify the target hit by your own saliva. Such a disgusting trick. Don't say that Bardock knows the plot of the original book. Even a normal person will subconsciously dodge because it is too disgusting. Big bang! Bardock did not have ink, and directly gathered a large explosion in his palm, and then flew Dopura out, directly killing Dopura. Looking back, Bardock noticed that Babadai, who was originally sitting on the throne, wanted to use spatial transfer again, and an energy bounce passed, and Barbidi also died tragically at Bardock's hands. Sensing the breath is not like faking, but Bardock feels that he should not win so simply. With Babadai's tricks, he should not kill him so easily. And Dapla is also the king of the demon world, and he is in the demon world, and he should fight with himself for countless rounds, and losing in his own hands is the plot in Bardock's imagination. But in the case that he did not transform into a super passer, Dapla should not be killed by his own move, and Dapla's strength should not be so weak. Chapter 073. Releasing all his perception and exploring the entire demon world, Bardock did not find a trace of abnormality for a long time. Reconfirming that Babadai and Dapla have died, Bardock is still a little difficult to accept this fact. He always feels a little scum, and the 5 scumbags are not so scum. After a long time, there was still no abnormality, and Bardock did not plan to wait any longer, let alone Babadai and Dapla had died. Get up and fly into the air, transform into a transcendent, and the big explosion in his hand is a continuous carpet bombardment, and after making sure that everything is safe, Bardock instantly moved away from the demon world and returned to Namek. King Bardock, you are back, may I ask if this demon Babadai is dead? The great elder of Namek asked respectfully to Bardock, who suddenly appeared beside Broly. It should be dead, I'm not sure, but I have already blasted the demon world to pieces. Even if Babadai is not dead, there is not much remaining demon energy in the demon world for Babadai to use. Bardock replied. Not sure. The great elder said questioningly. Yes, I'm not sure if Babadai is dead, but the Kurds who destroyed your nemesis blew themselves up under my attack. Bardock then replied. Niru, can you help me ask Polenga, is Babadai dead now? Looking at the divine dragon Polenga in the distance, Bardock remembered that he was not sure if he could ask this. In the face of Bardock's order, Niru did not immediately carry it out, but stood in place at a loss. What's going on? Niru's hesitant look made Bardock curious and couldn't help asking. That's right, King Bardock, don't be angry, Polenga's last wish has just been used by me to make a wish to restore Namenex. Seeing that Bardock's mood was slightly dissatisfied, the great elder immediately spoke up and explained. Listening to the great elder's words, Bardock also noticed that the already dilapidated Namex had been restored. It's just that because the dark clouds in the sky are still there, and the divine dragon Polenga has not disappeared, Bardock subconsciously thinks that his wish has not been exhausted. Since the wish is exhausted, even if Babadai does not die, it is estimated that it will be difficult to turn over any big waves. Bardock replied indifferently. By the way, Grand Elder, won't your Megalonga wish be dispersed into 7 dragon balls? Namex Boranga is stronger than the dragon on Earth, which Bardock knows that the Earth dragon can't wait too long to make a wish, but Polenga seems to be able to wait forever. But this definitely does not include making a wish. Polenga has not disappeared, and Bardock could not help but ask about this unreasonable phenomenon. King Bardock, I don't know very well about your question, and the phenomenon that Polenga does not disappear after making a wish is also the first time I have seen it. The great elder replied awkwardly. I'll take a look. Hearing that the great elder didn't know why, it was enough to arouse Bardock's curiosity. Polenga, why don't you leave yet? You won't be waiting for me to make my 4th wish. Getting up and flying to Polenga, Bardock said jokingly, and did not expect Polenga to return to himself. Bardock simply wanted to observe Polenga up close. Lord Bardock, the little dragon has been waiting for you to return, so it didn't dissipate immediately. Coldly, a word suddenly came out of Polenga's mouth, which startled everyone around. The great elder and Niru were surprised by Polenga's respectful attitude, and the lord in Polenga's mouth. And Bardock was surprised that Polenga did not speak Nemesis this time, but communicated with himself in normal language. Instead, Broly nodded with satisfaction on the side, very satisfied with Polenga's respectful attitude, and sighed in his heart that he was worthy of being King Bardock and respected wherever he went. What's going on? Bardock was almost immune to the fact that Polenga opened his mouth and called himself an adult. After all, the Earth Divine Dragon also called himself this before. Back to King Bardock's words, the little dragon 5 million years ago wants to summon you over, do you agree? Polenga replied to Bardock's tone low, and cold sweat continued on his forehead, not knowing whether he was frightened by Bardak's contemplative appearance or tired of maintaining the status quo. "You're saying that 5 million years ago, someone collected all 7 Dragon Balls, summoned you, and made a wish to send me back 5 million years?" Bardak combed through Polenga's words and asked. "Yes, there is nothing wrong with that," Polenga said with certainty. "What happened when you summoned me 5 million years ago?" Bardak asked. "I can't say this for Give Xiaolong, but King Bardak, as long as you reach 5 million years ago, all the answers will be revealed." Polenga replied again. From Polenga's mouth, Bardak can conclude that Polenga must have seen himself 5 million years ago, which means that the Polenga in front of him is at least 5 million years old. In other words, the future self must have traveled back to 5 million years ago, and it can also be said that the self in this time period must have traveled back to 5 million years ago. The ruined demon world, after Bardak left for a long time. Ahem, this Bardak shot really ruthlessly, and he actually didn't forget to attack the entire demon world when he left, but he finally sent Bardak, the plague, away. Babadai came out of the ground embarrassed, feeling extremely glad that he was still alive. "Master, why didn't you let me go all out to solve Bardak just now?" Also coming out from under the ground, Dapla asked Babadai unconvinced. "Bardak's strength in the end, you have also seen, your strength is a little stronger than Kurd, where will be Bardak's opponent?" Babadai scolded Dapla beside him. Hearing Babadai say this, Dapura recalled Bardak's final transformation into the Super League, and it seems that he really may not have been able to beat Bardak. "Now we have deceived Bardak by faking our death, making Bardak think that we are all dead, so that the demon world is safe." Babadai continued. "The owner is wise," Dapla said flatteringly from the side. "Dapla, don't go anywhere in the days to come, I will always use the magic energy here to strengthen you, and when your strength is strong enough, I will take you to Bardak to take revenge." At this time, the shame that Bardak brought to Babadai has far exceeded Babadai's obsession with resurrecting Majin Buu. "Thank you, Master." Hearing that his strength could go further, Dapla was overjoyed and immediately bowed to Babadai. P.S. The next chapter Bardak will travel back to ancient times, the plot will not be too protracted. And I will finish writing the ancient content as soon as possible. When Bardak returned from ancient times, it was when the Dragon Ball plot began, and it was really not easy to think that Goku could finally appear. Chapter 074. Do Yu Shenlong have the ability to travel through time and space? Bardak couldn't help but wonder that if there was, then Bardak's many conjectures could also be tried. "Well, I'm sorry, Lord Bardak, the little dragon does not have the ability to travel through time and space." With an embarrassed smile, Polenga said truthfully. Well, Bardak's many conjectures were shattered without waiting to try, and Bardak could only wait for his time power to be strong in the future and try many of his own conjectures. "Then how do you take me back 5 million years?" Bardak continued to ask. "It's such, Lord Bardak, Xiaolong tried it once 5 million years ago, and I at that time, and now I can produce wormholes by activating the ability together." "And King Bardak, you traveled to 5 million years ago through a wormhole, and as for why the wormhole has the ability to travel through time and space, the little dragon does not know." Polenga replied slowly. "Then can others travel freely through time and space in this way?" Bardak then asked. "Can't." Polenga replied categorically. As for the reason, Polenga did not say, Bardak did not ask, because these two words could not be enough for Bardak. "Wait a minute, I'll go back to the planet Bardak to give a confession, and then go 5 million years ago." Bardak thought for a long time, but still felt that he should go 5 million years ago, and he had an intuition that something very important was waiting for him 5 million years ago. "Lord Bardak, the time that the little dragon can sustain is running out, you better go immediately." Seeing that Bardak was leaving, Polenga was suddenly anxious and quickly said. Okay, Polenga, what do I need to do?" Looking up at Polenga's now looming appearance, it seemed that it was indeed not far from dissipating, and Bardock told Broly everything he wanted to explain. "Lord Bardock, just stand where you are and don't do anything," Polenga continued. After speaking, Polenga's figure became more and more transparent, and a mysterious power emanated from Polenga's body. Bardock, who was closest to Polenga, had a deep understanding of this power, mysterious and powerful, and the already dark sky suddenly thundered, and there was a gust of wind on Namek. Earth, the capital of the West, Universal Capsule Company. "Lord Bardock, it's time to go." Stopping what he was doing, Geely looked up at the sky, his gaze penetrating the layers of space and looking straight at the distant Namex. The right hand hidden between the sleeves swung slightly, and the lilac aura appeared with a large amount of time power, and then disappeared again. "Geely, hand me the wrench." Dr. Brive, who was repairing the spacecraft, shouted to Geely, who was stunned at the door. "Here it is." With a slight smile and a cynical smile on his lips, Geely handed over the wrench on the side. "Yes, Lord Bardock, please step into this wormhole." Polenga's huge body has disappeared, leaving only the wormhole full of mysterious magnetic fields in front of Bardock. "Can this wormhole really take me back 5 million years?" Looking at the wormhole in front of him, Bardock's eyes were suddenly full of doubt. Bardock is also slightly involved in time ability, and although the wormhole in front of him is full of mysterious magnetic fields, Bardock does not feel a little power of time from it. Suddenly, at this moment, a large amount of purple chi burned around the wormhole, and the rich aura of time rushed to the face. Looking at the rich power of time in the wormhole in front of him, Bardock had the urge to step in immediately, and Bardock believed that his time ability would definitely be one step closer in it. But this purple aura and this time fluctuation are very similar to the one used by Geely before. Bardock couldn't help but mused. "Lord Bardock, please also speed into the wormhole, otherwise the longer the time is wrong, the more deviations will occur when the time and place will occur." Polenga's weak prompt sounded. "Broly, remember to cultivate spiritual power with logistics." Before stepping into the wormhole, Bardock left a final message to Broly. The picture inside the wormhole is not the time tunnel that Bardock imagined, but the picture of the surrounding area gradually receding, a second, a day, a year, 100 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 5 million years. The speed of regression of the picture is getting faster and faster, and Bardock can barely see the previous picture, but when the next million years are also passed in an instant, Bardock does not choose to watch it again. Instead, he stood quietly in place, releasing all his spiritual power, perceiving and comprehending the power of time around him. I don't know how long time has passed, 1 second or 1,000,000 years, feeling the gradual dissipation of the power of 4 weeks, Bardock slowly opened his eyes. Yes, what is this place? Looking at the desert all around, Bardock felt that something was wrong. At the end, Polenga said that the time and place of the crossing would be biased, but Bardock's appearance in front of him was too much deviation. There are no nemesis around, and naturally there is no Polenga 5 million years ago that resonates with Boranga. Releasing his own perception, Bardock found that the inhabitants of his planet were so weak, but there was no slightest evil aura, and it was absolutely impossible to be the nemesis. It seems that the person who made the wish to summon me will not be found in a short time, so let's first determine where I am now. Saying that, Bardock flew into the air, and Bardock, who had just flown into the air, looked at the desert under his feet, and suddenly had a sense of déjà vu. This is that big desert on planet Bardock. A little unsure of his inner thoughts, Bardock directly broke through the air and flew all the way up to outer space. Looking down at the fiery red planet below, it is 9 points similar to the planet Bardock. In order to verify his inner thoughts, Bardock is flying towards the surface of the planet at a high speed. About a minute passed, and Bardock picked a random city to fall on. Sure enough, this is Prandal, the planet Bardock 5 million years ago. Looking at the walking inhabitants around, it is exactly the same as the indigenous inhabitants on the planet Pranda in Dragon Ball, Bardock chapter. It is relatively short with purple-pink skin, a large oval head, and eyes that grow above the head like tentacles. Looking at the way the residents of Prandal Star live and work in peace and contentment now, they must not have been targeted by the space pirate Zild, since I have crossed back this time. I will help you solve this calamity. Bardock determined in his heart that the main thing was that Bardock needed a while to consolidate the time ability he had just comprehended, and it was not appropriate to wander around. Plus Bardock has no clue now, where he should go. After thinking about it, it is more interesting to abuse Zild first. I just don't know that with my current strength, Zild can hold on to a few moves in my hands. I hope it's two. Bardock couldn't help but think of the picture of his future abuse of Zild, which was simply too relaxed. P.S. This chapter is to make up for yesterday, today's first tomorrow 6 more to make up, the results are too bad, ask for Wave subscription. Chapter 075. Uncle, are you from another planet? Because Bardock's breath is all restrained at this time, from the breath point of view, the combat effectiveness is not as high as any of the inhabitants of Plant Star. So although the inhabitants of Prandal Star were curious about Bardock, an outsider, they didn't care much. Then there are always accidents, because Bardock is standing in the middle of the road so stunned, and a child from Plant Star curiously tugged at the corner of Bardock's clothes and asked. Uncle is indeed from another planet, but don't worry, little friend, Uncle is not a bad person. Crouching down, Bardock smiled kindly. Uncle, I know you're not a bad person, it seems that Uncle, you can't beat me, how can you do bad things? The Plantal Star kid laughed innocently. Hey! Lazy defense, Bardock did not feel a trace in the eyes of the Prandal Star child in front of him, so he did not care. Uncle, my name is Bailey, what is your name? Bailey then asked. Bardock. Without concealment, Bardock replied. Oh, Uncle Bardock, come to my house, my father's cooking is very delicious. Bailey excitedly extended an invitation to Bardock. No, Uncle still has business, so let's go first. Ping Shui met, Bardock and Bailey were not destined to have much intersection in the future. Without saying much, Bardock took off directly into the air and flew directly into the distance. Later, Bardock casually found a primitive cave nearby to live in for the time being, and planned his future. 5 million years ago, it should have belonged to the ancient period, and the scions of this period should currently live on a planet called Sherida. However, this time period is far from the primeval period where the ancestor of the scion god, Amosi, is located. In other words, he will not see Amoshi even if he goes to Sherida Star now. After thinking about it, Bardock felt that he should not go. After all, he was not interested in the scions in this time and space. His primary purpose now should be to find the Nemesis and find out what it means that the Nemesis makes a wish to summon him. But before that, I should first consolidate the time ability I just comprehended. With this thought, Bardock sat cross-kneeled, consolidating the power of time he had realized in the wormhole between the caves. Gollum. In the evening, Bardock woke up from his state of cultivation, felt the hunger in his belly, and felt that he had better fill his stomach first. Just as he was about to eat a grain of fairy beans to fill his hunger, Bardock sensed Bailey's breath rushing in the direction of his cave. Uncle Bardock, this is my father's new meal, I specially brought it for you to taste. After a while, Bailey carried the basket into the cave, handed the food to Bardock, and laughed. Did not refuse Bailey's kindness, because the innocent smile at the corner of Bailey's mouth infected Bardock, and now there should not be many people in this world who are as pure as Bailey. Putting away the fairy beans, Bardock took Bailey and brought the meal to eat, not to mention, it was quite delicious, that is, Bailey underestimated the amount of food of the scions, and Bardock did not eat enough. How does Uncle Bardock taste? Bardock's appearance of eating was really shocking Bailey, enough to eat 3 days of his own dishes, and he was eaten in less than 2 minutes in Bardak's mouth. It tastes good, thanks. Bailey Imp. Bardak finished his meal and replied to Bailey. Well, then Uncle Bardak, I'll bring some over tomorrow. Receiving Bardak's compliment, Bailey smiled happily. Then Bailey ran home with his basket. As soon as Bailey left, Bardak began to boring his cultivation life again. 3 days have passed, and in these 3 days, Rebelly brought food to Bardak every day, 3 meals a day, without interruption. But Bardak is not embarrassed. After all, he will help them defeat Zild in the future, so eat some of their meals, it is not excessive. The next day, Bardak opened his eyes, woke up from the state of cultivation, felt his rumbling stomach, calculated the time, and Bailey didn't seem to come over this morning. Releasing his perception, Bardak found that many strange auras appeared on Prandal's star, and they were still wreaking havoc. However, among them, the highest combat effectiveness is only a few thousand combat effectiveness, not like Zild, but no matter what, Bardak intends to go over to see the situation. Bailey, what happened? Bardak teleported directly to Bailey, and found that Bailey was hiding under the table with another adult plant star man at this time, and did not move. Bardak asked directly. Uncle Bardak, it's the space pirates who are wreaking havoc on our planet. Uncle Bardak, come and hide with us so that the cosmic pirates can't find us. Bailey saw that the person was Bardak, and immediately said in a low voice, for fear of alarming the cosmic pirates outside. Bailey, come out, rest assured that I'm here, it'll be fine. Seeing Bailey's trembling appearance with fear, Bardak couldn't help but persuade. Bardak really wanted to tell the Bailey family that hiding under the table could only prevent earthquakes, not the cosmic pirates. After all, the cosmic pirates were not blind, and they could still be seen at a glance when they entered the door. Uncle Bardak, you better hurry up and hide with us, otherwise you will be discovered by the space pirates. Even if you will not be killed, you will definitely be caught as a slave. Bailey said fearfully. Boom! As soon as Bailey's words fell, the door of the room was kicked through, and 2 cosmic pirates who saw that they were cannon fodder walked in with great momentum. It turns out that there are still people hidden here, hurry up. Among them, the ruthless space pirate lines were directly given seconds by Bardak's casual energy bomb without waiting to finish speaking. Stop, don't come over, I'll shoot if you come. The remaining other cosmic pirates were directly frightened by the powerful strength displayed by Bardak, and their whole bodies trembled with fright, and even the laser gun in his hand was a little unstable. Give you 3 seconds to disappear from my eyes. With 3 fingers stretched out on his right hand, Bardak chuckled softly at the cosmic pirate in front of him. The remaining cosmic pirates were like Amnesty, did not dare to say a word of nonsense, directly turned around and ran in fright, found the spaceship when he came, started, and quickly left Prandal Star. It's not that Bardak is kind-hearted and wants to stay alive, it's because Bardak wants this cosmic pirate to go back to Zild, and then move directly to the past in an instant, cutting grass and roots. P.S. Brothers, please subscribe, please support.